Are the players working at the Myconid Theater just messing around? Do you want to watch? Today's the last rehearsal. Tomorrow we start selling tickets for the official performance. The little Myconid invited enthusiastically. Li Shihe looked at Muing with anticipation. Muing couldn't bring herself to refuse. She was honestly worried about corrupting the kids. The group entered the Myconid Theater. At the entrance, there was now a mushroom house selling specialty mushrooms grown by the Myconids at discounted prices. Mushrooms that taste like meat? Mushrooms that taste like strawberries? Are these really edible? Wu Qingshan asked, soul-searchingly. They're edible and actually, they're pretty tasty. Let's go to my plantation for lunch. I'll cook some for you to try, Muing replied. She'd been treated well the previous night, so of course she wanted to return the favor and show them the culinary delights of Qingshan Town. Inside the theater, the audience seats were filled with mushroom-headed Myconids. The performers on stage were projecting mental images directly into everyone's minds. The scene was at the part where the female lead, with her 12 children, was living in a remote town. The devastatingly handsome CEO discovered he had fallen for the woman he'd only met once, finally tracked her down, and was both moved and heartbroken. 12 kids from one birth? What kind of ridiculous plot is this? Yet the Myconid audience didn't find it strange at all. Only 12? One puff of spores and you can grow a whole cluster of mushrooms. This male lead is slacking, one commented. Muing. She wanted to cover Li Shihe's ears. Ha ha. Li Luoxia laughed until she cried. Sorry, is this a comedy? Or is it a female version of Calabash Brothers? It's getting late, let's go eat, Muing said, forcibly dragging everyone away. Choosing to watch the rehearsal was clearly a mistake. After teleporting to her plantation, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, only for it to catch in her throat again less than a minute later. Wasn't the weather in her plantation a little off? It was already autumn, and outside, many trees had yellowing leaves, with most already fallen. But look at her garden, flowers in full bloom, grass grown tall, lush green trees everywhere. It didn't look like autumn at all. Those peach trees just a few days ago, when she left, they were bare branches. Now, blossoms everywhere. And that mint patch, she'd just harvested it not long ago, it should be bare. So, where did all that green come from? Something was wrong with her plantation, and the others noticed it too. Muing scratched her head. We must have gone to the wrong place. Let's eat at my livestock camp instead. With that, she teleported everyone away again. Li Luoxia and the others sensed something was off, but they developed a tacit understanding not to ask about things they shouldn't. Just as Muing didn't pry when she visited Li Luoxia's estate, respect was mutual, so they let it go. Li Shihe, ever the considerate one, clapped her hands excitedly. We get to see the bunnies. I've heard you raise magical beasts at your camp. Why haven't you shown us around yet? All right, Muing replied with a smile, giving a brief introduction to the different areas and functions of the livestock camp. Seeing Lu Luoluo and Zheng Jing standing by the chicken coop, she waved them over. Luoluo, Zheng Jing, this is the Luoxia village delegation. They're here to tour our livestock camp. Could you show them around? I'll borrow the kitchen and make you all something delicious for lunch. Then she introduced them to the Luoxia squad. These are the 2 managers of the camp. They know the place best, so I'll leave the tour to them. I need to get ready to win over your stomachs. Go ahead, but if it's not tasty, we're not letting you off the hook, Li Luoxia threatened playfully. As if it could be bad? Lu Luoluo, who'd been lucky enough to be treated by Muing before, swallowed in anticipation. Muing headed to the kitchen, still thinking about the plantation. She already had some suspicions, but there was no rush. Li Luoxia and the others were thoughtful guests, and she couldn't neglect them. Hospitality came first. She entered the kitchen, closed the door, and took out her best ingredients: fire-breathing chicken eggs, premium pork from wild boar, steaks from her old yellow cow, rabbit legs from the hopping rabbits, and some vegetables and fruits from her storage pouch. Of course, she couldn't forget the Myconid mushrooms. She used almost all her ingredients. This was definitely the highest standard of hospitality. With a wave of her wand, the ingredients started moving on their own. While the food prepared itself, Mu Ying multitasked, crafting a long table and some utensils out of wood. Meanwhile, Lu Luoluo and Zheng Jing took the Luoxia squad to ride the hopping rabbits, watch the fire-breathing chickens, shared some funny stories about the chickens hatching eggs, and finally visited the petrified lizards. That's about it. I can already smell the food. Are you hungry? Lu Luoluo said, glancing toward the kitchen. Let's go see what Mu Ying's cooked up. Li Luoxia decided. When they reached the kitchen, they saw a somewhat rough-hewn long table outside, but the dishes on it were anything but rough. Fried, boiled, roasted, stewed, vegetables, meats, fruits, drinks, everything was there. The table was already full, and Mu Ying was still bringing out more. Li Luoxia touched her nose. Compared to the whole roasted lamb they'd shared last night, this was definitely a much grander feast. Come on, try my cooking, Mu Ying said with a flourish, exuding the confidence of a true host. After lunch, Li Luoxia and the others were taken to visit the quarrying site. With that, the tour came to an end, and the rest of the time was left for them to arrange as they wished. Mu Ying, on the other hand, immediately teleported back to the plantation and headed straight for the gem tree. The only thing she could think of that could have caused such a big change in the plantation was this tree. Sure enough, the closer she got to the gem tree, the more dramatic the changes in the surrounding plants became. Ironically, the gem tree itself hadn't changed much. Over this period, it had grown from a tiny sprout to about knee-high, with only 2 branches. Each branch bore a single, thick, flat leaf about the size of a baby's fist, looking like green gems hanging from the tree. Now, a 3rd branch was just starting to poke out. On the 2 large leaves, a pair of round, shiny eyes appeared, sneakily staring at her. Mu Ying, these leaves are so transparent. If you get this close, you're not hiding at all. She gently pushed the leaves aside, and 2 thumb-sized little people with dragonfly-like pale green wings appeared before her. One had neat short hair and wore clothes made from mint leaves. The other wore a dress made from peach blossom petals. Both had dark green curly hair and emerald eyes. If not for their different faces, Mu Ying would have thought they were her own miniatures. With the leaves gone, the one in the peach blossom dress fluttered its wings and hid behind the mint leaf-clad one, peeking out curiously but nervously. The one in front was also a little scared, its body trembling slightly. Mu Ying, am I really that scary? Gem Fairy, Level 1 Miniature Fey Creature. Dependent on the gem tree for survival, cannot exist away from it for long. Nature's darlings, born gardeners, capable of water creation, light dance, entangling, eternal mirage, and similar spells. Innate skills, charm, concealment, nature's nourishment, mana infusion. So they really were Fey born from the gem tree, a race with all their talents focused on cultivation and self-preservation. Mu Ying's attention fell on their mana infusion skill. This must have been inherited from her. Though she hadn't given birth to them, she had painstakingly nurtured the gem tree with her own mana and the power of nature. They should have been as naturally close to her as children. But she'd been so busy lately that she'd missed their birth, and now the 2 little ones were a bit afraid of her. She pulled back her hand, which had been about to reach out for a closer look, worried she'd scare them off. Even though she had the nature's protection skill, which made her immune to Fey charm and similar spells, these 2 were so tiny that if they hid in the grass or behind a leaf, they'd be almost impossible to find. She slowed her breathing, crouched down, and released her own aura, blending into nature, then cast a spell, the same posture she always used when nurturing the gem tree. She had infused the gem tree with her mana for so long that her magical signature was deeply familiar to the 2 gem fairies. The moment she mixed in a trace of nature's power, their eyes widened, and they dove into her arms like baby swallows returning to the nest. S@FJH hashtag. S@FJH hashtag. Mu Ying understood their affection, but she really had no idea what they were saying. And they were clearly both repeating the same word. But they were just so cute. Mu Ying's eyes sparkled with hearts as she carefully petted the 2 little creatures. Shireen, her figurine companion, stared blankly at the scene, feeling utterly defeated. He wanted in too. His learning ability was extraordinary. He perfectly mimicked the gem fairy's movements and dove into Mu Ying's arms. Mu Ying pinched Shi Yin's little face between her thumb and forefinger, tugging gently to either side. Why are you copying them, By now, she'd pretty much figured out the true nature of this Shi Yin avatar. He was just a tuft of wolf fur transformed, nowhere near as fragile as he looked. He didn't have much attack power, but he couldn't be damaged either, so pinching his face or tugging his ears had become routine. Little Shi Yin could never escape her grasp. Somewhere in the starry sky, a certain wolf-eared boy's cheeks suddenly felt as if something was tugging at them, pulling left and right for a good while before it stopped, leaving shallow fingerprints on both sides of his face and his ears burning red. Shi Yin, why does my girl keep getting stronger? After teasing Shi Yin for a bit, Mu Ying let him go and tried to communicate with the two little fairies, but it was like chickens talking to ducks. They chattered away excitedly, but Mu Ying didn't understand a single word. She checked her list of languages. Common, Druidic, Elvish, not a single one worked. What language were they speaking? Fairy speak? She'd have to ask Grandpa Shamu, who was so knowledgeable. He'd probably be interested in fairies born from the gem tree too. Mu Ying looked around. There didn't seem to be any birds nearby, and the gem fairies seemed very dependent on the gem tree. She wasn't sure how long they could survive away from it, so she didn't dare teleport them. She took out a slip of paper, wrote down the situation, and stuffed it into Gun Gun's paw. Help me deliver this to Grandpa Shamu. Gun Gun's legs were short, but he could use the territory's teleportation function, so he was perfect for the job. Not long after, Grandpa Shamu arrived, and Mu Ying quickly asked for his advice. That's Woodfolk language. They're calling you Mama, Shamu said, unable to hold back a laugh. His gaze at the little fairies was filled with nostalgia and some hard-to-define emotion. Mu Ying's face darkened. Seeing her frustration, Shamu comforted her. You cultivated this gem tree, and they were born from the energy you provided. Gem fairies are a branch of fae that exist entirely because of you. You really are their mother. Mu Ying looked lovingly at her two children, then asked, how do you say, call me big sister in Woodfolk language? Haha, here, take this Woodfolk language book. As payment, let me bring a pot of plants over to soak up some of the nature energy from the fairy's birth, Grandpa Shamu said, pulling out a hefty tome. Can they be teleported elsewhere? If so, if you need anything, maybe they can help, Mu Ying offered. Shamu waved his hand. No need. They're not pure nature-born fairies, your mana has changed them, and they're most compatible with you. If my treasures were affected by their mana, I might not be able to handle it. I'll just bring my plants over to soak up the nature energy around the gem tree instead. That way, they'll only get the pure benefits, not the mana. Besides, the two of them are strongest when they stay near the gem tree. It's best not to take them away, it could be fatal. You must protect them well. Okay, Mu Ying nodded solemnly. It seemed gem fairies really were fragile. But this language book was going to be a headache. She really wished she could just download the language into her brain. Grandpa Shamu had gone back to fetch the plants he wanted to bring over, saying he'd deliver them later. Mu Ying sat by the gemstone tree, flipping through the book in her hands. Suddenly being promoted to mother was just too much for her to adjust to. She had to get them to start calling her big sister as soon as possible. The book was written in Druidic, with the Woodfolk language's vocabulary annotated with Druidic pronunciations. She could understand it perfectly. At first, she just wanted to quickly find out how to say, call me big sister, but as she read, she gradually became absorbed by the book's contents. It was a compendium. The first half was a handwritten diary, the second half a dictionary. The title was Obai and the Little Oak Sprite, and the author was this very Obai. What drew Mu Ying in was the diary in the first half. It seemed to be Obai's personal journal. He was a druid too. After hearing about sprites, a race beloved by nature, kind and adorable, born with the ability to care for plants, he decided to seek out a sprite of his own. The Woodfolk language was the innate tongue of beings born from plants. Sprite-like creatures and some sentient plants all spoke Woodfolk, and even ordinary plants, though not fluent, could understand it. If communicating with plants via magic gave you a favorability score of 5, then speaking Woodfolk directly was a 10. Plant speech was a 3rd-level spell. Ying had it on her spell list, but hadn't had time to learn it yet. Obai, at the time a level 5 druid, had also learned plant speech. With a woodfolk dictionary in hand, he taught himself the language while using plant speech to ask the trees for information, thus beginning his journey to find a sprite. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of sprite creatures. Pixies born from flowers and grass, nixies born from water. They liked him, but none were willing to leave with him, as they usually lived in groups and had their own friends. The diary included many conversations in woodfolk, with notes on grammar rules. Eventually, Obai grew disheartened and gave up. When he returned home after several years away, he discovered that the acorn he'd casually tossed in his yard before leaving had grown into a small oak tree, and a little oak sprite had been born on it. This oak sprite had lived alone in Obai's yard for years, nervously hiding for fear of being discovered. Obai was the first person to see it, and he could even communicate with it. He had a pleasant aura, too. The two quickly became friends, and Obai finally got the sprite he'd wished for. The diary then described, in great detail, their daily life together. It was clear they were very close. Their days were so warm and sweet that Ying couldn't help but smile as she read. Obai and the oak sprite were inseparable. Even when he went out, he'd take the sprite with him. He only knew that sprites would grow weak if separated from their mother tree for a while, but would recover once they returned. What he didn't know was that if a sprite was away from its mother tree for too long, it would disappear entirely. Once, Obai encountered danger and was trapped somewhere for a long time. The oak sprite, right before his eyes, turned transparent and vanished. The oak tree in his yard withered overnight, leaving behind only a single acorn. At this point, Ying felt as if the author had stabbed her in the heart. She could feel Obai's grief and regret at losing the oak sprite, even through the words on the page. She took it as a warning. She would never take her own gemstone sprites out to wander. From now on, the plantation would be their whole world. After the diary came the dictionary section. But something about the book's writing style and word choices felt oddly familiar to her. Counting this one, she'd only read 3 druid books in her life. The other 2 were spellbooks Grandpa Shamu had given her, Identify Plant, and its advanced version, Identify Creature. Ying dug out those 2 books and compared them. Although the handwriting had changed a lot overall, there were certain little details that were strikingly similar. For example, the word for nature always had a little leaf-shaped loop at the end. Ying looked left and right. Could Obai actually be Grandpa Shamu? Thinking about it, Grandpa Shamu had just tried so hard to stop her from taking the gemstone sprites out, and there was the Oak General Store. Obai's oak sprite was even named Oak. When Shamu came over carrying a clay pot, he saw Ying sneaking glances at him. "What are you being so sneaky for?" Shamu grumbled, giving her a light smack. "And nothing," Ying shook her head. Whether Shamu was Obai or not, it wasn't her place to ask. Shamu carefully set the clay pot beside the gemstone tree and instructed the 2 gemstone sprites, Dict * Dwellpulma and Amp. Amp, 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 Amp. Ying only understood 2 of the words. "What does that mean?" "I told them not to use magic to influence the seeds in this pot, just take care of them normally," Shamu explained. "I might come by often to check on it for a while, is that okay?" Ying nodded without hesitation. "Of course." Seeing how nervous Grandpa Shamu was about the clay pot, Ying thought for a moment and conjured a water orb. Would this help it? Shamu glanced at the water orb, clearly just created with Create Water, then his gaze shifted to her wrist. "So it's that item." "Yes, it'll help." "Looks like you're quite lucky, little one." Ying grinned sheepishly. "Well, you're so clever, you must have guessed most of it by now." "Yes, the acorn in this pot is the one left behind by Oak all those years ago. I've never managed to get it to sprout. Your gemstone tree is special, a rare plant that can give birth to a whole sprite clan, and it's still growing. The natural energy it releases might help this acorn. But it can't handle magical contamination, which is why I told the gemstone sprites not to use magic on it," Shamu sighed. He added, "That thing on your wrist is a treasure even I envy, a true artifact, once kept in the elven treasury, imbued with powerful natural law. Later, the Elven King merged it with the spring of life's companion spring. It's not as powerful as the spring of life itself, but it's even better for plants and animals. If I hadn't heard about it from an elven friend and had a keen sense for natural energy, I wouldn't have recognized it. You must protect it well. Don't bring trouble on yourself. Looks like this girl's elven bloodline isn't ordinary. Shamu's eyes lit up with hope again. That spring water really will help the oak seed. Thank you. But that woodfolk dictionary won't be enough for you. Since you trust me so much, I can't let you lose out. Let me think. Shamu rummaged in his pockets, pulled out a big book, and tossed it to her, muttering, still not quite enough. Ying hurriedly caught the thick tome Grandpa Shamu threw her. It's enough, it's enough. This habit of handing out books to juniors at the drop of a hat was both delightful and a little overwhelming. She had only just skimmed through the diary section of A Bai and the Oak Fairy, barely glancing at the woodfolk language sentences and explanations, let alone studying them. She hadn't even touched the dictionary section at the back. Who knew how long it would take to get through it all? And now here came an even bigger book. Ying felt both pain and joy. Shamu stopped rummaging through his things. I really shouldn't interfere too much with your druid path at this point. Bring me the weapons you use most often. Let me have a look. Ying, puzzled, handed over her greenwood longbow, along with her refined iron longsword and short sword. It's a bit of a waste to use this infinite arrows enchantment on this bow. It's not really suitable for you anymore, is it? Same with the swords. Druids should really use wooden weapons, Shamu said after examining them, handing the swords back. I'm not exactly a master craftsman, but I can help you modify this bow, and I'll remake the swords for you in the same style, but out of wood. With your infinite arrows as a base, the bow should easily reach purple quality. As for the swords, the wooden versions won't be any worse than these iron ones, at least blue quality. And these two weapons, I'll give you lifetime maintenance. If my weapon crafting skills improve, I'll upgrade them for you for free. Ying swallowed hard. Was this what they called a pie falling from the sky? A purple quality weapon, she couldn't afford one even if she pooled all the territory's savings, and there was nowhere to buy one anyway. Even blue quality weapons were the pride of any shop. Of course, that was partly because the shops in her territory were all pretty basic. The shopkeepers themselves were nothing special, most of them had no potential for further advancement, and some were even weaker than the players. Aside from the Copper Coin Pawnshop and Copper Coin Inn, which were low-level branches of big businesses, the rest were privately run, one-of-a-kind shops with no chain supply lines, so their goods were pretty ordinary. Most of what they sold were daily necessities, rare items were almost non-existent. The only exception was Oak General Store. No one knew exactly how strong Grandpa Shamu was, but he was definitely powerful. Of all the shopkeepers, he was the only one still dedicated to his professional path. The others spent most of their energy on business. Ying was almost dizzy from this sudden, lifetime weapon package, staring blankly as Grandpa Shamu teleported away with her bow. It took her a long moment to recover. It seemed the oak fairy really was important to Grandpa Shamu. She had to water the oak seed with spring water right now. She took out her daily share of Spring of Restoration, measured out the maximum amount the oak seed could handle, diluted it in a water orb conjured with Create Water, and then dispersed the orb into a fine mist over the soil in the clay pot. You have performed a professional practice, gained 1 profession experience point. You have performed a professional practice, gained 1 profession experience point. She hadn't expected the oak seed to be such a great way to farm experience, so Ying watered it even more enthusiastically. If it were any ordinary plant, this would have been more than enough for it to sprout and grow a good bit. But the oak seed in the pot remained unmoved. Well, if it were that easy, Grandpa Shamu wouldn't have had to wait so long. Hurry up and grow, your brother Abai has been waiting for you for a long time, Ying sighed. Then she looked at her 2 carefree gemstone fairies, who were chasing after her and calling her mom. Forget it, she'd better try to escape the fate of being an 18-year-old mom first. Ying flipped through the woodfolk dictionary, learned the pronunciation of a few words, and gave her 2 gemstone fairies names. The one in the pink flower dress would be called Taohua, Peach Blossom, and the one in the mint leaf outfit would be called Boh, Mint, following the naming tradition of their oak fairy predecessor. According to the diary, little fairies like to be named after plants. Then Muing pointed at the pink-dressed fairy and said in woodfolk language, Tawa. She pointed at the other bow. Finally, she pointed at herself. Sister Muing. After repeating it many times, the two little fairies finally understood and started calling her Sister Muing. Muing finally breathed a sigh of relief and let them go play on their own. She opened the book Grandpa Shamu had just tossed her. Special universal skills for spellcasting classes, spell upgrading. It's actually a skill book? Muing exclaimed in surprise. And a special universal skill at that. Spells are divided into levels from 0 to 9 based on mana consumption. The gap between spell levels is hard to cross. Some effects of low-level spells can't be achieved by higher-level spells. Even as your class level rises and each point of mana you possess contains more energy, and your spells become more powerful, the spell's level still limits its maximum power. Low-level spells can never match high-level spells in raw power. That's where the spell upgrading skill comes in. It's a skill that, while preserving the original characteristics of a spell, allows you to push it past its level cap and increase its power. After reading the skill explanation, Muing immediately understood its value. A universal skill, something druids, priests, mages, and warlocks could all learn. So rare. After studying spells for so long, she was well aware of the limits imposed by spell levels. Her understanding was that spell power was like a series of concentric circles, with 0-level cantrips at the center, then each level radiating outward. The center point was where mana was injected. When a spell was cast, mana flowed into the circles like ink, starting from the 0-level area. For a 0-level cantrip, you could only inject up to 1 mana point. Any more and the ink wouldn't spill into the next circle, it would just break the edge of the 0-level circle, causing the spell to collapse. Now, this spell upgrading skill reinforced the boundary of each circle, letting you inject more mana and achieve the effect of a higher-level spell. Of course, you could only upgrade a spell to 1 level below the highest spell you could cast, and you couldn't skip levels. In other words, at her current level, she could at most upgrade a 0-level spell to 1st level, or a 1st-level spell to 2nd level. To upgrade a 2nd-level spell to 3rd, she'd have to learn 4th-level spells first. But that was already extremely useful. Just thinking about 1st-level Create Water, Druid Tricks, 2nd-level Entangle, Cure, Haste. Muing was full of anticipation. Although the skill book was a real, physical book with theory and training methods written out, not like those injection skill books you just slapped on yourself and instantly absorbed, it was still a skill book. Even if she had to study it bit by bit, slowly figuring things out, it was worth it. Muing didn't mind at all. Grandpa Shamu was just too generous. For this skill book alone, she'd be willing to water that oak seed for a lifetime. Muing immediately stopped worrying about anything else and threw herself into studying the skill book, forgetting to eat or sleep. In doing so, she completely forgot something important. Professor Su had already heard that Muing was back. He'd finished the mining plan for the underwater iron mine and said they could start as soon as she returned, but now she was nowhere to be seen. Professor Su was a bit concerned, but Zhao Hongfei was outright anxious. Muing had taken Li Luoxia and the others out for a long time, and even Li Luoxia had come back, but Muing was still nowhere to be found. He'd been standing in front of Mu Ying's treehouse, knocking on the door for ages. A kind resident of Ling Town relieved him of a silver coin from his pocket, then told him that Muing often trained hard in her plantation and was rarely in her treehouse. He never would have thought that, after coming all the way to Ling Town, the hardest thing would be just to meet Muing. Without even seeing her, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to return to the inn. The returning wolf pack bared their teeth at them. Zhao Hongfei jumped in fright. Where did these wolves come from? They're Mu Ying's. Her wild form is a wolf, and she recently gained a turtle form too. These wolves evolved into magical beasts during the last monster invasion, his bodyguard quickly explained. Zhao Hongfei's eyes lit up. Bring that raw meat over. They'd brought gifts with them, and the bodyguard quickly handed it over. Zhao Hongfei cut the meat into small pieces, crouched down, and smiled. Come on, have some meat. Big Gray glanced at him with disdain, barked at the pack, and without hesitation, squeezed through the door into the house. They weren't stupid. Who would eat food given by a stranger? Besides, they were wolves, not dogs. And that little bit of meat wouldn't even be enough for a dog. The wolf pack entered the house, formed a circle, and piled up the day's hunting spoils into a small mountain. At Big Gray's command, they all dug in. Damn wolves. Zhao Hongfei stood up awkwardly, tossed the meat back to his bodyguard, and walked away, face dark. The second and third day passed, and Muing still didn't show up. Zhao Hongfei's coin pouch was getting lighter by the day. The players of Ling Tian Town, having finally encountered such a big spender, weren't about to let him off easy. On the fourth day, Zhao Hongfei sat early in the inn's lobby. It was almost noon before he managed to catch the Luoxia squad coming downstairs. Luoxia, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal? I have something important to discuss with you, Zhao Hongfei invited. Li Luoxia was curious to see what he wanted to say. Boss Jiao-san, could you book us a table at the restaurant? Lord Zhao is treating us. Sure thing. Jiao-san ran off. Have a seat, don't be shy, Li Luoxia said, leading her teammates to the table. Zhao Hongfei held back his irritation and sat down. I wonder, Luoxia. Please call me Lord Li or Li Luoxia, Li Luoxia interrupted. Zhao Hongfei swallowed his annoyance. Have you seen Muing these past 2 days? No, Li Luoxia replied, curling her lip. Zhao Hongfei sighed. I traveled a long way, braving all sorts of dangers, and after just one meeting with Muing, she vanished. I heard she took you all out for a tour on the first day, but even then, she disappeared by noon. The teleportation array still hasn't been settled, and I'm really anxious about it. Seeing Li Luoxia frown, Zhao Hongfei thought he had a chance and continued. Muing is young and inexperienced, doesn't know to be considerate, and is neglecting us. I really can't afford to be delayed here any longer. Besides, the people in this territory are so uncouth, all they care about is squeezing money out of you. Just asking for a bit of information costs a silver coin. I've been here 2 or 3 days, and they've already fleeced me out of nearly a gold coin. I really can't stay any longer. I've been observing your Luoxia squad these days and find you all quite agreeable. Why not set up the teleportation array in your territory instead, under the same terms as with Muing? Just one condition. When it comes time to split the quota, Mu Ying's side gets priority. Li Luoxia feigns surprise. Are you joking? Ling Tian Town has such a great atmosphere. Whenever we go out, players are eager to introduce things to us. It's nothing like the mercenary place you describe. When we went to the market, people even gave us fruit for free. Zhao Hongfei. And didn't Muing make it clear on the first day? The territory doesn't have enough money to build another teleportation array right now, so there's nothing to discuss. And as for neglect, she took us all on a tour the first day, even cooked for us herself. Afterwards, she sent a message by bird saying she'd gotten something new and needed to study it, so we should make ourselves at home. That's perfectly normal. It's not like before the apocalypse, where we have to put on a show for everything, Li Luoxia continued, watching Zhao Hongfei's expression. Zhao Hongfei clenched his fists and forced a bitter smile. Even if it's just us being singled out, I really don't know what I did wrong. You're the only one who can help me now. About the teleportation array. Let's forget about the teleportation array. Luoxia village is small and poor. I'd hate for you to suffer a loss, Li Luoxia lied with a straight face. Even though the terms were the same as with Muing and seemed beneficial, this guy was clearly trouble. If the teleportation array was set up, it would only bring more issues. Besides, Luoxia village really was underdeveloped. One array was enough to keep in touch with the outside. It was better to save up for building the territory. Rushing to set up more arrays was a step too far, and this guy wasn't trustworthy anyway. And since you're so kind to treat us, let me give you a piece of advice. Muing isn't even 18 yet. How old are you? Those posts you made on the forum, full of mating signals, did you think no one would notice? You probably angered all the players here before you even arrived. They're very protective of their lord. Who else would they target if not you? Li Luoxia said coldly, exposing his intentions so he wouldn't embarrass himself further. Zhao Hongfei finally lost his composure, slamming the table as he stood up. You! Oh look, the food's finally here. Come on, let's settle the bill with our guest, Li Luoxia said with a bright smile. Surely Lord Zhao isn't going to go back on his word? That'll be 3 silver coins, Madame Sarah said, bowing to Zhao Hongfei. Zhao Hongfei snorted, tossed down 3 silver coins, and stormed upstairs. Li Shi quickly ran over, picked up the coins, and handed them to Madame Sarah. Madame Sarah patted her head with a smile. Good girl. Then she gave Li Luoxia and her team a thumbs up. She'd been annoyed with that guy for a while. This felt great. After Madame Sarah left with the money, Li Luoxia called out to everyone, let's not waste Lord Zhou's generosity. Come on, eat up, 3 silver coins worth. Lin Jixio, thank you, Lord Zhou. Wu Qishan, thank you, Lord Zhou. Xiang Gang, thank you, Lord Zhou. Li Shi, her mouth full, mumbled, thank you, Lord Moneybags. Li Luori. Everyone else, ha ha ha. In truth, the spell upgrade skill was incredibly difficult to learn. After more than 2 days of seclusion, Muing had only managed to read through the book once and figure out the general direction of the skill. She hadn't even scratched the surface when it came to actual practice. This wasn't like druid spells, where you could just chat with nature and describe the effect you wanted. Every step of the skill required her to study and figure things out on her own. Muing finally realized just how hard it was to learn a real skill. Knowing she couldn't rush it and needed to learn steadily, she stopped forcing herself. She decided she needed a proper schedule and couldn't neglect other areas either. So, she added both skill training and woodfolk language study to her daily to-do list. Every morning, she practiced the 3rd circle spells she hadn't mastered yet. Once her mana was depleted, she tended to her plantation. Her main focus was on the gem trees and oak saplings. The other plants only needed a quick look. She'd already gained all the experience she could from their daily care, so she left those to Tahua and Bo. With the remaining time, she practiced swordsmanship, studied woodfolk language with Tahua and Bo, and before she knew it, the morning was over. The afternoons, up until her mana recovered, were left for her to arrange freely. Whether it was resting, brewing potions, or handling territory affairs, it all fit into this slot. Once her mana was back, she'd work on the spell upgrade skill, which also required spell casting practice. With this routine, Muing felt much more at ease, no longer overwhelmed by the feeling that she had a million things left undone. So, this afternoon, after lunch, when her free time arrived, she decided to relax a bit. She'd been exhausting herself studying skills these past 2 days. Her way of relaxing was simple: use wild shape to turn into an animal and bask in the sun. Animal forms were always so much more relaxed than human ones. Wolf or turtle. No need to even think about it. She'd truly inherited her turtle teacher's essence. It had to be turtle form. With a teleport, she arrived at the lotus platform in the center of Moon Lake. 2 little turtles had made themselves at home, completely ignoring the smaller lotus platforms she'd built just for them, and insisted on piling up on her spot. Muing grabbed one in each hand and tossed them into the water, then transformed herself, sprawling lazily on the lotus platform. The autumn sun was neither too hot nor too cold, just perfect. Meanwhile, Li Luoxia and her group, having just pulled one over on Zhao Hongfei, were feeling content and refreshed after a good meal, and headed out for a walk. Then they overheard a player talking about the Lord. She stopped the person and asked, "What did you just say about our Lord?" "Oh, she's sunbathing as a little turtle in Moon Lake," the person replied with a wave, as if it was nothing unusual. It wasn't the first time Li Luoxia had heard people say their Lord liked to sunbathe as a turtle on Moon Lake, so much so that she could stay motionless for days and nights. She had no idea what kind of turtle sunbathing this was, but she had to see it for herself. So, the whole Luoxia team headed over to Moon Lake. Turns out, sunbathing as a turtle meant a big turtle with 2 little turtles stacked on its back. It was quite a sight. And, honestly, pretty amusing. Li Luoxia watched with great interest. "Mom, Sister Muing looks so comfy. When I reach level 4, should I turn into a turtle?" Or maybe a panda. A little wolf seems nice too, Li Shihe counted on her fingers. But level 4 is still so far away. I'm only level 1.5. Li Luoxia's face darkened. Suddenly, turtles didn't seem so interesting anymore. She hoped her daughter would have more normal preferences, so she poured some cold water on the idea. Turtles are aquatic creatures. You can't wild shape into them at level 4. Even if you could turn into aquatic animals later, wouldn't a dolphin be better? Li Shihe tilted her head, thinking it over. True. Why didn't Sister Muing choose a dolphin? Muing wasn't asleep. Seeing them approach, she gave up on her sunbathing plan. The sun would still be there tomorrow, but friends weren't always around. They'd only paid for 5 days lodging, so they'd probably be leaving soon. Besides, sitting on the grass by the shore and enjoying the breeze wasn't bad either. She slowly swam to the shore, just in time to hear the mother-daughter conversation. Rolling her eyes, she dropped her transformation and said with a hint of grievance, "A dolphin would be great, if you could actually find one." Ooh, sounds like there's a story there. Spill it. Lin Jixio said, full of curiosity. Seeing the Luoxia team's eager faces, plus a few townsfolk pretending to pass by while trying to eavesdrop, Muing figured there was no harm in sharing. She cleared her throat. Well, it all started when I learned about a rich iron mine off the coast near Binhai City. She began with being attacked by fishmen, burning down their village, searching the sea for dolphins and sharks, and finally meeting her turtle teacher, settling for turtle form instead. She even recounted her miserable experience mining in the pitch-black depths of the ocean. She only left out the part about riding a broomstick and having plenty of supplies thanks to her storage gear. As a webnovel writer who'd barely scraped by supporting herself and Shireen before the apocalypse, Muing knew how to tell a story. Since it was all her own experience, she filled it with vivid details and imagery. Everyone listened with rapt attention. Even the players who'd been pretending not to listen crowded around, forming a tight circle. When she finished, Muing patted Li Shihe on the shoulder with heartfelt sincerity. So you see, dolphins are really hard to find. But turtles are great too. Once you learn turtle form, it's easy to branch out and master other turtle shapes. Freshwater or saltwater, nothing can stop you. If you want to learn turtle form, it'll be much easier for you than it was for me. There are 2 little turtles right over there, always hogging my sunbathing spot. You can start with them, then look for a sea turtle. That way, you'll save yourself a lot of trouble. Yay! Li Shihe nodded, thinking it made perfect sense. She definitely didn't want to end up like Sister Muing, searching alone in the ocean for ages. That sounded way too pitiful. Li Luoxia. Her daughter was definitely being led astray. Lin Jixio gave Muing a hug. That's so rough. Just hearing about it makes me scared. Yeah, Lord, you really need to be careful and take care of yourself. Don't take such risks. We don't want to end up like those people in the Nordic territory, where the whole place collapsed overnight. They were referring to what happened in the Nordic region, where someone coveted the Lord's position, killed the Lord to take over, but failed to claim the title. The whole territory collapsed, all protections vanished, and it was worse than an unclaimed land. Muing rubbed her forehead. Don't worry, you all know how steady I am, right? The players thought about it. True, in the Neon region, even people ranked in the top 10 dared to lead a raid on the Dragon's Lair, but were never heard from again. Meanwhile, their own region's number 1 had only dipped her toes into the ghoul dungeon, just took a look at the entrance and left. What about the Myconid dungeon? That didn't count. Rumor had it their lord had simply charmed the Myconids with her affinity and looks the moment she entered. Muing had no idea what they were imagining. Their expressions were a little odd, but their nods were sincere. Wu Qishan caught on to something. So you actually opened up an iron mining camp too? How come we haven't seen it? The players of Qingshan territory all nodded in agreement. Yeah, Lord, when are you recruiting for the iron mining camp? Working under the sea sounds so cool. Muing scratched her head and gave an embarrassed smile. She'd completely forgotten about it. I'll go open it up right now. She turned and bolted, but after a couple of steps, she remembered she could just teleport, so with a whoosh, she disappeared. Hey, Lord, where's that fishman dungeon? We want to camp there for a couple of days. Haha, it's rare to see our lord so cute and clueless. She really is still a kid. Come on, let's head to the Sky Plaza. The announcement board will definitely show up there first. I'm coming too. Professor Su, who had just come to talk to Muing about this after hearing the news, sighed. Forget it. I'll just wait for her at the stone quarry camp. Otherwise, she might not be able to find me. Muing was squatting in her own plantation, sulking. There goes my dignified lord image. But she couldn't keep her people waiting too long. She teleported straight to the stone quarry camp, and as soon as she arrived, she saw Professor Su waiting at her door. Muing gave an awkward laugh. Sorry, Professor Su, I totally forgot. No rush, the mine's not going anywhere, Professor Su said, waving his hand to reassure her. Here, this is the mining plan. Want to go check out the site together? Muing nodded, and together with Professor Su, teleported to the iron mining camp. Following his plan, they set up the mine entrance, the rest area outside, and the ore storage zone. It all went very quickly, just a few taps on the territory management panel. Thank you for your hard work. From now on, you'll oversee all the mining camps. The day-to-day stuff can be handled by your 2 apprentices. I'll make sure they get proper compensation, and we'll need to focus on training more talent. I'll gradually find all the mining sites on that map, and we'll need people to manage them, Muing said. When they recruited for the stone quarry camp, there were quite a few applicants who had studied mining or related fields. They weren't as experienced as Professor Su, but with some training, they could handle the day-to-day operations of a mining camp. Professor Su was getting on in years, so Muing preferred to have him, like Professor Du, focus on the big picture, while letting others handle the details. Professor Su smiled. I was just about to bring that up. Don't worry, both Ashen and Aqiang are very capable. I've observed their character too, and they're good people. Muing knew Ashen. He was one of the original members of the Mountaineering Club, real name Su Shan, a solid and reliable guy. She wasn't as familiar with Aqiang, but she'd seen his resume. In his 30s, he'd worked as a miner for 2 years before the apocalypse. According to Professor Su, he was eager to learn and quite smart. Muing trusted Professor Su's judgment. Besides, she visited each camp regularly to collect ore, so if anything went wrong, she'd spot it in time. With that, the arrangements were settled. Leaving things in Professor Su's hands, Muing teleported back to her plantation and remotely set up the announcement board for the iron mining camp. Subcamp 4, Iron Mining Camp Information. 1. The iron mining subcamp will open tomorrow. We need iron miners, no limit on numbers. For every 2 units of iron ore collected, you'll earn 1 copper coin. The more you work, the more you earn. If interested, come to the iron mining camp tomorrow and look for Su Shan. 2. Once the camp opens, teleportation between the iron mining camp and the main territory will be enabled. Teleportation fee, 1 copper coin per trip. The camp is located deep under the sea and can only be reached by teleportation. Muing also updated the announcement boards for the other subcamps, listing each camp's manager. She posted a notice on the residence bulletin board about Professor Su's new position and the appointments for the stone and iron mining camps. It's up. It's up. Players had already been waiting at the Sky Plaza. The moment the announcement board appeared, they rushed to read it. Those closest to the board read the announcement aloud, while those farther away fell silent to listen. When they heard that the managers had already been chosen, the players felt a mix of disappointment and envy, but no one complained. Everyone knew Professor Su had been teaching people for a while, and it wasn't right to make an old man run around so much. But when they heard that collecting just 2 units of iron ore would earn them 1 copper coin, a cheer erupted. That was real money in their pockets. You needed 5 units of stone for 1 copper coin. But iron ore was harder to mine, hence the higher rate. Chirp chirp. A plump sparrow landed on Li Luoxia's hand as she stood on the edge of the plaza, watching the commotion. It left a tiny note with just 2 words, my place. Mama, it's Sister Mu Ying's fat sparrow. Li Shiha exclaimed. Li Luoxia nodded. This wasn't the first time the bird had delivered a message. She's calling us to her place. Let's go. The Luoxia squad headed out. As they passed the inn, they saw Zhao Hongfei's guards loading things onto a carriage. Zhao Hongfei stood by, face dark as thunder. Well, Lord Zhao, heading out? Li Luoxia teased. Zhao Hongfei glanced at her but said nothing. Even little Li Shihe could see the hatred in his eyes. When Muing heard the knock, she let them in. Sorry, I was so embarrassed earlier I ran off without saying anything. Haha, I'd have hidden too if it were me. Li Luoxia laughed. Muing sighed. I'm making dinner. Stay and eat tonight, and afterwards I'll take you to check out the iron mining camp, so you won't have to squeeze in with the crowd tomorrow. Sounds great. Li Luoxia and the others sat down. The house was small, and most of the kitchen stuff had been moved to the plantation, leaving only the basics, so the kitchen was right next to the dining table. Muing cooked and chatted with them at the same time. I forgot to mention earlier around noon, Zhao Hongfei came to see me. He wanted to build a teleportation array to Luoxia camp, and even complained that you were ignoring him. I shot him down and exposed his real intentions. He got mad, and just now we saw him packing up to leave. He's not even pretending to be the gentle, handsome guy anymore. His face was like thunder. I think he hates us now. Li Luoxia propped her head on her hand as she spoke. I bet he's up to something. He's used to throwing his weight around as a lord in his own camp. No way he'll swallow this insult, Wu Qingshan added. Even Li Shihe said that uncle's eyes were scary. Muing frowned. He'd better not try anything with me. She wasn't afraid of him at all. After leveling up her spellcasting skills this time, Muing had a deep appreciation for how tough it was to be a mage. And that was just one skill. Mages had to learn and understand all their spells on their own. Zhao Hongfei didn't seem like the type who'd put in that kind of effort. Besides, there were limits to how far a long-distance teleportation array could reach. Qingshan Town was well placed. Most of the main settlements in the Xia Nation region were within range. Feihong Town, on the other hand, could only connect to Qingshan Town and Luoxia Village. Ling Tian Village was too far away. Who knows what Zhao Hongfei will do next? The next morning, after seeing off the Luoxia squad, Muing returned to the plantation to water the oak seed. As she was using the eye of nature to observe the state of the oak seed, a white-bearded old man suddenly appeared beside her. It was Grandpa Shamu. I can feel it. This time, the oak has truly come back to life, the old man said quietly. Muing nodded. I can sense the natural energy in this pot growing denser by the day. It's been hundreds of years, Grandpa Shamu sighed deeply. Muing was curious. Once the seed sprouts, will the same kind of spirit be born again? Yes. Actually, when a spirit dies, the mother tree doesn't wither overnight. Instead, it gradually reverts to an ordinary plant and will never give birth to another spirit. Oaks are special, though. They use the life force of the entire tree to preserve a bit of their essence, which is what makes regeneration possible. But this kind of rebirth is hundreds of times more difficult than the usual birth of a spirit. It's absolutely impossible for it to survive on its own. It needs someone's help and a stroke of luck. The spirit trapped inside the seed is conscious. Endless waiting is even more painful than death, so very few spirits choose this path. It's all because I once promised the oak that I would never abandon it, nor would I let it abandon me. That's why it chose this path, leaving me a sliver of hope. But it's made it wait all these years. Perhaps seeing hope for the oak's rebirth, Grandpa Shamu had been bringing up the oak spirit much more often than before. At most, in a month, it should sprout. That'll be when I can finally help. Over the years, I've already prepared all the resources needed for a spirit's rebirth, but I was stuck at the hatching stage. I never expected what I was missing was a higher-tier spirit mother tree. Higher tier. This was the first time Muing had heard of this. There are different tiers among spirit mother trees? Of course. Spirits are only born in places especially favored by nature: rocks, streams, sand, and most commonly, plants. Only plant-born spirits have what's called a mother tree. A mother tree could be a flower, a blade of grass, or a tree. Most will only ever give birth to a single spirit, like my oak. But there are mother trees that can give rise to multiple spirits, even an entire spirit clan. These are high-tier mother trees, like your gem tree. The peach blossom and mint spirits are just the beginning. As this tree grows, It'll gather more and more natural energy and give birth to more gem spirits. That's why I said before that even I'm envious. Such mother trees are extremely rare. Even I have only seen one many years ago, and it was already fully grown, with an entire spirit kingdom living on it. As for a high-tier mother tree seedling, this is the first time I've ever seen one. Shamu glanced at Muing. Young people really are lucky. Us old folks can't compare. Hee. Muing couldn't help but laugh as she imagined herself with an entire kingdom of gem spirits helping her manage the plantation. Shamu, openly jealous, grumpily tossed a few items to Muing, telling her to go play elsewhere and not disturb his private conversation with the oak. Muing scrambled to catch them. These are my bow and swords? Shamu nodded. These 3 boxes contain elemental gems for the bow. They don't wear out quickly, but over time they'll need replacing. I have an elemental gem mine. If you run out, just come find me. Delighted, Muing took her things aside to examine them. The longbow still resembled its old self, same size, thickness, even weight, but now it was covered in subtle patterns, and the back of the bow had 3 slots, each holding a red, blue, and gold elemental gem. The 2 swords, however, looked completely different from before. Though made of wood, they somehow appeared even sharper than before. Greenwood Longbow. Quality: Purple Epic. Effect 1. Infinite Energy Arrows. Generates endless energy arrows when drawn. Effect 2. Elemental Arrows. Energy arrows can be transformed into elemental arrows via elemental gems. Currently available: Flame Arrow, Frost Arrow, Metal Arrow. Effect 3. Crit rate plus 100%, penetration plus 100, attack speed plus 100. Zhao with Longsword. Quality: Blue Rare. Effect 1. Bleeding. Wounds caused by this sword bleed faster and are harder to heal. Effect 2. Sharpness plus 50, attack speed plus 50. Zhao with Shortsword. Quality: Blue Rare. Effect 1. Bleeding. Wounds caused by this sword bleed faster and are harder to heal. Effect 2. Sharpness plus 50, attack speed plus 50. The attributes of the 3 weapons made Muing reluctant to put them down, especially the Greenwood Longbow. Though the name hadn't changed, its effects had improved dramatically. She'd always felt the energy arrows were a bit lacking in power, relying mostly on penetration to kill. Now, she could use the elemental gems to turn energy arrows into elemental arrows, with 3 different elements to choose from. Just the flame arrow alone was equivalent to a first-level mage's fire arrow spell, not to mention the frost and metal arrows. Although this transformation consumed elemental gems, a single gem would last a long time. That's because the gem only acted as a catalyst for energy conversion. The arrow's energy still came from the infinite arrows provided by that enchanted book. Inside the 3 little boxes were 20 each of fire, ice, and metal elemental gems. Muing marveled at Grandpa Shamu's wealth. Elemental gems were precious energy stones, and he actually had a whole gem mine in his demi-plane. She resolved to bury a gem mine in her own plantation in the future. Besides that, her crit rate, penetration, and attack speed had all doubled. Muing drew the bow and fired an arrow, finding that even the basic energy arrow's power had increased significantly. Before, she could only pierce a tree the thickness of a person's embrace to a depth of a finger. Now, she could shoot straight through it. She lovingly caressed the Greenwood Longbow, then turned to examine the 2 swords. The blades bore wood grain patterns, but gleamed with a metallic sheen. Though not as magical as the longbow, the bleeding effect was formidable. Most importantly, when Muing tried casting the wooden club technique on the blade, it actually worked. This meant that from now on, she wouldn't be limited to an agility-based sword style. She could also rely on strength. She twirled the sword in her hand. Since both swords were crafted to match the shape and feel of her previous ones, they felt perfectly balanced and natural to use. Grandpa Shamu, you're amazing. Muing was overjoyed and couldn't help but give him a big hug. Grandpa Shamu stroked his beard, thoroughly enjoying the praise. But of course, haha. After that, nothing else happened in the territory. Mu Ying's life settled into a peaceful routine. She followed her plans, advanced her studies, familiarized herself with her new weapons, and lived free of worries. A few days later, a group of unfamiliar players suddenly arrived from the Chun'an camp. Judging by their strength, they didn't seem to be locals from Chun'an. After some inquiries, it turned out that Zhao Hongfei had set up the teleportation array at the Chun'an camp. When Muing heard about this, she just smiled and let it go. Honestly, it was the best choice for him. It's just that the security of an unclaimed territory still left something to be desired. After Zhao Hongfei returned, he was naturally frustrated. He sent people to keep a daily watch on Ling Town, especially tracking Mu Ying's movements, secretly communicating with his spies through coded messages on the forum. But for over a month, his scouts had only spotted her a few times at Moon Lake, never once seeing her leave her territory. As time went on, Zhao Hongfei's anger faded, and he looked down on this girl who spent all her time cooped up even more. He was a mage himself and still often went out with teams to fight, earning a spot on the leaderboards. It was just that the difficulty of the mage class had slowed his leveling a bit. But his strength was nothing to scoff at. He was fully capable of challenging enemies above his level. Muing had no idea someone was watching her. In reality, she hadn't been shut in the whole time. How else would she get meat to eat? The livestock at the ranch couldn't withstand her daily harvesting. It's just that she was used to leaving from the farming camp, and her activity areas were a bit different from the other territory players, so no one noticed. Still, she didn't go out very often. Over the past month, she had finally almost mastered spell upgrading. However, learning new spells had been delayed. She'd only managed to pick up Remove Disease, meld into stone, and speak with plants during this time. Her leveling progress was even slower. Muing checked her level. Class: Druid level 5, 1310/1500. She had already maxed out her kill experience. She still needed 190 class experience. To get that, she'd have to discover some new plants. The ones in the plantation were of little use to her now. A few days ago, the oak seed had sprouted. Grandpa Shamu had already taken the clay pot back to his fairy hoard, saying he'd be going into seclusion for a while and might not be reachable. When he came out, he'd bring the oak to meet the peach blossom and mint, so she didn't need to stand guard and water the oak every day anymore. With her last concern gone, it was time to head out. There were two things she needed to do. First, visit Ling Tian Town to set up a teleportation array. They'd leveled up to town status half a month ago. Second, there was a coal mine under the sea, now within range for establishing a subcamp. Muing thought about the dark ocean depths and shivered. Forget it. Better put that off for now. Winter was coming, and the sea would be freezing. The two mining camps she had were already running at capacity. Last time she'd rushed through Luoxia village and felt a bit regretful, so this time, she could take her time exploring on her way to Ling Tian Town. Ling Tian Town, like Feihong Town, had also posted on the forum. To Ling Town. Ling Tian Town's population has greatly exceeded our territory's capacity. We earnestly request Ling Town's assistance in establishing a teleportation array to help relocate our people. We are willing to offer a 10% profit share in exchange for the chance for our people to transfer at low cost or even for free to help preserve the legacy of human civilization. Sincerely, Ling Tian Town. This post was pinned right next to Zhao Hongfei's, and the difference was obvious. It had been half a month, so Ling Tian Town must have saved up some funds by now. If she took her time on the road, they'd probably have enough for half the teleportation array fee by the time she arrived. Once Muing made up her mind, she replied under the post. Ready to depart. Muing. It didn't take long for players to start commenting. Bro, stop pretending. There were people before who said they'd set out, some said they were almost there, others refused Ling Tian Town. Every single one turned out to be fake. Yours is obviously fake too. This one might actually be real. I just saw the Lord buying supplies. Maybe she really is heading out. By the way, I'm from Ling Town. No way, really? Quick, upvote this. Crap, there's no territory quest posted. Mu Ying's probably planning to go alone again. Other lords either take teammates or guards when they travel, but our lord always sneaks off to do big things by herself. I'm really afraid that one day, she'll just gamble the whole territory away. Scared +1. Haha, a druid is a one-person team. She does the jobs of a warrior, mage, and priest all by herself. Who needs teammates? Lord, look at us. I want to go adventuring with you too. Still lurking on the forum, Mooing replied, I've already built a stone path to the Kota Murloc dungeon. Stop spamming the forum. If you want to have fun, go there. You can make some extra money too. No way, is that really her? Wah, the Lord wants me to make money. How could I say no? I just hope our Lord doesn't get so used to the wildflowers outside that she forgets about the ones at home, or I'll be upset. Ugh. Mooing couldn't bear to look anymore. She closed the forum and set off again with Gun. They left from the plantation, riding their brooms. Heading north, the road from Qingshan Town to Linglong Gorge Camp was one she'd traveled a few times already, so she didn't need to linger there. North of Linglong Gorge was unfamiliar territory, a good place to explore and gain some class experience. Didn't she say she was leaving? Why haven't we seen her yet? The two players standing guard outside Mu Ying's treehouse were so tired from staying up all night that their eyelids were drooping. There's no news from the main gate either. Maybe she hasn't left yet. Is it possible she left from the plantation? That way's obviously closer. Don't worry, the Lord noticed that loophole and sent people to watch it too. Check the forum, Mu Ying's been spotted at Linglong Gorge Camp. The two looked at each other. Crap, we're in for it when we get back. Sigh, I really envy the people of Qingshan Town. Too bad my family's in Feihong Town, so I have to do this because of Zhao Hongfei's threats. In a residential house at Chunin Camp, Zhao Hongfei smashed a cup in anger. Useless. You actually let her slip right under our noses and get so far away. What's the point of having you? He hadn't returned to Feihong Town this whole time, just waiting for an opportunity. If soft tactics didn't work, he'd use force. Qingshan Town and its lord were both as good as his. Now, after staking out for over a month, the bird had flown the coop while he was still watching the cage. Ridiculous. It was too late to chase after her now. Zhao Hongfei stormed off, and only felt a little better when he saw the teleportation array he fully controlled. Why bother with building teleportation arrays in claimed territories? These unclaimed camps were his to do with as he pleased. It's just that there were too few people at Chunin Camp, and most were weak and poor. Only occasionally did players from Feihong Town teleport over, so the money was coming in slowly. Knowing Mooing wouldn't be back anytime soon, Zhao Hongfei told his men to keep an eye on Qingshan Town, then stepped onto the teleportation array to return to his own territory. Home had warmth and beauty, much better than the cramped houses at Chunin Camp. Mooing was spending the night at the Linglong Gorge Camp, too excited about the upcoming journey to fall asleep. She opened the forum, planning to check on news from her territory. Last time, she'd forgotten about the iron mining camp, and since she was often hard to find, even Professor Su couldn't remind her if he wanted to. After that incident, she learned her lesson. She created a special thread dedicated to Qingshan Town. There were already dozens, maybe even over 100 threads named after Qingshan Town, and even the most popular ones were full of imposters pretending to be Qingshan Town players, making it hard to tell which information was real. Mu Ying's thread was nothing special, an ordinary name, not much content, and only a handful of followers, all people she'd specifically invited and could trust from the territory. Lu Luoluo, Zheng Jing, Professor Su and his wife, was Xiao Bai, and even Old Mao were among them. Everyone used their own unique markers when posting, making it easy to recognize each other, though posts were rare. Even if a random passerby stumbled into the thread, they'd find it so quiet and dull that they'd quickly lose interest. Only people from Qingshan Town would notice the few sparse messages inside, and the accuracy was very high. This way, if anything urgent happened in the territory, she could keep track of it, and it also gave others a way to contact her. Originally, Mooing was just checking in out of habit, but unexpectedly, there really was something urgent. The post had been made not long after she'd left. Amid a jumble of gibberish, Mooing picked out a few words: Halflings visiting. Those words made her sit up straight. Halflings. It took her a moment to remember. It was that Halfling dungeon halfway to Chunin Camp. It had been months since then. She'd assumed the halflings had no interest in contacting humans and had already put the matter out of her mind. She never expected it to come up again at a time like this. No, she had to go back and check it out. After all, it was a dungeon. Gun, we need to head back, Muing said, patting Gun. It had returned to its normal, large size, curled up in the tent like a giant ball of fluff. Gun, bleary-eyed, made it clear it didn't want to move. Muing mercilessly unleashed her fur-ruffling technique, and Gun, resigned to its fate, shrank itself down. Satisfied, Muing stuffed it into her bag, packed up the tent, and left the camp. She flew back to the farming camp, then teleported to her own treehouse. By then, she was truly exhausted and fell asleep not long after lying down. Early the next morning, she headed out to the inn to look for people. "What are you doing here?" "I heard at the tavern yesterday that you'd gone off on your own again," Jio-san asked in surprise. Muing rubbed her forehead. "You're picking up new slang from the players pretty quickly, aren't you?" Jio-san looked quite pleased with himself. Flattered. Muing rolled her eyes and got to the point. "I heard there are halflings in the territory? They stayed here last night, right? Where are they?" "Oh, them? They went out to make some money. I heard they're setting up stalls at the trading hall to check out the market here," Jio-san said, curling his lip. "Why do you sound like you're not too happy about it? Aren't they your customers?" Muing was surprised. Jio-san had inherited the copper coin trading company's obsession with money and was always happy to see paying customers. "Sigh, I have to admit, halflings make great partners, friends, even employees. They're always so hardworking and full of life. It's inspiring, but only if they're not your competitors." Jio-san looked glum. "They're very united and great at socializing. You'll find halflings in most settlements, and they're usually among the wealthier ones. Yesterday, they even scoped out my inn. Should I be happy or worried? My monopoly might be coming to an end." "Really? So they're all talented at business? And they're thinking of opening a shop in our town." Muing was delighted. "Could you spare a thought for my feelings?" "I know you're happy, but don't rub it in," Jio-san said, looking wounded. Muing left the inn in high spirits. She'd just come up with a brilliant idea. At the trading hall, sure enough, she saw a group of short figures gathered around 3 adjoining stalls. Players passing by couldn't help but take a second look, and the stalls were drawing quite a crowd. Muing went over for a look. They were selling a surprising variety of goods: tanned leather, neatly sliced jerky, candied fruit, and even some wooden and stone crafts. Some things sold well, others not so much, but there were plenty of curious onlookers. Overall, business seemed pretty good. Halfling Locke was the first to notice the girl with dark green hair and emerald eyes standing among the black-haired, black-eyed humans. He tugged at a fellow halfling's back. "That's her." The other halflings immediately understood. It was Locke and his sister who had first brought news of this human territory back home, and the person he was pointing at was the Lord here. But last night, they'd heard that the Lord had left and wouldn't be back for a long time, so how had she suddenly reappeared? Muing noticed the halflings looking her way and recognized a familiar face among them. Realizing they'd recognized her, she stepped forward and greeted them openly. "Hello, I'm Muing, the Lord of Qingshan Town. Do you have time to talk?" "It would be our honor," the halflings replied, switching their stalls to automatic sales mode and following Muing out. "The Lord is actually still in the territory? Was last night's news from Linglong Gorge a false alarm?" "Looks like it. Our Lord is off recruiting again, hee. Think she'll bring back another dungeon?" "Of course." The halflings seem friendly, I bet they'll agree. Halflings are just a bit short, otherwise, they're pretty much like us. Only their class options are a bit limited. Most of them are wanderers. Muing led the group back to her treehouse. "It's a small place, make yourselves at home." "Your home is so cozy," a female halfling praised. "I love this sofa." "I'm glad you like it. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have realized the territory needed a proper reception area," Muing said as she walked into the kitchen. Using the cabinet as cover, she took some fruit out of her storage pouch. "Haha, you're too kind," a male halfling replied. "No need to be so formal. You all look pretty young, so let's skip the honorifics, it feels weird." On Deep Blue Star, we only use them for elders, Muing said, taking a liking to the halflings. They didn't look down on her because of her age, were more polite than many humans, and knew how to strike a balance, friendly without being overfamiliar. Have you had a good look around Qingshan Town? Muing asked, washing the fruit as she spoke. I just asked around yesterday and took a quick look this morning, the halfling replied. Muing brought over some fruit tea, set it on the table, and sat down. She asked, Boss Jiosen said that halflings are especially hardworking, love life, and don't mind living alongside other races. What do you think of Qingshan Town? Elven territory? Of course it's nice, said the female halfling named Roth, winking at her. She recognized she was an elf? Well, that's fine. Her features were pretty obvious, after all. It's just that the players hadn't seen elves before, so they didn't recognize her. These outsiders definitely knew more than the players, so it was normal for them to figure it out. Muing quickly understood and smiled. Instead of making you travel all this way to the territory, how about I set up a subcamp outside your dungeon? That way, you could teleport straight over and also help protect the dungeon entrance. Of course, you'd have to follow the territory's rules. This had always been her plan. Not just to recruit these few halflings, but also those still trapped inside the dungeon. This time, though, she finally had the ability to build a subcamp without needing to move the dungeon core. But she still needed their consent, and for them to let the dungeon core attach to her territory. Only then would the people inside the dungeon count as her territory's residents. Subcamp. The halflings weren't unfamiliar with the term. Yesterday, they'd heard about quarry camps, iron mining camps, planting camps, breeding camps, seemed like there were all kinds. If nothing else, just being able to teleport was tempting. That way, they wouldn't have to carry so much stuff on the road. But they couldn't make the decision themselves. Regretfully, they said, we're just youngsters in the tribe. This is too big a decision for us. Would you be willing to come to the dungeon and talk to our chieftain? Why would Muing refuse? The halflings sent Locke and Roth to accompany her. Although the halfling dungeon wasn't too far, walking there would still take a whole day and waste time. So Muing took them to the breeding camp. She hadn't visited in a while, and as soon as she entered the rabbit pen, she was surrounded by rabbits of all sizes. Being enveloped in fluff was a wonderful feeling, but she had business to attend to. Reluctantly, she told Zheng Jing, I'll borrow these 2 big ones. She let out 2 large hopping rabbits. Let's ride the rabbits. They're a bit bumpy, but faster than walking. Great. I've never seen anyone ride a hopping rabbit before, Roth said happily, stroking the rabbit's fur in delight. Muing handed them each a set of reins. There are only 2 adult rabbits, so you 2 ride. I'm a druid, I can take wolf form, and I'm no slower than a hopping rabbit. After explaining how to control the rabbits, Muing transformed into a wolf with a single motion. Then the group teleported to the territory and set off. The hopping rabbit leaped high, and Roth let out a shriek. Muing felt a pang of guilt. These rabbits really weren't made for riding. Traveling on them was like taking an elevator that only went up and down. No wonder the hopping rabbit mount business wasn't great, though they were popular for entertainment. Was it too much to trick someone into riding a hopping rabbit the first time they met? Mu Ying's wolf eyes darted around. It should be fine, right? Haha, this is awesome. Roth was still screaming, but it sounded more like excitement than fear. Good, everything was fine. One of them was perfectly calm, sitting steadily on the rabbit's back without a word, while the other was having a blast. A wolf leading 2 rabbits darted through the forest at high speed. What would have taken a full day on foot only took them a few hours. Ugh, the usually calm Locke tumbled off the rabbit and immediately knelt on the ground, retching. Oh, Locke, you can't handle it, huh? Roth laughed, affectionately patting the rabbit's fur. Ugh. Muing shifted back to human form and cast a healing word to help Locke recover. She hadn't expected that Locke's calmness was just him being scared stiff. Oops. Heading alone into someone else's territory made Muing a bit nervous. Even though the halflings were unlikely to mean her harm, she still cast Barkskin on herself and stuck close to Locke and Roth, just in case. She'd have hostages if things went wrong. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. The Halfling tribe was just like an ordinary human village, except they didn't seem good at farming. Even though there was flat, fertile land in the dungeon, it hadn't been cultivated. Don't worry. Halflings and elves get along well. If you show those ears, you'll be welcomed for sure. Rolf noticed Mu Ying's anxiety and reassured her. Sure enough, once they entered the village, the halflings just looked at her curiously, with no malice. Only the halfling children, barely up to her calves, ran over in little groups. Are you an elf? You're so tall. You're so pretty. I like you. This is my favorite fruit. It's for you. These little ones craned their necks and looked up at her with sparkling eyes. Mu Ying couldn't resist. She crouched down and reached out to pat their heads. Thank you for liking me. Big sister has some treats for you. She took out a few bags of fried potato chips from her storage pouch. These are snacks I made myself. You can have them. Rolf sniffed. Smells so good. Locke quietly swallowed. Luckily, Mu Ying had plenty in stock and gave them each a bag, so the sound of crunching accompanied them along the way. Mu Ying felt it was a bit informal, but not only were Rolf and Locke enjoying the snacks, the halfling kids who'd gotten treats hopped along behind them, munching as they went. Mu Ying had so many potato chips in her pouch because she loved them herself. When everyone around her was crunching away, she couldn't resist and joined in. What was supposed to be a formal negotiation turned into a snack-filled stroll through the village. She could only sigh. Some halflings, seeing how much everyone enjoyed the chips, even brought their own food to trade with her. After tasting them, they suggested she open a snack shop. She'd definitely make a fortune. Halflings really did have a knack for business, huh? Mu Ying hadn't considered opening a snack shop, but it wasn't out of the question. She didn't have time to make and sell them herself, but these business-savvy halflings could. She made a mental note of it. Soon, a wave of potato chip fever swept through the halfling tribe. Even Mu Ying hadn't expected this. She hadn't even met the halfling chieftain yet, but her potato chips had already opened the door for her. The halfling chief was an elderly man dressed in leather armor, his hair a messy shock of white tied at the back of his head. Despite his age, he moved with surprising agility. If Rove hadn't revealed his identity, Mu Ying would have thought he was just an unusually lively old man. After all, he even snuck snacks from the young halflings. He was so quick that before the little halflings could react, he'd already popped the snack into his mouth. After eating, he smacked his lips and declared, "Not bad, not bad. Perfect with a drink." The unfortunate halfling burst into tears. "Chief, you're bullying people again," Rove accused, clutching her own bag of chips tightly. The chief is here." The halflings, clearly used to this, all hugged their precious snacks and scattered like startled birds. Mu Ying had just raised a chip halfway to her mouth. Crunch. "Chief? Such a tiny elf. How did your parents let you run off on your own?" Nide darted from Mu Ying's left to her right, then suddenly appeared behind her, circling to inspect her before blurting out the question. Mu Ying blinked. Maybe she could get some information out of this rather unconventional chief? So she said, "I'm a player." "An orphan?" "No way. What elf would abandon their child?" Nide frowned. "Wait, you said you're a player, so you should be human. But you're clearly an elf." Strange, strange. Isn't it possible that one of my parents was an outsider elf?" "I used to be a half-elf," Mu Ying voiced the suspicion she'd always had. Nide was about to nod, but then noticed how intently the little elf was watching him. How could he not see through her intentions? "You're trying to get information out of me?" "I'm not afraid of paying a fine to the Evolution Center, but I can't just tell you so easily." Seeing his eyes drop to her paper snack bag, Mu Ying raised her eyebrows and stuffed her last 3 bags of chips into the chief's hands. "Here, these are my last reserves." Nide looked at her with approval. "If you want to know, you should look for traces of elves. I remember a group of elves migrated to this planet recently. Rumor has it they're close to the Elf King himself." Mu Ying nodded. If there were elves in this world, she could ask around for news. "Do you know roughly where they landed?" "No idea. It's all random, and I'm not familiar with that group." Nide shook his head. With no more information to be had, Mu Ying let it go for now. "Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Mu Ying, the Lord of Ling Tian Town." I'm here to invite you to join my territory. I can set up a subcamp for you outside your instance, but you'd need to follow the territory's rules, such as— Oh, it's you. Knight interrupted without hesitation. I'm all for it. But the moment she heard the but, Muing knew she could ignore everything that came before. But I want the subcamp to be run by us halflings. We'll pay taxes as usual, entrance fees are fine too, but how the camp is built and managed should be up to us. How about it? Nide was one of the few halflings with a sense of community. Unlike most of his kin, who preferred to settle among other races, he wanted a halfling settlement of their own. That's why he gathered like-minded halflings and migrated to this still-evolving planet. Muing thought it over. So basically, he wanted an autonomous region? Honestly, she had no intention of micromanaging the halflings, nor did she see her people as mere vassals. She wasn't interested in power. She ran her territory more like a business, focused on making it prosperous and attracting more people so she could earn more money. She hoped everyone in Ling Tian Town would genuinely like it there, feel a sense of belonging, and see it as their home after the apocalypse. So, letting the halflings have their own autonomous camp was no big deal, as long as the money was right. Besides, Rove and Locke hadn't had a chance to explain Ling Tian Town's situation to Nide, and they hadn't been there long themselves, so they might not know much about how the territory was managed. This was an opportunity. Muing considered, then said, Chief Nide, here's how it works. Ling Tian Town has a tiered residency system, starting from provisional residence, then official residence, and then star residence. Official residents can buy property and don't pay entrance fees. Star residents get a property for free, and 5-star residents can buy a subcamp. As long as you follow the basic rules, entrance fees, taxes, no fighting, no reckless deforestation, you get lifelong management rights over your subcamp. Nide was intrigued. How do you become a 5-star resident? Well, you need to accumulate contribution points to become an official resident. Star residents need at least 1,000,000 points, and 5-star residents even more, usually by making special contributions to the territory. I believe in the halfling's abilities, but earning that many points would take a long time, and there aren't that many tasks available right now. So, I can give you a temporary 5-star resident ID. You'll have 5-star privileges, but your contribution points will be negative, basically, you owe them. You can use your privileges to buy a subcamp for 100 gold, and just pay off the points within 3 years. Of course, if I need help in the future, I'll be counting on you. Muing made it sound like a huge favor, but it was all just smoke and mirrors. She controlled the contribution points, and she'd just set the subcamp price on the spot. Building a subcamp barely cost anything. 100 gold was pure profit. Nide immediately agreed and handed over 102 gold, 100 for the subcamp, and 2 for the halfling's monthly entrance fees. Chief, you're so straightforward. I'll get started on the subcamp right away, Muing said happily, pocketing the money. The subcamp went up quickly, just a protective barrier and a short-range teleportation array. She didn't have to worry about the actual facilities. The halflings would handle that themselves. Muing considered using her territory abilities to help them build houses, but Nide refused. They wanted to do it themselves. That was fine by her, it saved her trouble. The area outside the halfling instance was just grassland with few, young trees, so treehouses weren't practical anyway. If she had to help, she'd have to design and exchange blueprints, which would be more hassle. With the camp's protective shield in place, even the halfling children could run outside the instance to play. As long as they didn't leave the camp's shield, they'd be perfectly safe. After the subcamp was built, Muing also sold the recipe for making potato chips to the halflings. From what they said, it seemed they planned to turn the subcamp into a commercial district. Every halfling had a craft or trade, and they were all very interested in business. This was their way of survival. But for now, everything was just getting started. The subcamp was still barren, and a group of halflings gathered together, designing the future of their camp. Thinking about how they only had just over 100 people, young and old combined, Muing suggested that if they had any jobs to offer, they could post recruitment notices in the territory. Surely, this would help them integrate well into the community. After finishing up, Ying declined the Halfling's invitation to dinner and teleported back to the territory with her 2 jumping rabbits. The next morning, players in Qingshan territory discovered a new bulletin board in the Sky Plaza. The bulletin board was blank, sparking all sorts of speculation among the players. Hey, look over here. A player spotted a new notice on the residents' bulletin board. Yesterday, the Halfling tribe joined Qingshan Town with their instance. The tribe leader, NID, is highly skilled and has obtained 5-star resident status. He spent a hefty sum to purchase management rights for a subcamp. Construction will begin soon, and helpers are being recruited to assist with the building. We hope everyone will get along with the Halflings and work together to build our territory and achieve common prosperity. Ying, Qingshan Town territory. Someone read the notice aloud. I knew it. Our Lord has brought in more people again, but I didn't expect it to happen so fast. And the Halflings actually had the money to buy a subcamp? My God, that must have cost a fortune. The Lord keeps talking about wealth and common prosperity. Is this a hint that the Halflings are rich? Are we supposed to sign up and make money too? Makes sense. 5-star resident, huh? I wonder how strong the Halfling chief really is. Probably strong enough to swipe the treasure off your body without you even noticing, a Halfling squeezed in the crowd said quietly. How do you know? Everyone turned to see the short figure. With a Halfling here, how could they not ask questions? What level is your chief? Is he a wanderer too? When are you hiring? What positions are there? How's the pay? Can we check out your instance now? How did the Lord convince you guys yesterday? Why so fast? A barrage of questions overwhelmed the Halfling. He opened his mouth but didn't know where to start, so he just teleported away. Hey, it's your fault. You all scared him off with your fierce questions. You're the fierce one. Meanwhile, Ying was already on the road north again. Since she set out during the day, she traveled in wolf form, planning to switch to her broomstick once she was farther from the territory. Outside the territory, the 2 people lying in wait finally had a chance to act. As soon as they saw Ying leave, they posted a message on the forum. Zhao Hongfei, waiting in the traveler's cabin by the stone road from Qingshan Town to Linglong Gorge, saw the message and immediately gathered his men to prepare an ambush. In wolf form, Ying's senses were even sharper than in human form. As soon as she left the territory, she sensed someone watching her and heard the rustling of grass not far away. At first, she didn't think it was aimed at her, but as she started running, the 2 people in the grass began to move as well. Ying sped up and quickly disappeared into the woods. The pursuers kicked a tree in frustration. She's really fast, lost her again. It's fine, she's definitely heading north. The Lord is waiting up ahead, the other reassured him. Little did they know, Ying had circled back and overheard everything they said. How odd someone actually wanted to ambush her. The Lord, was it Zhao Hongfei? Good thing she left in the morning this time. Otherwise, wouldn't their long wait have been for nothing? 2 level 3 wanderers, she wasn't afraid of them at all. Not wanting to watch them vent their anger on the grass, Ying pounced, her wolf claws like knives slashing at their necks, not sparing either of them. The 2 were startled, the wind from her claws making their necks feel cold. They tried to dodge, but not in time. Terrified, they swung their curved blades wildly. Ying crouched, eyes fixed on them, looking for an opening. Smack! Smack! 2 overripe papayas landed squarely on their heads, bursting open with a yellow, mushy, fragrant mess. Round and chubby, having rolled off Ying's back, had returned to its normal size. It stood upright, pleased with its aim, wiggling left and right, even beckoning at the 2 with a paw, its little eyes sparkling with excitement. Ying! What a little rascal! Sure enough, the 2 were blinded by rage. For a moment, even the fierce wolf waiting to bite their necks seemed no more threatening than a weed. They ignored their bleeding necks, wiped the papaya off their heads, and charged at Round and Chubby with raised blades. Round and Chubby quickly curled into a ball, burying its face in its chest, leaving only its back exposed. Duong! Duong! The small curved blades struck its back, but not even a single hair fell off. Last night's black bread had done its job. Round and Chubby's body was tough as iron. The papaya's taunting effect was extraordinary, maybe even lowered their intelligence. The two kept hacking away, their eyes red with rage, veins bulging on their necks, Mu Ying's claw wounds splitting wider, blood pouring out. Mu Ying tilted her head. It seemed she didn't even need to do anything, these two might just bleed themselves out. Their arms were going limp from hacking at Round and Chubby, and they still hadn't recovered. Mu Ying wanted to question them, so she shifted back to human form and tied them up. You two work for Zhao Hongfei? The two glared at Round and Chubby, the adorable national treasure looking to them like a pest that had to be squashed. Mu Ying. Round and Chubby lifted its big head. See? I'm awesome. Oh, Carrot, oh. Amazing, amazing. Mu Ying gave it a thumbs up. When it comes to taunting, you're number one. Mu Ying conjured 2 water balls and tossed them at the two, washing off the papaya juice. Finally, they regained their senses and begged for mercy. It was Zhao Hongfei who made us do it. He threatened our families. Please let us go. We promise we'll never do it again. Where is Zhao Hongfei now? Mu Ying asked, non-committal. He said that since you came back with the Halflings, you'd definitely head north soon. Last time, we missed you, so this time we're ambushing you on the road to Linglong Gorge. He said he'd make you beg for mercy. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Ying had already slit his throat. You. We already told you, we were forced into this. How can you have no sympathy at all? Another person cried out in terror. No matter what your reasons are, you did what you did. Don't worry, if you walk slowly on the road to the underworld, you might just catch up with your master, Mu Ying replied, her tone utterly flat as she finished him off with a single stroke. Forced? No choice? Did they really expect her to understand their predicament? No matter the reason, the fact remained, they intended her harm. Everyone must answer for their actions. Since they chose to be Zhao Hongfei's lackeys, they should have foreseen this bloody end. Gun, let's go. Mu Ying took out her flying broom. These two were just small fry. Zhao Hongfei was the real culprit. He was currently leading his men to set up an ambush on the road to Linglong Gorge. Mu Ying soared through the air, her figure and face hidden beneath a billowing black cloak. She followed the stone path, searching for traces of Zhao Hongfei and his group. In the end, Mu Ying spotted them near the traveler's cabin, likely thinking she would pass through here on her way north and stopping to rest. They had clearly only prepared for threats from the ground, choosing well-concealed hiding spots, but from above, they were easy to spot. There were 12 of them in total, including Zhao Hongfei, with 6 men ambushed on each side of the stone road. What a clever spot they've chosen. Don't they realize all these vines are my handiwork? And there's only one spellcaster among them, Zhao Hongfei himself. Do they really think so little of me? Mu Ying's first thought was to enter the traveler's cabin herself. The binding vines could protect her and become her allies. But when she landed and slipped into the cabin from the back, she discovered several wooden barrels inside, all filled with lamp oil. So they knew the binding vines were hers and wanted to force her into the cabin and burn her alive? After all, Zhao Hongfei's signature spell was Fireball. It was said to be a rare spell, a weakened version of the 3rd circle Fireball at 2nd circle power. So far, he was the only mage on the forums to have acquired it. And he had recently reached level 4. Bringing a dozen people along, he was probably planning to wear down her mana. Mu Ying collected all the lamp oil. Forget it, she wouldn't let her painstakingly cultivated binding vines go to waste. She cast a full suite of buff spells on herself: Barkskin, Haste, Attribute Enhancement, Spider Climb, then slipped back into the forest. She darted swiftly through the trees, silently approaching the group hidden on the left side of the stone road. She was about 10 meters away, well within her casting range, and perhaps there's 2, though she wasn't sure if any of them were spellcasters. The one she really needed to watch out for, Zhao Hongfei, was on the opposite side of the road. Zhao Hongfei wanted to drain her mana, but wasn't she planning the same for him? She cast an Empowered Entangle. At 2nd circle strength, the vines and branches were even tougher and harder to break free from. The men hiding in the bushes were instantly bound tight, dragged into a neat row. Mu Ying drew her bow to full, and an energy arrow whistled out, piercing a bloody hole in the forehead of the man on the end. As the first arrow faded, The second was already forming. Tied up like targets, dying one by one each second, unable to break free no matter how they struggled, forced to stand there and wait for death. The feeling was enough to break anyone's spirit. The first few didn't even realize what was happening before they were dead. The ones in the back barely managed to cry for help, alerting the group on the other side of the road. Zhao Hongfei and his men rushed over at the sound, shocked and furious to see Mu Ying in action. How did she get over here? How did she know about our ambush? Was this the druid's supposedly weak entangle? Even 3 professionals couldn't break free? How dare she? Zhao Hongfei's casting range couldn't even reach Mu Ying, she was too far away. He could only target the vines binding his men. He hurled a fireball, crackling with explosive energy. With a thunderous boom, the volleyball-sized fireball detonated with the force of a grenade. The entangling vines were blasted to smithereens in an instant. Mu Ying. Well, thanks for helping me deal with my enemies. That fireball also left the last 2 men she hadn't shot badly injured. The remaining men clustered around Zhao Hongfei, protecting him. Mu Ying leapt through the forest, drawing closer. Blizzard. Seeing her approach, Zhao Hongfei was not alarmed but delighted and immediately cast a second fireball. The fireball shot straight at Mu Ying. She finished her spell just as it reached her and simply dropped backward, using spider climb to hang upside down from a branch. The fireball missed, exploding harmlessly on the ground behind her. The shockwave barely ruffled her, and bark skin protected her completely. She was unscathed. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongfei and his 5 men were suffering in the blizzard. Though the damage wasn't high, they were shivering violently, limbs stiff, covered in frost and snow. Only Zhao Hongfei fared a little better, having raised a shield to block some of the storm, but while it stopped the snow and wind, it couldn't keep out the biting cold. At that moment, he bitterly regretted not learning elemental resistance, thinking it useless, and had put all his effort into fireball. Mu Ying dodged the fireball and began casting again. Call lightning. Boom. Dark clouds gathered, lightning crackled, and a bolt struck Zhao Hongfei squarely. His shield shattered instantly. Only now did Zhao Hongfei truly realize the gap. A level 3 challenging a level 4 was nothing like a level 4 challenging a level 5. A druid, supposedly weak in offense, could wield such powerful attack spells. And her control spells were just as effective as attack spells. Mu Ying was far stronger than he'd imagined, not just in power, but in will. Since appearing, she hadn't spoken a word, just killed 4 or 5 people without hesitation, every move aimed to kill. She was nothing like a fresh graduate, more like a goddess of death. Facing mortal danger, he wished he could go back and slap his arrogant self awake. But a second bolt of lightning was already coming. He hurriedly summoned another shield and shouted to his men, "Hurry, protect me." After several minutes, the blizzard and storm clouds finally faded. "You must be running low on mana too. Let's talk," Zhao Hongfei shouted. But the blizzard and storm clouds appeared once again. "You!" Zhao Hongfei cursed, but hope flickered in his heart. Shield was only a second circle spell, and would surely cost less mana than her 2/3 circle spells. Once she ran out of mana, she'd be a toothless tiger. These 2 spells, Snowstorm and Lightning Strike, are definitely 3rd-level spells, each costing at least 15 mana points. Adding in the earlier Entangle spell, the spell she used to hang upside down from the tree, and her unnaturally fast speed, which should all be spell effects, at least 2nd level, that's already 25 mana points. There's also the druid's usual barkskin spell and that arrow-shaped spell. Even if those are only 1st level, each would cost 5 mana points. Roughly calculated, she's already used up 115 mana points. Her mana is truly frighteningly high. Her perception attribute must be over 15 points, but she's definitely almost out. As for him, up to now, he's only used 2 fireballs and 2 shield spells, just 40 mana points. His guards had taken most of the lightning damage for him. With this last lightning summon, Zhao Hongfei's final 2 guards were also dragged in front of him to take the hit, while he himself only used 2 shield spells. His intelligence is 15, and as a level 4 mage, He has 90 mana points, still 30 left. The other side must be empty by now. If that's the case, don't blame me for how is this possible? Zhao Hongfei stared in disbelief at the thunderclouds gathering once again. Only now did Mu Ying finally run out of mana. How could she be at a loss? With those cannon fodder lackeys gone, she could trade 30 mana points for his 40. With this next round, if he used shield again, he'd squeeze himself dry. Compared to dodging enemy attacks and slowly draining his mana, it was much more satisfying to keep pressing him, forcing him to use up his defenses one after another. Besides, spells were never her only means. Not to mention her mastery of archery and swordsmanship, she still had magic. Anyway, she had no intention of letting him live, so exposing a few of her trump cards didn't matter. Now Zhao Hongfei was truly desperate. He had no choice but to keep burning mana to raise shields against the lightning, watching his mana dwindle with nothing he could do. Without spells, a mage could never win in close combat against a druid. All she had to do was shapeshift into a wolf and he'd be done for. Escape was his only option. But where could he run? Her speed-boosting spell hadn't worn off yet. Don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over my territory to you. The thunderclouds dispersed, the rain and snow faded, and Zhao Hongfei shouted desperately. Oh? Then hand over your lord's seal, Mu Ying replied unhurriedly, drawing her bow to full. An arrow formed on the string. Zhao Hongfei's pupils contracted. So that's it. Those arrows before weren't spells. The rumors on the forum about your godlike archery are actually true. I've never even seen you with a bow before. With that kind of power, this bow must be extraordinary. I can't say I didn't deserve to lose. Mu Ying said nothing and released the bowstring. His arrogance was bone deep. Even without this bow, she had countless ways to finish him off. Judging from his pitiful spell repertoire, she'd guessed right. He was never the type to truly study magic. So what if he had a rare fireball spell with amazing power? One spider climb, and he wasted it all. Where did he get that confidence? An arrow struck Zhao Hongfei in the thigh. He had never suffered such pain before and screamed in agony. Mu Ying drew her bow again. Having witnessed her decisiveness and ruthlessness, Zhao Hongfei dared not delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "As long as you don't kill me, you can have full control of Feihong Town from now on." Mu Ying was unmoved. The Lord's seal could only be transferred if the Lord himself took it out from the player's manual. She had a bit of interest in taking over Feihong Town, but absolutely no intention of letting Zhao Hongfei live. From the look of it, he wanted to keep the Lord's seal to save his own life. Without it, how could she be in charge? Did he think she was stupid? Forget it. Feihong Town was a mess anyway, she couldn't be bothered. This time, she aimed straight for Zhao Hongfei's forehead. Southern Xia Kingdom, Feihong Town. Suddenly, the protective function of the houses within the territory collapsed, causing an uproar. Everyone knew what that meant. Something had happened to the Lord. In the town center, people rushed out of the lavish palace. Haha, that bastard Zhao is dead. We're finally free. Heaven has eyes. At this moment, the territory's wall-like barrier was still intact, relying on the energy Zhao Hongfei had previously stored inside. But who knew how much longer it would last? Some with savings took the chance to pack up and leave while the teleportation array still worked. Those who couldn't afford the fee gathered friends to seek refuge in nearby unclaimed territories. In the town shops, some merchants sighed and left this world. Others packed up, planning to find a new place to settle. Meanwhile, the forums exploded over a single post. Qingshan Town's Lord Mu Ying is cruel and heartless, cold-bloodedly slaughtering over a dozen people from Feihong Town, including Lord Zhao, near the Traveler's Lodge between Linglong Gorge and Qingshan Camp. This is from someone on the brink of death, already in her sights. She's coming. Whoa, is this for real? Some of Feihong Town's internal restrictions really did just disappear, including the Lord's Manor. Looks like Mu Ying really did kill Zhao Hongfei. Several names disappeared from the kill rankings, including his, and Mu Ying's ranking shot up, even higher than Zhao Hongfei's was. Lord Mu Ying is awesome. Don't you people from Qingshan Town have any morals? She killed so many and you're still cheering for her? Are you Braindead fans? Please, the OP is clearly just stirring up trouble because he's dying. What's the point in killing them? Zhao was just a level 4, 2% mage, and a corrupt lord of a rotten territory. Why would our Lord Muing even bother? I bet it was Zhao, with his nose in the air, who tried to gang up on her and got himself killed instead. Good point. Who goes looking for trouble alone? Isn't Feihong Town's lord famous for being filthy rich? That's what you Qishan Town people always say. Maybe it was just for the money. Heh, then guess how much our lord just made selling a sub-territory to the Halflings? How much do the livestock, farming, iron, and stone camps make in a day? She doesn't need Zhou's pocket change, she just isn't as wasteful as he was. To be honest, killing so many people is a bit scary. Zhao Hongfei deserved it. He was never a good person, but his subordinates were just forced to obey because their loved ones were under his control. Kind of pitiful. Our Muing is the real pitiful one. Surrounded by a dozen grown men, if she wasn't strong enough, who knows what would have happened. Good riddance. Even the pitiful have their faults. Muing finished off the last of them, dragged their bodies together, poured the fire oil they'd prepared over them, and set them alight. Honestly, she hadn't gained much, just a few gold coins. Zhao Hongfei's pockets were squeaky clean. He must have spent it all on the teleportation array. Qingshan Town. Did you hear? Our lord took on more than a dozen people single-handedly and took out Master Zhao and his lackeys. No way. I always knew our lord was decisive and ruthless. She may look gentle most of the time, but if you cross her, you're in for trouble. I finally feel relieved. She can handle herself out there alone, so I don't have to worry about our territory disappearing while she's gone up north. Some people are smearing her on the forums. We can't let these petty folks ruin our lord's reputation. Quick, let's help out. What? I'm on it right now. Luoxia Village. Li Luoxia scrolled through the forum posts, sighing, Muing is so badass. She just took out Zhao Hongfei? It's a pity she's probably not in her territory right now, or I'd definitely go ask her what happened. Good thing we're on good terms with her. Her strength is probably the real deal, #1 in the Xia Nation region, Wu Qingshan summarized. Most importantly, she's strong-willed too. Looking at Muing, I feel like those few extra years I have on her were wasted. I could never be that decisive, Lin Jixio added. Mom, druids are amazing. I want to be that awesome when I grow up. Li Shihe clapped her hands. Ling Tian Town, Territory Center Meeting Room. A group of people had convened an emergency meeting over the incident. Wasn't Muing a bit too extreme this time? The apocalypse hasn't even been going on that long, and she's already killing people without hesitation at just 18. She's got to be pretty tough-minded. Our research shows she's an orphan, found in Qishan Forest by a ranger. She's returned to the forest multiple times for unknown reasons. Her background is still suspicious. If she's an orphan, she might lack empathy and be more guarded. I suggest we use a softer approach with her. We have to get a clear read on her strength this time. Better safe than sorry. Zhao Hongfei may have been reckless and used crude methods, but his thinking wasn't all wrong. We could consider a marriage alliance. We've got plenty of outstanding young men. She wouldn't be getting the short end of the stick. John Qing, what do you think? You're our top fighter in Ling Tian, and you're about the same age. You could try getting in touch with Muing. No need to rush things, but even if it doesn't work out, don't make an enemy of her. At the very least, be friends. Listening to a bunch of men in their 30s and 40s discuss how to handle a woman, John Qing felt nothing but disgust. I disagree, John Qing said firmly. You're at the age to be thinking about marriage. I heard Muing is a beauty. If you two get along, it'd be a great story, and it'd strengthen the ties between our territories. You're a good match for her. It's not like you'd be losing out. Heh, aren't you worried that I might fall for her at first sight and just go join Qingshan Town instead? John Qing sneered. Ahem, enough of that nonsense. Muing is a reasonable girl, clear about what she likes and dislikes. Even Luoxia Village gets along with her. All we need is sincerity, don't underestimate her, and don't try to scheme against her. An elderly man with white hair was helped into the room. Commander, what brings you here? Heh, if I didn't come, who knows what you all would get up to. The commander slammed the table. The others fell silent. not daring to say another word. All right, that's enough. You're all dismissed. Zhao, stay, the commander said, still fuming. After everyone else left, the commander motioned for Zhao to sit in front of him. Zhao, sorry you had to put up with that. It's fine. I can handle it, don't worry, Zhao replied, head lowered. The commander waved his hand. With my health as it is, no matter how unwilling we are, we have to face reality. This is your generation's world now. Us old folks shouldn't stand in your way. Always keep the people in your heart. Ling Town is coming to visit soon. You must build a good relationship with them. The purpose of this apocalypse game is unpredictable, so try to avoid internal conflict. Unite all the living forces you can to face whatever crisis may come. Zhao, do you accept this order? Yes, sir. Zhao gripped the token tightly. You can count on me. Good, good, the commander said, looking at him with satisfaction. Help me back to rest now. Having just dealt with a threat, Ying finished cleaning up the bodies and still had the leisure to start a fire and cook in the traveler's cabin. It was only while eating that she saw the discussions about her on the forum. There were plenty of people calling her ruthless. Ying nodded in satisfaction. Better they think I'm ruthless than think I'm weak and easy to bully. That way, there won't be another Li Hongfei or Wang Hongfei popping up to test their luck. If there's profit, fine, but Zhou Hongfei was broke. I only got a few pieces of gear off him. I even lost out on the kill experience. After browsing a bit more, she noticed many players from her own territory were helping defend her reputation, arguing back against the insults. Things like beautiful and kind fairy, the best lord who cares for her people, a Loki expert who rarely shows her strength, and so absent-minded about her pet turtle she forgot to mind the iron camp. The praise was so over the top it made her feel a little guilty. Normally, Ying wouldn't care about these things, but she decided to say a few words. She posted, "On my way north, I took some time to counter-ambush Lord Zhao and his dozen or so lackeys hiding in the bushes. Is Lord Zhao bankrupt or what? Even ghouls have claws and tongues you can sell, but a lord with empty pockets? What a loss for me." Even the kill experience dissipated. So, a sincere reminder to the next person thinking of ambushing me, remember to bring enough money, or don't blame me for whipping your corpse. Smile. Is this really her? Is it? Is it? Sis, kill me. Miss, I'm broke, please whip my corpse. Doesn't this apocalypse game have moderators? Reporting the guy above for being inappropriate. So Zhou Hongfei really tried to steal a chicken and lost the rice? Counter-ambushed? Haha, I'm dying. Why was Lord Zhou so poor? Our Ying sis fought for nothing, so sad. I'm heading to Fei Hong Town now. Maybe I can find Zhou Hongfei's treasure stash. So this confirms Ying killed all of Zhou Hongfei's men? They're so pitiful. Their families are still under Zhou's control at the Lord's Manor, and they themselves got killed. Hey, kind soul above, I'm so broke I'm about to starve. Why don't you rob me instead? I have no choice, you wouldn't mind, right? After that, Ying officially set out on her journey north. A strong white wolf raced across the wilderness, a small black and white fur ball clinging to her back. The white wolf's emerald eyes swept over the surrounding plants and quickly locked onto a target, a young oak tree, about as thick as a wrist. She circled the oak twice. The natural energy in this tree was low, and it showed signs of withering. She gently touched the roots with her paw, letting a small amount of spring of restoration seep into the soil. With the experience in hand, the white wolf patted the little tree and continued on her way. Rustle, rustle, asterisk. As she traveled, the white wolf heard something moving in the grass. She stopped and listened carefully, then quietly crept toward the sound. It was a group of jumping rabbits, a whole lot of them. The white wolf picked out one with glossy fur and pounced. With a single swipe of her paw, a patch of snowy white fur came off. She quickly moved on to the next rabbit, striking and retreating in one motion, this time leaving behind a chunk of hind leg meat. The jumping rabbits panicked, bouncing all over the place, trying to kick the white wolf away. But the white wolf was incredibly agile, weaving left and right, even causing the rabbits to accidentally hit each other a few times. Unable to handle her, The jumping rabbits gave up on the lush grassland and hopped away, leaving behind piles of fur and hind leg meat, but not a single rabbit was actually hurt. The white wolf ignored the fleeing rabbits and carefully gathered up the fur and fresh meat, storing them in her little pouch. She'd been eyeing jumping rabbit fur for a while now. There were only 2 big ones in her territory, and the small ones were too tiny to withstand even a single pluck. Now, with all this fur, she could make several blankets for the winter and enjoy a good meal too. Oh whoa! Get lost! A pack of hyenas, drawn by the scent of rabbit blood, approached and began to circle warily. The white wolf let out a fierce growl and bared her claws. The hyenas hesitated, backing off a few steps, but soon crept closer again. When one of them tried to snatch a piece of her spoils, the white wolf flashed her claws at them. She lunged, biting one hyena by the neck and tossing it several steps away. Without missing a beat, she went after another. The hyenas, off to a bad start, tucked their tails and ran. After collecting all the fur and most of the meat, a roar echoed from the forest. The white wolf's fur bristled. The sound made her feel real danger. She abandoned the remaining meat and bolted in the opposite direction. Ying, the white wolf, was stunned. Those 2 notifications in quick succession made her realize for the first time that gaining insight into wild shape could also earn her profession experience. And her physical attributes in wild form could actually increase. 2 attribute points in one go, even if it only applied to her wolf form, it was still a rare gain. For a druid, wild shape was like a second life. Physical stats, abilities, and health were all independent from her human form. She'd always thought that tending to plants was the only way to gain experience, but now she discovered a whole new, unexplored path. It was a delightful surprise for a wolf. Maybe wild shape was just as important to druids as attuning to nature. The latter let druids connect with plants, the former let them experience life as animals. Once again, she realized how limited her understanding of nature had been. The natural energy in animals might not be as rich as in plants, but they were still vital children of nature, and their role shouldn't be overlooked. Thinking back, those notifications had appeared only after she acted in line with the beast's instincts, the first time when she protected her food from the hyenas, the second when she sensed a powerful enemy and chose to flee. Feeling she still had much to learn about wild shape, she decided that for the rest of her journey north, she would stay in wolf form as much as possible and truly experience the world of beasts. The white wolf skirted the area where the roar had come from and continued north. Luck was on her side. She found traces of humans, followed them, and discovered a human camp. She paid the entry fee, spent the night lying on the plaza, and sank her consciousness into the trial world, using up the trial time she'd accumulated over the past few days. Before dawn the next day, she was back on the road. A white wolf who could pay for entry and carried a little panda on her back, any form-savvy player would know exactly who she was. The buzz over Zhao Hongfei's death hadn't died down yet, and most unfamiliar players were more afraid of her than anything else. Seeing her remain in wolf form, no one dared approach, let alone try to track or follow her. After all, the last player who tried that ended up very, very dead. That day, she tended to many plants along the way, collecting some seeds she didn't have yet, as well as some interesting mutant plant seeds. Her profession experience ticked up again. When she ran into beasts she could handle, she fought them, collecting fur for winter. If she couldn't win, she ran. That night, she didn't find a camp and had to sleep in the wild. She couldn't even find a cave for shelter, so she picked a random tree and rested beneath it. On nights like this, she didn't dare sleep too deeply, always keeping part of her mind alert for danger. On the 3rd day, it rained. The white wolf ran through the downpour, no longer in the mood to tease prey or gather materials. She spent most of her time just traveling. Before dusk, she started looking for a place to settle down. Luck was with her again. She found a dry cave, but inside was a young black bear. The white wolf fought it, drove it out, and claimed the cave as her own. That night, a group of redcaps also set their sights on the cave. They were a bit bigger than gem sprites, wore red hats, had wizened faces, and looked a bit like goblins. Each carried a tiny knife, barely thicker than a toothpick, and scampered all over the white wolf. They even triggered her nature's protection effect. Only then did she realize these little things were also fey creatures. But they didn't seem very friendly. Though small, the redcaps were fierce fighters. After enough stabs, even she started to hurt, and a few patches of her fur were stained red. She really wanted to shift back to human form, use Identify Creature to check their details, and then flatten them. But she held back. She was a wolf now. Her wild shape training couldn't be interrupted. She just made a mental note about these small but vicious creatures, gave up the cave, and slunk away in defeat. The rain washed the blood from her fur, but her wounds stung fiercely. For the first time, she was injured and couldn't heal herself. She could only grit her teeth and keep moving through the rainy night. How bitter it was. Your understanding of wild form, White Wolf, has deepened. Gain ×5 class experience. White Wolf form stamina +1. Good. A few more injuries won't be a problem. What beast hasn't been wounded before? She could clearly feel her body growing stronger. If getting hurt every time meant she'd grow tougher, then she wouldn't mind a little self-abuse. Besides, these minor wounds would scab over in a couple of days. That night, she was in a sorry state, but her heart was full of joy. Nothing mattered more to her than becoming stronger. It seemed her wolf body's recovery was even more powerful. After a night's rest, the rain stopped, and the morning breeze ruffled her fur. Her wounds barely hurt anymore. But a sleepless night left her exhausted. She thought about finding a place to rest, but instead, new enemies arrived. It was the pack of hyenas she'd driven off before. They'd actually tracked her for days, and now, seeing her worn out, they came back for revenge. What a bunch of grudge holders. But even tired, she wasn't someone to mess with. For the first time, she fought with real fury. When in wolf form before, out of love for animals, she rarely killed. She'd only use her claw of recompense to gather materials when hunting. But this time, she was in bad shape, and the hyenas took advantage, injuring her even more. Every bite they landed made her feel her life was truly threatened. If she kept holding back, her wolf form might be killed for the first time. She'd have to revert to human. This time, she didn't think about nature or protecting flora and fauna. She was just a wolf on the verge of being torn apart. She had to fight for her life and make these despicable hyenas pay with theirs. In the heat of battle, she overcame her disgust at biting, using every weapon her body had. In the end, she won. 2 hyenas, seeing her bloodlust, tried to flee. But this time, she didn't let them escape. Even though she was exhausted, with patches of fur torn out and serious injuries, she chased them down and killed them all. Afterwards, she didn't dare linger. Blood would attract more danger. She forced herself to run farther, putting distance between herself and the scene, and found a shallow stream to lie in. She let the water wash the blood from her fur. Then she moved again, finally finding a spot where she could close her eyes for a short rest. Her wounds were serious, constantly reminding her of their presence, the pain making sleep impossible. Shubin-Shir-een, full of concern, crouched by her wounds and blew on them. Gun-Gun returned to normal size, keeping watch over their surroundings. She managed a few uneasy hours of sleep, enough to regain some spirit, but now she was hungry. Most of the cooked food in her storage pouch was gone, only some fruits, vegetables, and raw meat remained. She badly needed energy, and wolves were carnivores. She was torn. Either eat raw meat, or return to human form to cook. She'd endured so much already. Was she really going to give up now, just because of raw meat? She didn't hesitate long before pulling out a raw rabbit leg. She'd already bitten through several filthy hyena necks. Her human squeamishness was long gone. Thinking back, when hyena blood got in her mouth, she hadn't felt disgusted. If anything, it felt exhilarating. She bit into the raw rabbit, and to her surprise, it didn't taste gamey at all. The bloody meat was sweet, soothing her hunger and restoring her wolf body's strength faster than cooked food. Maybe animals' taste buds were just different from humans who were used to cooked meals. In that moment, She finally understood why Dehui and the others rarely ate cooked food. They liked the rich flavors and aromas of cooked meat, but raw meat kept their wildness alive. After downing a big chunk of rabbit, she was only half full, but her fatigue and pain eased. She ate another piece. Whoa. With her belly full and body comfortable, the white wolf couldn't help but let out a long howl. The wolf body's recovery was truly formidable. This was how wolves survived injuries. As long as their stomachs were full, they could endure the pain. She felt herself merging even more closely with the wildness of her wolf form. Your understanding of wild form, White Wolf, has deepened. Gain ×5 class experience. White Wolf form stamina +1. She used to think the wild form's combat power was weak, just an ordinary beast, nothing compared to magical beasts with special abilities. Turns out she'd only scratched the surface. The system prompts showed she was finally training in the right direction. She needed to immerse herself in the wild form, not just physically, but mentally as well. After traveling a bit further, feeling the rabbit meat digesting, she began her first true hunt, hunting to fill her belly. She picked a wild boar. Using the hunting techniques she'd learned from Dehui and the others, she crouched in the grass, patiently stalking, looking for an opening. Finally, she attacked from the boar's rear flank, her first bite snapping one of its legs. No chance for it to run. As it thrashed and charged in fury, she patiently dodged, waiting for it to tire out, then pounced and bit through its throat, drinking its blood. Your understanding of wild form, White Wolf, has deepened. Gain ×5 class experience. White Wolf form agility +1. At the same time, the nature bracelet on her wrist stirred for the first time in ages. She summoned her player manual to check its info. Nature bracelet. Quality: orange, mythic. Effect 1, Spring of Restoration. Effect 2, Claw of Recompense. Effect 3, Scythe of Balance. Effect 4, Fangs of Wildness. Your mastery of a wild form has reached the standard. You have understood and embraced the wildness of animals, earning the recognition of nature's wild side. Wild form receives a comprehensive boost. Note: a mythic item that reveals most of its power, only wielded by a recognized master. Another effect had awakened. With this effect, the nature bracelet became a beast fang ornament, and the boost was passive, comprehensively enhancing her wild form's power, including physical attributes, the strength of claws, teeth, and fur, and her body's recovery. The bald patches where she'd been bitten had already scabbed over and grown fine new fur. She was well on the mend. She checked her body. Her limbs were thicker, her body larger, power surging through her, claws sharp as blades. If she faced those red caps or hyenas now, she'd never be as helpless as before. Whoa. She howled into the deep forest, letting out all her pride and excitement. She'd grown stronger again. Beasts fled, birds scattered. She'd finally reached the point where her voice alone could send wild animals running. Now, she was truly a lone wolf who could roam the wilds, a real predator. Muing also noticed that the final note on the bracelet of nature had changed. Previously, it always read, "A mythic artifact whose full power has not yet been revealed." Now, it had become, "A mythic artifact whose most powers have been revealed." Does this mean the bracelet of nature is finally about to fully awaken? This piece of equipment had been with her since birth. Although it only began to show its true power after the apocalypse, it was a perfect match for her. It was practically a comprehensive boost for a druid devoted to nature. According to Grandpa Shamu, the Bracelet of Nature was a famous divine artifact, one of the elven race's greatest treasures. So why did it end up in her hands? She actually had some guesses. At first, she was a half-elf. Even Grandpa Shamu said her half-elf bloodline was extraordinary, which meant she had a close relative among the elves of high status. So, it was very likely that the Bracelet of Nature came from him or her. Shireen ended up stranded on Azure Star because her mother died of serious injuries here. But what about her? She still remembered being abandoned in the Green Mountain Forest, only knowing it was a woman who left her there. Why would someone leave such a precious artifact with her, yet abandon her at the same time? For a moment, Mu Ying's thoughts wandered. Because she carried memories of her previous life, she had long since lost any dependence on parents or family. She was simply curious about her origins in this life, but had no urgent desire to seek out her relatives or return to her roots. She didn't plan to deliberately look for the elves who migrated to this world, as Chief Need had mentioned. She would just let things happen as they may. Family ties no longer meant much to her. She simply felt a bit grateful to whoever gave her the bracelet of nature. After all, since the apocalypse, it had helped her tremendously. After letting her mind wander for a while, she snapped back to reality and continued heading north. At first, she traveled straight north, but along the way, she'd get sidetracked by interesting plants or end up fighting wild beasts, causing her to stray from her original path and take many detours. As she became more skilled at controlling her white wolf form, the benefits she gained from it gradually diminished. She still earned some class experience, but attribute gains had become rare. Most of the time, the notifications in her adventure log were similar to when she tended to plants, just a note that she'd completed a class practice. Her class experience was steadily increasing. After a tough fight with a pack of gnolls, feeling her wolf form combat skills had become even more refined, another notification popped up. You have completed a class practice, gaining 5 class experience. You have reached the level 5 experience cap, with 3 experience points overflowing. You have met the requirements to level up. Please prepare to advance as soon as possible. Ying glanced at her character panel. Class, Druid LV5, 1500. She could level up now. Ying returned to her human form. This trip had been quite fruitful. She took out her flying broom, rode it to a secluded cave hidden by vines, and had guns stand guard at the entrance while she began attuning herself to nature to level up. After being baptized by nature, you have become a level 6 druid. Based on your druid level, your wild shape skill uses per day have increased, and you have unlocked a new form. Based on your druid level, your HP has increased to 480. Based on your druid level, your mana has increased to 140. No new spells unlocked at this level. This level didn't grant any new class skills or spells, just a slight increase in HP and mana. The biggest change was to the wild shape skill. She opened her character panel. A long list of attributes unfolded. She skimmed over the parts that hadn't changed much and focused on the skills section. Wild shape. By observing and mimicking, you can transform into small or medium animals. After transforming, you gain the corresponding animal's attribute panel, and your HP is separate from your human form. Usable twice per day. You can now transform into small or medium aquatic and flying animals. She could now use wild shape twice per day, meaning she could switch between human and animal form 2 times each day. Most importantly, she could now transform into flying animals. Just as she had mastered the wolf form, and with no suitable environment for turtle or sea turtle forms, practicing a flying animal form would both benefit her class progression and make travel easier. The flying broom was a bit too conspicuous, but the druid's wild shape skill wouldn't attract attention. There was another thing that made her eager to find more ways to practice her class. Her gaze fell on her class level. Class, Druid LV6, 0/2100. Note: from this level onward, kill experience is invalid. Level 6 required a whopping 2,100 experience points, and kill experience no longer counted. She hadn't gained any experience from cultivating rare plants this time, either. With her current situation, needing to plant a considerable number of trees just to gain a single point of class experience, reaching level 7 seemed like a long road. Even though her strength had increased and she could plant and nurture plants much faster, class experience was becoming ever more precious. From her recent experiences, it seemed that researching new wild shape forms might be a good direction to pursue. Ling Town, Bruce's Tavern. A group of players stared intently at the level rankings. She leveled up. The Lord leveled up again. I win. Ugh, that was way too fast. I bet on tomorrow. After adding card games, Bruce's Tavern had also started a betting pool. The hottest bet recently, what day will Ying reach level 6? At the same time, on the forums, Mu Ying's latest level up was noticed by other players in the Xia Nation region. These days, the top 5 spots on the Xia Nation level rankings were pretty much set. Level rankings. Number 1. Mu Ying, Druid, level 6, 0%. Number 2. Li Luoxia, Cleric, level 4, 95%. Number 3. Zhang Qing, Rogue, level 4, 86%. Number 4. Hu Xiaobai, Warrior, level 4, 75%. Number 5. Miao Guowei, Warrior, level 4, 65%. Li Luoxia almost caught up to Mu Ying and could have been the same level. What a pity. Didn't they say Mu Ying was heading to our Ling Tian Town? Last time she went to Luoxia village, she was super fast. This time, it's been ages and we still haven't seen her. Turns out she was off leveling up. I really want to know what level 6 is like. With each level, the kill experience quota drops by 10%. So starting from level 6, you can't get kill experience anymore. That woman, she's gotten even stronger. I wouldn't dare mess with her. The experience needed for each level jumps up a lot. Even though Mu Ying's leveling pace has slowed a bit, nobody can match her experience gains. She's just amazing. Mu Ying's druid isn't the same as ours. Why am I so slow? Upstairs is a druid? I'm so jealous. With Mu Ying around, she's paved the way for your class progression. At least you have a pro to learn from. The rest of us have to figure things out on our own. Are there any other high-level players willing to share their training tips? Name, Mu Ying. Race, Elf, Green Witch. Class, Druid LV6, 0/2100. Note: from this level onward, kill experience is invalid. HP, 480/480. Mana, 140/140. Attributes, Strength 8 +1, Constitution 10, Agility 14, +2, Intelligence 12, Perception 18, Charisma 15. Languages: Common, Elvish, Druidic, Woodfolk. Skills: Druid class skills, Nature's Eye, Wild Affinity, Animal Companion, Woodland Stride, Pass Without Trace, Nature's Ward, Wild Shape, Natural Recovery, Green Witch racial skills, Magic, Alchemy, Potion Making, Herb Cultivation, Elf racial skills. Dark Vision, Sword Mastery, Archery Mastery, General Skills, Crosshair, Spell Upcasting. Spells, Cantrips, Druidcraft, Light, Create Water, Clean, Flash, Find North, Detect Poison. Level 1, Shillelagh, Entangle, Cure Wounds, Ignite, Thorn Whip, Long Strider, Fog Cloud, Jump, Speak with Animals, Mage Hand, Endure Elements. Identify Creature. Level 2, Barkskin, Thunder Wave, Flame Blade, Enhance Ability, Spider Climb, Protection from Poison. 2 attribute points in one go. Even if it only applied to her wolf form, it was still a rare gain. For a druid, Wild Shape was like a second life. Physical stats, abilities, and health were all independent from her human form. She'd always thought that tending to plants was the only way to gain experience, but now she discovered a whole new, unexplored path. It was a delightful surprise for a wolf. Maybe Wild Shape was just as important to druids as attuning to nature. The latter let druids connect with plants, the former let them experience life as animals. Once again, she realized how limited her understanding of nature had been. The natural energy in animals might not be as rich as in plants, but they were still vital children of nature, and their role shouldn't be overlooked. Thinking back, those notifications had appeared only after she acted in line with the beast's instincts. The first time when she protected her food from the hyenas, the second when she sensed a powerful enemy and chose to flee. Feeling she still had much to learn about Wild Shape, she decided that for the rest of her journey north, she would stay in wolf form as much as possible and truly experience the world of beasts. The white wolf skirted the area where the roar had come from and continued north. Luck was on her side. She found traces of humans, followed them, and discovered a human camp. She paid the entry fee, spent the night lying on the plaza, and sank her consciousness into the trial world, using up the trial time she'd accumulated over the past few days. Before dawn the next day, she was back on the road. A white wolf who could pay for entry and carried a little panda on her back. Any form-savvy player would know exactly who she was. The buzz over Zhao Hongfei's death hadn't died down yet, and most unfamiliar players were more afraid of her than anything else. Seeing her remain in wolf form, no one dared approach, let alone try to track or follow her. After all, the last player who tried that ended up very, very dead. That day, she tended to many plants along the way, collecting some seeds she didn't have yet, as well as some interesting mutant plant seeds. Her profession experience ticked up again. When she ran into beasts she could handle, she fought them, collecting fur for winter. If she couldn't win, she ran. That night, she didn't find a camp and had to sleep in the wild. She couldn't even find a cave for shelter, so she picked a random tree and rested beneath it. On nights like this, she didn't dare sleep too deeply, always keeping part of her mind alert for danger. On the third day, it rained. The white wolf ran through the downpour. No longer in the mood to tease prey or gather materials, she spent most of her time just traveling. Before dusk, she started looking for a place to settle down. Luck was with her again. She found a dry cave, but inside was a young black bear. The white wolf fought it, drove it out, and claimed the cave as her own. That night, a group of redcaps also set their sights on the cave. They were a bit bigger than gem sprites, wore red hats, had wizened faces, and looked a bit like goblins. Each carried a tiny knife, barely thicker than a toothpick, and scampered all over the white wolf. They even triggered her nature's protection effect. Only then did she realize these little things were also fey creatures. But they didn't seem very friendly. Though small, the redcaps were fierce fighters. After enough stabs, even she started to hurt, and a few patches of her fur were stained red. She really wanted to shift back to human form, use Identify Creature to check their details, and then flatten them. But she held back. She was a wolf now. Her wild shape training couldn't be interrupted. She just made a mental note about these small but vicious creatures, gave up the cave, and slunk away in defeat. The rain washed the blood from her fur, but her wounds stung fiercely. For the first time, she was injured and couldn't heal herself. She could only grit her teeth and keep moving through the rainy night. How bitter it was. Your understanding of wild form, White Wolf, has deepened. Gain ×5 class experience. White Wolf form stamina +1. Good. A few more injuries won't be a problem. What beast hasn't been wounded before? She could clearly feel her body growing stronger. If getting hurt every time meant she'd grow tougher, then she wouldn't mind a little self-abuse. Besides, these minor wounds would scab over in a couple of days. That night, she was in a sorry state, but her heart was full of joy. Nothing mattered more to her than becoming stronger. It seemed her wolf body's recovery was even more powerful. After a night's rest, the rain stopped, and the morning breeze ruffled her fur. Her wounds barely hurt anymore. But a sleepless night left her exhausted. She thought about finding a place to rest, but instead, new enemies arrived. It was the pack of hyenas she'd driven off before. They'd actually tracked her for days, and now, seeing her worn out, they came back for revenge. What a bunch of grudge holders. But even tired, she wasn't someone to mess with. For the first time, she fought with real fury. When in wolf form before, out of love for animals, she rarely killed. She'd only use her claw of recompense to gather materials when hunting. But this time, she was in bad shape, and the hyenas took advantage, injuring her even more. Every bite they landed made her feel her life was truly threatened. If she kept holding back, her wolf form might be killed for the first time. She'd have to revert to human. This time, she didn't think about nature or protecting flora and fauna. She was just a wolf on the verge of being torn apart. She had to fight for her life and make these despicable hyenas pay with theirs. In the heat of battle, she overcame her disgust at biting, using every weapon her body had. In the end, she won. 2 hyenas, seeing her bloodlust, tried to flee. But this time, she didn't let them escape. Even though she was exhausted, with patches of fur torn out and serious injuries, she chased them down and killed them all. Afterwards, she didn't dare linger. Blood would attract more danger. She forced herself to run farther, putting distance between herself and the scene, and found a shallow stream to lie in. She let the water wash the blood from her fur. Then she moved again, finally finding a spot where she could close her eyes for a short rest. Her wounds were serious, constantly reminding her of their presence, the pain making sleep impossible. Shubin, full of concern, crouched by her wounds and blew on them. Gun returned to normal size, keeping watch over their surroundings. She managed a few uneasy hours of sleep, enough to regain some spirit, but now she was hungry. Most of the cooked food in her storage pouch was gone, only some fruits, vegetables, and raw meat remained. She badly needed energy, and wolves were carnivores. She was torn. Either eat raw meat, or return to human form to cook. She'd endured so much already, was she really going to give up now, just because of raw meat? She didn't hesitate long before pulling out a raw rabbit leg. She'd already bitten through several filthy hyena necks, her human squeamishness was long gone. Thinking back, when hyena blood got in her mouth, she hadn't felt disgusted. If anything, it felt exhilarating. She bit into the raw rabbit, and to her surprise, it didn't taste gamey at all. The bloody meat was sweet, soothing her hunger and restoring her wolf body's strength faster than cooked food. Maybe animals' taste buds were just different from humans who were used to cooked meals. In that moment, she finally understood why Dehui and the others rarely ate cooked food. They liked the rich flavors and aromas of cooked meat, but raw meat kept their wildness alive. After downing a big chunk of rabbit, she was only half full, but her fatigue and pain eased. She ate another piece. Whoa. With her belly full and body comfortable, the white wolf couldn't help but let out a long howl. The wolf body's recovery was truly formidable. This was how wolves survived injuries. As long as their stomachs were full, they could endure the pain. She felt herself merging even more closely with the wildness of her wolf form. Your understanding of wild form, white wolf, has deepened. Gain ×5 class experience. White wolf form stamina +1. She used to think the wild form's combat power was weak, just an ordinary beast, nothing compared to magical beasts with special abilities. Turns out she'd only scratched the surface. The system prompts showed she was finally training in the right direction. She needed to immerse herself in the wild form, not just physically, but mentally as well. After traveling a bit further, feeling the rabbit meat digesting, she began her first true hunt, hunting to fill her belly. She picked a wild boar. Using the hunting techniques she'd learned from Dehui and the others, she crouched in the grass, patiently stalking, looking for an opening. Finally, she attacked from the boar's rear flank, her first bite snapping one of its legs. No chance for it to run. As it thrashed and charged in fury, she patiently dodged, waiting for it to tire out, then pounced and bit through its throat, drinking its blood. Your understanding of wild form, white wolf, has deepened. Gain ×5 class experience. White wolf form agility +1. At the same time, the nature bracelet on her wrist stirred for the first time in ages. She summoned her player manual to check its info. Nature bracelet. Quality: orange, mythic. Effect 1, Spring of Restoration. Effect 2, Claw of Recompense. Effect 3, Scythe of Balance. Effect 4, Fangs of Wildness. Your mastery of a wild form has reached the standard. You have understood and embraced the wildness of animals, earning the recognition of nature's wild side. Wild form receives a comprehensive boost. Note: a mythic item that reveals most of its power, only wielded by a recognized master. Another effect had awakened. With this effect, the nature bracelet became a beast fang ornament, and the boost was passive, comprehensively enhancing her wild form's power, including physical attributes, the strength of claws, teeth, and fur, and her body's recovery. The bald patches where she'd been bitten had already scabbed over and grown fine new fur. She was well on the mend. She checked her body. Her limbs were thicker, her body larger, power surging through her, claws sharp as blades. If she faced those red caps or hyenas now, she'd never be as helpless as before. Whoa. She howled into the deep forest, letting out all her pride and excitement. She'd grown stronger again. Beasts fled, Birds scattered, she'd finally reached the point where her voice alone could send wild animals running. Now, she was truly a lone wolf who could roam the wilds, a real predator. Muing also noticed that the final note on the bracelet of nature had changed. Previously, it always read, "A mythic artifact whose full power has not yet been revealed." Now, it had become, "A mythic artifact whose most powers have been revealed." Does this mean the bracelet of nature is finally about to fully awaken? This piece of equipment had been with her since birth. Although it only began to show its true power after the apocalypse, it was a perfect match for her. It was practically a comprehensive boost for a druid devoted to nature. According to Grandpa Shamu, the bracelet of nature was a famous divine artifact, one of the elven race's greatest treasures. So why did it end up in her hands? She actually had some guesses. At first, she was a half-elf. Even Grandpa Shamu said her half-elf bloodline was extraordinary, which meant she had a close relative among the elves of high status. So, it was very likely that the bracelet of nature came from him or her. Shireen ended up stranded on Azure Star because her mother died of serious injuries here. But what about her? She still remembered being abandoned in the Green Mountain Forest, only knowing it was a woman who left her there. Why would someone leave such a precious artifact with her, yet abandon her at the same time? For a moment, Mu Ying's thoughts wandered. Because she carried memories of her previous life, she had long since lost any dependence on parents or family. She was simply curious about her origins in this life, but had no urgent desire to seek out her relatives or return to her roots. She didn't plan to deliberately look for the elves who migrated to this world, as Chief Need had mentioned. She would just let things happen as they may. Family ties no longer meant much to her. She simply felt a bit grateful to whoever gave her the bracelet of nature. After all, since the apocalypse, it had helped her tremendously. After letting her mind wander for a while, she snapped back to reality and continued heading north. At first, she traveled straight north, but along the way, she'd get sidetracked by interesting plants or end up fighting wild beasts, causing her to stray from her original path and take many detours. As she became more skilled at controlling her white wolf form, the benefits she gained from it gradually diminished. She still earned some class experience, but attribute gains had become rare. Most of the time, the notifications in her adventure log were similar to when she tended to plants, just a note that she'd completed a class practice. Her class experience was steadily increasing. After a tough fight with a pack of gnolls, feeling her wolf form combat skills had become even more refined, another notification popped up. You have completed a class practice, gaining 5 class experience. You have reached the level 5 experience cap, with 3 experience points overflowing. You have met the requirements to level up. Please prepare to advance as soon as possible. Muing glanced at her character panel. Class, Druid LV5, 1500. She could level up now. Muing returned to her human form. This trip had been quite fruitful. She took out her flying broom, rode it to a secluded cave hidden by vines, and had Gun stand guard at the entrance while she began attuning herself to nature to level up. After being baptized by nature, you have become a level 6 druid. Based on your druid level, your wild shape skill uses per day have increased, and you have unlocked a new form. Based on your druid level, your HP has increased to 480. Based on your druid level, your mana has increased to 140. No new spells unlocked at this level. This level didn't grant any new class skills or spells, just a slight increase in HP and mana. The biggest change was to the wild shape skill. She opened her character panel. A long list of attributes unfolded. She skimmed over the parts that hadn't changed much and focused on the skills section. Wild shape. By observing and mimicking, you can transform into small or medium animals. After transforming, you gain the corresponding animal's attribute panel, and your HP is separate from your human form. Usable twice per day. You can now transform into small or medium aquatic and flying animals. She could now use wild shape twice per day, meaning she could switch between human and animal form 2 times each day. Most importantly, she could now transform into flying animals. just as she had mastered the wolf form, and with no suitable environment for turtle or sea turtle forms, practicing a flying animal form would both benefit her class progression and make travel easier. The flying broom was a bit too conspicuous, but the druid's wild shape skill wouldn't attract attention. There was another thing that made her eager to find more ways to practice her class. Her gaze fell on her class level. Class, Druid LV6, 0/2100. Note: from this level onward, kill experience is invalid. Level 6 required a whopping 2,100 experience points, and kill experience no longer counted. She hadn't gained any experience from cultivating rare plants this time, either. With her current situation, needing to plant a considerable number of trees just to gain a single point of class experience, reaching level 7 seemed like a long, long road. Even though her strength had increased and she could plant and nurture plants much faster, class experience was becoming ever more precious. From her recent experiences, it seemed that researching new wild shape forms might be a good direction to pursue. Ling Tian Town, Bruce's Tavern. A group of players stared intently at the level rankings. She leveled up. The Lord leveled up again. I win. Ugh, that was way too fast. I bet on tomorrow. After adding card games, Bruce's Tavern had also started a betting pool. The hottest bet recently, what day will Mu Ying reach level 6? At the same time, on the forums, Mu Ying's latest level up was noticed by other players in the Xia Nation region. These days, the top 5 spots on the Xia Nation level rankings were pretty much set. Level rankings. Number 1. Mu Ying, Druid, level 6, 0%. Number 2. Li Luoxia, Cleric, level 4, 95%. Number 3. Zhang Qing, Rogue, level 4, 86%. Number 4. Hu Xiaobai, Warrior, level 4, 75%. Number 5. Miao Guowei, Warrior, level 4, 65%. Li Luoxia almost caught up to Mu Ying and could have been the same level. What a pity. Didn't they say Mu Ying was heading to our Ling Tian Town? Last time she went to Luoxia village, she was super fast. This time, it's been ages and we still haven't seen her. Turns out she was off leveling up. I really want to know what level 6 is like. With each level, the kill experience quota drops by 10%. So starting from level 6, you can't get kill experience anymore. That woman, she's gotten even stronger. I wouldn't dare mess with her. The experience needed for each level jumps up a lot. Even though Mu Ying's leveling pace has slowed a bit, nobody can match her experience gains. She's just amazing. Mu Ying's druid isn't the same as ours. Why am I so slow? Upstairs is a druid? I'm so jealous. With Mu Ying around, she's paved the way for your class progression. At least you have a pro to learn from. The rest of us have to figure things out on our own. Are there any other high-level players willing to share their training tips? Name, Mu Ying. Race, Elf Green Witch. Class, Druid LV6, 0/2100. Note: from this level onward, kill experience is invalid. HP, 480/480. Mana, 140/140. Attributes, Strength 8 +1, Constitution 10, Agility 14, +2, Intelligence 12, Perception 18, Charisma 15. Languages, Common, Elvish, Druidic, Woodfolk. Skills, Druid class skills, Nature's Eye, Wild Affinity, Animal Companion, Woodland Stride, Pass Without Trace, Nature's Ward, Wild Shape, Natural Recovery, Green Witch racial skills, Magic, Alchemy, Potion Making, Herb Cultivation, Elf racial skills, Dark Vision, Sword Mastery, Archery Mastery, General Skills, Crosshair, Spell Upcasting. Spells, Cantrips, Druidcraft, Light, Create Water, Clean, Flash, Find North, Detect Poison, Level 1, Shillelagh, Entangle, Cure Wounds, Ignite, Thorn Whip, Long Strider, Fog Cloud, Jump, Speak with Animals, Mage Hand, Endure Elements. Identify Creature, Level 2, Barkskin, Thunder Wave, Flame Blade, Enhance Ability, Spider Climb, Protection from Poison. Moonbeam, Chill Metal, Heat Metal, Fireball, spike growth, tree shape, gust of wind, wood shape. Level 3, call lightning, sleet storm, wind wall, summon animals, nature's shield, water breathing, water walk, meld into stone, remove disease, speak with plants. Free attribute points, 0. Recalling the lesson she learned last time when she transformed into an aquatic creature, Ying decided not to make too many assumptions this time as she sought a flying creature form. Common small birds like sparrows were her last resort. She still preferred raptors like eagles. But such birds weren't something you could just run into whenever you wanted. Ying even cast a blessing spell on herself, hoping to find her ideal bird to study. Although her blessing magic had grown much stronger, it always seemed to work better when cast on others. When it came to herself, it was all down to luck, and she couldn't be greedy. Thinking about how raptors like eagles usually flew higher than most birds, she rode her flying broom through the sky, searching. She gave herself just 2 days. If she couldn't find one in 2 days, she'd settle for a more common bird for now. She'd run into an eagle or two while traveling by broom before, but now that she was seriously looking, she couldn't find a single one. As the 2 days were nearly up and night was falling, Ying landed in the forest, ready to look for other birds. As she made her way through the woods, a plump little owlet with big round eyes suddenly tumbled from above, flapping its wings as it landed right in her arms. 2 tufts of feathers stood up on its head like little ears. Hoot hoot. The little thing seemed stunned with fright, curling up in her arms and not daring to move. Ying gently soothed the little one that had thrown itself into her arms, gave it some spring water, then looked up into the tree. Sure enough, she spotted a dark, hollow hole in the branches. Inside, another owlet was getting ready to try flying while its parents were away. Although they seemed more developed than many birds, as owls, they were just at the stage of learning to fly. Without their parents' guidance, it was no surprise the second owlet soon followed its siblings' fate. Ying ended up with an owlet in each arm, and suddenly thought owls were actually quite cute. Maybe they'd make a good choice after all. The parent owls returned with prey, only to find their nest empty. Then, right under their tree, they saw their 2 little ones cuddled in a human's arms, begging for water. Ying glanced at the prey the parent owls had brought back. Wasn't that the eagle she'd been searching for over the past 2 days? What kind of owl could even take down an eagle? Ying even used her creature identification spell to examine the owls. Eurasian eagle owl, also called great horned owl, level 1 to 3 flying beast, nocturnal predator, large and powerful, skilled at long-distance flight, keen hearing, strong legs. Just from the level, she could tell the eagle owl was a top predator among beasts. So much for eagles, sometimes even they couldn't beat an eagle owl. She had to learn from this one. Ying made up her mind instantly, but first, she had to settle the matter of a teacher. Luckily, she had the power of nature as a backup, and the 2 little eagle owls seemed to like her a lot. Otherwise, the parent owls would have attacked her already. She quickly used animal communication to explain herself, offered some spring water to show her sincerity, and finally returned the little eagle owls safe and sound to their nest. Only then did the parent owls allow her to observe them up close. Ying used plant magic to make herself a cocoon-shaped tent in a nearby tree and settled in for the time being. Owls are night creatures, and eagle owls are no exception. After dinner, the parent owls began teaching their 2 little ones how to fly. When the owlets struggled to control their wings and were about to fall, Ying wanted to catch them, but the parent owls stopped her. The falls didn't hurt them, instead, they helped the owlets learn. Ying understood, setbacks like these were a necessary part of learning to fly. So she stopped interfering, simply observing their activities and gradually filling out the image of the eagle owl in her mind. No wonder they could even take on eagles. These raptors were truly formidable. In just one night, the 2 little eagle owls were already flying decently. Their flight was still a bit wobbly, but they could get up into the trees on their own. Night passed, and day arrived. The eagle owl family hid quietly in their tree hollow, eyes closed. But whenever an animal passed nearby, the eagle owls would open their eyes instantly, silently watching their surroundings. Their vigilance and hearing were impressive, even before Ying noticed anything. Later, when she followed the parent owls out hunting, Ying discovered their diet was incredibly varied. Mice, foxes, hedgehogs, rabbits, insects, chicks, and other birds. If they could catch it, they'd eat it. And they didn't just hunt at night. After the young eagle owls learned to fly, the parents sometimes hunted during the day as well. Ying finally witnessed what superb flying skills meant. Flying close to the ground was one thing, but the real trick was flying silently, sneaking up on prey without a sound. And their high-altitude flight and combat skills were every bit as good as an eagle's. They were, in short, Ying's dream birds. Choosing them as her transformation was a stroke of luck. As she learned more about eagle owls, the image of the form she wanted to take grew clearer and more complete. Finally, after watching the young eagle owl's first hunt, she was ready. She was riding her flying broom when she felt she could attempt the transformation. She put away the broom midair and let herself fall freely. Just before she hit the ground, she transformed into a young eagle owl, skimmed along the ground, then soared into the sky. The little eagle owls, hoot hoot. Why is she bigger than us, hoot? Her first flight was pure exhilaration. It was nothing like riding a broom. The broom was attuned to her and didn't require much effort to control, but there was always a sense of separation. But flying with her own wings, this was true freedom. She tried out all the advanced flying techniques she'd learned from the eagle owls and felt as if she'd truly conquered the sky. The sky was no longer out of reach. The sense of security she felt while flying with her own wings far surpassed anything the broom could offer. She instantly fell in love with the feeling. And looking at her own appearance, handsome yet cute, with beautiful ear tufts and even praised by the parent and young eagle owls, Ying, now an eagle owl beauty, couldn't have been more satisfied. She even felt as if her blessing magic had leveled up again. Hoot hoot hoot, her joyful cry echoed through the clouds. Hoot hoot, the little eagle owls joined in, frolicking with Ying in the sky. Eagle owls are actually solitary creatures, only pairing up during breeding season. Now that the young eagle owls had learned to hunt, they would soon leave their parents' protection to build their own nests and explore the world. With their parenting duties complete, the adult eagle owls would also leave the nest and go their separate ways. Having mastered her new form, the fledgling eagle owl Ying bid farewell to the eagle owl family and resumed her journey north. Ling Tian Town, Territory Center, Meeting Room. It's been almost 2 months now. Why haven't we seen any sign of Ying yet? Isn't she just deliberately neglecting us? Back then, she managed to reach Luoxia village in just 3 days. Who knows how she did it? But now it's our turn, and she's still not here after all this time. The youngsters can't be bothered to wait at the gates every day anymore. How are we supposed to make a good impression when she finally arrives? Didn't she even take time out to level up recently? I'm guessing she's training while traveling. After reaching level 6, her progress has been steadily climbing. By the way, where's Zhao? Haven't seen him in days. He didn't even show up for today's meeting. Has he grown wings now? The old chief's health is getting worse. Yesterday, he was only awake for less than half an hour in total. Isn't it about time to hand over the Lord's token? Exactly. For a moment, no one mentioned Zhao repeated absences from meetings, lest he return and something goes wrong, affecting the transfer of the Lord's token. 3 miles outside Ling Tian Town, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The first snow of winter had arrived unexpectedly. A certain long-traveling owl, braving the wind and snow, encountered a young peregrine falcon on the road. She hadn't found any food today, and this falcon, with its round little head, looked like it would taste pretty good. Thanks to her recent experience training in white wolf form, she'd been making an effort to truly live as an owl during her journey, and she'd learned a few things. She still wasn't as good as she was in wolf form, but she was much better than when she'd first learned to transform. Owl rule number 1. If it's smaller than her, she can fight it and eat it. If it's about her size but not as strong, it's still fair game. Anything bigger, she could try, but she'd probably lose, and it wouldn't be worth it. This peregrine falcon looked just right, edible. Oh no, Dummy's being attacked again. In the woods below, a baby-faced boy received a distress call from his animal companion and spoke anxiously. Have it land, we'll cover it, another person said, loading a crossbow bolt. Ying chased after the delicious-looking falcon, only to see it suddenly dive toward the ground. As she followed, a small crossbow bolt shot up from the woods below, heading straight for her. Coo! If she hadn't twisted her body in time, her wing would have been pierced right through. As she dodged, the tempting falcon dove into the forest. But the archer wasn't about to let her go. A second arrow came flying. Ying had never imagined she'd one day be shot at so miserably by arrows. This person's aim was really something almost as good as hers. Coo. What, I can't even stop eating it. Bullying me just because I'm an owl and can't use a bow? Even that falcon, who'd just been fleeing for its life, was now perched on someone's shoulder, taunting her. And that other person, with the deadly aim and a grudge against her precious wings, judging by their gear, they were either a ranger or a wanderer. Sure, she'd wanted to eat their animal companion, which was a bit much, but she'd already given up, hadn't she? Who wouldn't want a bite of such a plump falcon? The food had tempted her first. Cuckoo, so wronged. Coo. Up until now, the arrows had come one at a time, with pauses in between. Suddenly, 2 bolts came in quick succession. She dodged the first, but couldn't avoid the second. Thwack! Got it! Got it! Dummy, let's go get your revenge. Sin shouted as he saw the arrogant owl tumble into the woods and hurried after it. Zhao put away his crossbow and glanced at the sky. Was it his imagination, or was there something on that owl's back? Of course there was. Curled up as small as possible, Gun was trembling as Ying carried him like a little bundle on her back. Ying flapped her wings in pain to slow her fall, sparing Gun the thrill of freefall. Falling from the sky as an owl was much less dangerous than as a human. She wasn't desperate enough yet to revert to human form and interrupt her training. She crawled up, gritting her beak, and called to Shamu, her figurine companion, Coo. Yin, help me pull the arrow out. Shamu had witnessed Ying's self-torture journey these past days. She had a stubborn streak in her bones. Though he often felt so sorry for her that his eyes would secretly redden, he never wanted to hold her back. To avoid affecting her, Shamu usually reverted to his ring form and stayed on her, only coming out when she rested. But when Ying called, Shamu immediately appeared, a tiny person, lips pressed tight and, as instructed, grabbed the arrow and yanked it out. Coo! Ouch, that hurts. Shamu tossed the arrow aside and stomped on it for good measure. Gun picked up the arrow, crunched it up, and swallowed it. Ying. That was a bit much. She could already hear footsteps approaching. Quickly, she tucked her wings in, bundled Gun up on her back, and found a bush whose leaves matched her feathers to hide in. Huh? It should be right here. Where'd it go? Sin searched all around but couldn't spot the owl. Zhao noticed a bit of blood on a dead leaf. There's blood. It must be nearby. Ying crouched in the bush like a statue, only her big round eyes staring at the two of them. Gun peeked out, covering his mouth with his little paws, not daring to make a sound. Only Shamu flew over to vent his anger on the archer's head. He couldn't actually do anything, but seeing him poke at his enemy's head with a tiny arrow was oddly satisfying for Ying. The two searched for a while but didn't spot Ying, who was perfectly hidden in the bush. Gaha. Unexpectedly, the peregrine falcon suddenly started calling at the bush. Sin and Zhao looked over, locking eyes with her. Ying. She'd underestimated that fat falcon. What now? Should she turn back into a human and fight them for revenge? Am I seeing things, or is that all carrying a panda cub on its back? Sin rubbed his eyes. That can't be right. The panda's way too small. At that size, it shouldn't even have all its fur yet. The more Sin looked, the stranger it seemed. You're not seeing things, Zhao said, his expression complicated. A panda that could freely change its size. Appearing here, there was only one possibility. He looked at the owl curled up in a ball. He really hadn't expected that the person all the elders in the territory had been eagerly waiting for would be here. That fierce, agile figure in the sky, and the skillful way she hid now, if it weren't for the panda's obvious features, no one would have guessed she was a person. I'm really sorry about earlier, Lord Mu, Zhao said, bowing slightly in apology. Muing knew she couldn't keep up the act any longer and returned to her human form. I was the one who wanted to eat that fat falcon first. Gah. The fat falcon fluffed up its feathers in outrage. Sin absent-mindedly stroked his silly bird's feathers, staring at this sudden transformation, forgetting to even close his mouth. Why you're the mooing all those old geezers have been racking their brains to lure back home. Zhao smacked him. Watch what you're saying. But it's true. Not long ago, all those old guys sent out their best-looking juniors, hoping to bump into her by chance. Who'd have thought we'd be the ones to actually meet her? This is fate. Sen's eyes sparkled with gossip. He knew that even Qing had been ordered to win her favor, but his attitude of, if I do it, I'll just marry in as a live-in son-in-law, had left those old men speechless. If you asked him, a soft and delicate girl like her would never be interested in those pretty but useless flower vases. Although, that arrow Qing just shot probably didn't leave the best impression either. I'm mooing. And you are? Also, what do you mean by old geezers and bumping into me by chance? Mooing asked curiously. Hello, I'm Zhao, holder of the Lord's token for Ling Tian Town. The power structure in Ling Tian Town is complicated. Most of the authority is held by military and political families from before the apocalypse. Your strength and abilities have made them want to pull you onto their side through marriage, so they've sent their juniors out to accidentally meet you and win your favor, Zhao explained. So this was Ling Tian Town already? And she'd run into the Lord himself? But she remembered the Lord of Ling Tian Town wasn't supposed to be this young. Zhao name wasn't unfamiliar to Muing either. He was ranked in the top 5, the highest level wanderer in the Xia country region. But all of that paled in comparison to her speechlessness at hearing the word marriage. So you all think I'm the kind of person who's so desperate I'll fall for anyone who tries to sweet-talk me? That I'll be bound by emotions and convention? Trying to win my favor? Do you all want to try dying like Zhao Hongfei did? Zhao hurriedly assured her he had no such intentions. Sin was even more startled by her words, shaking his head frantically. He'd forgotten that, despite her harmless appearance and those gentle, lively emerald eyes, she was actually ruthless and decisive. His silly bird had almost been killed by her. Why did you attack my silly bird anyway? He suddenly remembered and asked blankly. That's your animal companion? You're a ranger. Muing replied with a question of her own. Sin nodded. I admit I was out of line targeting it. But honestly, silly is the perfect name for it, fat and dumb. It's a peregrine falcon, but it can't even outfly my owl. You fed it so much it's gotten too fat. Anyone who sees it would think it's a great meal, Muing said, giving the fat falcon a once-over. A moment ago, the falcon had been acting tough, but now, seeing its owner wasn't taking its side, it shrank back. I just can't resist when it acts cute, Sin said sheepishly. Wait, aren't you a druid? Why would you attack a harmless animal? And even want to eat it? Maybe you're a little desperate after all. Muing rolled her eyes. Druids don't eat meat? Besides, I was in eagle owl form just now. Eating a couple of falcons is perfectly normal. That's the law of nature. The strong prey on the weak. If you don't train it properly, you should just keep it by your side and protect it. Otherwise, out there, it's just someone else's dinner. That was heartfelt advice. Muing herself couldn't bear to train Gun harshly, so she never let him go out or fight. Same principle. Sin nodded repeatedly. I'll put it on a diet as soon as we get back. I remember the Lord of Ling Tian Town was the old commander? Muing looked at Zhao. Yes, but the old commander's health has declined. He was worried that after he passed, the family infighting would get out of hand and endanger the people, so he privately returned the Lord's token to me. This hasn't been made public yet, only Asen, and now you know, Zhao said sincerely. Don't worry, I have no ulterior motives. I'm very willing to establish friendly relations with Qingshan Town. The terms are the same as before. In exchange for 10% of the teleportation array's income, Ling Tian Town residents can teleport once for free. Muing noticed the word returned. So, the rumors on the forum about someone handing over the Lord's token to the state for free, was that him? Free isn't possible, but I can offer a discount. Each teleport costs 1 silver coin in energy, and with a full group of 10, it's 5 silver coins. My pricing only earns me the margin on full loads. If it's completely free, too many people will use it, and we won't be able to cover the energy costs. The array could collapse. How about half price for 3 days? After that, I'll just take 10% of the income for the next year, Muing offered. Free just wasn't feasible. No territory could afford that kind of drain. She admired people like Zhao Qing and the old commander who were willing to give back to the people, but she wasn't willing to follow suit. Help the world when you have the means. Look after yourself when you don't. Neither she nor her territory was wealthy enough for that. Every coin had its purpose. She didn't want her territory to end up with a big population, but be so poor that people could barely survive. Rather than rushing to take in a huge number of people, she preferred to proceed step by step, within her means. Take in a group, settle a group. She didn't expect everyone who chose Qingshan Town to be rich, but as long as they were willing to work hard, they'd have enough to eat and a place to live. No one would have to sleep rough. And this wasn't about sacrificing the territory's interests to subsidize the residents, but about making the territory profitable, using the money to develop it, create more jobs, and foster a positive cycle between the land and its people. The 3-day half-price offer was only because Ling Tian Town's development had been held back by not charging an entry fee. Is there really no way to go lower? 50 copper coins per person even in 3 days. Not many in Ling Tian Town could scrape that together, Zhao Qing said. He knew it was unreasonable to push for a loss, but Ling Tian Town's reality left him no choice but to beg for help. Your territory doesn't charge an entry fee, and most residents live in tents they put up themselves. Your expenses should be much lower than ours. How can you not even afford 50 copper coins? Muing was genuinely puzzled. Just going out to hunt or gather should earn a few copper coins, right? Those with some skill could probably make dozens a day. Besides, she'd announced her northward journey nearly 2 months ago. Even saving 1 copper coin a day would be more than 50 by now. It's complicated. Come see our territory and you'll understand. If anyone there offends you, please bear with it. One day I'll clean house, Zhao Qing said. The snow's getting heavier and it's getting late. Why don't you come stay at my place for the night? Sin brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders. I've got freshly smoked venison and some excellent wheat ale, way tastier than daigua, I promise. He winked at Muing. What do you say? Muing pressed a hand to her forehead. All right, you win. Stop teasing me. I should have realized sooner. No wild peregrine could ever get that chubby. Daigua puffed up proudly, even rubbing his head affectionately against his handler's neck. It was clear their bond was strong. Muing conjured a water orb, infused it with a bit of Spring of Restoration, and fed it to the happy falcon, a gesture of reconciliation. Let's stay at Asen's tonight, then. It's close by, Jianqing chimed in. Muing had no objections. Asen? What's your full name? Xia, Senator, nice to meet you. The #1 druid in Xia. Sin rubbed his palms together and shook her hand lightly. Muing smiled. You're making me blush, introducing me like that. Ha, you look pretty pleased to me, Sin said, realizing that as long as those annoying people weren't around, Muing was actually quite friendly and easy to get along with, just as a druid should be. The natural energy she radiated made even him feel comfortable and at ease. Jianqing laughed as well. They all seemed easygoing, so Muing relaxed a little, quietly summoning her silver figurine back into her hand for comfort. Noticing Jianqing glancing several times at her arm, Muing rolled up her sleeve to show him. It's fine. My beast form and human form have separate health bars. That arrow of yours hit my wing, which isn't a vital spot. Didn't even take off a third of my HP. It'll heal on its own soon. But your arrow, gun ate it. Jianqing let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't thought much when he shot, but after realizing that Owl was actually a person, he'd been worried he might have really hurt her. Ate it? As in actually ate it? Sin asked, not quite believing it. Muing fondly patted Gun. That's her talent. She can eat anything. No wonder she's a national treasure, Sin marveled. Daigua, look at her. Daigua, asterisk at it asterisk. Never mind, you're perfect the way you are, Sin conceded. I don't see you carrying much luggage. You've been on the road for almost 2 months. Don't tell me you survived entirely by hunting in beast form? Jianqing was genuinely curious. Had she really eaten nothing but raw meat this whole time? Muing understood what he meant. Though she wasn't completely empty-handed, her storage pouch had everything she needed. Ever since she started training in beast form, she'd made a rule not to use her supplies unless absolutely necessary. So yes, she really had hunted her way here. She nodded. If it weren't for you two, this fat falcon would have been my dinner raw too. With one this plump, even as an ally, I'd need 2 meals to finish it off. Jianqing looked at Muing with newfound respect. Was that really the point? The real issue was eating it raw. Xia Xin hugged his precious Daigua tightly. Just when he thought Muing was friendly and approachable, he was reminded again how ruthless she could be. Muing burst out laughing. Scary, huh? To be honest, when I first headed north, I traveled in white wolf form but never ate raw meat. If I ran into weak prey, I'd even let them go. But later, after fighting hyenas for food and going all out in wolf form, I discovered another way druids can cultivate. I started experimenting and found that beasts' taste buds are different from humans. Raw meat actually suits them better. So, for the sake of training, I got used to it. Jianqing didn't quite get it, but as a forest ranger who could borrow a bit of natural power for spells, Xia Xin was surprised. You mean, hunting like a real beast is actually in line with nature's way? Exactly. Nature is far broader than we imagine. Plants are just one of its favored children. Animals, and even humans, are blessed by nature too. We're all part of it, and survival is natural. Moderate hunting and logging are no problem, Muing explained. Forest rangers didn't need to attune to nature as deeply as druids. Their abilities were more skill-based, with only a few spells for support, but they still had their own professional codes, and there was much they could learn from each other. Xia Xin had an epiphany. No wonder I always thought those druids on the forums were a bit extreme, just planting trees and never letting anyone cut them down. But what about people who need lumber? So that's how it is. Is that your house? Muing asked, pointing to a rooftop barely visible through the woods, already dusted with a thin layer of snow. Seeing Xia Xin nod, Muing shot him a surprised look. She'd guessed he lived nearby, but hadn't expected he really didn't live inside the territory, but had built his own house out here in the wild. Yep. Impressive, right? My first nemesis was a gnoll. I built this place after wiping out a whole gnoll tribe. It's not as safe as inside the territory, but it's peaceful. Even Ying comes to crash here for a few days now and then, Xia Xin said proudly. He'd single-handedly wiped out an entire gnoll tribe and settled down in the wild. Someone this impressive shouldn't be unknown, so Muing checked the forum rankings. Number 10. Xia Xin, Ranger, Level 4, 15%. Sure enough, he was ranked 10th, the highest level ranger in the Xia region. Level 4, 15%. Judging by how fat his falcon was, he must have reached level 4 a while ago. Rangers only get animal companions at level 4, but no way would a newly summoned companion be this chubby. He must have spent more time feeding his animal than training. Muing gained a deeper understanding of his bond with Daigua. Your combat style is dual-wielding? At level 2, rangers can choose a combat style, archery or dual-wielding. The former specializes in ranged attacks, the latter in close combat. The one who shot her earlier was Jianqing, a rogue with a hand crossbow. Xia Xin didn't carry a bow or crossbow, only a pair of weapons at his waist, probably short swords. Mu Ying's own long and short swords were for dealing with enemies at different ranges, used alternately, not together. But Ranger's dual-wielding style meant using both weapons at once, in perfect coordination. Outside Xia Xin's house stood a sturdy wooden fence, each log as thick as a palm. Muing knocked on the wall, finding it quite solid. She said to Xia Xin, "It's a shame not to plant some binding vines on a fence like this. Once the teleportation array is open, you really should bring some money to Qingshan Town and take a look. I promise you won't be disappointed. I've heard of binding vines, and I'd really like some, but they're so expensive. My fence isn't small, and just raising that silly beast has already made my not-so-wealthy family even poorer. Can't you give me a discount?" Xia Xin pleaded pitifully. No discounts. Running my territory has already made me poor enough, not to mention I have a gun to feed. Oh, and a charging bull, a pack of sky wolves, a warren of jumping rabbits, a flock of fire-breathing chickens, and a group of petrifying lizards. I really can't afford to give discounts. Mu Ying shook her head, looking as if she was the one suffering. Who is she kidding? Xia Xin could live alone in the wild and even build a sizable homestead. There's no way he wasn't making money. Mu Ying just thought he was capable enough to help support her territory's special products, which never sold well. There was no way she'd give him a discount. Are you part Pishio or something? Xia Xin grumbled. Mu Ying replied solemnly, Pishio are great, they bring wealth. Zhao Qing rubbed his nose. So this was Mu Ying's personality. It seemed there was no way Ling Tian Town could get her to waive the teleportation fee, even for a while. Inside the fence was a domed wooden house. Surprisingly, it had 2 stories and was quite spacious. Outside, there was a vegetable patch with cabbages and radishes, making the place look just like a country farmhouse. The inside was nice too, with a full set of tables, chairs, and furniture. The main room had some wooden planks and tools lying around, and a half-finished chair sat to one side. Now Mu Ying believed the house was Xia Xin's handiwork. He was actually a craftsman, nothing like her traveler's cabins, which she could build with a storage pouch and wood shaping. He must have made everything himself, which explained why his level rose slower than others. To be able to manage such a big project and still be among the top-ranked professionals in Xia country, Xia Xin's stats and talents must be impressive. He had Mu Ying and Zhao Qing sit by the fire pit in the main room, then went to a side room and brought out a smoked deer leg and a barrel of ale. They lit the fire, ate roast meat, drank ale, and watched the snowflakes drifting outside, chatting about everything and nothing. It was a truly cozy scene. This is the first snow of the year, isn't it? Hard to believe the apocalypse has been going on for almost a year now, Xia Xin said, stroking his fat falcon. Sigh, I'm afraid a lot of people in the territory won't make it through this winter, Zhao Qing sighed. We're all professionals now. Our bodies are way stronger than before. It shouldn't be that bad, Mu Ying said, taking a sip of ale. Xia Xin claimed it was top quality, but it didn't even come close to the brew made by senior sister Lenny. Too bad she was a total lightweight in the emerald world. A lot of people at the bottom of Ling Tian Town probably can't even afford a decent fur coat, Zhao Qing said, frowning. Xia Xin sighed too, glancing at Zhao Qing. Ling Tian Town's development is really twisted. The wealth gap is huge and it's a vicious cycle. Sure, the rich have their problems, but the poor have plenty too. Being a lord isn't easy. If it gets too much, just quit and come join me. We'll live carefree, not worrying about anything. That's a good life too. I can't let go like you. I can't forget the old commander's instructions, Zhao Qing replied. Zhao Qing and Xia Xin kept speaking vaguely, but Mu Ying had a guess. Don't tell me there are people in Ling Tian Town who, because they can't afford the entry fee, still don't dare go out and fight monsters? That had to be it. Otherwise, how could they be so weak they couldn't even handle wild animals or afford winter clothes? Seeing Zhao Qing nod, Xia Xin sighed again. If someone really freezes to death this year because they can't afford warm clothes, as the Lord, what would you do? Mu Ying asked. I'd probably organize disaster relief, Zhao Qing said. I can't just watch them die. Mu Ying was speechless. Did you know there was a group like that outside Qingshan Town? They claimed they had no money, and when our people were risking their lives to lure zombies away from the camp, they knelt down and begged for charity, trying to guilt-trip us. I gave them a good beating and left them to fend for themselves. Guess what happened to them? With zombies surrounding the camp and no money to enter, they must have died, right? Zhao Qing frowned. Wrong. After getting beaten, they snuck into the camp anyway. The little punks who organized it have since turned over a new leaf and can now afford their own homes in the territory. It's not wrong to want to protect your people, but you need to be clear. You should protect those who strive to survive, not those who rely on others' pity and refuse to improve themselves. Charity without cost should be kept to a minimum. Mu Ying's words hit home. Zhao, like Xiaobai and the others, had been a soldier before the apocalypse. He was too soft-hearted toward ordinary people. Human nature's dark side is endless. Those in power can have compassion, but they can't give in to every demand. Xiaobai and the others had suffered for this in the early days, and Zhao was still stuck in that mindset. Well said. Xia clapped his hands. That's exactly right. Seeing Zhao deep in thought, Muing told him about the early days of the apocalypse, when it rained nonstop. The territory's residents had no income, could barely pay the entry fee, and were going hungry. She herself went out to plant vegetables in the territory. I pitied the residents too, but I only helped by pitching in myself, using my own abilities to solve urgent problems. I never gave out the territory's income as handouts. If the residents hadn't joined in and helped, there's no way I could have planted so much so quickly on my own. All I did was guide them, give them a chance and hope. In the end, it was their own efforts that saved themselves. Honestly, back then, I couldn't even eat all the vegetables I grew. Wouldn't it have been easier to just give them away for free? But human desire is endless. Give them charity once, and they'll ask for it a second and third time. There's no way I could support so many people alone. Even if you use the territory's income to support these people, you're just prolonging things a bit. Are these people really worth saving? Let me be blunt. I absolutely won't make the teleportation array free, and I'll have to reconsider even the half-price offer I mentioned before. If you want to send all those who rely on moral blackmail and refuse to work to my territory, they'll just starve somewhere else. I won't help them. Mu Ying's words were blunt, but true. She didn't care about conventional morality. Honestly, she hadn't expected the atmosphere in Ling Tian Town to get this bad. She was starting to regret opening the teleportation array, fearing there would be trouble ahead. Did our help really end up hurting them? Zhao was filled with mixed emotions. Thinking of how Muing had used her own territory as an example, he had to admit that, in some ways, this young girl did things better than they did. If, back then, when so many people had surrounded their camp begging for help, they had been a bit tougher if they hadn't completely waived the entry fee, or if they'd thought a step further and provided ways for people to survive instead of just handing things to them. Would those people have become less dependent, less likely to just wait for handouts, and more willing to face the dangers outside the territory? Maybe the good situation in Ling Town wasn't just luck after all. Maybe it was because this territory lord was insightful, balanced, and a good leader. For a moment, Zhao began to doubt whether he was really suited to be a lord. Before the apocalypse, he'd just been a soldier. He only knew how to follow orders. Zhao had never been power-hungry, which was why he'd been willing to hand over the Lord's order before. If I gave you the Lord's order, could you make Ling Tian Town as good as Ling Town? Muing shook her head without hesitation. Spare me, please. Just running Ling Town is enough to keep me on my feet all day. If I had to take care of Ling Tian Town too, I'd probably work myself to death. Honestly, she really didn't see any benefit in being a lord of another territory, especially one as problematic as Ling Tian Town. If she'd wanted it, she wouldn't have been so decisive in killing Zhao Hongfei before. In the beginning, she'd only established her territory to have a safe haven in the apocalypse. Now that she'd achieved that, there was no need to do anything extra. At the end of the day, Muing still believed her own strength was what mattered most. She didn't want to spread herself too thin elsewhere. Still, seeing how dedicated Zhao was to his territory, Muing couldn't help but respect him. If you're ever unsure about something, you can come to me for advice. But in the end, you'll have to make the decisions yourself. Actually, since you've taken over the Lord's order, it's your reign now. You can make bold reforms if you want. Sure, there'll be complaints and some people will be unhappy, but with the Lord's order in your hands, you can use the territory's rules to keep them in check. They won't be able to cause much trouble. Just make sure you keep yourself safe when you're outside. Thank you, I understand now. As for the teleportation array, I've decided not to lower the price. If people from other territories can afford it, there's no reason they can't. Zhao thanked her sincerely. Hey, Qing, you're not really going to start a reform, are you? Everyone knows we're close. If you're planning to stir things up, give me a heads up so I can run away in advance. My house might keep out some wild beasts, but it won't keep out the people in this territory, Sin said dramatically. Mu Ying grinned. You're always welcome to run away to Qingshan Town. With just this little grove, how can the #1 forest ranger in Xiagua show his skills? You should come to our Qingshan forest instead. Heh, so you've noticed I'm the #1 forest ranger in Xiagua? Don't you have any special recruitment policies for talented people? Sin joked. He'd already given up hope on this miserly lord. To his surprise, Mu Ying nodded. Of course. If you're on the list, you get a formal resident ID right away, no entry fee, and you can buy a treehouse. There are lots of little animals in the territory. Your fat falcon could make some friends. It can even play around safely on its own, and if you give it some money, it can go eat at the restaurants by itself. What do you think? Tempted? Why not come with us this time and take a look? Your house is big, sure, but it's not very warm. Winter's tough. Ahem, you're making me tempted. Honestly, even if Mu Ying hadn't said anything, he'd planned to check it out eventually. But now he was actually thinking about moving there. His silly bird was getting a bit lonely. He himself loved clever little animals. Back then, he'd chosen to be a forest ranger only because his perception stat wasn't high enough, but his agility was, so he'd settled for the next best thing. Hey, don't act like I'm not here. I'll be sad if all the talent leaves, you know, Zhao said, his mood much lighter now that he'd figured some things out. He even managed a joke. Come on, cheers. Sin didn't have many beds or blankets, so that night Mu Ying slept in her wolf form. As a wolf, she was physically the strongest, and her fur kept her warm on a snowy night. It was like being wrapped in a cozy blanket. Sin watched with envy. If he didn't know that this white wolf was Mu Ying, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist petting her. The next morning, Mu Ying was woken by noises upstairs. She turned back into a human, opened the window, and saw a world of white outside. It had snowed all night, and it still wasn't stopping. Mu Ying shivered. Yesterday, she'd had to use elemental resistance to keep warm, but the spell had long since worn off. On a snowy day like this, it was time to wear red. She decided not to use magic for warmth anymore. She tapped her Thousand Faces cloak. In an instant, she was dressed in a red cloak trimmed with white fur, a deep wine-red fitted robe underneath, white pants, and black snow boots, all lined with thick fur. Her dark green, waist-length curly hair was divided into 2 loose ponytails, draped over her shoulders and down her chest. She pulled up the hood of her cloak. While the 2 upstairs were still busy, she tucked her hands into her sleeves, took out her wand, and summoned a water mirror to check her appearance. Not bad, not bad, Mu Ying nodded in satisfaction. She really fit the scene. After a while of clattering upstairs, Sin finally came down carrying a huge bundle, with Zhao following behind with a slightly smaller one. What's all this? Your clothes. They stared at each other, both full of questions. Wasn't Sin supposed to go to Ling Tian Town in a few days? And why had Mu Ying changed clothes? She looked amazing. I thought it over last night and decided to just go with you guys. Zhao can help me carry some stuff. I'm planning to spend the winter in Qingshan Town, Sin scratched his head. My clothes are equipment, bought from the copper coin pawn shop. They can change appearance and some materials, so I don't need magic to keep warm. Plus, they fit the mood, Mu Ying said, pointing at the snowy scene outside. It really does fit the mood. Those rich young men are going to be stunned. They won't even need their families to push them, they'll be lining up to get close to you themselves. How should I put it? Your old clothes were nice, but this red outfit is really striking. Pale skin with a rosy glow, those clear emerald eyes, long lazy curls that aren't messy at all, and a panda-shaped hand warmer in your arms. That mix of cuteness, gentleness, and mystery is really alluring, Sin commented in detail. Mu Ying was feeling quite pleased with the compliments, but then she caught sight of the figurine Yin was holding and, seeing it nodding along with every word, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Stop, don't laugh. We're both grown men here, don't go charming us like that, Sin said dramatically, covering his eyes. Zhao turned his head away too, she really was beautiful. Mu Ying lifted her chin. Don't fall for me, it'll never work, ha ha ha. Xia Xin shot back, narcissist. The snow was hard to walk through. It took the group nearly an hour to reach the gates of Ling Tian Town. What greeted their eyes was a dense sprawl of makeshift shacks, all covered in a layer of snow. Some people, dressed in thin, shabby clothes, hid inside, watching them warily. The snow on the road was already ankle-deep. There were plenty of footprints, but no sign that anyone had tried to clear the way. They walked several hundred meters before they finally saw proper tents. This area was a bit livelier, with people coming and going, busy with their own affairs. Judging by their warmer clothing and the weapons they carried, these people were clearly still trying to make a living. The good news was that there were more people striving to survive than those just barely scraping by in the shacks. But even so, the number of shacks alone was more than the entire population of Qingshan Town. Going further in, they finally saw real houses, and the shops were located here. Muing spotted a sign hanging outside a bakery. Black bread, 1 copper coin per loaf. She knew that at Malin's bakery, black bread was 1 copper coin for 3 loaves, and from what she could see, the black bread people carried out of the shop was even smaller than Malin's. Why is the black bread so expensive? She asked in surprise. The territory doesn't charge an entrance fee, and most people won't rent a house. If the territory wants to make money, it can only raise taxes. But merchants won't do business at a loss, so naturally, prices go up, Zhang Qing explained. Then those people in the shacks probably can't afford it, can they? Muing asked again. Xia Xin shook his head. Of course they can't. But if things get really bad, they can go to the relief center every 3 days and get a loaf of black bread. If they ration it, they won't starve. Muing. No wonder, if you have a place to stay and won't starve, anyone a bit timid wouldn't want to risk their life outside. It wasn't just the territory supporting these people, it was almost as if everyone else who was still working hard to survive was being forced to help too. Take the black bread, for example. Those who go out to fight can't survive on so little, they have to buy bread at high prices. The extra money they spend is taxed by the territory and used to support others. Are you really sure you want to open the teleportation array without lowering the price? I bet the people who can still afford black bread will do everything they can to move to my territory, Muing said. Zhang Qing nodded. I'm sure. The territory has let them down. If they have a better place to go, I'm happy for them. Zhang Qing, who's this? Muing and her group walked confidently into the territory, attracting plenty of attention. Sure enough, someone who'd gotten word came over. This is Muing, Zhang Qing replied with a blank expression. I'm telling you, as soon as Qing gets back to the territory, he puts on that deadpan face, Xia Xin whispered in Mu Ying's ear. The newcomer looked to be in his 20s, above average in looks, and dressed much more neatly and stylishly than the busy people living in the tent area. Hello, I'm Li Chang, a student at Imperial Capital University's Foreign Languages Department. Both my parents work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Pleased to meet you, Li Chang said, extending his hand to Muing. Muing hesitated, then replied, I'm Muing, a senior at Binhai High School. No parents, orphan here. Pfft. Xia Xin couldn't hold back his laughter. Muing was really good at throwing shade. Li Chang's face turned red. Wasn't someone hiding out in the woods outside, playing wild man, refusing to come back and share our hardships? What's with all those bags? Share hardships? More like sharing in the corruption. Xia Xin snorted. This is Muing, right? You're so pretty. I really like you. Don't mind these stinky guys, I'll show you around the territory. My parents made lots of delicious food when they heard you were coming. A sweet, innocent-looking girl grabbed Mu Ying's hand. Miss Muing, my family also prepared a banquet for you. Please honor us with your presence. Another one, going for the gentlemanly approach, Muing noted inwardly. Muing, your clothes are so pretty. You must be tired from traveling so far. Why not come rest at my place? This one was playing the caring big sister. Here, take it or leave it. Oh wow, there was even the cool, aloof type. Muing, here, please take a look. Was this a shy guy handing her a love letter? Muing was honestly amazed. The world was big and full of wonders. There sure were a lot of oddballs among humans. She cleared her throat. I used to make a living writing web novels before the apocalypse. Your character settings are way too forced and greasy. Don't bother. The others. How are we supposed to keep acting now? Zhao, the teleportation array. Hurry up, Muing urged. I'll take you to see the old commander, Zhao said apologetically. Muing understood his identity as Lord hadn't been made public yet. Officially, the old commander was still the Lord. A long, colorful train of people followed behind them as they walked forward. Suddenly, they saw a large group of people kneeling in front of a building. Please save us. We don't have any warm clothes. We're going to freeze to death. It's too cold. One loaf of black bread isn't enough. We're starving. Weren't you supposed to serve the people? Are you just going to watch us die? They wailed and cried, completely forgetting any sense of dignity. Don't mind those disgusting leeches, Licheng said with disdain. Muing thought that sounded about right and asked, Is this the relief center? Before anyone could answer, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Green eyes, green hair. That's the Lord of Ling Town. Immediately, a large group of people turned to look at her. Green eyes and green hair? Are they saying I'm not even human? Muing silently complained. Zhao realized things were about to get messy and tried to hurry Muing away. But the crowd swarmed toward them. Luckily, there were enough people eager to curry favor that they formed a protective barrier around Muing, keeping the others at bay. Lord Muing, you're finally here. When will the teleportation array open? I'll be the first to go. I heard Ling Town has food everywhere and it's all free, is it true? How much bread do you give out each day? Do you have winter clothes? Listening to them, Muing couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She pushed aside the people blocking her. Don't worry, the teleportation array will open today. But since you don't even have winter clothes, I doubt you can afford the 1 silver coin teleportation fee. Ling Town probably isn't for you. Besides, no territory hands out bread to freeloaders. Oh, and Ling Town does have public vegetable gardens where you can pick whatever you want, but if you take a lot without having helped plant them, you'll just make everyone angry. By the way, there's also an entrance fee, and if you can't afford to rent a treehouse, you can stay in a tent for a while, but shacks are forbidden to protect the environment. Awesome, someone in their group exclaimed. Mu Ying's words were like poking a hornet's nest. The group of people who had been dreaming of an easy life in Ling Town stared at her in disbelief. Just moments ago, they'd looked at her with hope. Now, their eyes were full of resentment. Didn't the forum say it would be free or really cheap? Who can afford 1 silver coin? And there's an entrance fee? Are you trying to kill us? We can't even afford tents. No food? That's absolutely not okay. You just want us dead. The forum was right about you. You're a heartless demon who kills without blinking. Don't try to scare us. You need a certain population to upgrade your territory. Without us, Ling Town's development is finished. Muing let out a cold laugh. Wow, you really think highly of yourselves. But you're overestimating your worth. If you starve or freeze to death or have nowhere to live, what's that got to do with me? You're only safe now because you're inside Ling Tian Town. If we were outside, without the territory's shield, I'd whip you right now, and if you died, you'd deserve it. Sure, territories need people, but they need people who work hard and contribute, not parasites like you. Don't you think those living in tents, braving the snow to make a living, are better than you? If it really comes to it, I'll just get the fungus folk to spit out more spores and fill the numbers with them. You think you're so important. As she spoke, Muing summoned her long-unused thorn whip and lashed it hard against the ground nearby. A level 6 druid's thorn whip was nothing like before. The whip was as thick as a forearm, covered in sharp, hard barbs, and with one strike, it gouged a deep groove in the earth. Not only were the troublemakers terrified, but even the ones who'd come over to curry favor were scared stiff. No one dared say another word. After all, this girl was truly ruthless. They'd seen it with their own eyes. After that lash, Muing felt much better. Let's go. Hurry up and build the teleportation array. I haven't been home in 2 months. I miss it. Miss, you're amazing. Someone nearby gave her a thumbs up. Muing glanced at him, the same guy who'd been trying to act all gentlemanly before. Now that he dropped the act, he was much more pleasant to look at. You flatter me, haha. Her smile dazzled quite a few people who'd just been scared by her, as if the fierce woman with the whip and the one smiling now were two different people. Bad news. The old chief has passed away, and the Lord's token hasn't been handed over yet. The family head wants you back right away. Someone came running over in a panic. What? Hearing this, LeChang hurried after him. The others didn't bother trying to please Muing anymore. They all rushed off in a hurry. In a flash, only 3 people were left. Zhongqing and Xia Xin both saluted toward the center of the territory, where the old chief had lived. No one was in the mood for jokes anymore. They'll probably figure out who I am soon. Come with me, Zhongqing said, pain in his heart, but knowing he still had things to do, the old chief had entrusted them to him. He led Muing and Xia Xin to a house on the edge of the 10 area. We'll build the teleportation array here. Once it's done, you two head to Qingshan Town. I'm going to start reforming Ling Tian Town, Zhongqing said, pointing to the empty space in front of the house. Ah Ching, I can help. Xia Xin said, worried. No need, I can handle it. I have the Lord's token. If you stay, you'll just be another target, Zhongqing refused. Muing patted Xia Xin's shoulder. Don't worry. In a territory, the Lord is invincible. At worst, people will just curse at you, but as long as you don't leave the territory, you'll be fine. If anyone's too much trouble, just kick them out. Zhongqing doesn't even have to show his face. He can do what I do and just post announcements. Any new policies, just put them up on the board. If they can't find you, they can't even yell at you. Yeah, let's do that, Xia Xin said, much relieved. Zhongqing nodded. All right, let's get started. Muing had everything ready. This time, the teleportation array was shared between the 2 territories, with both contributing. Each provided half of a mini teleportation array model, which were then combined and placed. In an instant, the teleportation array took shape. Zhongqing tapped away on the territory interface and put up a small wooden sign with the teleportation instructions. Then Muing and Xia Xin stepped onto the array and vanished with a whoosh. Qingshan Town, Sky Plaza. They're here, they're here. How many people do you think the Lord brought back this time? I bet 3. I say 10. Ling Tian Town is really decentralized. Maybe it's an inspection team? The players gathered around the new teleportation array, chattering away. As the teleportation light faded, 2 figures emerged. Only one person? Is the Lord losing her touch? But her clothes look great. So cute. Are people in Ling Tian Town blind? Mu Ying's forehead twitched. Guys, can you not discuss this so loudly? Don't I have any dignity? Haha, your Lord's got plenty of charm. You should have seen all the peacocks strutting around her just now. Xia Xin laughed. Hey buddy, what's your name? Tell us all about it. Someone winked at Xia Xin. By the way, Lord, how did you take down Zhao Hongfei 1 on 10? Tell us. Did he really cry before he died? You didn't explain it clearly on the forum. Lord, you've been gone so long. The Halfling camp is already built. If you were any later, you'd have missed their grand opening sale. And a bunch of new people have arrived lately. There aren't enough treehouses to go around. The Halflings are so generous. I made a lot of money, but I still couldn't rent a treehouse for myself. Where's Gun Gun? I miss him. I can't even eat at the tavern without seeing him. Lord, I missed you. I haven't seen you in so long I've lost weight. You're way too burly to be acting cute. Try a different approach. Haha, the dire wolves have new pups again. They're adorable. Even the jumping rabbits have had 2 litters. Can I adopt one? It's cold in winter. I need a little heater. The fire-breathing chickens burned down their coop again yesterday. Lulualuo and the others are furious. They said they're making chicken stew today. There's a special on chicken meat. I heard there's a coal mine that hasn't opened yet. When will it? My stats are for strength, so I'm no good at mining iron, but I could probably handle coal. Lord, I've been watching, and your little turtle hasn't come out to sunbathe in days. Did it freeze to death? It's been cloudy for days. Where's the sun supposed to come from? Muing listened to their excited chatter about the territory, her mind buzzing. When did everyone get so enthusiastic? She felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed her peaceful days were gone for good. Was it too late to run off into the wild and live carefree as a little cooing chicken? Got it. I won't keep chatting, I've got things to do. Muing hurriedly finished speaking, grabbed Xia and teleported them both straight into her own house. Phew, finally, her ears were at peace. She let out a long sigh of relief. Haha. Xia, seeing her flustered look for the first time, burst out laughing. Daigua, gaha. Muing felt even Daigua was laughing at her. She huffed, if you hadn't taken me in last night, I would have just run off by myself just now. Ha ha ha. Muing couldn't be bothered with him. With a snap of her fingers, a small flame flew into the fireplace, lighting the wood. Find yourself a seat. She went to boil some water, then took out a plate of candied fruits she'd bought from the Halflings earlier, as well as some homemade jerky, and brought them over to him. Xia, holding Daigua, sat down on the soft rug in front of the fireplace. This is your place? It's really cozy. Of course. Muing sat cross-legged beside him and handed him a wooden token. This is your ID badge. I'll give it to you directly, so you don't get surrounded by people at the Sky Plaza. Are you planning to rent a treehouse or stay at an inn? How much does it cost to buy a treehouse? Xia weighed the badge in his hand. Muing straightened up at that. Was he thinking of settling down? A big client. Ahem, it's 30 silver per square meter. The basic model is 20 square meters, so you can get one for 6 gold. But if you want to expand later, you pay extra by area. Like my place here, if you don't count the space for the wolf pack, it's about 60 square meters. That'd be 18 gold. What do you think? It's yours for life. Compared to the camp, the price wasn't exactly cheap, but buying a camp plot required being a star-level resident and earning contribution points, which was basically hidden costs. Plus, you only got management rights at the camp, and you still had to pay taxes on any profits. That's expensive. Can't you give me a discount? Xia really wanted to buy, but it still hurt a bit. Nope. This goes to the territory's income, no favors. If you buy a house and can't afford food, I can give you some homegrown veggies as a friendly gesture, Muing said mercilessly. If you're worried about the cost, you can just rent. It's pretty much the same. No way, I want to buy. 21 gold. Give me a 70 square meter one bigger than yours. Xia snorted, as if to say, who do you think you're looking down on? Xia always has his own place. Wherever he goes, buy, never rent. Muing quickly took the money and gave him a big thumbs up. Impressive. I'll arrange it right away. Xia, my poor money. The loot from the Knoll boss and all my hard-earned savings are going into this greedy beast's pocket. He added, you'd better not go back on your word about those veggies. I won't. I'll take you to pick some tomorrow. You can choose whatever you want, Muing said generously. She'd just heard there weren't enough treehouses in the territory, so Muing opened the territory interface. Residents, 6,756. An increase of 1,700 people in 2 months. It really was getting a bit tight, maybe even crowded. She didn't have much energy stockpiled either. The territory had saved up a lot of money over the past few months, plus the 100 gold from the Halflings for buying camp contributions. Setting up the teleportation array with Ling Tian Town only cost 50 gold. She immediately converted all the freshly received gold coins into energy. Then she built 500 more treehouses, which was pretty cheap, just a few gold coins in total. The rest of the money went into expanding the territory. The territory expanded by 10 hectares, with a new gate on each side. The east gate landed right on the mountainside at the old Forest Park entrance, connecting to the stone road, just 100 meters from the forest entrance. The new treehouses were scattered throughout the territory, not too densely packed. By the Sky Plaza, she built another treehouse and expanded it as a reception center for the territory. For now, it was closed off. Once she bought furniture and decorated it, she could use it to receive unfamiliar guests, but that could wait. There was no rush. With such a large expansion, it didn't take long for everyone to realize Muing was back. Some people went hunting in the forest, left through the gate, walked for 10 minutes, and found themselves back inside the territory shield. Others, returning from working at the planting camp in the morning, found themselves within the territory halfway up the mountain. Many people who'd saved up some money during this time rushed to pick out new treehouses to rent. Then they noticed that every treehouse's rent sign now had an extra line. For sale, 30 silver/square meter, official residence only. Suddenly, everyone had a new goal to strive for. Who doesn't want to own their own home? Even though the price was high and required official resident status, wasn't life getting better? As long as they worked hard, one day they'd be able to afford it. For a while, a wave of saving and striving swept through the territory. Ying finished all this in just a few minutes. All right, you can go pick your treehouse now. I'll show you around the territory. She led Xiaosun out, heading to the far side of Moon Lake. She thought the newly expanded treehouses there had the best scenery and location. Not far from Moon Lake, and close to the Northern Territory gate. By the lake, they ran into Ying with her pups. Ying, are these your Indoese kids? Ying scooped up a pup and gave it a rub. Born as skywolves, they looked much sturdier than Xiaohui and the others had at birth. Ying nuzzled her leg. Ying conjured a water ball, filled it with spring water, and fed it to them. The pups, who'd been a bit wary of her, instantly warmed up, scrambling over each other to climb onto her and lick her hands. Haha, not now, I have things to do. I'll play with you later. Ying gently pried them off, a bit reluctant. No one can resist a puppy's affection. Xiaosun watched enviously. He really wanted to pet them. Ying hadn't seen Ying in a long time and missed her, so she followed along with her pups, but didn't let them bother Ying. Xiaosun glanced back several times. These are the skywolves you mentioned. Ying nodded proudly. Aren't they cute? Xiaosun nodded repeatedly, so smitten he could hardly walk. Awo. Daigua pecked him, and Xiaosun let out a wolf howl. The wolf pups tilted their heads, then howled in unison. Then, as if he'd found something fun, Xiaosun stopped speaking human and started howling along with the pups. Ying and Ying exchanged a look and quickened their pace in perfect sync. You think it's embarrassing too, huh? Awo. Ying couldn't agree more. To be fair, he was pretty convincing the wolf pups actually took him for one of their own. Territory name, Ling Tian Town. Lord, Ying. Territory level, town. Energy, 23,694. Area, 20 hectares. Facilities, Territory Shield, Treehouse Residences times 1000, Oak General Store, Penny's Textile Shop, Marlene's Bakery, Bruce's Tavern, Aisha's Furniture, Curry's Weapon Shop, Paul's Armor, Old Rupert's Smithy, Sarah's Eatery, Skywalk, Mercenary Guild, Maria's Clinic, Copper Coin Pawn Shop, Copper Coin Inn, Territory Bulletin Board times 9, Pebble Road times 2, Stone Road times 1, Trading Hall, Lotus Platform, Sky Plaza, Subcamps times 5, Long Distance Teleportation Array times 2100/day. Residence, 6756. Blueprints, Territory Shield, Treehouse Residence, Shop, Skywalk, Subcamp, Short Distance Teleportation Array, Territory Bulletin Board, Resident ID Badge, Road, Long Distance Teleportation Array. Rules, Qingshan Camp Rules, Provisional. 1. Entrance fee, 5 copper/day. 2. Tax rate, 5%. 3. No fighting of any kind within the camp. 4. No damaging camp facilities, including plants and trees. 5. Those who cause large-scale destruction of the forest will be denied entry. Those who cut down too many trees will be charged double. Replanting can offset some of the impact. Note, cutting a small number of trees for basic survival needs is exempt. Materials, stone, various, iron, or various. In the end, Xiaosun chose treehouse number 555 at the top of the hill across the lake, a proper lakeview room. He'd painstakingly adjusted the room type several times before finally settling on this one. While he was busy with the house, Ying teleported back to the plantation, planning to tell Mint and Peach Blossom to keep out of sight so they wouldn't be discovered. Fairies were naturally adept at hiding, and with spells like Eternal Phantom, they could conceal all traces of their existence. Only those who had gained their approval, or druids with nature's protection who were immune to fey charm, could spot the traces of their concealment. Under the gem tree, Ying found 3 tiny, super miniature houses. One had a peach blossom blooming on its roof, even in winter. Another had a few mint leaves covering the top. Those 2 were probably peach blossom and Mint's little homes. As for the last one, with a tuft of black iron bamboo leaves on top, who could that be? Peach blossom Mint. Ying glanced at the new leaf on the gem tree and called out in the woodfolk language. Sure enough, the gem fairies that popped out of the grass went from 2 to 3. The last one had black hair and black eyes and wore clothes made from iron bamboo leaves. She couldn't help but feel she'd been away from home too long and missed out on a lot. How do you say iron bamboo in woodfolk language again? Ying dug out her woodfolk primer and quickly flipped through the entries. After a while, she finally came up with a name for the new gem fairy. She played with them for a bit, reminded them to hide and not go near the vegetable patch, then hurriedly teleported back to Xia Sen's treehouse. I just blinked and you were gone. I thought you'd run off and my lunch was ruined, Xia Sen said, not without a hint of grievance. Ying gave an awkward smile. I just want to get some ingredients. Come on, let's go now. She grabbed Xia Sen, along with a Qing and the wolf cub, and teleported them all to the plantation. Then she dragged out a big basket for Xia Senior. This is the vegetable garden. Pick whatever you want. I suggest you get more filling crops, like green sweet potatoes. They keep well. It's a mutated variety of sweet potato. Aside from the color and being a bit bigger, it's basically the same. Oh wow! I can pick whatever I want. Xia Sen looked at the lush, thriving patch of vegetables, breathing heavily in excitement. How do you grow these? You've been gone 2 months and not a single weed has grown. If I left my yard for 2 months, the weeds would have swallowed it. Secret, Ying said smugly. Why else? Of course it was because she had her own little helpers, the gem fairies. While she was away, the mature vegetables were picked by the fairies every day and teleported to the territory's specialty shop. She'd given the gem fairies permission to teleport items within the territory, and they'd helped her a ton. The whole vegetable patch, even the entire plantation, was looked after by them. Xia Sen clicked his tongue and dove into the vegetable patch like a monkey coming down the mountain, wanting this, liking that, determined to make up for the money he'd spent on the house. Ying shook her head, too lazy to watch his antics. She went into the wooden house, closed the door, waved her magic wand, and the cooking started in an orderly fashion. I saw on the forum that you gave the Halflings the rights to run an entire camp? Xia Sen suddenly asked during the meal. Ying glanced at him. What, you want to buy one? Of course. Who wouldn't want a place of their own? Xia Sen was obsessed with land. He used to be obsessed with houses, which was why, when things weren't going well in Ling Tian Town, he chose to build his own house in the wild. Now he'd just bought a treehouse, and after seeing Ying's plantation, of course he wanted one. If you just want a farm, you can rent land. Buying a camp, though, that's tough, Ying said. Xia Sen shook his head. I don't want to rent, I want to buy. Will you sell? Ying shook her head. Nope. What about a camp? What are the requirements to buy one? Xia Sen pressed. That depends on whether it's for business or personal use. For business, like the Halflings running a commercial street and contributing taxes, it's cheaper, 100 gold. For personal use, since there's no tax, it's much more expensive, 1,000 gold, and the area is smaller. But all of this is only for 5-star residents. To become one, you need territory contribution points, and that takes time, Ying explained. The Halfling chief had to agree to follow my orders for a long time just to get 5-star status. If he doesn't pay it off, his people will have to take over. And that's only possible because a whole tribe signed a contract with me to prepay the contribution. Xia Sen, is that even affordable for normal people? He did the math, he was only a regular resident, 4 levels away from 5-star. He might as well tie himself to this territory forever. That's why I'm telling you, don't even think about it for now, Ying said. She really couldn't understand why he was so stubborn about buying and refused to rent. Even though Xia Sen knew he couldn't afford it for now, he didn't give up. He decided to start saving money and contribution points. Before leaving, he reminded her, if you need any help, just call me, as long as I get contribution points. Mooing. So he still hadn't given up. Well, anyone who could build a big house in the wilderness with their bare hands was bound to have some serious perseverance. After feeding him, she took him on a quick tour of the territory and its subcamps, then dropped him off at his door with his vegetables, even throwing in some rough tables and chairs she'd made while practicing wood-shaping magic. Then Mooing got ready to leave. That's the end of your welcome service. Go have fun on your own. I can feel your perfunctory attitude. Who lures someone here and then does a total 180? I need to think about whether I want to stay. Xia huffed. Mooing just grinned. Once the house is sold, no refunds. Xia, get lost, get lost. Alrighty, Mooing yawned, and with a flash, she was gone. Xia clenched his fists. This territory was great in every way, except for the Lord. Oh well, since she hadn't been home for 2 months, he'd let it slide. Mooing really was exhausted. 2 months of surviving in the wild, always on high alert, fighting hand-to-hand nonstop, she hadn't slept a single peaceful night. She hadn't felt it before returning, but the moment she got back, the sense of safety brought out all the fatigue she'd been suppressing for 2 months. She'd really had to grit her teeth to finish entertaining Xia. It was only because they were close that she dared to joke around like that. Now, she was going to go lie in the middle of the lake for a couple of days. Maybe she could even practice her turtle transformation. After all, the turtle's motto was "Life is all about staying still." Stepping lightly across the water to the center of Moon Lake, Mooing stretched lazily, then bent down and transformed into a turtle. It was a cloudy day, no sun to bask in, so she just lay there. For the past 2 months, not only had she not rested properly, but she also hadn't done her daily trials, accumulating a whopping 60 hours of trial time, enough to spend 2 or 3 days in the trial world without sleep. But first, she needed to recover her energy. Turtle form always gave her the best sleep, so she dozed off on the lotus platform. The Lord must be exhausted. The last time she slept like this was when she'd just come back from the sea. The little turtle's out again. Looks like she's fine. What a relief. Watching the Lord sleep as a turtle is so soothing, it's like a sleep aid. I'm going to bed early tonight. It's so cold, won't the Lord get chilly? Should we cover her with a little blanket or something? She's a turtle. What kind of blanket would you use? Every player passing by Moon Lake would habitually glance toward the center. The next day, when Xia brought Daigua to the lake to play with Kong Lang, he saw the scene too and shook his head. Mooing really has unique tastes. Of her 3 forms, only the wolf one is remotely normal. Mooing slept straight through to the morning of the 3rd day. She shook off the 2 little creatures clinging to her shell, dropping them into the lake, and teleported back to her treehouse. She made herself some food, filled her belly, then heated some water for a nice, relaxing bath. Afterward, she slipped into a loose nightgown, went upstairs, and crawled into her own bed. When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the wrought iron chandelier on the dorm ceiling and the moonlight falling across her blanket. Witchcraft Academy. She hadn't been back in so long, she really missed it. She'd slept so much in the real world that, even though it was still night here, she just couldn't fall asleep again. Kicking off the covers, she grabbed a blanket and a pillow and headed out to the balcony. She tapped her wand lightly on the lamp vine on the balcony. The vine seemed to come alive, slowly growing, stretching, and twisting until it formed a sunken swing chair. She cast another spell on the flower buds atop the swing, and they all bloomed at once, their stamens glowing with a warm yellow light, like little night lights. Mooing curled up in the swing chair, blanket draped over her. The chair adjusted its shape to fit her perfectly, swaying gently. Bathed in the glow of the lamp vine, she hugged her witch's grimoire and slowly read through the notes she'd copied from the library using transcription magic. The night wind brushed past the tower, lifting a few strands of her hair. As the moon set and the sun rose, Windsor got up and, as usual, stepped out onto her balcony to wake herself up with some fresh air. She turned her head and saw quite the scenery. The neighboring balcony was almost overtaken by lamp vines. On the egg-shaped swing chair, Mooing was asleep in her pajamas, mouth slightly open, snoring softly, blanket barely covering a corner of her, the witch's grimoire fallen to the floor, and the morning sun casting a shadow across her eyelids. Windsor, feeling playful for once, tiptoed over the railing to the next balcony, reaching out to pinch Mu Ying's nose. After 2 months of harsh training in the real world, Mu Ying's greatest improvement, besides her beast forms, was her heightened alertness. She woke up as soon as Windsor climbed over, but recognizing her scent, she stayed still. And sure enough, she got caught. Phew, finally, her ears were at peace. She let out a long sigh of relief. Haha. Xia, seeing her flustered look for the first time, burst out laughing. Daigua, gaha. Mu Ying felt even Daigua was laughing at her. She huffed, if you hadn't taken me in last night, I would have just run off by myself just now. Ha ha ha. Mu Ying couldn't be bothered with him. With a snap of her fingers, a small flame flew into the fireplace, lighting the wood. Windsor, now a human body pillow, didn't know why Mu Ying was suddenly so clingy. They'd just seen each other yesterday. But she could feel Mu Ying's mood, as if she'd suffered some great grievance, so she gently patted her back to comfort her. Ugh. How can you two be so lovey-dovey first thing in the morning? Lillian came out, rubbing her messy hair. She complained at first, but then, without hesitation, jumped right in. Don't come over. Mu Ying cried in alarm. The vine can't hold us. Too late. Lillian launched herself like a cannonball. Mu Ying knew her own magic plant lamp vine best. Its only real use was as a lamp. The vine itself was pretty flimsy. It could barely hold her, and Windsor, Lillian was the straw that broke the camel's back. With a snap, the vine broke. Mu Ying landed hard on the ground, Windsor half on top of her, and Lillian sprawled across them both. Ow, my back's about to break. Mu Ying almost burst into tears. She glared at the culprit and grabbed her wand. Windsor. Lillian, sensing danger, immediately summoned her broom to escape. She'd already mounted it, but Mu Ying's conjured vines and Windsor's summoned water chains wrapped around her ankles, dragging her back. Don't think I won't burn you too. Lillian shrieked. Ever since these two had gotten stronger, they'd been ganging up on her with their control spells. Mu Ying's vines sprouted roots and branches, snatching Lillian's wand away. Then they tied her up on the balcony. Prepare to face the storm, Lillian. Mu Ying and Windsor both attacked with both hands, giving Lillian a tickling she'd never forget. Since Mu Ying wasn't ticklish, she was always undefeated in this game. Senior, did you three sleep together last night? Tana asked, wide-eyed, seeing all three come out of the same room. No, we just had a friendly sparring match this morning, Mu Ying said, patting Tana's head. She glanced at the nearly finished breakfast and praised her. Your cooking magic has improved again, Tana. Amazing. Hee. Tana giggled shyly. These days, under her senior's care, she learned so much and understood so many things. Her senior was truly the kindest person she'd ever met. So there's no way her senior would ever lie. So even though she saw Lillian's face flushed red, eyes watery, and lips pursed, she just assumed Lillian had lost the spar. Tina's mouth twitched. She'd heard her own direct senior's cries for mercy this morning. How badly did she get beaten? Wasn't the red witch supposed to be stronger than the green and blue witches? Only Shuela, who'd gotten up early for a walk by the lake, lowered her head. The scene she'd witnessed was too tragic for words. Not that it was her first time seeing it, but no matter how many times, she never dared tell anyone. Shuela, was ticklish. Why did she always have to see things she shouldn't? After that morning's warm-up, Mu Ying felt like a witch again, thanks to Lillian's selfless contribution. The first-year Little Witches had already been at the academy for over 3 months now. They'd adapted to academy life, and even Xiaoji had attended a seasonal gathering. By this point, they'd basically figured out their own magical talents and chosen the fields they wanted to study in depth. However, when it came to magical aptitude, Mu Ying and her friends had different inclinations from the Little Witches, so they couldn't offer much advice there, only some guidance in other areas. So, everyone's assigned senior, which was settled and hadn't changed since. Tana and Mu Ying, on the other hand, shared similar interests. Although Tana didn't have much talent or interest in potion making, she was deeply fascinated by cultivating herbs. Unlike Ying, who used plant magic to nurture her plants, Tana's magic focused more on the soil, enhancing its fertility, which could achieve effects similar to Ying's plant acceleration, though her progress with magical plants was a bit slower. Perhaps it was related to Tana's own background, but she was extremely enthusiastic about any kind of magic that could improve daily life. She especially loved cultivating edible plants, to the point where her little herb plot looked more like a vegetable garden. Her interest in cooking magic was the same, and she was even researching weaving magic on her own. Weaving magic, unlike alchemy, couldn't imbue special effects. It could only weave the object itself. It was a kind of everyday life magic, similar to cooking magic, easy to learn, but hard to master, requiring some knowledge of textiles. Ying, who had never even knitted a scarf, was no help to her. Tina preferred combat, so she was learning fighting techniques and wilderness survival from Lillian. Sheila, meanwhile, was Lucia's second coming, spending all her time in the library. She wasn't interested in anything else, only in magic related to her own innate talents. Windsor and she were both water-aligned, one with water, one with ice and snow. Though their affinities were different, there was some overlap. Windsor's ice magic was always much stronger than Lillian's or Ying's, but she couldn't help Sheila much either, so she mostly looked after her in daily life. So, everyone's daily routine was, in the mornings, the little witches attended their classes, while Ying and her friends worked on their own specialties, jotting down any questions they had to ask when a witch specializing in that field came to teach on Fridays. They also studied spells that would be useful immediately after graduation, ones they hadn't learned last semester or hadn't yet mastered, or prepared goods to sell at the next seasonal gathering, all in preparation for graduation. In the afternoons, they each mentored their junior witches, gradually teaching them how the academy worked. By now, Tana's cooking magic was pretty good. While she still lagged behind Ying in taste, variety, and spell proficiency, she could already fill everyone's bellies, so she was in charge of most meals, giving her plenty of practice. As for Ying, her afternoons were spent working with Tana in the herb garden. She researched magical plant cultivation, while Tana tended her plot, and Ying taught her some greenhouse management skills. Once she graduated, the greenhouse and herb garden would be left in Tana's care. Today was no exception. The bellflower that Ying had picked from the greenhouse's seed bag for a trial planting had finally bloomed. A single bellflower's blossoms looked like tiny bells, clustered together in heavy bunches. Looking closely, most of the flowers were double blooms, connected by slender stems. When the wind blew, they jingled softly. According to the books, a single stem could bear up to 12 blossoms in a full cluster. The double blossoms didn't produce seeds. Only a few single blossoms inside would yield seeds. On Ying's plant, the largest cluster had 11 flowers, and there were 10 single blooms, enough for seed saving. Following the book's instructions, she used a cutting spell to harvest all the double blossoms in groups. She'd already lined up a row of specially prepared, permanent preservation potions for this flower. Each group of double blossoms was placed in a glass jar to soak, while the single blossoms were left on the stem. "Senior, can this flower really talk?" Tana squatted nearby, watching curiously. It's not that the flower can talk, but the double blossoms can transmit sound. If two people each hold one, they can talk to each other from a distance. With this flower, even after we seniors graduate next year, you'll still be able to contact us, Ying explained. She thought of it as a magical version of a telephone, though without a dialing function. The contacts were fixed, limited to as many people as there were stems. Really? Tana's eyes lit up. She'd felt sad at the thought of only being with her seniors for a year, but with the bellflower, things would be much better. This flower is amazing, but it's extremely delicate and slow-growing. I only managed to keep it alive because I accidentally used life magic on it, making it much hardier. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have survived. If you want to cultivate it, you'll need to pay attention to. Ying began explaining the cultivation techniques for the bellflower. Seeing Tana's confused expression, Ying smiled and ruffled her fluffy hair. Don't worry, I'll write all the key points in the greenhouse's reference book. Okay. Tana nodded obediently, though she doubted she'd be able to grow it herself. Her planting and life magic were only average, and she couldn't make the preservation potion. If you can't manage this one, you can try other herbs that suit your magic next year. Some of them also need fertile soil to grow well, Ying said, noticing her thoughts. After soaking the bellflowers, Ying waved her wand, sealing each glass jar and burying them deep in the soil around the bellflower plant. All done. Now we just have to wait for the single bellflowers to mature their seeds, and the double blossoms will finish their transformation, Ying sighed in relief. This was one of the most important plants she'd selected from the seed cabinet, and now she'd successfully cultivated most of it. Once the seeds matured, she could transfer a few to the real world. The bellflower communicators would definitely be a hit. Nature truly was full of wonders. Even a plant that worked like a natural telephone existed. She was utterly fascinated. She waited another month, during which even other witches came by several times to see the bellflower and share in the anticipation. Finally, on a bright, sunny day, the petals of the single bellflowers withered and fell, dropping tiny seeds onto the soft cloth Ying had laid out. There were 10 seeds in total. She put 3 back into the seed bag. Originally, there had only been 2 bellflower seeds left in the bag. She'd used 1 for this trial, and now she was putting 3 back, hoping future little witches could grow it again. She planned to give 1 seed to Tana, who was interested in planting, send 3 to Senior Rosie, keep 3 for herself, and transfer 1 to the real world. If she timed it right, she could grow another batch before graduation, keeping 1 as a backup and 1 for seed. This was also because only 1 bellflower plant could be grown within a 1-mile radius. Ying, did it work? Seeing Ying calmly fiddling with the seeds, Lillian grew anxious. Windsor was a bit more composed, but her eyes were full of anticipation too. They had both experienced separation before, so they understood the true value of this flower. Ying had already promised that the largest cluster, the 11-stemmed flower, would be shared with them. Witches are destined to face the storms of the future alone, but who could refuse the comfort of a dingling flower and a chat with friends when loneliness and sorrow strike? Sure, you could send messages with birds, but they're slow and the letters might get lost. Nothing beats the dingling flower for instant communication. The younger witches didn't really grasp this yet. They didn't understand what separation would mean in the future. It was possible they'd never see each other again in this lifetime. Only Tana, who was overly attached to Ying, was truly excited. The other 2 just found it novel. Still, everyone gathered in a circle, squatting around Ying to witness the unboxing moment. Ying took a small wooden trowel and gently dug into the soil. When the first glass bottle emerged, the witches all held their breath. She picked up the bottle. The potion inside had turned crystal clear, and the dingling flower soaking within looked as fresh as if it had just been picked. When she shook the bottle, it made a soft tinkling sound. Ying smiled. It worked. It was a pair of conjoined flowers, a good omen. She kept digging. There were both successes and failures, but mostly successes. The 11-stemmed flower was among the lucky ones. Looks like my blessing magic worked pretty well, Ying mused, stroking her chin. Whether this step, burying the bottles, succeeded or not was all down to luck. Since the day she buried them, she'd come every day to bless them. Compared to her seniors, who might only get 1 or 2 successes out of a whole batch, or even none, if they were unlucky, she was definitely blessed by fortune. The dingling flowers that had soaked in the potion looked exactly the same as when they went in, but in reality, they'd become something like everlasting flowers. They were preserved in perfect condition and wouldn't easily be damaged. You could even tug on them and they'd hold up. If you looked closely, each stem corresponded to a different pistil, each with its own color. The largest anther represented the owner, the others represented the rest of the conjoined flowers. By channeling magic into the corresponding stem, you could dial that person. All the witches present had heard Ying explain this more than once. A dingling flower only recognized one person's magic. Mu Ying grouped the rest of the flowers and put them in prepared boxes, leaving out only the 11-stemmed flower. Then she handed one flower to each of them. All right, let's try it out. Spread out a little, Mu Ying instructed. Seeing Lillian summon her flying broom and looking ready to soar off, Mu Ying quickly added, no need to go too far. Lillian reluctantly held back her excitement. Let's go in order, each of you touch a pistil in turn, Mu Ying called out. Ding-ling. Lillian was the first to act, choosing Tana's stem. Tana gently tapped the trembling pistil with her wand tip and whispered, Senior. I hear you. I hear you. Lillian replied, thrilled. Then Tana used her magic to touch the stem representing Tana, and the flower in Tana's hand rang out too. After everyone had a turn and confirmed it worked, they started playing around, making phone calls to each other for fun. Mu Ying stopped Lillian from running wild and called Windsor over too. Let's each send one to our seniors. Got it. Lillian immediately summoned her messenger. Windsor contributed 4 unremarkable little pouches. Mu Ying placed a dingling flower in each, along with a note explaining how to use it. Rosie's package even included a small packet of seeds. The messengers set off, carrying their hopes. Hee, now we can talk to our seniors again. You two better behave from now on, or I'll tattle on you, Lillian said, a bit sheepishly. Then maybe we should mess with you one more time before the seniors get their flowers? Mu Ying said mischievously. I'm not talking to you guys anymore, I'm off to the back hill. Lillian hopped on her broom and zoomed away. Haha, Mu Ying laughed happily. Windsor asked, what about this last flower? I'll give it to our headmistress. That way, after graduation, we can still bother her if we need anything, Mu Ying replied. Headmistress's office. Knock, 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 asterisk. Melanie put her feet down from the desk. Come in. Mu Ying pushed a small box in front of the headmistress. Melanie raised an eyebrow. A dingling flower? Mu Ying nodded. This one's for you. It's from the 11-stemmed batch. Each of us, seniors and juniors, has one. After we graduate, we won't have to worry about not being able to consult you anymore. How many sets did you get? Melanie dodged the question. She had no intention of letting these little rascals keep pestering her after graduation. Especially this one, who had a nose for money. Dingling flowers were rare, and she could already tell this was going to cost her. 1 set of 8-stemmed, 1 of 7, 2 of 6, 4 of 5, 6 each of 4 and 3, and 11 sets of twins. Which would you like? Mu Ying blinked. You're so wealthy, headmistress. You won't shortchange me, right? This little witch was truly exceptional, so much so that Melanie felt a twinge of jealousy. She hadn't even graduated yet, and these dingling flowers alone could make her rich. Looks like you've really mastered your blessing magic. Melanie wanted to say, I'd love to shortchange you, but in the end, her faint sense of teacherly affection held her back. A twin-stem flower goes for 200 gold on the market, and that's if you can even find one. 3-stemmed, 400, 4-stemmed, 800, and so on. I'll take a set of 5-stemmed, market price, 1,600 gold. But I don't have that much cash, so I'll trade you a deluxe enchanted travel trunk instead. Melanie said this with a pained expression. She'd barely used that trunk herself. Mu Ying's breath caught, and she nodded eagerly. Dingling flowers are worth that much? An enchanted travel trunk was a top-tier witch luxury item, easily worth at least 1,500 gold, and even more for a deluxe model. Who doesn't have a few witch friends they keep in touch with? With a dingling flower, you can even send out a distress call in time. These things are rare, even green witches can't always grow them, and the success rate is under 20%. The growth cycle is long too. But you've got the opposite, only 1 or 2 failures. Don't call me rich anymore, I don't deserve it. Melanie waved her hand and handed over a small trunk. Go on, get out of here before I rob my own student. Hee, I'll bring you the flower in a bit, Mu Ying said, knowing when to quit while she was ahead. She grabbed the trunk and made a quick exit. The office door slammed shut. Melanie covered her face. No way, I can't be the only one bleeding money. I bet plenty of people at the association would want one too. If I'm going broke, we're all going broke together. A stack of parchment floated in front of her, a quill dipped itself in ink and landed in her hand. She had to tell her friends at the association about this. Hugging the travel trunk, Ying returned to her dorm. She sent one of the tower's mice to deliver the 5-petal flower to the headmistress, and only then did she finally feel like the trunk was truly hers. Dimensional travel trunk. Function: a trunk with an expanded internal space, externally reinforced with shielding magic. Contains 200 square meters of living space, fully furnished and equipped. Physical conversion: 500 source energy per trunk. Physical effect: same as before conversion. Source energy conversion, not available. It only took 500 source energy to convert it. Ying checked her balance. Source energy, 12,158. All of it had been contributed by the villagers in the block world, who collected resources for her. Now that the evil wizard was gone, knights in the block world were safe. As long as the villagers were well fed, they could work tirelessly for her day and night. Each could contribute enough resources for her to convert 1 to 2 source energy per day, sometimes more if they found rare materials. Even when she was in the Emerald World during trial periods, the block world continued running in parallel. After saving up for so long, she'd only managed a little over 12,000. It sounded like a lot, but the most precious village chief seal in the block world, which could be converted into a master-recognized fragment world, required 1,000,000 source energy. So Ying was always very frugal with her spending. This dimensional travel trunk would definitely be useful if she converted it, but once she did, it would be gone from the Emerald World. Considering she'd be graduating in half a year and traveling the human world, this trunk would be incredibly convenient, so she decided to hold off on converting it for now. The trunk was a deep coffee brown leather, edged with metal studs. It wasn't very big, 12 inches long, 2.5 inches wide, 9 inches high, and very light to carry. If you opened it without using magic, it was just an ordinary trunk inside. Ying imprinted her personal magic sigil onto the magical lock, then activated it with her magic. The trunk unfolded, revealing a spiral staircase leading down into a living room. The style was unmistakably Madame Melani's, lavish use of purples paired with black gauze and lace, intricate embroidery, vintage cherrywood furniture, sparkling magical crystal lamps, luxury and elegance in every detail. It was the complete opposite of Ying's own preference for fresh, natural styles, but she had to admit Madame Melani's taste was impeccable, a different kind of perfection. Soft sofas, plush carpets, a spacious kitchen, exquisite tea sets and tableware, walls lined with solid wood bookshelves, a large desk, even a fully equipped workbench. On the other side, behind swaying amethyst bead curtains, was an irregularly shaped hot spring bath big enough for several people. Not far from the tub, behind pale purple bed curtains, was a huge bed she could roll around on. There was also a full-length mirror and a wardrobe that took up an entire wall. Jackpot. Ying grinned at the decor and amenities. She'd better avoid the headmistress for a while, just in case she changed her mind, haha. She plucked her bellflower pendant and tapped the stamens for Windsor, Lillian, and a few junior classmates. Tonight, let's have a pajama pool party. Tana, you can skip dinner duty, I'll handle it. Just bring your pajamas and knock on my door when the moon rises. There's a surprise waiting. Hee. Windsor, okay, I'll bring a bottle of Renee's wine. Lillian, why are we having a pajama pool party at your place? Are we flying from your room to the lake for a diving show? Haha. Tana, got it, looking forward to it. Sheila, roger that. What does party mean? Tina quietly messaged her direct senior. It's just a party, a get-together. Lillian replied quickly, then went back to bombarding Ying with questions. Want me to come over now and do a demo? I've never tried high diving before, must be thrilling. Ying. Taking a deep breath, she replied, thrilling my foot. What kind of logic is that? Why would I organize a diving contest? I'm warning you, don't go trying it on your own, or you'll be in big trouble tonight. She was genuinely worried Lillian would try anything and end up as the first witch in history to die before graduation. Not that? Then what is it? Tell me. Lillian showed no restraint, dancing on Ying's last nerve. Bellflowers were great, Now she never had to worry about getting smacked for running her mouth. If I break down your door now, will I see your surprise? Ying suddenly realized the bellflower had a bug, no blacklist function. Against a pest like Lillian, she couldn't just block her. She stopped answering, letting the bellflower chime endlessly, and quietly pondered how to teach Lillian a lesson tonight. Last year, Lillian had been lively, but not this wild. Without her senior to keep her in check, her true colors were showing, completely unrestrained. Sometimes, Ying wondered if Lillian just enjoyed being pinned down by her and Windsor. Otherwise, why did she never learn her lesson? Shaking her head, Ying fetched ingredients from the lounge outside and brought them into the trunk to cook. The trunk's kitchen had a large frost chest, enchanted with ice magic, essentially an alchemical refrigerator. Ying directed the kitchenware and ingredients to prep themselves: big servings of fried chicken, fries, fruit platters, and sparkling water for drinks. Eating fried chicken and fruit, sipping soda, and soaking in the hot spring, what could be better? With the kitchen busy, Ying changed into her nightgown. Before long, she heard someone pounding on her door. Had to be Lillian. Ying stepped out of the trunk and opened the door to see a red head poking in first. Where's the pool? The others were right behind her. Ying slung an arm around Lillian's shoulders, half choking her in mock threat. No rush, we've got all night. She turned and smiled warmly at the others. I just traded the bellflower to the headmistress for something amazing. That's why I invited you all over, come see. Favoritism. I protest, Lillian started, but then spotted the open trunk on the floor and her eyes went wide. Wait, is this a dimensional travel trunk? Custom made for Madame Milani, fully furnished. Ying grinned. It's basically like soaking in Milani's own bath. Wow. Lillian was the first to jump in. The others hurried to follow. Oh my god. When will I ever earn a trunk like this? Lillian's envious tears practically dripped from her mouth. Give it up, even if you hunted every beast on the mountain. It wouldn't be enough, Tina snarked. Wow, this hot spring tub is huge, Windsor exclaimed. Sheila felt completely out of place. The room's decor was so extravagant, totally the opposite of the minimalist, cold, hard style she liked. Just standing here made her feel like even the air was burning hot. Senior, what's this? It smells so good, can we eat it? Tana stared at the big plate of fried chicken on the table. Of course. This is fried chicken. I'll teach you how to make it later, Mushi said, waving her wand. With her other hand, she flicked out a seed. Now, time to make dumplings. The seed sprouted instantly in midair, shooting out 6 vines that wrapped around them and tossed them all into the hot spring tub. The vine in charge of Lillian seemed to have a bit of a personal grudge, dunking her straight under the water. Ha ha, awesome. Lillian popped her head out of the water and tried to climb back up so the vine could throw her in again. So this is what it's like to jump in the water. Again. Mushi. She gave up. There was no way she was going to indulge Lillian's weird requests. She quickly had the vines twist into little tables, fixing one beside each person, then set the fried chicken, fries, dipping sauces, and drinks down on them. Finally, the last vine gently lowered Mushi herself into the water, not even messing up a single strand of her hair. Then the vine formed a table, food landed neatly on top, and she announced, "Dinner is served." Ms. Melanie really knows how to enjoy life. This hot spring tub is amazing, I wonder how it's made. Windsor leaned over the edge, inspecting the magic runes, but couldn't make sense of them. Well, now it's ours, Mushi's to be exact. The richest girl in school, let me hug your thigh for some good luck, Lillian said, reaching out to grab her leg. Mushi immediately had the vines wrap Lillian up and tie her to the other end of the tub in disgust. Tina sighed and stuffed a piece of fried chicken into Lillian's mouth. So good, Tana mumbled, cheeks bulging as she sat next to Mushi. Smack. Sheila, what's wrong? Windsor quickly pulled her up. Sheila, usually so reserved, suddenly clung to Windsor like an octopus, mumbling, so comfy, so warm, smells so nice. Windsor enjoyed her usually icy junior acting so cute, but something felt off. Sheila had only had a small cup to drink, she shouldn't be this tipsy. She usually held her liquor just fine. Probably the hot spring. Drinking while soaking makes you get drunk faster. You should put her to bed, Mushi said, coming over to pinch Sheila's cheek. Sheila puffed up her cheeks and turned her head away, huffing. Haha, she's so funny. Mushi poked her other cheek. To protect her junior's face, Windsor quickly summoned a stream of water to lift them both out and carry them to the bed. She used magic to dry them off, pulled back the bed curtains, and settled Sheila onto the bed. Windsor couldn't help but snuggle into the soft mattress herself. Mushi, this bed is so comfortable. So comfy. Sheila wrapped her arms around Windsor's neck and threw a leg over her waist. Windsor, if it's so comfy, let's all sleep here tonight. The bed's big enough, Mushi called out. Bring me some fried chicken. I want another bite. Windsor propped herself up against the headboard and shouted. Mushi, feeling she'd soaked enough, brought the fried chicken over herself. She flopped onto the bed. This is heaven. The mattress was as soft as a cloud and felt great against the skin. Hearing the commotion, the others gradually made their way to the bed. Soon, several of them were rolling around, tangled together like a pile of squirming worms, and one by one, they drifted off to sleep in a jumble. The next morning, Tina jolted awake. Oh no, what time is it? It's the weekend, no classes, Tana mumbled, eyes still closed, burrowing into Mushi's arms. Sheila stared blankly at the ceiling. How did she end up in bed last night? And who is that octopus? She tried to quietly pull her hand off her senior, but accidentally brushed Windsor's soft tummy and couldn't help giving it a gentle squeeze. It felt kind of nice. Why? Awake? Windsor asked softly, trying to keep a straight face. Sheila, now sober but blushing furiously, stammered, Why yeah, I'm up. She scrambled out of bed and dashed away, stumbling as she went. Haha, Sheila's so cute, Windsor laughed, collapsing back onto the bed. Shameless senior. Mushi shook her head. But really, who wouldn't love Windsor's soft tummy? Where's Lillian? Tina finally asked. Mushi nodded toward the other side of the bed. There, see her foot? Tina looked over and saw half a foot dangling off the edge. Crawling over, she found Lillian sprawled out on the floor, limbs splayed, mouth open, with some suspicious drool trickling out. Tina closed her eyes and turned away, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Better to let her senior keep a little dignity. She distinctly remembered Lillian had been sleeping on the left side last night. Somehow, over the course of the night, she'd made it all the way to the far right edge and fallen off. She must have rolled all over the bed in her sleep, an unbelievable talent. Truly, an astonishing ability. Half a month later, the seniors gradually received the bellflowers that Mushi and the others had sent, and got back in touch. Rosie was the last to reply almost a month later. I can't believe you actually managed to grow these. You must be making a fortune, right? Rosie's voice crackled with wind, or maybe just static. Hee hee, Senior Rosie, where are you these days? Mushi asked happily. I'm out at sea. It's so vast and beautiful. I'm thinking of settling down on a deserted island. After you graduate, you have to come see the ocean. The mermaid singing is incredible. Rosie's voice was full of joy when she talked about the sea. Mushi shook her head. She had a fear of the deep ocean. But mermaids might be worth seeing. Who would have thought that Rosie, who'd only planned to travel for a year or two before returning to the witch forest to farm, would end up falling in love with the ocean? She seemed to be getting along well with the mermaids, too. Meanwhile, Rennie, who was always the more aquatic one, had recently sent word that she was planning to return to the witch forest and open a witch's tavern by Lake Springview. She invited everyone to come drink during the spring moon gathering. Windsor was thrilled at the thought of seeing Rennie again before graduation. As for Margarita, she was off in the human kingdom, having a blast with all the handsome guys. She planned to find a good-looking human, have a baby to complete her mission, and then move on. She thought humans were too physically weak, so her next stop was the werewolves. In this world, werewolves could shift between human and wolf form, but were only physically stronger. No other supernatural powers. Lucia had joined the Witch Association to study magic. The seniors' colorful lives were enviable. With the winter moon approaching, Mushi and her friends had just over 3 months until graduation. Who knew what the future would hold? Principal, you wanted to see me? Ying knocked and entered the principal's office. It's been so long since the suitcase trade, surely it can't be about that? Do you still want to sell your bellflowers? Melanie glanced at her. Ying nodded immediately. Of course. Are you interested in buying more? You're overestimating my wealth. I have some witch acquaintances who are interested. Here's a list of their items and requests. They sent it with their letters. Take a look and see if anything catches your eye. Melanie tossed her a roll of parchment. Such a good opportunity? Rather than just exchanging for money, Ying definitely preferred to trade for high-end magical items. After all, graduation was approaching, and these kinds of things were hard to find at the market without the right connections. She sat down right there in the principal's office and started reading. Melanie thought, some people haven't even graduated and already possess more wealth than others could earn in a lifetime. Meanwhile, some, like me, have taught diligently for decades and can't even hold onto a newly bought suitcase. There were 5 sheets of parchment in total. One of them looked especially odd. It was actually a prose poem. Ying looked closely and realized that magical runes were hidden in the patterns along the edges of this parchment. This is the Witch Association's item list. It's a magical artifact that contains all the items the association offers for exchange. Only witches with a certain level of wealth receive this list. You won't find most of these high-end magical items at regular markets. It's basically a high-end trading fair organized by the association. Items are priced in Witch Association points. 1 point equals 1 gold coin. The association takes a cut, so it's not as profitable as private deals, but the advantage is greater security and confidentiality. If you have any rare items in the future, you can sell them here. Once you inscribe your personal rune on it, the list belongs to you, and only your magic can unlock its true contents. By the way, you're the only underage witch among all the list holders, Melanie said flatly. She couldn't help but think back to how many years it had taken her to get one herself. No comparison, really. Ying was even more delighted. Her second bellflower plant was already propagating and growing well. She'd been worrying about how to sell them after graduation, especially if she went to the human world. Magical items were much more valuable than money. She immediately stamped her little leaf-shaped personal rune on the parchment. Only then did the list reveal the buying and selling prices for each item, all in points. The selection was vast: alchemical items, potions, herbs, spellbooks, lab equipment, and more. There was even a search function. She searched for bellflowers. For 4-petal and above bellflowers, there was 0 stock, only by offers, no sales. 3-petal and 2-petal ones had a handful in stock, but the buying price was lower than what the principal had offered her before, while the selling price was a bit higher. The difference, of course, was the association's profit margin. A custom 200 square meter space travel suitcase like the principal's was listed at 1,800 points for sale, 1,500 points to buy. The same price as a 5-petal bellflower. In the other private lists, one also had a custom space travel suitcase, with a note, willing to trade for a 5-petal bellflower. Private trades cut out the middleman, so they were more cost-effective. And with the principal as guarantor, there was no need to worry about safety. So, Ying put the association's list at the bottom and started with the private ones. Magic carriage, want it. Magic carpet, want it. Magic cottage, want it. Simulated natural herb garden, want it. Rare plant seeds, want it. Ancient potion recipe collection, want it. Extra large storage ring, want it. Magic wardrobe, want it. This list was clearly tailored for her. There wasn't a single thing she didn't want. Although these items were also available on the association's list, they cost several hundred gold more if bought outright. Not only did she want them all, she wanted 2 of each one to bring into the real world. Suddenly, she felt like she didn't have enough bellflowers. After some deliberation, she traded her only 8-petal bellflower for the most expensive item, a simulated natural herb garden, 500 square meters in size, which was listed at 14,400 points on the association's list. She traded a 7-petal and 2 6-petal bellflowers for 2 custom magic cottages. 3 5-petal bellflowers got her 2 extra-large storage rings. A 4-petal bellflower got her both a magic carriage and a magic carpet, plus a custom space travel suitcase. Then, 6 3-petal bellflowers were exchanged for a set of rare plant seeds from the Green Witches collection, an ancient potion recipe book, and a magic wardrobe. In the end, she was left with just 11 2-petal bellflowers. "Why are you buying 2 of everything?" Milani asked, puzzled. Ying grinned. "Well, I've got the money now, might as well get a spare set." Milani, all right. For the custom items, just get your designs and requirements ready and bring them to me. I can help you arrange the rest now. They should all be ready before you graduate. Ying nodded. Okay, thank you, Principal. Goodbye. She happily went off to design her herb garden, cottages, and suitcase. The herb garden was the basic model. Customization only required specifying the environment and basic terrain, but only one type could be chosen. Since the cost of converting it into a real-world item was too high, she didn't plan to do that. She'd rather save her source energy for a demi-plane in the future. After graduation, she'd be traveling and doing tasks everywhere, and the herb garden would be her place for herbal research. Since most of her previous research was on herbs suited to the climate of the Witch Forest, and most magical plants thrive there, she chose that environment, modeling the terrain after her school's herb garden, which she knew best. With a reference, the design was done quickly. The magic cottages could change appearance and block outsiders. She needed to specify the interior style and furnishings, which took her a bit longer. She preferred solid wood furniture, and after trying the cherry wood Milani had chosen, she decided to stick with it. For decor, she liked green more than purple, so she picked a green-themed scheme from the options and made her own tweaks. Both cottages had identical interiors. The space travel suitcase was configured much like the one Milani had given her, especially the hot spring bath and big bed. After trying them, she couldn't go back. She only changed the overall color scheme and style to something fresher and more natural. That night, she handed all her custom designs and bellflowers to Principal Milani. Now came the long wait for her new treasures to arrive. With graduation approaching, she was busy handing over the herb fields and greenhouse to Tana, while her witch's book spent 24 hours a day copying books in the library. Graduation was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, it was already mid-spring month, and the spring gathering was happening tonight. The Friday after this gathering would be the day Muxing and her friends graduated and left school, so tonight wasn't just about attending the gathering, it was also their last big celebration together. After sunset, Principal Milani led the way, with the first-year witches in the middle and Muxing's group bringing up the rear as they flew toward Lake Harumi. Lake Harumi was the largest lake in the Witch Forest, with scenery as beautiful as spring all year round. It was the only gathering site where witches lingered even after the seasonal festivities ended. The witches who stayed formed the only true witch community in the area. The Witch Association was also located by Lake Harumi. You could tell how lively the spring gathering was by how often you'd run into other witches in the sky. It was the busiest of all the seasonal gatherings. Muxing and her friends had been here last year, so they were fairly familiar with the place. When she'd contacted Senior Renee had told her that her tavern was the red-roofed house by the third willow tree on the east shore of Lake Harumi. When Muxing and her friends flew over, they immediately spotted 2 familiar figures standing outside the house. Senior Renee and Senior Lucia waved at them, their faces lighting up with warm, familiar smiles. Windsor was the happiest of all, rushing over like a child to throw herself into Renee's arms. Muxing and Lillian exchanged a glance, then, not to be outdone, both hugged Lucia. "Oh, I missed you both so much." "Hey, you're seniors yourselves now, mind your image a little," Lucia said, pushing their heads away, one in each hand. Muxing and Lillian glanced at the underclassmen and Principal Milani, who were watching them, and let go, laughing awkwardly. "Senior Lucia, how's life at the Witch Association? Is the magic there all super advanced?" Muxing asked curiously. Lucia shook her head. "All the spells have to be exchanged for points. Working for them isn't easy." She shot Muxing a teasing look. But I heard there's a certain underage green witch named Muxing whose wealth was recognized by the association before she even graduated, and who got a trading list for her goods. Hee, I just got lucky. Bellflowers are really valuable, Muxing replied sheepishly. She finally understood what it felt like to get rich overnight. She remembered how she used to rack her brains for just a few dozen gold coins, staying up all night selling things on Hat Mountain. Now, with her unique bellflower cultivation skills, she never had to worry about money again. I even heard about it. They say a genius, which appeared, who can cultivate bellflowers with a 90% success rate. Congratulations, you've earned your first title in the witch world, Renee said with a smile. Muxing couldn't help but feel that Renee's smile was a little mischievous. What is it? Renee replied meaningfully, the Bell Witch. As everyone pushed open the door and the wind chimes above jingled, Lillian burst out laughing. Haha, it sounds like you're covered in bells. Muxing shot her a look. If you keep talking, we can't be friends anymore. Bellflower was such a crisp, pleasant name, but paired with witch, it just sounded noisy. Titles for witches were usually reserved for those with outstanding achievements in a particular field, a mark of prestige. But having a not-so-flattering title was a little hard to swallow. Dingling. Dingling. Suddenly, Renee's and Lucia's bellflowers both rang. Renee glanced at hers. It's Rosie. She called once before you arrived, probably to ask if you'd gotten here yet. Lillian looked at Lucia. And that one? It's your senior Margarita, Lucia said, answering her bellflower. Rosie, have they arrived yet? Margarita, are you ready yet? Muxing and Lillian replied in unison, we're here, just in time. Finally, the topic of the title was dropped. Principal Milani, satisfied, left them to catch up with her old friends. Muxing introduced the underclassmen to the seniors. Tonight was all about reuniting. Trading could wait until the morning market. The spring gathering at Lake Harumi usually lasted until noon the next day. Senior Renee handed each of them a jug of wine. This is my biggest achievement of the year, a wine that restores magic. I call it Flower of Mana. The best part is, it's strong but doesn't get you drunk. Muxing, you can drink it too. Really? I can drink it. Muxing's biggest complaint about her body was her low alcohol tolerance. Whenever everyone got together, they'd all be drinking, and she could only have juice. It wouldn't be so bad if she didn't crave it, but Renee's wine was truly delicious. She'd never forgotten the taste from that one sip that knocked her out last time. What about us? Margarita's voice came from the bellflower. I finished the wine you gave me ages ago. After tasting yours, human wine just doesn't compare. Come to Lake Harumi and buy it yourself. Renee replied mercilessly. Senior Rosie, what's that sound on your end? Muxing asked, hearing what sounded like singing from Renee's bellflower. Mermaids are singing. I'll get closer so you can hear, Rosie replied. The sound became clearer. It didn't have the enchanting, bewitching quality described in books. Maybe the bellflower's transmission stripped away the magic. Still, the melody was beautiful and captivating. Though they couldn't understand the merfolk language, the emotion came through clearly, and everyone was entranced. When the song ended, Windsor looked dreamy, and even Margarita on the other end of the bellflower asked, what do mermen look like? Ahem, to be honest, I found myself a merman boyfriend. That was him singing just now. Rosie dropped the bombshell. Hello, I'm Bertrand, came a male voice in the common tongue. Muxing. Give me back my senior, you rotten man. No matter how nice your voice is, it's useless. Even though her boyfriend was a merman, a race known for their loyalty and love, with a lifespan to match and both being supernatural races, making them ideal partners for witches, Muxing still felt conflicted. But merfolk and witches had very different aesthetics and lifestyles, so relationships were rare, and usually only with water-loving blue witches. Bertrand, right? You're not some merman prince with a throne to inherit, are you? Muxing blurted out, forgetting her manners. Even if the partner was a merman, a witch would only ever give birth to daughters at most, a green witch with strong water magic. So for witches, the issue of offspring always came first. Don't worry, Muxing. I've thought through everything you told me, and I discussed it all with Bertrand before we got together. He's fine with it, so we made it official, Rosie said. Muxing finally relaxed a little. If anything changes, you have to let us know, okay? Lucia added. Yeah, and Bertrand, if things don't work out with Rosie, that's fine. But if you ever hurt her, we'll come over and tear your house apart. Margarita shouted. Muing and her friends spent the night at Renee's tavern. The next morning, during the early market, the underclassmen all went out to sell things and earn some money, while Lillian and Windsor went shopping for items they'd need after graduation. Senior Lucia had also returned to the Witch Association. The association was located in a mirror space beneath Springview Lake, and only witches who had passed the annual recruitment exam and were employed there could enter. Muing, having everything she needed, simply stayed in Renee's tavern. After the morning market ended, Ms. Melanie finally arrived, tossing 2 storage rings to Muing. Everything you ordered is inside. Muing fumbled to catch them, but managed to hold off checking until she was back at school. Each of the 2 extra-large storage rings had an internal space about the size of a soccer field, complete with preservation and freshness-keeping functions. The items she'd exchanged for this time only took up a tiny corner of the space. Converting a storage ring into a physical object cost 2,000 source energy, a much better deal than converting a Blockworld backpack, especially given the huge space. The magical cottage conversion cost 3,000 source energy, the magic carriage and flying carpet 1,000 each, and the portable travel trunk 500, for a total of 6,500 source energy spent in one go. It was a painful expense. The rest of her haul was for use in the Emerald World: the portable herb garden, magical cottage, storage rings, magic carriage, flying carpet, rare plant seeds, ancient potion recipe collection, and magical wardrobe. Except for the rare plant seeds and ancient potion recipes, all these items required a personal magic sigil to bind them. The portable herb garden looked like a woven vine suitcase. When opened, it revealed a 500 square meter space, modeled after her school's greenhouse as she'd requested. It was all fertile, flat land, with distinct seasons, and even featured natural light and weather changes. How that was achieved, she had no idea. The magical cottage was a small house of over 200 square meters, permanently enchanted with a shrinking spell. In her hand, it was just a palm-sized model. The default state was a 2-story building, and through the windows you could see the living room, dining area, study, workspace, and rest area. The decor was the fresh green style Muing had requested. Once she branded it with her personal magic sigil, she could control the shrinking spell to restore it to full size. The cottage also had magic detection and concealment features, making it invisible to non-magical beings, and its exterior appearance could be adjusted at will. The carriage had the same appearance-adjusting function, though it couldn't change size. It was magically powered, not pulled by real horses. But with the appearance adjustment, it could be made to look like it was horse-drawn. Both the flying carpet and magic carriage had autopilot functions, and most importantly, came with a detailed, editable map of the Emerald World. The flying carpet and carriage weren't very large and didn't have the expanded space of the travel trunk or herb garden, but they paired well with those items. The so-called magical wardrobe was actually a clothing catalog containing styles from all races and eras of the Emerald World, not just witch attire. Any outfit in the catalog could be materialized. The catalog was continuously updated. If she wanted new styles in the future, she could pay the creator for updates. It didn't have the defensive features of the thousand-face garment, though it was just for fashion-loving witches. Muing bought it because she didn't want to shop for clothes anymore. She was used to the convenience of the thousand-face garment in the real world, and now that she was financially comfortable in the Emerald World, she didn't want to shortchange herself. She put everything into her storage ring except for the portable herb garden suitcase. She planned to spend the next few days transplanting her herbs into it, and maybe snag a few from the school garden as well. With all this, her post-graduation quality of life was set. She could travel in comfort while searching for quest page fragments. But there was still one thing left. She pulled out the Witch Association's item list and chose to sell 6 sets of twin-stemmed bellflowers, exchanging them all for money. You can't travel without money after all. An order popped up on the item list. Selling 6 sets of twin-stemmed bellflowers, equivalent to 1,060 points. Buying 1,000 gold coins, 600 silver coins, equivalent to 1,060 points. Delivery location. Please fill in. Muing wrote which magic school tower as the delivery location. Your order has been accepted by delivery which number 7. Delivery in progress. Current distance, 42 kilometers. Once she filled in the location, the list showed the delivery witch's number and current distance. Muing seriously suspected that the witch who designed this item list was a modern-day transmigrator. Wasn't this just food delivery? Except here, the delivery people were broom-riding witches, lightning fast, and their service covered every world. As long as your order was big enough and you could pay, they'd deliver to even the most remote corners. Muing watched the delivery witch's location on the list until it stopped about a kilometer away. Apparently, they couldn't get any closer. She hopped on her broom and went to meet them outside the school's tree wall. Hey, over here. A red-haired witch waved at her. Muing asked curiously, how's the pay for delivery witches? For your order, I'll make maybe 2 or 3 gold coins, the red-haired witch said, handing her a bag of shrunken coins and checking the bellflowers Muing gave her. She was very professional, didn't ask any unnecessary questions. Transaction complete. Don't forget to leave a good review. She came and went in a flash, her broom-riding speed far beyond Mu Ying's. Muing thought that if Lillian ever worried about making a living, this job might be a good fit. After all, Lillian loved flying brooms and was the best flyer among them. Plus, in the Witch Forest, distances were short and a single order could earn several gold coins, much more than hunting and selling materials. For long-distance orders, it was basically a paid vacation. Muing mentioned this to Lillian when she got back. Lillian immediately called Lucia with her bellflower. Delivery witch? I'll ask for you, Lucia replied quickly. They're always hiring, but the acceptance rate is low. You need excellent flying skills, a good knowledge of world maps, strong wilderness survival experience, and good appraisal abilities. The exam covers long-distance flying, crisis management, continental affairs, and artifact appraisal. You need 3 5-star reviews to pass probation. But the pay is good. You get delivery fees and association points. Lots of red witches do this job. The next Witch Association recruitment is in the autumn moon, a year from now. You can check it out then. Lillian thought it sounded pretty good. She still had nearly 2 years to explore the human world. After all, every witch had to venture outside the forest for experience after graduation. A week later, the same blessing ceremony as last year was held, except this time, it was Muing and her 2 friends standing at the very center of the hexagram. As the principal and the younger students chanted, Muing felt a gentle wave of magic settle over her. Her heart filled with courage and a newfound certainty about the future. One day, she and her friends would become the kind of witches sung about in these songs. Waving goodbye to the principal and the underclassmen, the 3 of them mounted their brooms and soared into the sky. Goodbye, Witchcraft Academy. Once they'd flown far enough that the school was just a memory behind them, they stopped. Muing took out her enchanted travel trunk, activated its shielding magic, and the 3 of them hurried inside. They sat around the table and unrolled their trial parchments. Every witch receives one of these upon graduation. It determines the first destination of their post-graduation trial. The contents were simple, just a location and a list of local witches. The rules of the trial were straightforward. Each witch must live at least half a year at the place written on her parchment before she can freely go elsewhere. She could use magic or disguise herself as a human, either was allowed. All these places were chosen by the Witch Association for being relatively friendly to witches. Thanks to the legacy of their predecessors, these areas already had resident witches and little hostility toward newcomers. For beginners, it was a forgiving first stop. If they ran into serious trouble, there'd be someone to help, no risk of dying alone on their first trip out of the forest. My destination is Moonport, in the Kingdom of Thrush, said Windsor. Muing recalled the map of the continent. Moonport is in the same direction as Senior Rosie's Island. She might have been there before. You should contact her and get some intel in advance. Seeing Windsor nod and take out her bellflower, Ying turned to Lillian. What about you? Birch Town, in the Kingdom of Green Roses, Lillian sighed. She'd hoped for a big city, somewhere she could experience the bustle of human life, but ended up with a small town. They'd discussed trial destinations many times before, so Ying knew what Lillian was thinking. Usually, the trial locations are cities. Small towns tend to be isolated and more fearful of magic, which can be dangerous. But there are exceptions. If a town already has a respected resident witch, it's actually safer than a city. If you want to see city life, the rules don't say you have to stay put the whole time. You can go to nearby cities to shop for supplies, as long as you don't stay too long. That's true, Lillian said, feeling better. I'll ask the seniors if they know anything about this place. What about you? Kantiara, the capital of the Kingdom of Roses, Ying said, unrolling her parchment. The Kingdom of Roses is right next to the Witch Forest. Yours is much closer than ours, Lillian said enviously. This country was even mentioned in the Book of Witches. There, witches who could use magic were called fairy godmothers. The current queen had caught the prince's eye and become queen with the help of a witch. She'd just been a minor noble's daughter before. The Book of Witches even suggested that witches could pose as fairy godmothers, find a noble family, and raise their children, enjoying good food and safety in return. But this was only suitable for witches who liked children or were good at blessing magic, so Ying's assignment was a good fit. Whether she liked children or not, she wasn't sure, but she was definitely skilled at blessing magic. That was probably why she'd been sent there. This year, they had bellflowers, so even after leaving school, they wouldn't be completely in the dark. They could always ask their more experienced seniors for advice. Moonport? That's pretty close to me, Rosie's voice came through the bellflower. If you fly for a day, you'll reach my island. I sometimes go to Moonport to shop. It's a bustling place, lots of different people, and there's a witch living there making a fortune. You like making perfumes and essential oils, right? Those are in high demand among human nobles. You could open a shop and make some money. It'll make everything easier. Windsor's worries eased a lot at that, and she even asked if there were any mermaids in Mooport, already sounding a little love-struck. Meanwhile, Lillian was getting information about Birch Town from Senior Margarita. I passed through there last year when I left the forest, spent a night in town. Actually, it's the closest town to the Witch Forest. Remember Redberry Village, where we went before? That big bad wolf who tricked girls wasn't just one guy, it was a whole gang. Every time they committed a crime, they'd fake evidence to make it look like a werewolf attack. Later, the werewolves heard about the rumors and sent someone to investigate. A witch who was friends with one of the werewolves joined in, and together they uncovered the truth. The gang's leader was caught by that witch in Birch Town, but a few henchmen escaped and caused trouble in nearby villages. Redberry's Hungry Wolf was one of them. So in Birch Town, witches and werewolves have a good reputation. It's been a while, though, so I'm not sure if that witch is still there. But if you got assigned there, chances are she is. Lillian checked her parchment. It says here, a black witch named Sarah? That's her. She's pretty strong. Her magic affinity is with metal. You should learn from her when you get there, and maybe help me ask about the werewolves, Margarita said. Are you really that eager to have kids? Lillian said helplessly. She truly didn't get her senior's way of thinking. You don't understand. You have to be picky about the father of a quality child. I don't care about romance, so it's better to plan early, Margarita replied, sticking to her logic. Ying, meanwhile, got detailed information about Kantiara from Lucia, who'd seen it in the Witch Association's records. The love story of the Queen and King was famous in the human world, much like the Cinderella tale Ying knew. But whether the rumors were true, no one knew for sure. In Kantiara, fairy godmothers were extremely popular. There was even a saying that only the kindest, gentlest girls could receive a fairy godmother's help. A few years ago, a con artist performed magic tricks in public, claiming to be a fairy godmother looking for a girl to bless, just for a little money. All the nobles in the kingdom sent her gifts, and she ran off with the loot. But she was exposed by a real fairy godmother living in Kantiara. Since then, anyone wanting to be a fairy godmother had to be certified by a well-known one, or else they'd be considered a fraud. Ying and her two companions spent the night resting inside the travel trunk. Each of them made their own plans, and it wasn't until the next morning that they truly set off on their separate journeys. But with the bellflower, they could still keep in touch at any time, so the sadness of parting was much lessened, replaced mostly by anticipation for the future. Ying's destination, the Rose Kingdom, bordered the eastern edge of the witch's forest, so she headed that way first. There was no need to go home first. Now that she had a spatial suitcase, she'd already gone back once to pack everything into it, and later stored it all in her ring. That home, she might not have many chances to return to it anymore. For the first time, the flying carpet came in handy. She set the route to the eastern edge of the witch's forest on the carpet's built-in map and let it fly on its own while she took out her portable herb garden to check on her plants. Most of them had only been transplanted less than a week ago, so they needed extra care, especially the bellflower. It was maturing more slowly than she'd expected. It was still only a bud when she left school and hadn't yet bloomed. Ying had moved it along with a lot of its original soil, but it still didn't look great. She had to use life magic on it 3 times a day to slowly restore its vitality, and its flowering period was delayed again. Fortunately, money was no longer an issue for her. Most of the plants in her portable herb garden were herbs for potion making or magical plants she was cultivating, but she'd set aside a small patch for edible fruits and vegetables. Plus, before leaving school, she'd paid Lillian to collect some beast meat for her, and she'd been stocking up on grains for months, so she had plenty of food for the journey. After tending to the herb garden, she emerged to see the edge of the forest in the distance. She switched to a more agile flying broom, circled around several times, found a small path, and landed. Then she took out her magic carriage. She'd designed its appearance based on descriptions of human noble carriages from the library, a style affordable for any reasonably wealthy noble, complete with 2 black horses for show. She didn't plan to fly for the next stretch. Instead, she'd travel by carriage, openly entering villages and towns along the way to ask for news. Compared to the witch's trial, she was more concerned about her main task, collecting the missing pages. That was her true focus in this trial world. From what she'd gathered so far, the missing pages required her to witness this world's history, specifically, history related to fairy tales. Wherever those events had happened, that's where she needed to inquire. That's why she wanted to pose as a traveling noblewoman. In this world, humans had a natural respect for nobility, which would make things easier for her and help her avoid unnecessary trouble. Ying set her route accordingly. On her way to Kantiara, she marked out several villages and towns as temporary stops to gather information. She estimated it would take over a month to reach the capital. But with her trial time running out, she had to leave the trial world first. Having spent over 2 months of trial time, Ying had stayed in the Emerald World for a full half-year. When she returned, even though all her memories from there were condensed and stored, she still felt as if a lifetime had passed. In reality, though, less than 3 days had gone by in the real world. She'd gained a lot from this trial. She looked at the few items she'd brought back. First, she used her personal magic sigil to bind each one. Then she started sorting them, beginning with the storage ring. The ring she'd brought back was inlaid with a piece of emerald, which matched her eyes quite well. She transferred everything from her old storage pouch into the new ring, leaving the pouch unused. Remembering that Gun had wanted one for a long time, Ying undid the stitching that had joined 2 storage pouches together, turning them back into 2 small cloth bags. Gun, Ying reached out her claws toward Gun, who was curled up asleep on the carpet. She was a bit too rough and accidentally pulled out a few tufts of fur. She hadn't petted him in so long that she was out of practice. She quietly disposed of the evidence. Gun, dash. If you don't get up, I'll give your storage pouch to someone else. Ying started tugging at his ears, trying to pull out his stubbornly buried head. Gun immediately poked his head out. What? His unscrupulous owner was going to give his stuff to someone else again? He knew it, love always fades. I've got a huge storage ring now, so I don't need the storage pouch anymore. I'll give you one, and the other can go to the gem fairies for storing the harvest from the fields, so it doesn't spoil if they can't collect it in time. Ying waved the storage pouch in her hand. You'd better be careful not to let anyone notice anything strange about it. Gun grabbed the pouch with both paws, hugged it to his chest, and then happily scampered around the house, stuffing his treasures from every corner into it. Ying watched as he dug a few copper coins out from under the carpet, pulled some bamboo shoots from under the bed, found a bag of candied fruit in the wardrobe drawer, and even unearthed a few smooth stones hidden inside a throw pillow in the living room. You're a panda, not a hamster. Why are you so good at hiding things? Ying hadn't even realized there were so many things hidden in her little treehouse. Gun, these are all my treasures. They must be hidden well. Ying. Oh well, let him be. She was a generous person. How could she not tolerate her animal companion's little quirks? Come on, let's go to the plantation. I'll show you something amazing. Ying grabbed him and teleported over. She placed the magic cottage next to the wooden house. Compared to the exquisite and beautiful little building, the wooden house looked plain and simple. With a wave of her wand, all the things from her studio in the wooden house lined up and moved into the magic cottage one by one. Gun, where did all the stuff go? Ying noticed him circling around outside the magic cottage and suddenly remembered the shielding effect was still active. She was probably the only one in this world with magic, so the safety of these magical creations had increased by several levels. She turned off the shielding, and Gun finally got to see what the magic cottage looked like. The little house, covered in green roses, matched the style of the plantation perfectly. Inside, it was even bigger than the treehouse, and the furniture was much more comfortable. Gun curiously went in to check out his new home. The magic cottage was portable, making daily life much more convenient, and she no longer had to worry about her potion-making equipment being discovered. The wooden house next door was now just a storage place for territory income and residence deposits. She wouldn't be traveling far for a while, so she didn't need the magic carriage or flying carpet for now. But the travel trunk would make her upcoming deep-sea mining expedition much more comfortable. The trunk was enchanted to be waterproof, so she didn't have to worry about leaks. With a safe and cozy place to rest, her worries about spending long periods underwater were finally eased, and she could start planning for the coal mine as well. Aside from the magic cottage, the thing Ying cared most about was actually the bellflower. In the Emerald world, there were no bellflowers. Using messengers to send letters was still manageable, but in reality, outside her own territory, if a messenger bird flew into another camp, it would probably get shot down and eaten. If she could successfully cultivate bellflowers, they would definitely become the most iconic specialty of her territory. So, upon returning this time, she set aside a plot in the plantation specifically to grow bellflowers. After being away for 2 or 3 days, Ying checked the recent messages while eating. Nothing major had happened in her own territory, but all the big news these past 2 days centered on Ling Tian Town. The old commander had suddenly passed away, and the Lord's decree hadn't been handed over. The upper echelons of Ling Tian Town thought the territory was about to collapse. At first, no one suspected Zhao Qing, since he'd been out in the wild for some time and only returned on the day the old commander died, without a chance to see him. But the matter of the teleportation array couldn't be kept secret. Zhao Qing even posted a statement on the forum, declaring that he was the old commander's designated successor and announcing a series of upcoming reforms in Ling Tian Town. With the Lord's decree in hand, his control over the territory was absolute. Just as he and Ying had previously suggested, he never showed his face throughout the process. Instead, he set up a huge bulletin board inside the territory, posting new policies and implementing them one by one. He also posted these measures on the forum, pinning them as hot topics. Ling Tian Town Reform Measures. 1. The original central management of the territory is completely abolished. All residents are to be treated equally, with rights granted according to contribution levels, including but not limited to exemption from entrance fees, land use rights, and free housing. 2. establishment of a territory task center offering various construction tasks. Completing tasks will earn money and contribution points. 3. The relief center is abolished. All residents are encouraged to work hard to prosper. 4. Taxes will be reduced and prices balanced. 5. The territory's protective shield will be contracted to strengthen defense. Entrance fee will be 5 copper coins per day. The above measures will take effect in 3 days. All residents, please prepare accordingly. After reading this, Muing had only one thought. Zhao was going all out this time, determined to cure all the deep-rooted problems in one go, using the most brutal, cutting out the rot method. It was bound to hurt. Sure enough, the comment section was full of complaints. Who gave you the right to do this? Ling Tian Town is a democratic territory. Even as the Lord, you can't trample on people's rights like this. Why do we suddenly have to pay an entrance fee? Ling Tian has finally abandoned its benevolence and stooped to the level of those selfish territories. Abolishing the relief center? Are you trying to starve thousands of disaster victims? Before the apocalypse, the country never abandoned a single victim. How can you be so cruel, especially as a former soldier? If we can't afford the entrance fee, can't buy food, and can't pay for teleportation, we can't leave or stay. In 3 days, what are we supposed to do? Hang ourselves at Ling Tian Town's gate? What's the point of surviving in this apocalypse? Thief Zhao, hand over the Lord's decree. Thief Zhao, get out of Ling Tian Town. It was obvious these were the voices of people whose vested interests had been threatened, trying to pressure Zhao into backing down through public opinion. But while Ling Tian Town had many people, in the grand scheme of the world, it was nothing. Those stirring up trouble were far outnumbered by the onlookers. Whoa, this is a big move. I'm thinking about returning to Ling Tian. I was really sick of that fake for the people attitude before. So much bureaucracy and corruption. I'd rather develop in a small camp nearby than slave away for the privileged class or work myself to death for those leeches living off relief grain. The higher-ups just kept those people around to show off their own kindness, but the feed came from us ordinary folks. If Ling Tian really implements these reforms, I'll pack up and come back with my buddies. A territory with a real lord and a shield just feels safer. Is what the person above said true? That's scary. I used to envy Ling Tian Town for not charging an entrance fee. It's the apocalypse and some people still want to keep their old privileges? Serves them right, lol. Hey, is Ling Tian Town copying our Muzai's homework? Grading residents, contribution points, did you pay copyright fees? You guys have some nerve. That vicious woman came to Ling Tian Town and threatened us ordinary folks with a whip. Zhao must have been bewitched by her to come up with all this. Don't you owe us an explanation? As someone who's been suffocated by Ling Tian's high prices, I almost cried seeing the tax cuts and price balancing. P.S. The ordinary folks mentioned above are just those living off relief grain and still wanting free winter clothes. Now I realize our extra money was going to feed them. So mad. Go, Lord. Teach them a lesson. Sometimes, Muing really felt that her own territory's people were great at roasting others on the forum. It was so satisfying to read. By her calculations, tomorrow was the 3rd day mentioned in the notice. The drama in Ling Tian Town was far from over. The next morning, while eating breakfast, she checked the forum again. Ling Tian Town had actually shrunk its territory right up to the edge of the old tent area. Those living in makeshift shacks outside were now directly outside the territory's shield. Without paying the entrance fee, they couldn't even get in to protest. They'd originally planned to band together and refuse to move today. Meanwhile, those still inside the territory, in the tent area, weren't affected at all. They paid 5 copper coins and nothing changed. When they went to buy breakfast, they found prices had really dropped. A quick calculation showed they were actually spending less overall. Further in, those living in houses who used to pay rent found their rent had dropped significantly. Those who'd lived rent-free due to privilege were kicked out if they didn't pay. The original territory center was completely sealed off. The territory's income was still there, but no one else could access it. Those who used to get a share of the benefits had it all taken back in an instant, gone without a trace. A bunch of respectable people gathered outside Zhao Qing's house, righteously denouncing him for seizing residents' property. Zhao Qing didn't show up. He simply threw them out of the territory. They tried to pay to get back in, only to find that, due to disturbing the peace, they were banned from entering for 3 days. Ling Tian territory suddenly became much quieter and emptier, but those who remained felt a new sense of hope and purpose. The newly established Territory Task Center offered jobs like collecting wood and stone, cleaning the territory, and building houses, all with monetary and contribution rewards. Contribution points could also be spent inside the territory, which basically meant you could earn your entrance fee back. It seemed that as long as you were willing to work, you didn't have to risk your life outside to survive. This was the stability that people in the apocalypse desperately craved. Lately, Ying had been so focused on practicing her wild shape that she'd neglected her spell studies for quite some time. There were still quite a few third circle spells she hadn't learned yet. On top of that, she'd brought back some plant seeds from the Emerald World this time, which needed to be planted and cultivated. So, for the next stretch of days, Ying stayed in her territory to train. She was already quite experienced with bellflower, having planted it twice before. Although she was now very skilled, this plant was delicate and couldn't grow without a steady supply of magical energy, so she had to take special care of it. Unlike binding vines or gem trees, which she had researched and cultivated herself for the first time, bellflower was merely a successful planting, not a new discovery, so it didn't grant her a large amount of class experience upon sprouting. However, Ying noticed that every time she tended to it, she still gained a decent amount of experience. You have planted a special plant. Gained 20 class experience. You have tended to a special plant. Gained 5 class experience. The seeds she'd brought back from the Emerald World were either herbs needed for potion making or magical plants she'd tried cultivating there. Depending on the difficulty of cultivation, successfully planting a new species would usually grant 10 to 20 experience points. It all added up, and Ying's experience bar was rising rapidly. Since she was spending so much time in the plantation, she decided to pick out the remaining plant-related third circle spells to learn. The spell, Plant Growth, seemed, at first glance, to have an effect similar to the Plant Magic, Accelerate Growth spell. Previously, she'd put off learning it because she thought she already had a similar ability. But now that she was learning it, she discovered some key differences. The Plant Magic, Accelerate Growth spell had 2 functions, a short-term, instant growth effect, and a long-term nurturing effect. Plant Growth was similar. Its short-term effect was much like the instant growth from Plant Magic. But the long-term nurturing aspect was quite different. For long-term nurturing, Plant Magic worked directly on the plant, using magic to slowly nourish it. But Plant Growth worked on the soil itself, making the land more fertile. For the next year, any plants grown on enchanted land would flourish, yielding double the normal harvest. However, compared to the short-term effect, the long-term nurturing effect of plant growth required a particularly long casting time, 8 whole hours. The current area of effect was a radius of about 200 meters, centered on the caster. Once she understood this, Ying became extremely enthusiastic about the spell. 8 hours was nothing if it meant double the yield. She was determined to cast it over the entire plantation, which would greatly improve land use efficiency. If she did this every year, the territory would have bountiful harvests year after year, and the plantation land would become highly sought after. As things stood, the plantation couldn't even support all the people in the territory. Most residents still relied on shops for their food. While this did bring in a fair amount of tax revenue, Ying still felt this structure was risky. Where did the shops get their food? Either from stock they brought with them when they set up shop, or from supplies imported via connections outside Deep Blue Star. Looking at it from a natural ecological perspective, most of the territory's residents were still consumers. Consumers might seem to have the advantage, but in reality, if something went wrong on the producer's end, consumers would suffer greatly, since they depended on what producers supplied. Ying wanted her territory and its people to be producers so that others would rely on them, not the other way around. In short, she wanted independence. Only then could they weather any storm. The first priority for survival is to have enough to eat, in other words, Food security. After the apocalypse, most farmland was abandoned. Thanks to that earlier rain, plants underwent a massive evolution and grew much more lush, so for now, people could still forage for plenty of edible resources in the wild. But what about next year or the year after? Relying solely on wild resources was just draining the pond to catch the fish and would eventually destroy the ecosystem. In the end, it all came back to cultivation. But the wilds were not safe. There were still many beasts and monsters out there. Even if you managed to clear land, your crops could be trampled by wild animals, and the farmers themselves were at risk. The plantation was Mu Ying's solution to this problem, but due to limited space, residents who rented plots could only grow a small amount for their own use or to sell. Now, with the appearance of plant growth, her long-standing worries were finally resolved. She immediately had new ideas for the territory. She built a new camp on the site of the old Ling Town, then renamed the previous plantation to Private Plantation and named the new one Public Farm Camp. She even put up a new notice board for it and adjusted the order of the other bulletin boards, placing this one third, right after the Resident ID Introduction and the Land Claim Bulletin, and before the Plantation Bulletin, making it the leading subcamp. At the same time, she issued a new territory quest. Territory Quest, Farm Camp Land Reclamation. Quest description, help clear new land at the public farm camp. Quest reward, clear 1 plot of land, earn 2 contribution points and 8 copper coins. Quest requirement, land must be cleared to standard. Quest time, immediate. There's a new quest. 2 contribution points and 8 copper coins, that's basically 10 copper coins. A plot isn't very big, but what's this public farm camp? Never heard of it before. Wait, wasn't the Territory Quest bulletin board further to the left before? Someone immediately went to check. Look, the plantation's name has changed to Private Plantation. And there's a new notice. Someone read it aloud. Starting today, Lord Muing will be casting a spell across the Private Plantation to double next year's crop yields. The casting schedule and locations are as follows. Plot 1, November 8th. Plot 4, November 9th. On the day of casting, please grant Lord Muing access to your fields in a timely manner. This round of casting will cover all land in the Private Plantation. Please do your best to plant next year. Oh my god, what kind of spell is this? Double the yield? That's insane. That's a druid for you. Even though I've never seen the Lord's plantation, just look at all those special-priced vegetables in the territory specialty shop every day, you can tell how well her land produces. Now we get to benefit too. Wait, are there any plots left in the Private Plantation? I need to hurry and rent one. Double yield for a whole year. Anyone could make money off that. Hey, weren't you all here to check out the new subcamp? It's right next door. If we don't hurry, there'll be nothing left. I'm teleporting over right now. Crazy, totally crazy. TCH, you're only so calm because you already rented a plot, right? Don't think I don't know, your whole team rented one each. You guys are going to make a killing this time. This subcamp is the territory's public farm, primarily used for unified planting of food and cash crops. We are now recruiting one experienced crop cultivation advisor and one druid player to serve as the head of the public farm. After a probation period, you'll enjoy full resident benefits for this position. Starting now, players can accept territory quests to enter the public farm and help with land reclamation. I really regret my perception isn't high enough. I'm not a druid. I used to be a farmer, haha, I'll sign up and give it a try. Druids are definitely the devs' favorites. How are other classes supposed to survive? See? I told them not to rush off. There's only 300 plots in a subcamp. If you're late, don't even think about getting a territory quest. For a moment, envy toward the druid class surged among the territory's players. But in reality, there were barely 2 druids in all of Ling Tian Town. Spellcasting classes require some pretty elusive attributes, unlike skill-based classes that mainly depend on strength, constitution, and agility, physical stats you can train and improve with effort. Intelligence, perception, and charisma, the attributes tied to spellcasting, seem almost like innate talents. You either have them or you don't, and nobody knows how to train them up. Nearly a year into the apocalypse, the rarity and irreplaceable utility of spellcasting classes has become increasingly obvious. On the forums, mages, priests, druids, and warlocks are jokingly called the chosen ones. Mages are like children abandoned by the heavens after birth, priests and druids are the beloved sons, and warlocks are given a little inheritance before being sent off to fend for themselves. As for skill classes with a bit of spellcasting ability, they're like distant relatives of the heavens, at least they get a little benefit. The unluckiest skill classes are like strangers, barely acknowledged. It's a pretty apt analogy. Today's events quickly spread across the forums. What exactly is the spell that Ying mentioned? If it really doubles yields, Ling Town will be a grain powerhouse. Players there will never have to worry about going hungry. I'm a level 3 druid, but I don't have that spell on my list. Crossing the ocean is no longer a dream. Forget it, I'm just going to save up and teleport to Ling Town. I want that druid position. For a while, druids everywhere wished they were in Ling Town. At this moment, Ying sensed that Plot 1's permissions had been opened, so she teleported in. In fact, she could teleport anywhere in the territory, even into residents' treehouses. Waiting for permission to open was just to give residents a greater sense of security. But this time, after teleporting into Plot 1, Ying realized she'd been careless. She should have added a rule: no spectators allowed. The owner of Plot 1, Zhang Jing, was there with her teammates, all gathered to watch. One plot of land, crammed with 5, 6, 7, 8 people, they'd clearly been waiting a while. And knowing Zhang Jing and Ying's team, this was them holding back. Hee, they're just curious about how you cast spells, Zhang Jing said sheepishly. Is what they say on the forums true? Is it really a third circle spell? That powerful? Her perception was 12, and with the free attribute point at level 4, she might reach level 6 in the future. If it was a third circle spell, she might have a shot at learning it someday. Ying nodded. It's pretty effective, but it's a real drain on druids. Zhang Jing didn't quite understand what a drain on druids meant. Not until Ying began communing with nature and casting the spell. She maintained the casting posture, standing for hour after hour. Zhang Jing could feel the power of nature soaking into the land beneath their feet, spreading out clearly. The spell was still ongoing. From morning to afternoon, from dawn to dusk, the onlookers eventually gave up and left, but Ying remained rooted to the spot. Zhang Jing only stayed because she wanted to see how long the spell would last. She waited until the sun set and the moon rose. You're still here. Ying opened her eyes and was surprised to see Zhang Jing sitting on the ground. Zhang Jing nodded. Now I finally understand what you meant by a drain on druids. Can you really handle casting like this every day? You have completed a class training session and gained 15 class experience, Ying said instead, reading out the experience prompt. Zhang Jing got it instantly. You get experience for casting this spell? Ying nodded. Sometimes more, sometimes less, usually between 10 and 20 points. For me right now, that's a lot, so it's worth it. Zhang Jing was only level 3, so it wasn't as hard for her to gain class experience as it was for Ying, but she could feel it too. After leveling up, repeating the same crop planting actions gave less and less experience. For a level 6 druid, it must be even harder. You've worked hard. Come have a drink at the tavern, Zhang Jing invited. Ying had never brought up charging for her spellcasting, but Zhang Jing felt she'd benefited and wanted to show her gratitude. Ying thought for a moment and agreed. She really was exhausted, 8 hours of standing, and it wasn't just physical fatigue. There was also the mental strain of being the spell's conduit, constantly monitoring its effects on the land. It was both physically and mentally draining. Now that it was done, she felt lazy and didn't want to cook. She'd have to cast again tomorrow, so a little relaxation wouldn't hurt. Besides, the tavern wasn't what it used to be, where you could barely order anything. Now it was partnered with Sarah's Eatery, so you could order Sarah's dishes right from the tavern. Super convenient. What would you like to eat? Mrs. Marlene asked gently. Ying was genuinely surprised as she watched Mrs. Marlene skillfully tending to customers behind the bar. This is Bruce's Tavern. Does Marlene's Bakery have a partnership with Bruce's Tavern now? And where's Uncle Bruce? Mu-Ying looked around the tavern. He wasn't at the card tables, nor in the kitchen. Huh? He's actually cleaning the lampstands? Those lampstands, which had been gathering dust forever, were finally getting cleaned. Even his usually messy hair was neatly combed, and he didn't look drunk at all. He actually looked pretty decent. Catching Mu-Ying's gaze, Mrs. Marlene smiled and said, "He's courting me, and I agreed to give it a try." Oh. Mu-Ying shot Uncle Bruce a meaningful look. "Not bad, old man. We've just launched a dessert and wine set that Bruce and I developed together. It's 30% off. Would you like to try it?" Mrs. Marlene suggested. Zhang Jing was startled and quickly tried to signal Mu-Ying with her eyes. But the two of them were completely out of sync. Mu-Ying didn't pick up on it at all. "Sure, let's have one. Jing, what do you want?" Mu-Ying agreed, then turned to Zhang Jing, noticing her odd expression. "What's wrong?" Jing sighed. "Nothing. Mrs. Marlene, I'll have the double steak set from Sarah's Eatery, with a pot of green fruit wine, please." After ordering, she pulled Mu-Ying to an empty table to sit. Mu-Ying realized something was off. Zhang Jing had ordered a meal for two. "Sigh, you were too hasty. Love isn't just sweet and sour, it can be sickeningly cloying." Zhang Jing shook her head. "You'll see, you won't be able to handle it. At least we'll have steak to eat. Aren't I clever?" Sure enough, Mu-Ying had underestimated it. The new dessert and wine set looked nice, but it was way too sweet. The pastries were just on the sweet side, still edible, but once paired with the wine, it became overwhelmingly sugary, almost toxic. Mu-Ying had to conjure a ball of water to rinse out the sweetness from her mouth. Zhang Jing's idea to order extra steak was truly brilliant. Otherwise, after a long day, she wouldn't even have had a proper meal. Bruce, after cleaning the lamp, started wiping down the tables, occasionally sneaking lovesick glances at Mrs. Marlene as she worked behind the bar. Mu-Ying touched a spot she used to think was filthy only to find it spotless. Love really is powerful. It can turn a slob who used to take pride in his mess into a diligent house husband. When did those two get together? Mu-Ying felt like she'd missed out on a lot of gossip. It's only been about a month, but Bruce had been chasing Mrs. Marlene for ages. She always disliked how messy he was, but Bruce never caught on. Then one time, he got drunk with some players and accidentally let slip that he liked her. After that, his regular card buddies started giving him advice, and that's how he finally won her over, Zhang Jing explained with a sigh. All the players tease him. He liked Mrs. Marlene because she's gentle and good at managing a household, but after they got together, he's the one who turned into the perfect little housewife. But Bruce is actually quite proud of it, haha. I can tell, Mu-Ying nodded. Even though he wasn't drinking, he looked like he was drunk, grinning like a fool. You could see how happy he was to have won Mrs. Marlene's heart. Oh, and I think there's something going on between Cheng Wei and Paul too. I don't know the details, but I've heard people in the team say they've seen them walking by Moon Lake at night. Zhang Jing continued gossiping. Mu-Ying facepalmed. But it's winter right now. Haha, there are even more couples among the players. Who knows, maybe there'll be babies born in the territory next year. Cheng Wei laughed. Mu-Ying was stunned. No way, things aren't stable enough for raising kids yet. The conditions here were tough and unpredictable. If something happened to the parents, what would become of the child? She knew all too well how hard it was for a child to grow up without parental protection. True, but right now, there's no way to prevent pregnancy, and there aren't even safe abortion procedures. There are healing spells, but they can't fully replace medicine, so accidents are bound to happen. People have a bit more money now, and with shared housing, everyone can at least have their own room, so some things are inevitable, Zhang Jing shrugged. Maria the healer only has sterilization potions. Sigh, I really don't get these women. Men are so gross, why bother? Mu-Ying quickly shoveled down a few bites, downed her wine in one gulp, and rushed off. I'm not talking anymore, I need to go make some contraceptives. I didn't mean for you to work overtime again. Zhang Jing reached out to stop her, but Mu-Ying was already gone. Wait, she can make contraceptives? Not just anyone can be a lord, huh? As for Mu-Ying's ability to make contraceptives, she'd originally learned to make fertility potions. The potion was first invented by a witch who acted as a midwife in the human world, and later another, which adapted it for breeding livestock, with great results. Muing had learned it to help the territory's breeding farms thrive. She'd just harvested the necessary herbs and hadn't had time to start brewing. In the school library's ancient texts, she'd read that if you brew the potion just right, it's a fertility potion. If you overcook it a bit, it becomes a sterilization potion. However, the sterilization effect could be neutralized by the fertility potion, and both men and women could take it with no harm to the body. Muing never expected that the potion she'd prepared for the magical beasts at the breeding farm would be urgently needed by the territory's residents. She hoped that every child born in the territory would be wanted and expected by their parents, not just an accident. This also reminded her that she needed to start considering education for the next generation in the territory. But that wasn't urgent yet. With contraceptive potions, hopefully no one would get pregnant before they were ready. Given the current environment, adults still had to struggle just to get by. It really wasn't suitable for newborns. Muing stayed up all night brewing contraceptive potions. Fortunately, one dose of the sterilization potion was effective with just a sip, and the fertility potion could neutralize the sterilization effect with a sip as well, though to actually boost fertility, you'd need a whole bottle. So she could split one bottle of sterilization potion into more than 10 doses, which really reduced her workload. Even so, she pulled an all-nighter, with dark circles under her eyes, and managed to brew 200 doses of sterilization potion and 20 doses of fertility potion before dawn. Of course, she didn't dare label them by their original names. She renamed them Contraceptive Elixir and Conception Elixir. She then had the Mercenary Guild certify the potion's effects and made the information public, so every player who got the potion could use their player handbook's item identification function to check its effects, with the Apocalypse game itself guaranteeing the results. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The specialty shop is about to open. If we're late, we won't get any of the discounted vegetables. Every morning, one of the highlights in Ling Tian Town is groups of friends gathering at the entrance of the territory's specialty shop, lining up to grab their share of the day's discounted vegetables. If you manage to buy some, you've already won. But today felt a little different. After the shop opened, Professor Du is actually there. Ever since she recruited staff for the shop, she rarely worked the counter herself. What's more, a long red banner now hung above the shop shelves, with bold black characters proclaiming, "Contraceptive potion, 1 dose for worry-free birth control, suitable for both men and women, harmless to the body. Effect reversible with the conception potion." Even the daily supply sign had been replaced with a bigger one. In addition to the usual spot listing the day's vegetables, a prominent area had been cordoned off with a lengthy announcement. For everyone's happiness in their relationships, the specialty shop will provide 1 free dose of contraceptive potion to all partnered residents of the territory. The potion must be consumed on the spot. Its contraceptive effect will not interfere with couples' daily intimacy. When you wish to have a child, you can come back for a dose of the conception potion, which will reverse the effect. We hope every child can be born into a family that's ready and waiting for them. What's this? Birth control pills. Wow, I just came to buy vegetables. How did I end up at a family planning rally? Bro, you've hit the nail on the head. We've only just started eating our fill every day, and now the territory wants us to start planning our families. Is this stuff really harmless? It won't affect future fertility. Do single people even need to worry about this? Even if it's free, I'm not drinking it. I'm going to get my boyfriend to come take it. If he doesn't, he can forget about touching me. Let me tell you something creepy. Yesterday, I overheard the Lord talking to Zhang Jing about birth control at the tavern. Then the Lord rushed off, barely touched her food. Guess what that means? This potion must be the Lord's doing. We haven't caused any trouble lately, have we? Is she trying to sterilize us all? You guys are hopeless. Can't you think straight for once? I think the Lord just saw through your animal instincts and is taking precautions. There aren't even any condoms around. Can you really control yourselves? Let's keep it civil. No need to make it about gender. If this potion really works as advertised, with no side effects, no impact on fertility or intimacy, and you can reverse it with the conception potion, then it's basically a miracle drug. Professor Du cleared her throat. Yes, this potion is indeed the Lord's work. She heard about everyone's increasingly active love lives yesterday and stayed up all night to make it. Its effects have been certified by the Mercenary Guild and the Doomsday Game. You can check the item info yourselves. This is a welfare benefit, free for residents of Ling Town. Others will need to pay 1 silver coin per dose of contraceptive potion, 2 for the conception potion. If you need it, come to me. Today's supply of contraceptive potion is limited to 200 doses. If you're not planning to be parents yet, please don't get pregnant lightly. So expensive? My God. Not taking it would be a loss. Only 200 doses? Better grab one while I can. Some people, caught up in the moment, rushed to get and drink the potion. Others were more cautious. Medicine always carries some risk. What if there are side effects? They decided to wait and see, letting others try it first. All in all, on the first day, the promotion didn't go too well. Fewer than 100 people actually took the potion. Some of them weren't even taking it for temporary birth control. They just didn't want kids, but didn't want to give up intimacy either. Discussions about the potion broke out all over the territory, with both supporters and detractors. Everyone knew Mu Ying's intentions were good. Many couples really did face trouble because they couldn't avoid pregnancy. But the potion was so miraculous, unheard of, and it involved something as important as fertility. Naturally, people were wary. Only the Women's Mutual Aid Team, Ying's group, was fully supportive. Through Zhang Jing, they understood the whole story. Finally, a birth control pill that men can take too. The Lord is amazing. Just yesterday, Jingjing said she accidentally made the Lord work overtime, and today the potion is out. I heard from the owner of Plot 6 that the Lord looked exhausted while casting spells today. She even had dark circles under her eyes. I'm so touched. We have to support this. I'm all for it. You know that guy who's been chasing me? If he's willing to take the contraceptive potion with me, I'll give him a chance. Some people on the forum think the Lord is making a fuss over nothing. But I heard the Lord was an orphan herself. Maybe she's just afraid someone will accidentally have a child and not take responsibility, ruining the kid's life. I really feel for her. Girls, let's get on the forum and set those trolls straight. Wait, hold on. Something big is happening at the livestock camp. When Muing put the sterilization potion on the shelves today, she also asked Zhang Jing and Lu Luoluo to publicly test its effects at the livestock camp. After all, the sterilization potion was an accident. The conception potion was what she'd always intended to use at the camp. By now, Lu Luoluo and her team had already started their demonstration. Here we have a pair of newly mature jumping rabbits, a pair of prime-age fire chickens, and a pair of goats in breeding season. None of them are pregnant, but they're all ready to breed. If anyone has doubts about the contraceptive potion, you're welcome to come up and check these 3 samples. In a moment, we'll give them the potion, Lu Luoluo announced loudly. Who wants to come? Plenty of people were concerned, so everyone was happy to see a live test. Identifying the potion was easy, just scan it with the player handbook. Some people had already checked the potion's info at the specialty shop and confirmed that these were indeed contraceptive potions. Everyone's sure these are contraceptive potions, right? Lu Luoluo said. Now I'll give each animal a dose. With that, Zhang Jing brought over the test animals. Since they'd been prepped and rewarded with treats, they obediently drank a dose of contraceptive potion, then a dose of conception potion. The conception potion not only reverses the contraceptive effect, but with repeated use, it also increases fertility. From now on, we'll give them a dose of conception potion every day at noon. Everyone's welcome to come and see if they can get pregnant again. After 2 days of this, on the 3rd day, the fire chicken's eggs were found to be fertilized, and the laying rate even increased. A week later, the jumping rabbit's belly was noticeably swollen. The goats hadn't shown obvious signs yet, but the conception potion's reversal effect had already been proven. As soon as the effectiveness of the contraceptive potion was confirmed, it quickly became a sensation. The waiting list for residents wanting to take the potion was booked out for several weeks. However, lately, Muing had to cast spells on the fields during the day and brew potions at night. Her output was limited, and she couldn't pull all-nighters like she did on the first day. That first day, she'd pushed herself just to make sure the residents understood the importance of contraception. Now that everyone knew there was a reliable way to prevent pregnancy, it was fine to slow down for a while. The territory was full of praise for her, especially as more and more residents saw Muing standing all day in the private planting grounds, casting spells, and then saw new potions on the shelves the next day. For once, Muing showed her exhaustion in front of the residents, and more people began to feel sorry for her. One morning, before dawn, Bruce's tavern, which usually opened only in the afternoon and evening, saw a steady stream of players, each wrapped head to toe in black robes, sneaking in one after another. If you pressed your ear to the wall, you'd hear the constant buzz of conversation inside. Zai is working so hard, it breaks my heart. I just want to tell her not to push herself so much. Ugh, she's probably so diligent because she was abandoned as a child. She wants every child to be born wanted by their parents. She's such a good kid. I secretly went to watch her casting spells yesterday. She stood there for 8 hours straight, didn't even eat lunch, and she's got dark circles under her eyes. Can't we tell her to slow down? We can wait. I'm so worried she'll get sick from overwork. She's working so hard, and there's nothing in it for her personally, it's all for the territory. She should be living carefree in an ivory tower, but instead she's here protecting us adults. This is what she wants to do, so as the Zai support group, even if it pains us, we have to support her work and quietly help maintain peace in the territory. Especially, we need to watch public opinion, don't let anyone slander her efforts. For now, we can take turns keeping her company while she casts spells. The morning and evening shifts should bring her something tasty, so she can eat as soon as she's done. She won't just accept our gifts for nothing, so if you can, thank her as a land renter. She won't refuse that, based on past experience. If you can't, just bring a little something, nothing too valuable, so she doesn't feel burdened. Got it. The person who seemed to be the organizer said this, trying to disguise their voice, but from the build, it was clearly a man. When the meeting ended, the group quietly dispersed. For the next few days, every time Muing cast spells, there were always 2 or 3 people watching. After so many days, the novelty had worn off for most, so only 2 or 3 people remained, and it was always different people, both men and women. At first, Muing didn't think much of it until they all started bringing her food. Some would say, I rent this land, thank you so much, and buy 2 breakfasts or dinners, offering her one. She'd already eaten breakfast before coming, and since she couldn't eat at noon, she'd stuffed herself in the morning, so she'd refuse breakfast. But dinner, she really couldn't turn down, since she was genuinely hungry, and it wasn't anything too fancy, just enough to fill her stomach. Others would say, I made these snacks myself. I heard you're a great cook, would you try them? Muing accepted these. She liked snacks, and it wasn't much trouble to try a few. Plus, they were all familiar faces from the territory, so she wasn't worried about being poisoned, though she still discreetly checked for toxins before eating. The first 2 kinds of gestures seemed reasonable, and over a short time, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. At most, Muing felt that the residents really appreciated her, or maybe making snacks was just the latest trend. But the last kind was odd. Someone would be squatting in the field eating snacks when she arrived to cast spells in the morning and would offer her a piece. Then, when she finished casting spells in the evening, the same bag of snacks still wasn't finished, and they'd offer her another piece. That's when Muing started connecting the dots. Something was off with these people. Something must be happening in the territory that she didn't know about. When she was out of the loop, she'd usually check the forums for clues. On the forums, players from other regions were more envious than ever of those in Ling Town, though there were also some who were resentful. Usually, Muing would just read these ridiculous comments while eating. They actually made her eat more, because she found them so pathetic. She rarely bothered to respond. But lately, she'd been so busy she barely had time to eat, let alone browse the forums. Now, though, she noticed something was off. Why is it only the locals who get to use it for free? Other places have serious contraception issues too. You say every child should be born wanted, but only Qingshan Town's kids count? What about the rest? And the price is so high, how many outsiders can afford it? I say, either lower the price to 1 copper coin, or just make the recipe public. Shut your mouth, all you spew is crap. Our Lord gets up at dawn and works late into the night just to meet our territory's needs, casting spells by day, brewing potions by night. Why should she lower the price for people like you? Honestly, I wish she'd raise the price for us too. She's worked so hard and gets nothing for it. It breaks my heart. Make the recipe public? Why don't you post your name and address, and I'll see if I can come beat you up through the internet. So kids from other places matter, but our Zai doesn't? She's just a kid herself. Why should she pay the price for you parasites who can't control yourselves? 1 silver coin is a bit expensive. Expensive? This potion gives you permanent contraception with just 1 dose. No need for any follow-up. Even if you save just 1 copper coin a day, you could afford it in 3 or 4 months. If you can't even manage that, what are you doing thinking about women? If you think it's expensive, just don't buy it. I hope the Lord stops selling it to outsiders altogether. Brewing potions is exhausting. She has a whole territory to manage. She doesn't need to work herself to death for this. This potion is so miraculous. I doubt it's made with real-world pharmaceutical methods. It must be something from the Apocalypse game, right? Is this a life profession potion? If you won't make the recipe public, at least tell us how to unlock the life professions. You're just making stuff up. Go ask your territory's NPC chef if there's a chef profession in the player handbook. All you know is to ask for things for free. Freeloaders, get lost. Taking my Zai with me. Hey, is this forum full of paid shills or what? Say one bad thing about her and a bunch of people jump down your throat. Don't they have anything better to do? You deserve to be scolded. If your values are so warped, don't expect people to stay quiet. Muing even started to suspect she had her own internet water army now. Threads that were trending or had negative comments about her always seemed to have people jumping in to defend her. Judging by the timestamps, the replies came in quick succession. It was likely a coordinated group. From the way they addressed each other, it was clear they were from her own territory, and quite a few even called her Little Cub. Hee, do I have my own anti-hate squad now? Muing was naturally pleased that her own people were standing up for her. The only thing was, being called Little Cub didn't sound very imposing. Still, she thought arguing with trolls was a waste of time. So Muing made a post herself. I'm Muing from Qingshan Town. Here's my response. Potion making is a skill, not a profession. The method to acquire it is hard to replicate, and I won't be sharing it. If you want a free ride, feel free to come to Qingshan Town and find me. I guarantee you'll never make it back. Also, Qingshan Town's cubs, stop reasoning with them. These trolls are hopeless. Isn't cultivating and making money more rewarding? We don't do things that bring us no benefit. After posting, Muing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, that's pretty cool and domineering. Meanwhile, in a little-known thread with a garbled title. Discussion. What to do if your own cub wants to climb all over their parents' heads? Of course, just let her climb. Haha, the cub is so cute, calling us cubs too. So spoiled. By now, Muing understood. Maybe it was because she'd been working so hard for the territory lately, and the townsfolk had noticed and wanted to take care of her, so they kept finding excuses to bring her food. She had to let them know just how full she was every morning before work. So, the next morning, she teleported to the fields where she'd be casting spells, bringing with her a huge table piled high with breakfast. You all haven't eaten yet, right? I accidentally made too much. Come, let's eat together, she said to the 2 women and 1 man waiting in the field. The 3 of them, still dazed, ended up having breakfast with Muing. Then Muing teleported over a big box of snacks and treats. I made all these myself. Please share them with your brothers and sisters. I appreciate your kindness, but don't worry about me. I eat well every day and would never let myself go hungry. Focus on your cultivation and living well, and help build up our territory. Off you go, I don't need company. She shooed the 3 off and teleported them away. Help! Has the cub found us out? What are we going to do with all this food? Quick, notify the guild leader. Not long after, a treehouse that hadn't been rented out was suddenly taken, and its teleportation permissions quietly opened. A group of people in black robes teleported in, gathering around a big parcel. "This is the food the cub gave us?" "Wow, the cub is so nice. Eat up, Mama's crying." After settling this, Ying kept an eye on the forum for a few days. Seeing that everyone was behaving and not wasting time arguing, she finally relaxed. Just as she was about to log off, a post caught her eye, not super popular, but not obscure either. The title, "I became a trial taker. I'm just an average player, not highly ranked in my region." While exploring the wilderness, I found a gravely injured NPC who gave me a wooden token. Through this token, I became a trial taker and gained skills outside of my profession in a place called the Trial World. I thought I was the only lucky one, about to soar to greatness. But after seeing Ling Town's Lord Ying say that potion making is a skill, not a profession, I realized I might not be alone. She's probably one too. I'm planning to move to the Xia Nation region. Ling Town might be a good place to go. Ying wasn't particularly surprised after reading the post. Grandpa Shamu had mentioned many times that he was also a trial taker, so it was obvious she wasn't unique. The existence of trial takers was a good thing for Deep Blue Star, and for the universe as well. They were talents who earned resources for their world. How much origin power the world and universe could gain depended on the trial taker's performance in the trial world. There was no real conflict of interest between trial takers at the end of the day. It was like employees in different departments of the same company, each doing their own thing. If this person wanted to come to Ling Town, so be it. Whether friend or foe, Ying wasn't afraid. She had her territory. But now that this had been mentioned on the forum, the hidden trial takers probably realized there were others like them. If they wanted to connect or exchange information, they might come to Ling Town to test the waters. These were all talented people, and the more, the merrier as far as Ying was concerned. Besides, exchanging information might help her learn more about the myriad world's trials. She didn't reply on the forum. It was better to keep a low profile. "What the heck, trial taker? Next you'll say you're in the Lord God space. OP must read too many web novels. So, you're switching regions? Which one are you from? Keep us updated on your journey. If you die, I'll light a candle for you here. Wilderness? Gravely injured NPC? At least make your lies believable. What NPC can leave camp? What if it's true? If there really is such a wooden token, wouldn't that be a shortcut to the top? I'd better check if there are any boss-looking NPCs in our camp and try to cozy up to them. OP, can you tell us what your trial was like? What cool skill did you get? Let's see if you're really that awesome." If Ying really is a trial taker and got her potion-making skill from the trial world, does that mean she has other hidden powers besides being the top druid? She's even more unfathomable now. I remember reading somewhere that the general store in Ling Town is run by a crow, and the real boss is a rarely seen, super strong old man. Is that a special NPC? Are you guys serious with these wild guesses? You believe everything you read? If someone had to keep going to other worlds for trials and kept disappearing, wouldn't people get suspicious? Plus, splitting your focus means you'd have half the time. How could you level up so fast? Yeah, I'm out. OP's story is too much, even for me. At this point, the thread was in a good place, some believed, but most didn't, so it wasn't causing much of a stir. Those who actually knew about trial takers would get the message. It just meant that some territory NPCs might get pestered for a while. The old habit of treating outsiders as mere game NPCs and trying to grind favor for quests was long outdated. After all this time, people still called outsiders NPCs, but they knew they were real, living people now. But if what the OP said was true, what was up with that NPC in the wild? Back when Jio-san switched camps, she'd had to sign an agreement with Ying, and even her travel time was restricted by the Doomsday game. How could there be an NPC injured out in the wild? When it came to asking about the rules of the Apocalypse game, Jio-san was still the best bet. "Oh? What brings you here today?" Jio-san looked surprised as Ying walked in. Ying dragged a chair over and sat down at the counter. "I wanted to ask you something." Jio-san's face instantly filled with alarm. He clapped a hand over his mouth and shook his head vigorously, mumbling his refusal. If he kept running his mouth for money, he'd end up losing everything he'd earned. He'd be in the red. Relax, I won't get you fined, Muing reassured him. You don't have to say a word, just nod or shake your head. I'll give you a quarter off your taxes. Jiao-san loosened his grip on his mouth. Make money without even talking? When you came from Linglong Gorge to Qingshan Town, were your route and timing restricted by some kind of agreement? Jiao-san nodded. No problem with this question, no wage deduction. That's exactly how it was. Not only did I have to arrive within 3 days, I couldn't attack anyone proactively either. Break the rules and you get wiped out. What level are you? Level 4, Bard. I traveled all over the cities back in the day. But I didn't have much talent, couldn't sing, nobody listened to my stories, always broke. Compared to that, I much prefer making a steady living. Jiao-san started chatting, getting into it. Looks like Muing wasn't asking about anything related to the Evolution Center. Good, good. Muing did some quick math. She'd been level 4 at the time too, the highest among the players, so it wasn't surprising Jiao-san had been restricted. Seeing Jiao-san in a chatty mood, she decided to push a bit further. If you'd been level 5 or 6 back then, I guess you wouldn't have been able to move here, right? Not necessarily. If you go over the limit, they just suppress you a bit, and Jiao-san suddenly clamped his hand over his mouth. You're suspected of violating the Multiverse Evolution Center's original world development confidentiality agreement. Do not disclose evolution rules to original world players during the protection period. Further violations will result in deduction of shop profits. There are ghoul dungeons, myconid dungeons, halfling dungeons, so does that mean there are human migrants too? Human dungeons? Or maybe some humans don't open shops in territories like you, but just wander around outside as monsters. Jiao-san shook his head. He didn't dare say anything more. He'd already been warned about wage deductions. Really? Then how come there are outsiders getting hurt in the wild and giving players trial tokens? Muing asked, rubbing her chin in apparent confusion. Trial tokens? That's gotta be a big shot, or someone who's a trial taker themselves, only they have the right to recommend others. Your world hasn't even reached the point where trial tokens can be generated locally. You have violated the Multiverse Evolution Center's original world development confidentiality agreement. Given the minor nature of the violation, last quarter's shop profits will be deducted. Help! They're docking my pay again. Jiao-san wailed. It's been a pleasure chatting. I'll waive your rent for this quarter, too, Muing said, satisfied with the information she'd gotten and with some unexpected gains, before cheerfully taking her leave. Jiao-san covered his face and pretended to cry, peeking through his fingers to make sure Muing was gone. Then he immediately stopped the act and started excitedly calculating on his abacus. Still made a profit, didn't lose out. But if I keep challenging the Evolution Center, I'm afraid they'll send someone to sew my mouth shut. As she left the copper coin in, Muing was still mulling over the news. It seemed that as long as outsiders' levels were lower than the local players, they could leave their territories. If they were higher, they'd be suppressed, but with some restrictions, they could still go out. So there might be NPCs in the wild, too. But the wilderness, which was dangerous for players, was just as dangerous for them, so there weren't many who'd risk it. This gave Muing the impression that territories and dungeons were actually quite similar. They both restricted the movement of outsiders. Overall, the Apocalypse games still leaned toward protecting local players. Also, the matter of trial takers might not be a secret in the outside world. There might not be many, but it wasn't something hidden. According to Jiao-san, anyone who could hand out a trial token was either a big shot or a trial taker themselves. Once you reached a certain level, you could recommend others to become new trial takers. Who knew which category Grandpa Shamu belonged to? And that last sentence, your world hasn't reached the point where trial tokens can be generated locally, did that mean each world had its own quota of trial takers? The very essence of the universe was controlled by the myriad worlds trial, fused into the virtual trial worlds. The source of each universe depended on trial takers gaining experience and power in these worlds. The more trial takers a planet or universe had, the greater its advantage. Thinking about it that way, It made sense for each world to have a basic quota. But as for herself, she wasn't sure if she counted as an extra slot or if she was part of the basic quota. And when would this world's own trial token start to appear? Still, Ying was sure of one thing. At this stage, the Apocalypse Game's protection measures were still tilted toward local players. It wasn't because they were more valuable, but because they were weaker. Without protection, it wouldn't be evolution, it'd be annihilation. As players' professions and cultivation improved and their overall strength rose, the Apocalypse Game's protection definitely wouldn't last forever. One day, it would disappear. Big changes could come in the future. She couldn't afford to get complacent just because things seemed stable now. If she couldn't keep up with the pace of evolution, she might end up as a failed product of evolution. Her very survival would be at risk. I need to step up my training, strengthen every aspect. Ying felt a renewed sense of urgency. There was no need to rush leveling up. It was more important to master all the spells and skills available at level 6, to practice and integrate them thoroughly. She still hadn't learned quite a few third circle spells. She couldn't neglect territory affairs either. If she ever faced an enemy she couldn't defeat, the territory would be her shield. As long as she had money, she could pour it into the territory's shield. The higher the investment, the stronger the protection. But with every upgrade, the territory's shield became an even bigger money pit. Ying was always careful to keep the territory's finances balanced. So the more money she saved now, the longer the shield could last in the future. She suddenly wished she could split herself into several clones to help with all the work. Although she delegated most of the territory management, expanding the territory and finding resources still had to be done by herself. No one else could search for those undersea mineral veins. She needed talent, desperately. If only she had a level 5 druid, or even just a level 4 with the water-breathing spell, she could hand off the undersea mining. But talent like that was hard to come by. Ying was even starting to look forward to the arrival of more trial takers. Maybe someone would get a trial character with a special bloodline, and if they could extract that bloodline, it might have some interesting uses. Why can't people from the trial world be directly transformed? If I could, I'd turn Windsor into a real person and have her help me mine. After that day when she tried to get information out of Jio-san, Ying worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk for another half a month before she finally managed to cast her plant growth spell over all the land. Her private planting camp, the public farm camp, the main base, and the grazing pastures of the livestock camp. The public farm camp had also found a manager, and he turned out to have quite a connection with Ying. He was the owner of that orchard she'd met on her trip to the seed market in the suburbs of Binhai City. A graduate of an agricultural college, passionate about farming, and a single man in his 30s who'd been working the land for 10 years. His name was Lin Shang. Besides the orchard, he also ran a small farm and had some expertise in grain cultivation, definitely a talent in this field. Most importantly, he was also a level 3 druid, with 12 points in perception, just like Zhang Jing, and with the potential to reach level 5 or 6. So, the druid position she'd originally planned to recruit for was also filled by him. Later, 2 more level 2 druids came to apply, and Ying kept them both on as Lin Shang's assistants. But Lin Shang's apocalypse experience was quite something. When the apocalypse hit, he was in the south inspecting high-quality fruit trees and ended up stranded there. At first, he stayed in a small camp. Later, when he heard that a main territory could open a teleportation array once it reached town level, he made his way to Feihong Town, planning to save up for a teleport back to Binhai. Finding work in Feihong Town wasn't easy, unless you were willing to be Zhao Hongfei's lackey. Even if Lin Shang wanted to, he was a lone wolf with no ties, and Zhao Hongfei had nothing to hold over him, so he didn't dare trust him. So Lin Shang could only make money by foraging for mutant plants or hunting in the wild every day. He hadn't saved up enough yet when Zhao Hongfei was suddenly killed by Ying. With Feihong Town finished, the territory shield lasted only a few days before failing, and the teleportation array soon broke down too. At that time, Lin Shang was out earning money in the wild and hadn't returned yet. When he came back, Everything had changed. Teleportation was out of the question, so he had to make his own way back. But traveling on foot was too difficult and dangerous. The longer the journey, the greater the risk. So Lin Shang forced himself to learn a spell he'd never been interested in before: animal communication. He spent months befriending a running ox, and finally rode the cow all the way back, just in time for this recruitment. That's right, a running ox. A female running ox. Ying glanced at her own plantation's empty cattle shed. Ever since her old ox, Lao Huang, had caught sight of Lin Shang's running ox, Benben, in the territory, he'd volunteered to work at the farm for free up at dawn, back late, sometimes not even coming home at night. That honest old ox was really going all out to find a wife. He even learned to beg the gem sprites for fruits and veggies to secretly bring as gifts for Benben. Ying just turned a blind eye to all this, but now it seemed she couldn't ignore it anymore. On the forum, in an inconspicuous post, Lin Shang mentioned that Benben seemed to be pregnant. She sighed, picked up a big basket of fresh fruits and vegetables, and teleported to the public farm's cattle shed. Zheng Jing and Lu Luoluo were there too. When they saw her, they exchanged meaningful glances. Ever since Zheng Jing had taken charge of the livestock camp's hopping rabbit training, her relationship with Lu Luoluo had only gotten better. One had fallen in love with animal training, almost neglecting her plant cultivation practice. The other was going further and further down the path of veterinary medicine. Ying would never admit she was the mastermind behind all this. She'd only provided a job, but they'd really run with it. The two of them worked together a lot, and were often seen hanging out all over the territory. And Lin Shang was the territory's latest drama king. Such a talent, it was a shame he didn't join the Mushroom Folks theater troupe. Sure enough, the cattle shed was lively. Benben, are you okay? Does your belly hurt? I swear, I'll slaughter that stinky ox who knocked up my precious girl right now. Lin Shang wailed, clutching Benben's belly, though not a single tear fell, nor did he actually move. As for Benben and Lao Huang, they were snuggled up together, neck to neck, all lovey-dovey. Benben even flicked her father's face with her tail, annoyed. All right, enough with the theatrics. I'll take care of Benben's meals, here's today's, Ying said, dragging the basket of food over. Lin Shang instantly straightened up. Ahem, since my in-law is being so generous, I'll agree to this marriage. I've already built them a new house at the livestock camp, delivery, postpartum care, raising the calf, all in one. They can move in tomorrow, Ying said, dropping a bombshell. Yes, I can take care of them. Zheng Jing's eyes lit up. Compared to hopping rabbits, a running ox was way more impressive. Lin Shang was dumbfounded. So they had their eyes on the little one in Benben's belly all along. Don't worry, Zheng Jing will definitely train the calves to earn their own keep. Who knows, Benben might even support you, her old man. The territory will even give her a maternity subsidy. She won't be treated badly, Ying said, worrying about expanding the territory's running ox population. That works. I don't care about the calf, but Benben's food can't be skimped on. She loves fruit. And once she gives birth, she has to come back, Lin Shang agreed. After all, he couldn't afford to keep Benben anymore. That girl had gotten spoiled by all the treats brought by that scheming bull. Besides, Benben herself seemed quite happy about being pregnant. Ying and Zheng Jing helped move Benben and Lao Huang to their new home. On the way, Ying used animal communication to tell Lao Huang, from now on, you can bring your wife to the plantation for snacks, just take good care of her. Lao Huang bellowed excitedly. Zheng Jing gave Ying a thumbs up. You're amazing! We just got a free breeding bull. Once we have enough running oxen, the territory will finally have some decent mounts. Hopping rabbits aren't decent? Lu Luoluo said, speechless. Every time I say riding a hopping rabbit feels like jumping off a building, you call me a coward. Now you've changed your tune. I thought about it, and hopping rabbits are better off growing more fur. We can make a living selling rabbit wool. They can also be used for bungee jumping entertainment. As mounts, though, they're a pain in the butt, Zheng Jing chuckled. Ying patted both of them on the shoulder. You two are doing great work. I'll give you a big bonus at the end of the year. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're awesome. Lu Luoluo and Zheng Jing quickly thanked her. Mu Ying waved her hand. Enough with the acting. Be normal. Don't learn from Lin Shang. Haha, how big is the bonus? Lu Luoluo hooked her arm through Mu Ying's. If it's not big enough, we won't accept it. Oh, then I'll just buy more red paper and make the envelopes bigger, Mu Ying replied. Lu Luoluo. Their lord was obsessed with money. She'd come up with all the territory's money-making projects. What more proof did anyone need? She just hadn't expected her to be this sly. Sob, her big bonus. Jing Jing shook her head. Lu Luoluo, you're such a fool. Come take a look, don't miss out. The Halfling Night City is having a grand opening celebration. All products are 20% off on the first day, warm fur coats for winter, practical handmade crafts, all kinds of delicious snacks, everything is 20% off. Show your receipt to enter the raffle, top prize is a whole gold coin. Plus, we're co-hosting a public screening of The Little Princess Battles the Great Dragon with the Myconid Theater. Don't forget to come tonight. All around the territory, players were handing out flyers and shouting promotions. Mu Ying usually relied on teleportation to get around, but when she went to the quarry to collect stone, someone still managed to hand her a flyer. Lord, make sure to come tonight, said a player in a black Night City uniform, grinning. Got it. Mu Ying had already planned to go. In fact, to keep things fresh, she hadn't even visited the newly built Halfling camp yet. She hadn't expected the Halflings to go all out with their marketing. There were no printers or copiers here. Every flyer was handwritten. Mu Ying couldn't help but think, these Halflings sure have money to burn. Hee, the Lord agreed. The prize is mine. Mu Ying. Seriously, could you at least wait until you're out of earshot to say that? Even whispering, she could hear it clearly. After collecting the stone, she teleported to the iron mining camp. And got blocked again. Seeing the big Halfling Night City printed on their uniforms, Mu Ying helplessly waved the flyer in her hand. Who moves so fast? There goes my prize. Mu Ying quickly collected the iron ore and hurried back to the plantation. Best not to go out again before nightfall. As night fell, she teleported with Gun to the Halfling camp, only to be swallowed by the crowd. It seemed like the whole territory had shown up. Well, usually the only place to go at night was Bruce's Tavern. Now, with a brand new Night City, just the name alone screamed nightlife and entertainment. With all the hype, who wouldn't want to check it out? Mu Ying shook her head. Good thing the streets here were wide enough. The camp wasn't huge, but every inch of land was put to use. Stone bricks paved the ground, and the buildings lining the streets were 2 or 3 stories tall, shops on the ground floor, living quarters above. The houses glowed softly, and glowing plants were planted everywhere. It seemed the Halflings and Myconids got along well. This place felt like a second Myconid dungeon, brightly lit. It wasn't huge, but it really did have the vibe of a night city. Looking closer, the variety of shops wasn't that great, mostly Halfling handicrafts and, above all, food stalls. Clearly, the players had put in a lot of effort here. Isn't this just a food street? Someone nearby remarked. Mu Ying nodded to herself. It really was. Even though players were living more comfortably now, supplies were still scarce. People pinched every copper. Anything over 5 copper coins required serious thought. Only food was a must. And food was much cheaper than other goods. Focusing on food was smart. It was the only way to make Night City lively. Everyone had come hungry tonight. No doubt they'd all be spending here. Spend 10 copper coins and you'd get a raffle ticket. The prize pool included various cash prizes. First prize, 1 gold coin. Second prize, 10 silver coins. Third prize, 50 copper coins. Fourth prize, 10 copper coins, and plenty of consolation prizes in the form of shop coupons. Who could see that prize pool and not up their spending tonight? Even winning fourth prize meant a free meal. Mu Ying wasn't that interested in the raffle. She was already starting to buy food from the stalls, so many things she'd never seen before. How could she not try them? What's this? Mu Ying asked. The stall in front of her looked a lot like candied hawthorn, but instead of being skewered, the treats were hanging, small and pitch black. She had no idea what they were. The vendor was a young Halfling girl. In fact, All the halfling vendors were quite young, after all. Even within the camp, those who couldn't leave the dungeon still couldn't leave. These are called bomb pops. Just 1 copper coin for 3 big ones, the little halfling girl said with a smile. I remember you, you're the Lord. Last time you bought my fried potato chips, you really liked them. Halflings were short to begin with, and this girl was even smaller, not yet an adult. She was so cute, calling her Lord, and using that adorable way of repeating words for potato chips. How could Mooing resist? Even if the name Bomb Pops was a bit odd, it would be wrong not to buy some from this sweet little girl, who had to stand on a stool just to reach the counter. I'll take 3, Mooing said, handing over a copper coin. The little halfling beamed, handed her 3 bomb pops, and explained, these are our favorite fruit snacks. After soaking in syrup, if you bite into them, they burst with sweet juice, like a little explosion. That's why they're also called sweet pops. But there's always one naughty one in each bunch that bursts with a bitter taste instead. Lord, you'd better be careful. Mooing. Wait, isn't this just a lottery in food form? She just wanted a tasty snack, not to take unnecessary risks. She looked at Gun Gun. You like sweet things, right? Wanna try? Gun Gun. Coming out shopping with this heartless owner was a mistake. Just because the little girl is cute, she bought something weird and wants to feed it to me. Mooing picked one off and held it to Gun Gun's mouth. Gun Gun couldn't help but give it a lick. Sweet. Nom. Watching Gun Gun's face scrunch up after biting into the bomb pop, Mooing understood. She kept the safe one and handed the other 2 to Gun Gun. I'll just eat this one. Gun Gun forced down the bitterness, looking utterly defeated. Little girl, how many bomb pops do you have left? Mooing asked. The girl was wide-eyed at Mu Ying's brilliant strategy, so that's how you eat bomb pops? And you can use your friends to test them? Hearing Mooing ask, the girl replied admiringly, I have 96 left. Are you the only one selling bomb pops here? Mooing continued. Yes, everyone picked something different to sell, the girl answered, not sure why Mooing was asking. Mooing grinned. Such a great treat shouldn't be kept to yourself, right? I'll take the rest of your bomb pops. And could you give me that stick you used to pick them out? The little halfling girl hadn't expected to have any repeat customers today. She only dared to sell these because she was the cutest and most well-behaved girl in her clan. Anyone else would probably have their goods returned, let alone see repeat business. Who would have thought she'd sell out as soon as she opened for business? The Lord really is loaded. Of course she had to sell. Mooing strolled along, holding a branch strung with fried fruit balls, munching on a sweet skewer that had already been tested by Gun Gun, who wore a dark expression. She leisurely searched for her next target. With Gun Gun being such a conspicuous mascot, everyone knew the Lord was here, and many greeted her. The Lord's here too. Hello, Lord. Hello, everyone. Have a sweet skewer, they're really sweet. Mooing beamed, letting them each pick a fried fruit ball and reminding them to choose carefully. They'd only meant to say hello, but who could pass up free food? Mooing watched their reactions with great interest. So sweet. Asterisk caret omega caret asterisk. Delicious. Equals degree smiley face. Everyone said it was good, though their expressions varied a bit. Prank successful. Mooing burst out laughing. There's one bitter one in every skewer, congrats, you got the prize. Haha. The player who'd held back from complaining, thinking they'd just gotten a bad fruit. Life was going so well, why did he have to go and greet the Lord? Mooing happily gained another, tested sweet skewer. Gun Gun had been watching Mu Ying's antics the whole time. Looking at the 2 skewers she still hadn't dared eat, she quietly poked an innocent passerby. For me. The passerby was overjoyed Gun Gun had chosen him. Gun Gun nodded, pointed at the sweet skewer, then at his mouth, signaling him to eat. She watched intently as he ate each fruit ball. The moment his face scrunched up, she gleefully snatched back the remaining skewer and walked off without a backward glance. Tested sweet skewer +1. The used an abandoned passerby, X. Does love really disappear so easily? The market wasn't that big, so running into acquaintances was pretty likely. And acquaintances were Mu Ying's favorite targets. Did you guys come together? Spotting 3 familiar faces at the barbecue stall, Mu Ying sauntered over. Lulualuo, Zheng Jing, and Nia Ying turned to see her holding a strange-looking branch and asked what it was. Muing replied meaningfully, "Sweet skewers. Just bought them. Halfling specialty, super sweet. Here, one for each of you. No need to buy so many just because you like them. Showing off your wealth." Lulualuo grumbled, but didn't hesitate to take a skewer. "Here, have some barbecue." They each handed Muing a skewer in return. Muing munched on the fragrant barbecue. "You guys should try my sweet skewers too." "So sweet, but not cloying at all," Lulualuo said after eating one. "Where'd you buy these?" "I want some too," Zheng Jing chimed in. Nia, sticky fingers, Ying nodded, working hard to keep her expression neutral. Seeing Gun eating them too, she figured not everyone tasted like hers. Then she caught Mu Ying's excited little look and realized what was up. Bitterness shouldn't be reserved just for yourself. Gotta share with your sisters. Nia Ying, having gone from bitter to sweet, joined Muing in watching the show. "Ugh, is this one bad? Why is it so bitter?" Lulualuo was the next victim. Nia Ying and Muing burst out laughing. "It's not bad, that's just how it's supposed to taste. In Halfling terms, that one's a little naughty and rebellious." "Don't worry, there's only one naughty one per skewer," Muing laughed. Zheng Jing took back her earlier words. "Anyone who buys these is an idiot." She didn't dare eat the rest after seeing Lulualuo's face. It had to be seriously bitter. As for the culprit, Muing, buying a whole bunch of these, Zheng Jing grumbled, "Did you get scammed and now you're just trying to drag everyone down with you?" Gun thought, "You're still underestimating the boss's evilness." She bought them specifically to prank people. Gun was the first victim, and the boss still hasn't eaten a single bitter one herself. "No way am I suffering alone. I just saw Lin Shang over there, let's give him one too." Lulualuo dragged Muing along, only other people's misery could soothe her pain. And so the group joined Mu Ying's prank squad. Lin Shang was Xiaoba and his team, Professor Du and Professor Su, the Wolf Pack, Xia Sen, the visiting Luoxia team, Ling Tian's Zhanqing, and even the shopkeepers from the territory who'd come to join the fun, all received Mu Ying's little gifts and got to enjoy the fried fruit balls. After a while, word of the infamous fried fruit balls spread among the players, and those who didn't want to get pranked quietly avoided the Lord's area. "Actually, these fried fruit balls are pretty fun," Lulualuo said, rubbing her face that was sore from laughing. "Except for the rebellious one, the rest are really tasty," Nia Ying agreed. Even the bitterness was worth it. Hearing this, Zheng Jing hesitated, then plucked another fruit ball from her half-eaten skewer. It was so bitter her eyes nearly closed. "That's it, I'm done, no matter how tasty they are. Here, you can have the rest." Zheng Jing, looking traumatized, shoved the remaining skewer at Muing. Having eaten all the bitter ones, Muing was more than happy to take it and popped one in her mouth. Dash. Jing. Ha ha. Zheng Jing doubled over laughing. "Serves you right for pranking people. Got tricked yourself, huh? Ha ha ha." Lulualuo and Nia Ying were also in stitches. Mu Ying's expression was just too satisfying. Muing hadn't expected to get tripped up at the very end. "Guess you really can't get too cocky. Come on. The mushroom people are showing a movie." Suddenly, all the players surged in one direction. There was a small stage over there, where the mushroom people were putting on a play. Standing near the stage, you'd be drawn into a group chat by the spores they released and see the play in your mind. Muing wasn't very interested. Anyone who'd watched a few mushroom people plays knew they were the kings of bad theater. She'd always left halfway, poisoned by the experience. The little princess battles the evil dragon. From the title, it sounded like a standard knight's tale, and Muing had no desire for more brain pollution. But 3 pairs of hands were no match for her 2 fists, and in the end, Lulualuo and the others dragged her along. As expected, she was right. It was a story about a big evil dragon kidnapping a little princess, only to get beaten into a dead snake by her. On the surface, it was a subversion of the usual trope. But when the over-the-top little princess had green hair, green eyes, and used a vine whip to beat people, the story lost all its charm. Muing wished she could cover her eyes, but that was the problem with mushroom people plays. They were mental links, broadcast straight into your brain. Covering your eyes was useless. Haha, our little princess is so cool. I have to say, that whip dance really has a bit of Mu Ying style. Lu Luoluo commented. Mu Ying's face darkened. They'd reached the end of the street. All right, let's go. Well, everyone's still here, let's go try our luck at the lottery. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Lu Luoluo called after her. But the others still followed along. There really weren't many people at the lottery booth right now. Mu Ying had only spent about 50 copper coins tonight, enough for 5 draws. Lu Luoluo and the others could each draw 3 times. They all drew together, but happiness and disappointment are never truly shared. Mu Ying looked at the string of fried dough ball vouchers in her hand and asked the Halfling staff member, "Are you sure there's no funny business going on here?" The Halfling looked helpless. "Maybe you could buy a few more things and try again? You've already drawn all the fried dough ball vouchers, and those are actually one of the rarer direct prize items in the box. You got 5 in a row. The odds of that are even lower than hitting the jackpot. I'd say you're pretty lucky." Well said. Don't say it again next time, Mu Ying grumbled, thinking she really should cast a blessing spell on herself before drawing next time for a little cheat. Fried dough balls were no secret to the territory's players anymore, even the beasts knew about them. If she redeemed more, how was she supposed to eat them? You and fried dough balls are really faded. Lu Luoluo and the others burst out laughing. Mu Ying yawned. I'm a bit tired. I'm heading back first. Bye. With that, she grabbed Gun and teleported away, leaving behind Lu Luoluo, Zheng Jing, and Nia Ying, who were still laughing uncontrollably. Here, you can play with these vouchers. I'm heading to the sea again tomorrow, so you stay home and hold down the fort. Mu Ying handed the fried dough ball vouchers to Gun. She'd had her fun and eaten her fill, time to get back to mining. The bellflowers would take a few more months to mature, but things were stable now. The gem spirits could help keep an eye on them, and she'd already stocked up on contraceptive potions for a while. It was the perfect time to head out. This time, she was fully prepared for a long campaign under the sea. She'd saved up nearly a month's worth of trial time, planning to spend 2 hours a day in the Emerald World to relax her mind. Gun, not taking me again? After a good night's sleep, Mu Ying transformed into a Eurasian eagle owl at dawn and flew toward the coast. Passing by the Murloc dungeon, she saw the whole place was deserted, not a trace of Murlocs anywhere. But not far away, at the edge of the woods, a shabby wooden shed had appeared, with several stoves and big pots on top. Seeing this, Mu Ying remembered overhearing some players talking before. If we wait any longer, the oil-boiling pots will start to rust. The Murlocs are probably too scared to come out after being hunted so much. Sigh, the ghouls have chickened out, the Murlocs too. I heard there's a blood crow dungeon in Linglong Gorge, and those crows are everywhere, no matter how many you kill. There's always more. Maybe we should try our luck there. These pots in the shed, don't tell me this is where they boil the oil. Mu Ying muttered belatedly. Setting up right next to the dungeon was like putting a pot outside someone's front door, waiting to cook them. No wonder the Murlocs didn't dare come out. If they did, they'd be fighting on one side and getting cooked on the other. Murlocs might be crazy, but they know fear too. She shook her head, spread her wings, and flew out over the sea, beginning her search for minerals. On the way, she stopped by to visit her turtle mentor and brought it some food. Near the coal mining spot, Mu Ying transformed into a sea turtle and slipped into the water, slowly swimming down to the seabed. This part of the sea was shallower than the iron mine area, and there were far more sea creatures here. Mu Ying even spotted a tiger shark she'd admired before. Wherever it swam, the fish scattered in terror, truly majestic. She silently thanked it for driving the fish her way, letting her experience her first hunt as a sea turtle. She took the chance to snap up a small fish and munched on it. As for any fishy taste, there was none. Her transformed body had a different structure and sense of taste. With her experience as a wolf and an owl, Mu Ying had far fewer mental hurdles as a sea turtle. Scoring a little free meal was pure turtle joy. The tiger shark didn't even glance at her after all. Who'd want to bite into such a big turtle? With her 4 stubby legs, Mu Ying couldn't chase after the shark to watch its hunt, so she settled down to work. This area was lush with coral and seaweed, all radiating natural energy. There were also some mutated plants and magical beasts. Even though she was in turtle form and couldn't use her identify skill, she knew that trees didn't grow on the seabed and pearls inside open clams didn't glow. The former weren't coral trees, but actual trees like those on land, though their colors differed, with brown trunks streaked with deep blue and blue-veined leaves. They were all saplings, newly sprouted, and the natural energy around them was stronger than ordinary plants. As for the latter, the clams looked normal when closed, but when opened, the pearls inside glowed like little bulbs. The light didn't travel far, but a pearl the size of 2 palms was almost as bright as a candle. This gave Ying, who'd previously relied on spells or magic for light, some ideas. For now, mining could wait. She herself was fine, living in a magic cottage with built-in magic lamps, so lighting wasn't a problem at night. But for her subjects, things were different. During the glowing cucumber harvest, they could use those as light bulbs, but once the season ended, they had to rely on candles and oil lamps. The fluorescent substances extracted from the night glow plants in the mushroom dungeon could emit some light, and during the Ophiophagon blooming season, the flowers glowed at night. But these weren't enough for real illumination, just enough so the territory wasn't pitch dark at night and people wouldn't trip. If you wanted to do any detailed work by that light, it was impossible. And the glow from these plants wasn't available year-round, it depended on the season. Just last night, the Halfling city used a lot of fluorescent plant material in their buildings, but still had to supplement with plenty of candles. Ying had been thinking about this for a while. Adding a lighting function to a building blueprint would multiply the energy cost, and it wasn't a one-time thing, it would require continuous energy, just like the territory's protective shield. In the end, candles and oil lamps were more practical. With nothing she could do about the territory map, Ying's only way to solve her livelihood now was by relying on the Green Witch's herbal cultivation skills, so naturally, she focused on researching plants. She'd already been working on this before graduation and had made some progress, managing to cultivate a magical plant that could be used for illumination, the lamp vine she'd previously grown on her balcony. But the lamp vine had its drawbacks. Its flowers could emit light, bright enough to rival the light spell. Seeds produced by lamp vines grown with infused magic would perfectly inherit the traits of the parent plant. But if grown without magic, the lamp vine would only produce inert seeds that couldn't be used for propagation. It felt a bit like hybrid rice. Still, as long as she planted a single lamp vine in her territory, the residents could come each year to collect seeds for planting. This vine was as hardy as a weed, easy to grow, and could even be cultivated indoors in pots. Lamp vines seemed to meet all her needs perfectly, except its flowering period only lasted a month. She herself could use magic to force it to bloom instantly, but the residents couldn't, so it was ultimately a failure, only useful for her own needs. Before graduation, she'd gotten a new idea from the permanent potion used to preserve bellflower, and was researching how to preserve lamp vine flowers during their bloom, turning them into permanent plant lamps. The permanent potion for bellflower was specially designed for it and couldn't be directly used on lamp vine. The ingredients needed to be adjusted according to lamp vine's characteristics. Progress on this research was still limited. Because of the time difference between the real world and the trial world, and because abilities from reality couldn't be brought into the trial world, all her Green Witch skills were studied and developed in the Emerald world. Only after achieving results would she bring them back to reality. So at this point, she hadn't even planted lamp vine in the real world. This pearl that could emit light gave Ying hope. Not that she could use the pearl directly for illumination, the glow wasn't bright enough for that, but she could use the pearl's luminescent substance as a stabilizer in the permanent potion for lamp vine. Lamp vine's glowing trait was unique to its flowering period, but it was unstable. The permanent potion needed a more stable luminous substance to compensate for this flaw. Unlike bellflower, whose flowers are innately and stably connected to each other, even without the permanent potion, freshly picked bellflowers could be used as phones until they wilted, though they'd only last a few days. But lampvine flowers, once picked and separated from the vine, would quickly dim. Their luminous trait was inherently unstable. This was a common trait among glowing plants, night glow species, lampvine. Even fluorescent building paints would oxidize and fade over time. The Halflings had to repaint theirs every year. Ying had been searching for a stable, cheap, and readily available luminous material. She didn't need the stabilizer to be especially bright. Lampvine's light was bright enough. She just needed it to last. These glowing pearls were just byproducts inside the pearl mussels' bodies. Maybe the mussels were responsible for the luminescence, but the connection didn't seem that strong, so the substance should be fairly stable. She'd been observing here for over 2 days. Every mussel had opened at least once. None of the shells held large, bright pearls, but every single mussel had a glowing pearl inside. It seemed to be a common trait. All this time, the pearl mussels hadn't shown any signs of aggression. Their only special feature was the glowing pearls in their bellies. Still, Ying kept up her turtle disguise, not rushing to act or even shifting back to human form to investigate the mussels. Because she'd discovered a dungeon entrance among the saplings in the middle of the mussel colony, a portal the color of seawater. Bathed in the glow of the mussels, it was almost invisible unless you looked closely. Occasionally, a few small pearl mussels would crawl out of the dungeon, along with a hermit crab, 2 jellyfish, and a school of fish. Even the tiger shark from before had just gone in. Ying waited, watching to see if any of them would come back out. If the pearl mussels could emerge from inside, it meant the world within was probably similar to the outside ocean. If nothing else came out, there were likely other dangers inside. The mussels couldn't be the only inhabitants of the dungeon. Why did she think all the pearl mussels came from this dungeon? Because she noticed that some newly emerged mussels would spit out a sprouting seedling, which looked just like the saplings around. So the origin of these strange aquatic saplings was obvious. Pearl mussels planting trees, now that was novel. But these trees clearly weren't something the mussels planted on purpose. After spitting out the seeds, the mussels would slowly crawl away to settle elsewhere. They clearly preferred open areas without much plant cover rather than places with saplings. As a result, the dungeon entrance was surrounded by a loose ring of saplings, with the mussels living just outside. Since the trees seemed useless to them, the mussels obviously weren't planting them intentionally. And where did all the seedlings come from? Could mussels really breed plants? All in all, Ying still believed the dungeon had another owner. What was strange was that they didn't seem willing to come out. She wasn't sure why. Maybe, like the myconids, they were reclusive by nature. Or maybe they were timid, sending out the mussels to scout the outside world. Ying, in her turtle form, had plenty of patience to wait. Another day passed before she finally saw a hermit crab emerge from the dungeon, with a small blue fruit stuck to its shell. That blue, Ying compared it to the veins on the sapling leaves. It was a close match, probably the fruit of those trees. The fruit was likely stuck by accident, which suggested there were similar trees on the other side of the portal, perhaps even older ones, already bearing fruit. Could the other side be an undersea forest? Ying wondered. She swam over the mussel colony, deliberately keeping low well within their personal space. If the mussels were aggressive, they'd have warned her at that range. But they only clamped their shells shut, confirming her earlier guess. Their only unusual trait was the glowing pearls inside. She continued forward into the sapling area, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. Ying, currently in her sea turtle form, quietly squatted at the entrance of the instant's gate, cautiously poking her head inside for a peek. At the same time, from the other side of the gate, a small head was also sneaking a peek out. One looked up and saw a swaying fish tail, the other looked down and saw half a turtle shell. From the woods swam out a humanoid creature with a fish tail, holding a rake, calling out something in their direction. Ying tilted her head. What did she say? And wait, is this a mermaid? She'd seen illustrations of mermaids in the Witch Academy's tomes, human upper body, fish tail, but they didn't quite look like this. The mermaids in the books had upper bodies almost identical to humans, but this one, while she did have features similar to a human female and hair, had blue skin, fins on her cheeks and arms, and generally looked quite different from a human. Still, she had to admit, the mermaid was beautiful, completely different from those Koda fishmen back at the port of Binhai City. The mermaid gave off a pleasant, attractive vibe, while the fishmen looked like fish with legs, and nothing good could come from that. Let's just call her a mermaid for now. She was swimming over, though not toward Mu Ying. After all, she was just a stray turtle. The real focus was the little fish tail poking out above Mu Ying's head. That little tail, swaying back and forth above, clearly belonged to another mermaid, though she'd stuck her upper body out of the instance gate. Although the gate looked like a portal of light, it actually connected two spaces, so the little mermaid couldn't hear anything from inside the instance. Mu Ying quietly pulled her head back. She decided to wait until the two mermaids left before exploring further. After all, the other side was just another stretch of ocean. A sea turtle wouldn't be out of place. If she'd moved just a bit slower, she wouldn't have had that awkward face-to-face with the little mermaid. But some things are simply beyond a turtle's control. Before she knew it, a pair of small hands had grabbed her entire turtle body. She barely got a glimpse of the scenery outside the instance before she was picked up and brought inside. If this weren't underwater, even though she wasn't as big as her turtle mentor, she still wouldn't be so easily lifted by a little girl. Mu Ying struggled a bit, just flailing her limbs, trying to swim away, not really using any force, but the little mermaid let go anyway. It seemed the child was just playing, with no malice. Mu Ying wasn't in a hurry to escape, so she decided to observe for now. The adult mermaid grabbed the little mermaid by the ear and said something Mu Ying couldn't understand, then the two swam off into the woods. Mu Ying followed behind. The underwater forest looked vast. If she didn't follow them, she might never find their home. But after just a couple of minutes, the two mermaids ahead suddenly vanished. Mu Ying swore on her shell, they just disappeared. She searched the spot where they vanished for a long time, but found nothing unusual. Swimming further ahead, all she saw was endless forest. This underwater forest, which had seemed normal, now felt anything but. Mu Ying tried to swim back, but couldn't find the entrance to the instance anymore. She tried swimming upward, hoping to reach the top of the forest and get her bearings, but the trees seemed to stretch on forever, no sign of the gate anywhere. As for the surface, there was plenty of light, making it look like shallow water, but when she tried to swim up, something blocked her. This must be the boundary of the instance. Mu Ying hadn't expected this. She'd been cautious in so many instances, yet here she was, caught off guard. Who would have thought there'd be a maze-like forest inside the instance? There was definitely something wrong with this forest. Instances were fragments of space, they shouldn't be this big. She returned to the woods and kept swimming, gradually noticing that the trees looked more and more familiar, as if she'd seen them before. After careful observation, she realized that every so often, she'd see the same trees repeating. She hadn't changed direction, she'd been swimming straight. That left only one possibility, she was going in circles. The forest probably wasn't that big after all. That hermit crab had managed to get out, which meant the instance gate was still somewhere in the forest. She just couldn't see it. But why couldn't she see it? Mu Ying thought of the fruit stuck on the hermit crab's shell. None of the other creatures that entered had managed to leave, only the crab. Could it be because of that fruit? But where did the fruit come from? She'd assumed it grew on these trees, but after all this time, she hadn't seen a single fruit. Maybe she should turn back into human form and use a navigation spell? Mu Ying was here to look for minerals in the sea, but she also wanted to practice her turtle transformation and gain some experience. She didn't want to revert to human form unless absolutely necessary. Switching back and forth might be convenient, but it wouldn't help her training. A voice called out, and two small hands grabbed her again. Unfortunately, all her turtle abilities were focused on defense, thanks to the boost from Wildfang. Every part of her body, even those not covered by shell, had high defense. But as for speed and attack, 0. She could only hunt by waiting for prey to come to her. It was the same little mermaid as before. Mu Ying hadn't even noticed her approach, nor did she know where she'd come from. The little mermaid pressed a small fruit onto Mu Ying's shell. Suddenly, Mu Ying's vision changed. The forest was no longer endless. Nearby, she saw a cluster of low shrubs that looked similar to the trees in the forest, and hanging from them were the same fruits she'd seen on the hermit crab and now on herself. The forest stretched long but wasn't very wide, encircling a large central sea area. She could see crisscrossing coral fields, mermaids working among them, huge pearl oysters, and clusters of brightly lit caves that seemed to be mermaid dwellings. Near the surface, mermaids were even training sharks. But she only caught a quick glimpse because the kind little mermaid had brought her back to the entrance gate, tapped her on the head, and nudged her toward the exit. Mu Ying hesitated for a moment, but still passed through the gate and left. She really wanted to turn back into human form and get to know the kind little mermaid, maybe even make friends, but she was afraid of scaring her. Besides, she wasn't sure how long the fruit's effect would last. If conflict broke out and she lost her true vision again, she'd be in trouble. So, it was best to keep her harmless sea turtle form a secret for now. Once she was out of the instance, she could turn back into a human and try again. If that didn't work, she could always find a place with no mermaids, turn into a turtle, and maybe the little mermaid would come to her rescue again. After all, she seemed quite skilled at using that fruit. Maybe that's how the hermit crab got out too. After stepping out of the entrance gate, Mu Ying immediately reverted to her human form and cast a series of enhancement spells on herself, including water breathing and bark skin. She first checked the information on the saplings and luminous pearl clams outside. Mermaid sea tree sapling, aquatic tree, male. Luminous pearl clam, level 1 aquatic magical beast. The pearl inside emits a constant glow. Clam meat is delicious. The information was unusually simple. At most, it confirmed that the creatures in the instance were indeed mermaids, and that the tree was named after them, so it must be related to the merfolk. But this tree actually had male and female variants? This was the first time Mu Ying had ever seen a plant with a clearly defined gender. The luminous pearl clam matched her previous observations. There were plenty of those clams, so there was no rush to deal with them. She needed to investigate the instance further. Mu Ying stepped into the instance again, and the moment she entered, she felt her chest bump into something. Looking down, she saw a little mermaid with wide blue eyes, mouth agape in shock. Hello. Mu Ying didn't know their language, so she tried using the common tongue. The little mermaid was startled, her tail spinning like a whirlwind as she darted away. Mu Ying, now tailless, could breathe underwater, but with only 2 legs, every step met with resistance. She was probably slower than when she swam in turtle form and could only watch helplessly as the little mermaid vanished from sight. Mu Ying hadn't expected this. The little mermaid had seemed so curious about the world outside the entrance gate, but when she actually saw a person, she was so timid. Good thing Mu Ying had transformed outside the gate. If she'd changed form right in front of her, the little mermaid might have fainted from fright. At least she'd managed to confirm that the little one was indeed a mermaid, and just a youngling at that. The sea forest in Mu Ying's eyes still stretched endlessly. The effect of the berry must have worn off. She pinched the tiny fruit in her hand. It was shriveled, the seeds inside completely dead and inert. She didn't dare stray far from the entrance gate, so she investigated the information on some of the larger mermaid sea trees. Mermaid sea tree, aquatic tree, male. When a grove reaches a certain size, it can confuse perception and trap intruders. Only the fruit juice of female mermaid sea trees can dispel this effect. Legend says the mermaid sea tree is the guardian tree of the merfolk. The first one grew from the bones of a mermaid, and its sap is the blood of the dead, so merfolk are naturally immune to the tree's illusions. This tree was quite special. Mu Ying tried using her feedback claw to see what she could extract. Selectable items included sea tree wood, sea tree branches, and sea tree sap, but no seeds or fruit. She pulled out a glob of blue sap and tasted it. It was no different from ordinary tree sap and had no effect on illusions. So, all she could do was wait. That little mermaid would probably go back and report what she saw, right? She didn't have to wait long. Soon, several adult merfolk appeared in the forest, armed with weapons and farming tools. Above the trees, merfolk warriors rode on shark-like sea beasts. The Little Mermaid was peeking out from behind an adult's tail. An elderly-looking mermaid. With nothing she could do about the territory map, Mu Ying's only way to solve her livelihood now was by relying on the Green Witch's herbal cultivation skills, so naturally, she focused on researching plants. She'd already been working on this before graduation and had made some progress, managing to cultivate a magical plant that could be used for illumination, the lamp vine she'd previously grown on her balcony. But the lamp vine had its drawbacks. Its flowers could emit light, bright enough to rival the light spell. Seeds produced by lamp vines grown with infused magic would perfectly inherit the traits of the parent plant. But if grown without magic, the lamp vine would only produce inert seeds that couldn't be used for propagation. It felt a bit like hybrid rice. Still, as long as she planted a single lamp vine in her territory, the residents could come each year to collect seeds for planting. This vine was as hardy as a weed, easy to grow, and could even be cultivated indoors in pots. Lamp vine seemed to meet all her needs perfectly, except its flowering period only lasted a month. She herself could use magic to force it to bloom instantly, but the residents couldn't, so it was ultimately a failure, only useful for her own needs. Before graduation, she'd gotten a new idea from the permanent potion used to preserve bellflower, and was researching how to preserve lamp vine flowers during their bloom, turning them into permanent plant lamps. The permanent potion for bellflower was specially designed for it and couldn't be directly used on lamp vine. The ingredients needed to be adjusted according to lamp vine's characteristics. Progress on this research was still limited. Because of the time difference between the real world and the trial world, and because abilities from reality couldn't be brought into the trial world, all her Green Witch skills were studied and developed in the Emerald world. Only after achieving results would she bring them back to reality. So at this point, she hadn't even planted lamp vine in the real world. This pearl that could emit light gave Mu Ying hope. Not that she could use the pearl. You two are about the same age, and you're so curious about the outside world. You can look after Mu Ying, so you won't keep sneaking out, the old priestess told Lily. Lily nodded enthusiastically. Okay. I promise to do a good job. With the priestess's orders, the other merfolk put away their weapons, smiled kindly at Mu Ying, and dispersed. With the adults gone, Lily grinned at Mu Ying. Hi, I'm Lily, the youngest in the tribe. I'm 30 years old. Nice to meet you. Sorry for earlier, I was just scared when I first saw someone with long legs, hehe. 30? Mu Ying's mouth twitched. This was about the same age? And she looked so tiny, was she really 30? Yep. Merfolk usually live about 500 years. We only become adults at 100. But I read in books that merfolk grow up slower than elves, so I might look younger than you, but I'm actually older. Lily tilted her head. Finally, she wasn't the youngest anymore. Mu Ying understood. Merfolk matured physically much more slowly. Do you want to touch my tail? I bet people with long legs are curious about tails, just like people with tails are curious about legs, Lily couldn't help but say. If you want to touch it, go ahead, Mu Ying said. She herself wasn't particularly interested in fishtails. What was so great about something smooth and slippery anyway? But seeing how Lily's eyes were practically glued to her legs, it was obvious she didn't really want to touch her tail. She was clearly eyeing her legs. It was only because Lily was so small, and a girl too, that Mu Ying agreed. Lily happily lifted her own tail in front of Mu Ying. Here, you can touch it. My tail is the smoothest and prettiest in the whole tribe. And my legs are among the best-looking of all humans, Mu Ying replied perfunctorily, reaching out to give the tail a quick feel. It was cold and a little stiff, smooth, if you stroked it one way, prickly the other, with a pearly sheen that was actually quite pretty. Nice to look at, sure, but as for touching, she still preferred something fluffy. My turn, Lily said, sounding oddly excited, rubbing her little hands together before reaching out to touch. Huh? It's not smooth at all, the Little Mermaid said, a bit disappointed. Mu Ying rolled her eyes. You just touched my pants. Pants? Oh, I know. Humans wear them on their legs, kind of like our shell tops or seaweed clothes. Lily answered quickly. But elves wear pants too? Mu Ying. Priestess Granny, Can you please send someone else to host me? 30-year-old mermaids are way too young. At least give me someone 70 or 80. Mooing screamed inwardly. Sigh, all intelligent land creatures wear clothes to cover themselves, elves included. Elves and humans actually look pretty similar, except elves have pointier ears, Mooing explained. Seeing Lily fumble with her pants, she silently changed her thousand faces robe into a swimsuit, revealing her long legs. Go ahead, now they're bare. Wow! So smooth. Smooth both ways. Lily's little hands ran from Mu Ying's thigh down to her calf, then she lay on the ground to study her feet. Ying, try swimming. How do these two little things even move you around? Mooing felt like she was giving a biology lesson to a child. She demonstrated how she walked on land, taking a few slow steps. It's hard to walk in water with feet, not as fast as your tail. I see. I'll pull you along then. Oh, but first we need to put on some sea tree fruit juice, or we won't be able to get out of the sea forest, Lily said, pulling a handful of fruits from the shell pouch at her waist and handing them over. Sea tree fruits die quickly once the skin is broken, so we have to hurry. Mooing gratefully accepted the sea tree fruits, keeping one in her hand and storing the rest. She crushed the fruit in her palm, and the endless sea forest before her transformed into the scene she'd glimpsed earlier. Lily grabbed her hand, swishing her tail as she led Mooing swiftly through the forest. Before long, they emerged from the trees. All the fruit-bearing sea trees are planted here. If you ever go into the forest, remember to pick some from these bushes, Lily said, pointing to some small shrubs outside the woods. Male sea trees grew so tall, while female ones were so small, nature really was full of surprises. This was how the merfolk protected their home, and Mooing didn't pry further. Over here are our coral fields and shellfish beds. Too bad I don't like eating coral. Shellfish meat is soft and slippery. That's my favorite, Lily said, leading her above the fields. Mooing watched the merfolk working below with curiosity. They didn't seem much different from human farmers. Humans grew crops and raised livestock, while merfolk cultivated coral and raised pearl oysters. You raise these glowing pearl oysters just for the meat? Mooing asked. Lily nodded. Yep. Not many fish swim in here, so we rely on them for meat. The shells can be used for tops and jewelry, and the pearls decorate our caves. Oh, and those caves over there are where we live. Come, I'll take you to my house. Lily's home was behind the cluster of caves. Along the way, Mooing saw other merfolk coming and going, some waving at her warmly. Unlike Lily, none seemed particularly curious about her legs. It seemed Lily was the only one in the village who hadn't seen much of the world. We're here. Lily wiggled her tail, switching from pulling Mooing along to pushing her inside the cave. The outside of the cave was studded with glowing pearls of all sizes, and 2 purple coral trees grew by the entrance. Inside, the space was small, with a large shell in the middle. Lily opened the shell and pulled Mooing inside. The space within the shell seemed larger than outside, the walls shimmering with a pearly glow and much brighter than the other caves. There was a coral clothes rack hung with all sorts of shell tops, a shell bed, and a shell chest on the other side. Lily pushed her in front of the chest. Ying, these are all the treasures I've collected over my 30 years. This is a sea tree branch I polished myself. This is a little stone I dug up from the sea sand. These are fish scales I got from the hunting team, and these are shells I raised myself, though I already ate the meat. Mooing crouched beside her, obliged to admire the colorful little trinkets in the chest. It's our first meeting, so I want to give you a gift. Lily dove halfway into the chest, rummaging around. Here. This is the first scale I ever shed. I'm giving it to you as a token of our friendship. Mooing accepted the scale, thin as a cicada's wing and shimmering in the light. She felt she should give something in return. Judging by Lily's taste, she seemed to like bright, shiny things. Mooing thought for a moment. About the only thing she had that fit the bill was gold coins. But giving a coin felt a bit insincere. Lily might be childish, but she was genuinely kind to her, so she should give a gift from the heart. Then it struck her, merfolk's love for shiny decorations was just another form of appreciating beauty. So Mooing asked, "What's your favorite color?" "Pinkish purple." The two coral trees at the door are my favorite, aren't they pretty? Lily replied. Then I'll give you a bottle of potion that can dye your hair pinkish purple, Ying said, taking out a small bottle. Will this dark-looking potion really turn my hair a pretty pinkish purple? Lily asked skeptically, shaking the bottle. If you don't believe me, try it on some seaweed first. Just soak it in water with a drop of the potion, Ying said. Although, it might be a bit inconvenient in water. She suddenly realized she'd overlooked something. The hair dye was meant to be used in water, but merfolk were always in water, so they were constantly washing their hair. No problem, watch me. Lily popped open the bottle, and a drop of potion the size of a soybean slipped out, not dispersing at all. The droplet gradually grew larger as seawater merged into it. When it was about the size of a fist, Lily carefully plucked a small lock of her own hair and dipped the ends into the potion sphere. Soon, the potion became clear, and the tips of Lily's hair slowly turned a pinkish purple. Oh my gosh, it really works! Lily gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Then she poured out all the potion, forming a large water ball, and soaked all her hair in it. Seeing how much Lily genuinely liked it, Ying felt reassured. Ying, come on, let's go collect some clam meat and coral to eat. Lily said excitedly, flicking her newly colored hair. Ying nodded. She was curious to try merfolk food herself. But she had underestimated the merfolk's obsession with beauty. Not long ago, the merfolk had all been polite and composed, but the moment they saw Lily's pink-purple hair, the place erupted into chaos. All merfolk had blue hair, only their tails came in different colors. None of them could resist the temptation of matching their hair and tail colors. Who would have thought that the hair-dyeing potion business, which hadn't taken off in the Emerald World or her own territory, would become a hit here? She could make any color combination the merfolk wanted, but unfortunately, she didn't have much stock on hand. However, Ying was quite interested in the glowing pearls of all sizes that the merfolk offered in exchange. Some of the larger ones could even serve as tiny light bulbs, though such pearls were rare. Some merfolk even offered gold coins. Clearly, they weren't short on money. And so, Ying ended up with a long order written on a sheet of seaweed paper. Lily insisted on taking her around the entire village, and in the end, the homegrown coral and farmed clams she'd mentioned turned out to be right behind her own cave. At this point, Ying understood perfectly. Collecting clam meat and coral was just an excuse. Showing off her new hair color was the real goal. Lily picked a few pearl clams from the clam beds, stringing them together with seaweed into 2 necklaces, then cut 2 small branches of coral. Ying was curious about how food was prepared underwater. Lily handed her a string of pearl clams and a piece of coral, then announced, "Time to eat." She took a bite of the small piece of coral in her hand, frowned, and swallowed it. The priestess says young ones shouldn't be picky eaters. Even if you don't like coral, you have to eat a little at every meal. I really don't get why some adult merfolk love this stuff. If you don't like it, just eat a tiny bit, but don't be picky, okay? Ying looked at the stick-like piece of coral in her hand. How is this any different from gnawing on tree bark? Lily seemed to be watching her expectantly, so Ying forced herself to take a small bite. How to describe it? In her current elf and green witch body, she didn't like eating anything raw except fruit. The coral wasn't as bad as tree bark. It was crunchy, a bit sticky, and had a faint bitterness. It was mainly the sticky texture that made Ying frown. See? Young ones really don't like coral. I always just swallow it in big bites. It's too bitter. Clam meat tastes much better, Lily said, opening a pearl clam. Ying. Wait, are they going to eat the clam meat raw too? Lily manipulated the water, scooping out the clam meat and kneading it like soft clay for a while before taking a bite, cheeks puffed out as she chewed. If Ying were still in her turtle form, she wouldn't mind. She'd eaten raw fish before. But in human form, it was a bit hard to stomach. Go on, it's really tasty. Lily encouraged, helpfully opening a clam for her. Ying shook her head. I still prefer cooked food. What's cooked food? Lily asked curiously. It's when you use fire to cook the food before eating it, especially meat. Our sense of taste is probably different from you waterfolk. If we eat fish or clam meat raw, it tastes really fishy to us, Ying explained. Lily looked as if she'd just heard something incredible. Fire. You mean the thing that makes water disappear? Mu-Ying nodded. Fire is so scary. How can you eat it? Lily was incredulous. We don't eat fire, Mu-Ying said, then asked, can merfolk live in freshwater? Sure we can, Lily replied. Mu-Ying nodded. Let's cut a few more pieces of coral. I'll prepare them for you our way. Seeing Lily's face scrunch up at the mention of coral, she added, and clam meat too. Lily immediately perked up, not only cutting more coral, but also grabbing a few more pearl clams. Back in Lily's cave, Mu-Ying said, in a bit, let's go to the room I brought with me. It keeps out seawater, but there's a hot spring pool inside. I'll lower the temperature so you can stay in there for a while. It was only after seeing Lily's shell house that Mu-Ying decided to reveal her own portable space-traveling trunk. Lily's little room was also bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside, though it seemed completely natural, with no signs of being carved or crafted. The shell was large and hard to move, but its interior was a bit smaller than Mu-Ying's trunk. All in all, it was similar to her own portable trunk, the main feature being the expanded internal space. Since the merfolk had these shell houses, they probably wouldn't be too surprised by her trunk. A room? Ying, are you going to show me your home? Lily was excited. Where is it? Are you going to sneak me out of the instance? Mu-Ying shook her head. Why was this girl always thinking about sneaking out? It's not outside. Just like your shell house, I have a little house I carry with me. Let's go to your place first, and I'll take you to see it, Mu-Ying explained. Oh, I see, Lily said, her disappointment plain as day. Don't keep thinking about sneaking out. There are lots of bad people out there. If you leave, you might not be able to come back. Listen to your elders. If you're really curious, I can take you to visit my territory someday, Mu-Ying couldn't help but warn her. Lily's curiosity was just too strong. Lily immediately brightened. Really? Mu-Ying nodded, thinking to herself, maybe you won't even need me to take you, you'll find your own way. She wasn't here among the merfolk just for fun. The merfolk seemed even wealthier than the halflings, loved beautiful things, but didn't have as many material goods as the land dwellers. She'd be missing out if she didn't make some money here. But the merfolk were self-sufficient, protected by the sea forest, and tended to be homebodies. Lily was the only exception. If she wanted to set up a sub-territory here, she'd need more leverage and careful planning. Back at Lily's little shell house, Mu-Ying took out her travel case and opened it, temporarily disabling the concealment enchantment on the box. Let's go, Mu-Ying said, pulling Lily, who was still examining the case's exterior, over and lifting her onto the ladder at the mouth of the box. The moment her legs entered the box, Mu-Ying's mobility returned. Now it was Lily's tail that was rendered useless. Luckily, Lily wasn't very heavy, so Mu-Ying could just barely manage to carry her. Wow, the water doesn't get in, Lily exclaimed, reaching out to touch the waterproof membrane at the entrance. Mu-Ying quickly carried her over to the hot spring tub and dropped her in. Phew, she sighed, realizing she really didn't have much strength left. She didn't want to use her wand to levitate Lily with magic either. It's so warm, Lily said, slapping her tail on the water's surface. Mu-Ying had originally planned to lower the water temperature, but seeing how well Lily was adapting, she decided to leave it as is. You play here for now. I'll go make us something to eat. Lily nodded. Everything here was new and fascinating to her. She started exploring the tub, touching this and looking at that. Meanwhile, Mu-Ying headed to the kitchen to cook. Taking Lily's fishy tastes into account, Mu-Ying decided to keep the food light and preserve the original flavors as much as possible. She steamed the clam meat with ginger and a light sauce. Since the bitterness of coral mainly comes from its skin, she peeled it and stir-fried the inner part. She also made a regular meat patty and a fruit salad, planning to see if Lily could handle those. Wait, Lily? Mu-Ying glanced back and saw a little bug wriggling on the floor with its butt sticking up. Lily, why are you out here? Lily grinned. I wanted to touch that shiny thing. Mu-Ying followed her finger and saw it was a stained glass magic lamp. Are you sure you're okay out of the water? Mu-Ying asked, a bit worried. Lily shook her head. I'm fine as long as my tail doesn't dry out. I wrapped it in a layer of water. Well, if you say so, Mu-Ying replied, deciding to let her be for now. She set the dishes on a low table beside the hot spring tub. Lily sniffed left and right. It's really hot. There's even steam. That's just water vapor, Muing said, picking up a slice of stir-fried coral and offering it to her. What's this? It's so crispy and tasty, Lily asked. Muing smiled. It's coral. Lily was surprised. Really? It's not bitter at all. The bitterness mostly comes from the skin. Once it's peeled, it's not so bad. Stir-frying it with some seasoning helps, too, Muing explained. Try this next. She pushed the steamed clam meat toward Lily. I know this one, it's clam, right? Lily tasted a piece. It's not as springy as before, but it's soft and a little salty. Not bad. Muing tried a piece herself and found it tender and juicy, quite delicious. But judging by how often Lily reached for the coral with her spoon, she wasn't as fond of the steamed clam and clearly preferred the stir-fried coral. She even sighed, wishing the coral they grew tasted like this. Muing cut a bit of the meat patty for her to try. This one had more sauce and was made entirely to human tastes. Lily's face scrunched up as she ate it. So bitter. Maybe to spare Mu Ying's feelings, she didn't say it tasted bad outright. Looks like Mu Ying's guess was right. Merfolk taste buds might be similar to when she was in her turtle form, preferring light flavors and loving fruit. The fruit salad was a hit, instantly becoming Lily's new favorite, even more than raw clam. Apparently, fruit was especially appealing to Merfolk. After the meal, Muing packed up some fruit and asked Lily to take her to see the priestess, the true leader of the Merfolk tribe. Lily herself was the next in line to be priestess, but her succession was still centuries away. You're here. Are these fruits from the land above? The priestess asked. Muing nodded. A gift for you. There's something I'd like your opinion on. She felt the Merfolk were genuinely sincere with her, so it was better to be open about her intentions. From what she'd observed, the Merfolk not only had their own warriors, but also tamed sea beasts, especially sharks, and kept up regular training. Their territory was protected by sea forests, and being underwater isolated them from the conflicts of the land. So unlike the Myconids, they didn't need land-based protection. Moreover, the merfolk's lifestyle and environment were vastly different from humans, making it impossible for them to integrate into human society. They weren't like halflings, who could simply be enclosed in a subcamp and have their instance merged into the territory. But there was real potential for trade between land and sea. As long as it didn't involve merging instances into the main territory and was just based on mutual need, it should be easy to negotiate. So she decided to ask directly. When the priestess nodded, Muing continued, As I said before, I'm the lord of a land territory. After visiting the Merfolk village, I'd like to set up a subcamp next to your instance as a market for my territory on the seafloor, to trade land goods for sea products. Oh, that? The priestess smiled. Of course. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I was going to suggest it myself. But I have a request. Could you build the subcamp right next to the entrance of the instance gate? Ideally, stepping out of the gate would put you directly in your camp. That way, even before the instance is merged into your territory, once it is, the sea forest will be right next to your camp, making it safer for us to come and go. You have violated the Multiverse World Evolution Center's original World Development Confidentiality Agreement. Severe infraction. Fine, 50 gold. The old Merfolk priestess didn't even bat an eye. For the sake of her people, some things had to be said. That fine was nothing to her. She'd lived for centuries and had joined the Plane Migration Project. She was thoroughly familiar with all the support tools the Evolution Center provided for original worlds and naturally knew what a subcamp was. With a subcamp blocking the instance gate, they wouldn't have to slowly plant seed trees outside the gate using pearl clams anymore. It was only because the outside world was unknown that they'd tried to grow a sea forest to hide the instance gate and secure a favorable position before making contact. But if stepping out of the instance meant immediate protection from the subcamp, there was no need for all that trouble. Muing keenly picked up on the key information in the priestess's words. If the sea forest and the camp were right next to each other, did that mean when the instance's space fragment merged with the main world, all the land inside would appear in the outside world? How much bigger would Deep Blue Star have to get in the future? After all, she'd already found 4 instances just around Binhai City, and there might be more. Muing realized her earlier worries might really come true. The current peace was only temporary. More changes were on the horizon. Danger had never truly left. It could bare its fangs at any moment. Driven by a sense of urgency about the future, Muing didn't linger long in the Merfolk instance. She prepared to leave that very day, but before departing, she needed to establish a subcamp for the Merfolk here. What? You're building a marketplace for trading with humans on land? Does that mean we can go out and have fun? The priestess grandmother shared the news with the other Merfolk. Everyone immediately started chattering excitedly. Seeing their enthusiasm, Muing revised her previous judgment. Lily wasn't some unusually curious outlier among the Merfolk. She was just young and lacked self-control. The other Merfolk were just as curious and far from being homebodies. They were simply more rational and, having lived long lives, had seen a bit of the world before their tribe migrated. But even before migrating, they were just a small tribe. There wasn't even a seafolk market near their old home, let alone a market shared with humans. What kind of market are we building? I've got some pearls saved up. Will those be useful? I have a bunch of old coral, too. One after another, they were eager to bring out all their treasures, determined to build a beautiful market that would attract humans. Muing thought, since this place was meant to facilitate trade between Merfolk and land dwellers, it made sense to use a style the Merfolk liked. So she decided to use coral, pearls, and shells as building materials. The functional design of the blueprint was straightforward. She just referenced the trade hall in her territory. The real effort went into the appearance, which she modeled after Merfolk architecture. When it was time to build, Muing was the first to leave the instance, with the Merfolk following close behind. The most unique thing about this camp was that it had to accommodate both humans and Merfolk at the same time. Muing achieved this using the territory's protective barrier. A long, narrow camp instantly took shape as she envisioned it. The half closest to the instance gate was open to seawater, while the other half was sealed off from the sea, forming an undersea corridor, one side for Merfolk, one for humans. The Merfolk pressed up against the membrane dividing the two areas. Some poked their heads through, others tapped it with their hands, and a few even stuck their tails through. Next came the market facilities she had designed. Facility: Undersea Trading Corridor. Function: Marketplace Trading, Stall Management. Scale: 2 levels, first floor for Merfolk stalls, second floor for human stalls. Required materials: coral trees, luminous pearls. Blueprint conversion cost: 200. Functionally, this trading corridor was similar to the market in her territory, mainly offering stall rental and automatic management. But it looked far more dazzling, thanks to the Merfolk's generous contributions. The trading corridor filled almost the entire subcamp. Although it was 2 stories, each floor was 5 or 6 meters high, so it didn't feel cramped. The first floor stalls were in the seawater zone, with a dry corridor for humans separated by the membrane. The second floor stalls were in the dry zone, while the seawater side was empty. After all, Merfolk swam and didn't need walkways. The stalls were made of shells, the columns from colorful old coral branches, and everywhere were embedded luminous pearls the size of rice grains or soybeans, sparkling like tiny gems and making the coral's colors even more vivid and enchanting. After some playful exploring, the Merfolk were already thinking about what to sell. Some simply hauled over everything they didn't particularly like, ready to take over entire stalls. The Merfolk warriors of the hunting party also used the camp as a base to start exploring the surrounding sea. Meanwhile, in Qingshan Town's Sky Plaza, a new subcamp bulletin board had gone up. Look, there's a new bulletin board. The Lord is moving fast this time. Did they already find the coal mine? Hey, up front, read out what it says. Bulletin Board 9, Subcamp 7, Undersea Corridor Camp Guidelines, parentheses. Come on, don't read out the punctuation. You're killing me. Bulletin Board 9, Subcamp 7, Undersea Corridor Camp Guidelines, provisional. 1. Qingshan Town has established a friendly trade agreement with the Undersea Merfolk. This camp is now open as a trading marketplace for the exchange of sea and land goods, with many stalls available. The first floor is for merfolk stalls, the second for territory residents. 2. The enthusiastic merfolk are already open for business. The teleportation array is active. Fee: 1 copper coin per use. 3. Merfolk love beautiful things, anything shiny or brightly colored. They prefer light flavors and especially enjoy sweet, juicy fruits from the land. If you want to set up a stall in the undersea corridor, choose your goods wisely and seize the opportunity. The rest is up to you to discover. Oh my god, merfolk, is it the kind I'm thinking of? Yep, bro, wipe your nosebleed. Hey, show some respect. I'm just excited. So, does this mean merfolk are super into beauty and super rich? Didn't the Lord spell it out? Seize the opportunity. If merfolk weren't loaded, would they open a market and hand over all their money? I'm telling you, all these non-human races are filthy rich. Light flavors? How light? Now I really want to see a merfolk eat a chili pepper. Anyone got any dried chilies left? Bro, you can have my chilies, but before you try, make sure you set your house permissions for me so I can inherit your stuff. The Lord is amazing. Her diplomatic skills are off the charts. This is the third friendly non-human race, right? Players started teleporting to the undersea corridor one after another. Lord. As soon as they arrived, the players spotted mooing with the merfolk in the seawater zone and gave her enthusiastic thumbs-ups. Lily, curious, tried mimicking the gesture. What does this mean? It means awesome, Ying explained. She was sorting the small pearls she'd traded from the merfolk for fruit. Since she wanted to grind them into powder as a stabilizer for permanent potions, she didn't care about the size or shape, just the quantity. The merfolk happily traded her all the small or misshapen pearls they didn't like. Wow, so they all really admire you, Lily said, giving Ying a thumbs up too. I think you're awesome too. Ying smiled and patted Lily's head. Honestly, I think your hair feels better than your tail. No way, my tail's way nicer to touch, Lily pouted. Ying put away the pearls. I have to go. Once I find the coal mine, I'll take you to play in the lake at my territory. Be careful, learn from your elders, take care of yourself, and thank you for helping me out last time. Huh? You're leaving already? Lily was reluctant to see her go. Ying was her first friend her own age. They'd only known each other for less than a day, but she already liked her a lot. But what did she mean by last time? She blurted out her question. Ying just shook her head and said nothing. In the blink of an eye, she shifted into her sea turtle form, glanced back at Lily, then swam out through the camp's protective barrier. It was you. Lily pressed herself against the barrier, watching the sea turtle swim away, muttering softly, "Why are you leaving so fast?" "I wanted to touch your shell. Come back soon." The life of searching for minerals was dull and tedious, but every day, she would spend 2 hours using the cover of her dimensional travel case to let her spirit enter the emerald world for a week at a time, without changing her body back to human form, just to lift her mood. In the emerald world, although she spent most of her time traveling in a carriage, she had lined the carriage with soft cushions and tucked her dimensional travel case and portable herb garden in a corner. She lived and studied magic and potions inside the travel case and cultivated herbs in her portable garden. The carriage moved slowly. When the weather was nice, she would open the windows, sit inside reading, and occasionally glance outside. If she spotted any unusual plants, she'd get out to study them. The whole journey felt like a spring outing, very pleasant and relaxing. After traveling for several days, the roadside weeds finally thinned out. She began to see fresh willruts and sometimes cow or sheep droppings in the grass by the road. Ying pulled up the magical carriage's map. Sure enough, she was about to reach the first human town on her route, Flower Town. By now, she was quite far from the Witch Forest. Flower Town was the westernmost town in the Rose Kingdom. Beyond it were only small villages. Leaning against the window, Ying watched the scenery go by. Gradually, clusters of flower-filled farmhouses came into view, each surrounded by vast fields of blossoms. The closer she got to Flower Town, the more flower fields she saw. Women and girls with baskets picked flowers among the blooms, while men fertilized the fields. The flowers weren't rare or precious varieties, but the sheer scale of the planting was dazzling, truly worthy of the name Flower Town. The town itself was small, mostly houses built of wood and stone. Every home had flowers squeezed into every available spot by the windows, in the corners. Everyone, young or old, man or woman, wore a fresh flower pinned to their chest. This was truly a town that loved flowers. A stranger's carriage entering the town drew everyone's attention. People stopped to watch, whispering to each other about the identity of the carriage's owner. Muing had already dyed her hair a common brown shade among humans and dressed as a young noblewoman from the area might. A small silk flower hat, a pale yellow fitted gown, intricate lace trim, silk bows, and tiny pearls, all symbols of status and wealth. In fact, Muing had overestimated the wealth of rural nobles. Even though the silk flower on her hat was small, it was a new style that had just become popular in the royal capital of Kantiara, something even the young noble ladies there might not be able to buy. The townsfolk of Flower Town were puzzled that the carriage had no driver or servants, but seeing her attire, which was worth more than even the baron's daughters, they had no further doubts. Maybe in the big city, carriages didn't need drivers anymore? Maybe it was fashionable for nobles to travel alone? News traveled slowly to this rural place, which usually only saw merchant caravans. The people of Flower Town observed Muing, and she observed them in return. Judging by their appearance, their lives seemed decent enough. None of them looked like malnourished refugees. But how was she supposed to ask for information? Muing was a bit troubled. If she asked directly, it would break her character setting. She'd better look for an inn or something similar. She walked from one end of the town to the other before finally spotting a small inn. It was old, but clean. She got out of the carriage, carrying her travel case. "Miss, are you here to eat or to stay?" A plump woman with a huge flower in her hair came forward nervously. "To eat. Do you have any specialties?" Muing chose a window seat where she could see her carriage. "Our most popular dishes are flower pastries and flower honey water. They're local specialties. Merchants often come to buy them to sell in the capital," the woman said. "I'll have one of each." "How much is it?" Muing asked. "That'll be 5 copper coins," the woman replied. Copper coins. Muing had never seen copper coins mentioned in the witches' records. Witches only used gold coins. They'd exchange for silver coins only when visiting the human world. She opened her travel case, which revealed its original interior space. She had stored a few simple items inside, along with 2 purses. One of silver coins and one of gold. Muing took out a silver coin. "Here, this is for you. Besides paying for the meal, I'd also like to ask you about news from the Rose Kingdom. I just arrived and plan to settle in Kantiara. Could you tell me a bit?" The woman's nervousness and fear melted away at the sight of the silver coin. Even though it wasn't minted in the Rose Kingdom, silver was silver. "Of course. I guarantee there's no one in Flower Town better informed than me. The biggest news lately is that the whole country is posting notices to hire a fairy godmother for the newborn princess. Even our Flower Town had Rose Knights come to put up the notice, one of the first places, even before towns near the capital. That's because the queen grew up in Flower Town before moving near the capital. This is also the fairy godmother's hometown. Some say Flower Town is blessed by the fairy godmother. A few years ago, many nobles came here looking for the fairy godmother, but never found her. Only recently have they stopped coming as much. Who would have thought the king and queen still remember our Flower Town? This is as grand as when the king, back when he was a prince, chose his bride, or when the prince searched the whole kingdom for the girl who could wear the glass slipper. Even the prince's own birth wasn't such a big deal. Muing was now certain this was the story of Cinderella, only Cinderella had become the queen. Didn't the queen have a fairy godmother? Couldn't she introduce one? The first fairy godmother left the palace after arranging the prince's engagement to the Briar Princess. "No one's seen her since," the woman said. "I always thought the first fairy godmother must have come back to Flower Town. This place is special." Muing nodded. "Is the queen's childhood home still here? Can I visit?" The woman shook her head. After her birth mother died, the queen moved with her father to a small town near the capital. The house here is long gone, only Nasha's grave remains alone. If you want to see it, go to the sunniest hillside outside town, where the wildflowers grow best. That's where she is. Remember to bring a bouquet of wildflowers. She loved them most. All right, I'll go make your flower pastries. With that, the woman bustled off, not forgetting to take the silver coin. Ying didn't have time to stop her. She had a feeling this woman might have known the queen's birth mother. There was a hint of sadness when she spoke of her. Miss, I'm sorry, I just stepped out for a moment. May I ask what you'd like to eat? Ying was waiting for her meal when another woman emerged from the kitchen, this one much thinner than the last. Hearing the question, Ying replied, I already ordered flower pastries and flower honey water. Someone dressed just like you took my order. She said she was going to the back to make the pastries. Miss, you must be joking. I'm the only one working here, and we don't serve flower pastries or flower honey water. Those are old-fashioned dishes. Passing merchants don't care for them anymore, so we stopped making them ages ago. These days, all the flowers from Flower Town are used for making perfume, the thin woman said. In broad daylight, could this be some kind of supernatural encounter? Ying described the plump woman she'd seen, but the thin woman insisted there was no such person in the shop, not even in the whole town, no middle-aged, slightly plump woman at all. She even brought out the menu, and sure enough, there was no sign of flower pastries or flower honey water, just the usual steak, juice, beer, and so on. Ying even went to the kitchen to look around, but there was no trace of the plump woman. But when she asked the shopkeeper about the location of the Queen Mother's grave, the answer was almost identical to what the plump woman had said. Ying instantly lost her appetite. She got up and returned to her carriage, heading slowly out of town. The hillside outside town, where wildflowers bloomed most brilliantly, was easy to find. Among the vast flower fields, only that one slope was left to grow wild. She parked her carriage by the roadside and walked up the hill, picking some wildflowers along the way and tying them into a bouquet. At the top of the hill stood a single gravestone, surrounded by wildflowers. It didn't look desolate or overgrown, instead, it was full of life. On the gravestone was written, "We met among the mountain flowers, may you rest among them, too." There was no signature, just two unknown flowers nestled together in the lower right corner. Nothing else. There was nothing particularly special about it. Ying placed her bouquet before the grave, turned, and walked back down the hill. When she reached her carriage, she found a tray waiting by the door. On the tray, 3 pieces of pastry were arranged on a porcelain plate. Beside them stood a round-bellied bottle filled with amber liquid, and a letter weighed down with a wildflower plucked from the roadside. Ying opened the letter. Your flower pastries and flower honey water. P.S. Safe travels. Please take this flower to Cinderella for me. She'll tell you what you want to know. Ying. Mystery solved. The plump woman was definitely Cinderella's fairy godmother. They're all witches. Why can't they just say things plainly? Why all the secrecy? And how did she know what I wanted to ask? But clearly, the woman was a senior witch, and Ying couldn't do anything about it. At least she'd paid for her meal and hadn't skipped out on the bill. Ying carried the tray into her carriage and tasted the flower pastry and honey water. Honestly, the pastry was pretty average, and the honey water was sweet with a hint of sourness. 5 copper coins was probably overpriced, no wonder the inns in town had stopped selling them. Still, even though she'd been caught up in something strange, at least she'd gotten a token that would let her contact Cinderella herself. Ying let it go. The carriage rolled on. Now that she had a way to speak to Cinderella directly, there was no need to keep asking around. She could just head straight for the capital. After another week on the road, Ying finally arrived at Kantiara. The Rose Kingdom was famous for its spring-like climate and flower cultivation, especially the roses of Kantiara. Every variety of rose in the world could be found here, and rose-covered walls were everywhere. There were plenty of carriages coming and going, and Ying's blended right in. She wasn't the only one traveling without a coachman. She also saw quite a few extravagantly dressed women, some in flowing ball gowns, looking like they were off to a dance, others in all black with most of their faces hidden under hoods, showing only a pointed chin, and some performing magic tricks right on the street. But without exception, none of them looked very young, and it was obvious they weren't locals. The townsfolk were all watching them, dressed much more plainly. Could these be the applicants for the fairy godmother position? They didn't look like witches, though. For example, the one doing magic tricks was just performing sleight of hand. Ying didn't sense any magic at all. Still, the crowd was loving it, cheering and tossing tips. Ying walked along Kantiara's main avenue and found an inn near the palace. Sorry, we're fully booked. Too many people have come to the capital lately, the clerk at the front desk said. All here to apply for the little princess's fairy godmother? Ying asked. The clerk replied, there are also merchants and minor nobles here for the princess's 100-day banquet. After leaving that inn, Ying circled the palace a few times, but nearly every inn nearby was full. In the end, she returned to the inn near the palace gates and, for a fee, secured a spot in their carriage stable. She'd just sleep in her carriage. Once inside the stable, she realized she wasn't the only one with this idea. Hey, are you here to apply for the fairy godmother job too? A middle-aged woman who entered just after her asked. Ying shook her head. No. She overheard the woman whispering to someone nearby. See? She looks so young, probably hasn't even been through much herself. How could she take care of a child? You're all fairy godmothers? Ying was intrigued. From the sound of it, they were all here for the job. I heard fairy godmothers can use magic. Can you? Of course, said the first woman. I'm the fairy of song. My voice soothes the soul and brings peace of mind. If the little princess didn't need a fairy godmother, I'd have been hired by some noble family long ago. I'm the fairy of flowers. My hands make flowers bloom even better, said the woman beside her. A landed noble even invited me to be godmother to their soon-to-be-born child. Ying was silent for a moment, watching their overconfidence and the way they looked down their noses at her, as if waiting for her to fawn over them. She replied perfunctorily, Oh, that's amazing. Can you show me? Of course not. Magic always comes at a price. It can't be shown lightly, unless the self-proclaimed fairy of song glanced at the gemstone ring on Ying's hand. Ying rolled her eyes. Sharp, aren't they? They'd already spotted her storage ring. Forget it, I'm not interested. She wasn't that curious anyway. She was sure that in the Emerald world, aside from witches, only extraordinary races like merfolk and werewolves, or certain magical creatures, had real powers. The magic these two were talking about was obviously fake. Late at night, when everyone nearby was sound asleep, Woodfire put her carriage away into her ring and rode her flying carpet toward the royal palace. The flying carpet could shield her from human sight, so she didn't have to worry about being discovered. After painstakingly searching around the palace castle for quite some time, she finally located the queen's quarters, the largest and most spacious room at the very top of the castle. Woodfire changed into an off-white dress embroidered with 100 flowers, with floral patterns at the hem and cuffs. Her hair returned to its natural color, and she wore no shoes or socks, her feet bare. Then she swapped the flying carpet for a flying broom, sitting sideways on it in a relaxed manner, and had the broom hover in midair some distance outside the balcony. Finally, she took out a seed of the lamp vine and quickly urged it to grow, letting it wind around the broom. Soon, the lamp vine was covered in flower buds. The not yet fully bloomed lamp vine flowers looked like little lanterns, clustering around her. She seemed to be sitting on a glowing flower vine, with no sign it was actually a broom. Even her magic wand was decorated with a small vine of flowers. Woodfire checked her appearance and felt it looked impressive enough. At this moment, she finally understood those people outside who wanted to apply for the job of fairy godmother. Sometimes, to win someone's trust, you really did have to put effort into your appearance. Shaking her head to dismiss these random thoughts, she pointed her wand lightly at the queen's room. A bouquet of pink and white roses by the queen's bedside quickly grew, the blossoms moving up to the queen's face and gently brushing her nose. Achoo, the queen sneezed and opened her eyes to see a rose moving on its own. She wasn't frightened, only amused. When she was a child, her fairy godmother often used flowers, plants, and small animals to secretly help her. To her, these things all had consciousness and souls. Is my fairy godmother back? The rose's leaves all pointed toward the balcony. Is she out there? The queen's heart leapt with joy, but she still maintained the palace's decorum. She was no longer the hardworking but free country girl she once was. Pulling back the balcony curtains, she saw not her familiar fairy godmother, but a young woman sitting atop flowers. The girl's aura was serene and gentle, like a true flower fairy, and the vine floated in midair. The queen was sure she'd never seen her before. And you are? Woodfire took out the wildflower the fairy godmother had given her and floated it before the queen. Your fairy godmother asked me to bring this to you. The queen immediately recognized the flower as one from the hillside outside Flower Town. For it to be so fresh from so far away, she believed at once. But it wasn't just the flower. Her godmother had once prophesied about this fairy blossom. A familiar wildflower will arrive at midnight, and the one who brings it will resolve your current troubles. You can trust her. Woodfire thought the flower must have some special meaning to the queen, which was why she trusted her so easily. Fairy, may I ask you a favor? The queen said. Although Woodfire had dressed up and used the fairy godmother's name, being called Fairy still made her a little uncomfortable. Just call me Woodfire. All right, Fairy Woodfire. I don't know if you've heard, but my newborn daughter needs a fairy godmother to watch over her as she grows. Would you be willing to be her godmother? This was the queen's greatest worry. She feared she wouldn't be able to find a true fairy godmother. The fairy before her was clearly powerful and recommended by her own godmother. She seemed perfect. Woodfire shook her head. I don't plan to settle down in one place for now, so I can't take on the duties of a godmother. But I can help you find a true fairy. As for whether she can be your daughter's godmother, that's up to you. I do have one condition, though. What condition? The queen hadn't expected her to refuse, but having someone help weed out the imposters was a great thing. Fairies could always recognize their own kind. I love hearing stories. The price is, you need to tell me your own story, truthfully, said Woodfire. She figured a story told by the person themselves would be closest to the truth. A story? What kind of price was that? It really seemed this fairy Woodfire was sent by her godmother to help her. The queen readily agreed and invited Woodfire to stay at the palace. No, I'll be staying by the lakeside outside the city for now. On the day you choose the fairy godmother, have all the candidates come find me there. Only a true fairy will be able to find my place, Woodfire said. It was the simplest method. Once the magic cottage's concealment was activated, no one but a witch could find her. All right. May I bring my children to visit you beforehand? They've never seen a real fairy and are very curious, the queen asked. Of course, Woodfire agreed. After all, the king and queen would be invited to observe the selection anyway. On the day of the selection, just arrive at the lakeside a bit early, and I'll guide you in. With that, Woodfire guided her broom to drift slowly into the night sky. In an instant, her figure vanished completely. The next morning, when the queen awoke, if not for the wildflower from Flower Town on her pillow, she would have thought the whole night was just a dream. A few days later, the fairy godmother selection was held. The square outside the palace gates bustled with fairy candidates and onlookers. The palace gates swung open, and the king's steward came out. The first round of the fairy godmother selection is to find a fairy's residence by the lakeside outside the city before nightfall. The king and queen have already gone ahead. Begin. Find a fairy? Living by the lake? Has the queen's godmother returned? I was there yesterday. There's not even a house by the lake, let alone a residence. What kind of test is this? Shouldn't they be testing fairy magic? But no matter how confused or dissatisfied they were, it was useless. The steward announced the test and left. Some quick-witted ones had already started running out of the city. Though the lake outside the city was large, the view was open. If there really was a fairy living there, whoever arrived first would have the advantage. Maybe this was a test of the godmother's stamina? Actually, most of these fairy candidates weren't frauds. Many truly believed they possessed magical fairy powers. This was mainly because, although the legend of the fairy godmother was popular in the Rose Kingdom, most people had never seen a real fairy. Their understanding of fairies came from wildly distorted rumors, like being able to conjure things out of thin air, make plants flourish, or create beautiful clothes. So there was a cognitive bias. Magicians thought their tricks were fairy magic, and skilled gardeners and seamstresses sometimes fancied themselves fairies too. The crowd surged out of the city toward the lake. Meanwhile, the king, queen, their soon-to-be-of-age son, and their infant daughter were riding in an unremarkable carriage, heading for the lakeside outside the city. "Your Majesty, there's nothing here. Which way should I drive the carriage?" The captain of the guards, who was also acting as coachman, was at a loss. There really was nothing by this lakeside. Wait, are those grasses moving? But there's no wind. The queen opened the carriage window. Follow the direction the grass is pointing. The prince, curious, stepped out of the carriage and stood by the door to watch. He had never seen a fairy godmother before, but he'd grown up hearing stories about them. Ying stood at the door of her magical cottage, controlling the plants to show the way. What the prince and the captain saw was the grass and plants guiding them toward a patch of barren land, but in reality, the carriage was heading straight for the entrance of the magical cottage. As they approached the door, Ying granted them permission to enter. Otherwise, the cottage's magical barrier would have caused them to unconsciously veer away. The prince and the captain were both stunned by this sudden change, still wearing looks of astonishment. The king helped the queen, who was holding their daughter, down from the carriage. Today, Ying wasn't dressed extravagantly, just a simple, plain dress. After all, the house itself was impressive enough, there was no need to overdo it. "Fairy Ying, this is my husband, my son Farina, and my daughter Chris," the queen said, giving Ying a graceful and elegant curtsy before making introductions. The gesture was elegant and beautiful, but Ying, unfamiliar with human etiquette, witches had no such customs, simply nodded in response. "Come in." Ying led them to the living room, which had a large floor-to-ceiling window offering a clear view of the outside. "We'll watch the selection from here. I made these little snacks myself, please try them." Ying treated them as she would any ordinary guests. "Is this house made with fairy magic?" the prince asked curiously. "You could say that," Ying replied. "And the grass guiding us earlier, was that fairy magic too?" the prince pressed. Ying nodded helplessly, already regretting agreeing to let the queen bring her children. The prince was a handsome young man, perfectly inheriting his parents' good looks, pleasant enough to look at, but he was a walking bundle of questions, which was a bit much. Handsome as he was, the prince was just too talkative. "Can I learn fairy magic from you?" the prince asked again. "No," Ying replied, flicking her finger and sliding a teacup toward him. "Have some tea." "Farina, only fairies can use fairy magic. It's innate, others can't learn it," the queen explained. Prince Farina finally quieted down, realizing he'd been rude, and sipped his tea awkwardly. "Look, another carriage is coming," the captain interjected at just the right moment, easing the awkwardness. Everyone turned to look out the window. It wasn't just one carriage, there were people walking behind as well. After hurrying over, everyone by the lake could see the situation clearly, but they all seemed to lose their sense of direction. Some even walked right up to the yard, only to inexplicably wander off to the side, completely oblivious to the magical cottage right in front of them. "None of them are real fairies?" the queen asked, frowning. Ying nodded. "To my kind, this house appears exactly as it is." Now, with so many people outside wandering around like headless chickens, not a single one came toward the cottage. What if there are no real fairies? The queen was growing anxious. "Wah!" The little princess in her arms suddenly started to cry. This reminded Ying. "Let me give her a blessing." The queen's face lit up with delight. When her son was born, the godmother had said that fairies who could grant blessings were very rare. Ying walked up to the queen and gently tapped her with her wand. "I bless little Chris to find a suitable fairy godmother." As she spoke, a gentle light flowed from the tip of her wand and merged into the little princess. "Suitable? Why only suitable? And can you bless her in other ways?" The king, who had been silent, finally spoke up. There were so many better wishes: health, happiness, a smooth life. His little princess deserved the best. Blessings come with a price. This blessing is because I promised the queen to help her find a real fairy, and she has already paid the price, Ying replied. She wasn't lying. Curses and blessings are both forms of fate magic. The more serious the curse, the greater the backlash on the caster, especially if curses are cast in quick succession. Almost every witch who specialized in curses met a bad end. Her curse magic was actually more effective than her blessings, but she'd only practiced harmless little pranks while learning. Each one worked perfectly. Back then, the headmistress had warned her to use curse magic with caution, especially not to cast multiple curses in a short time. Cursing others also meant cursing yourself, and after the curse took effect, the witch would suffer a period of bad luck. For example, when she practiced by cursing Lillian to put her shoes on the wrong feet in the morning, it worked, but she herself ended up wearing mismatched socks. Blessing magic generally didn't have serious consequences, but powerful blessings would leave a witch weakened for a while. Especially long-term blessings about someone's life. They could even shorten the witch's lifespan. Moreover, if the recipient of a life-altering blessing turned out to be a bad person, the witch's ability to bless could be diminished or even stripped away by fate, unless someone close to the recipient willingly bore the cost of the blessing. At graduation, the cost of the blessing ceremony was borne by the school. Blessings, curses, and prophecy are the three most powerful and most dangerous types of witch magic. So Ying was always careful about the limits of her blessings. If I asked you to bless Chris with a life free of worries, healthy and happy, with everything going her way, what would that cost? The king asked. My lifespan, at least 10 years, Ying replied. The king was silent for a moment. Fairies live a long time, don't they? 10 years isn't much. I'll reward you handsomely with gold and jewels afterward. Gold and jewels are useless to me, Ying said, her impression of the king dropping several notches. She didn't bother to be polite. I already have enough wealth to last me for ages. If I wanted to make money, I could just grow some herbs and sell them. I could easily become richer than a kingdom. A noble with a few thousand gold coins was already considered wealthy. How much could the king's treasury really hold? Was he going to give her the whole thing? Ying picked up the bellflower she wore as a brooch. This flower, if I grow a whole plant, it would sell for tens of thousands of gold coins among fairies. And I can grow one in just a few months. Even the captain, who had wanted to call her bold and disrespectful, didn't dare say a word now. Tens of thousands of gold coins, enough to build a small country. She really did have the power to back it up. The queen placed her hand on the king's arm to calm him, then turned to Ying and said, I'm sorry, His Majesty is just very concerned about little Chris. It's nothing, Ying replied. Someone's coming. Outside the courtyard stood an old woman in plain clothes, carrying a basket and leaning on a cane. She looked just like any ordinary country granny. Her gaze passed through the courtyard, and she nodded and smiled at Ying. Ying got up to open the door herself. Please come in. No matter how she disguised her appearance, to a newly graduated young witch like Ying, this woman was still a senior. When they reached the doorway, out of sight of the others inside, the kindly old lady suddenly stood on tiptoe, cupped her hand to her mouth, and whispered, Just graduated and already want to be a fairy godmother? Her eyes sparkled with gossip, the gentle and kindly demeanor vanishing in an instant. No, I'm just helping them weed out the imposter witches. Once my trial period is over, I'll be leaving to travel, Ying replied. The old woman asked, Are there any other competitors inside? Ying shook her head. The old woman patted her chest in relief. Good, good. Just call me Granny Suna. Ying was sure this woman wasn't nearly as old as she looked. Only a witch nearing the end of her lifespan would appear this aged. You're not really that old, are you? A witch's age is a secret. Granny's teaching you today. Never ask a witch her age, Granny Suna said, and as she spoke, her previously straight back hunched over again. Once inside, the king and queen both stood up. Granny Suna gave a slight bow, and upon seeing the still sobbing little princess, she took a twig from her basket. The bare twig transformed into a blooming red rose as soon as it touched the princess, the thorns on the stem vanishing. A red witch, Ying thought, raising her eyebrows. To use plant magic without a wand, even if the effect was minor, was still impressive. The little princess was captivated by the bright red color. Though her eyes were still wet with tears, a smile broke across her face. The queen instantly felt a surge of goodwill toward this unassuming old lady. The princess liked her. Next came the discussion of terms. Granny Suna's requirements were 1,000 gold coins per year until the princess came of age, and a house to be built for her in the woods outside the city. 1,000 gold a year, 18,000 by the time the princess was grown, about the annual income of a noble in the capital. Although the queen's own fairy godmother had cared for her without payment, the fairies who later came to the Rose Kingdom all charged fees. So the king and queen were mentally prepared. Though Granny Suna's fee was much higher than those other fairy godmothers, remembering how Fairy Ying had just said money was useless to her, they felt it wasn't unreasonable. After waiting so long, they'd finally found a genuine fairy godmother. The cheap ones might all be fakes. So the king and queen didn't bargain at all, they agreed on the spot. Now it was Granny Suna's turn to be stunned. Was the Rose Kingdom's royal family really this rich? If she'd known, she would have asked for more. Ying watched all this silently. Her task here was done. With this major worry off her mind, the queen felt much more at ease. Thank you, Fairy Ying. When would you like to hear my story? Now, Ying said. She wanted to get things settled as soon as possible. Your Majesty, the queen looked pleadingly at the king. It's getting late, and you've heard my story many times. Why don't you take Farina home first and announce the results of the fairy godmother selection for Chris? Don't worry, I'll see the queen and princess home later, Ying said at the right moment, noticing the king's reluctance. She didn't know why the queen wanted the king to leave, but she respected her wishes, especially for the sake of the witch in Rose Town. The king had no choice but to leave with the reluctant Farina and the captain of the guards. Once the carriage left the courtyard, looking back, all that could be seen was a field of wild grass. Even if they tried to return, the house would be nowhere to be found. When the queen saw the carriage had gone, she finally began her story. Legend has it that my fairy godmother was hidden by my side since childhood. When I came of age and the old king was choosing a bride for the prince, she appeared and helped me prepare my dress and the pumpkin carriage for the ball. That's the version I've always told. In reality, my fairy godmother often sent little animals to help and teach me, sometimes appearing herself. That's how I managed to survive my stepmother's abuse and grow up healthy, never going hungry or cold, keeping my good looks and hands free of scars and calluses from hard labor. My godmother and my mother were close friends. After my mother married my father, they gradually lost touch as my godmother went traveling. She only returned 2 years after my mother died of illness. But in truth, my mother's death was orchestrated by my father. He wanted to seize her fortune. His family had long since fallen into ruin, barely scraping by, but my mother's family owned a highly profitable perfume formula. He deliberately wooed her for it, all the while carrying on with my stepmother. Once he got what he wanted, he killed my mother and moved the whole family to a town near the capital. Later, my godmother returned from her travels and avenged my mother. She told me she owed my mother a favor and would grant me one wish. My wish was to marry a powerful, influential man in the future. At the time, I was devastated by the truth of my mother's death. I'd thought my father was just misled by my stepmother, but he turned out to be that kind of person. I lost all faith in love. If there was no love, then power and wealth were more attractive. That's why I made that wish. After that, out of my stepmother's sight, my godmother taught me how to carry myself, maintain my looks, master social etiquette, and, most importantly, not to pin all my hopes on a man. I could love him, but I had to love myself more. That was the only way to stay undefeated. So at the ball, I was able to shine, and the prince, now the king, fell for me at first sight. Even the glass slipper I left behind during my escape was part of a plan my godmother and I devised. All my clothes and jewelry were conjured by magic and would return to normal at midnight, but the glass slippers were specially made for me by my godmother. As expected, the prince couldn't forget me and began searching the kingdom for the owner of the glass slipper. The only magic on those shoes was that they would fit no one but me. Only things hard-won are truly cherished. When I was found locked in the attic, my clothes were a bit worn, but my hair and makeup were carefully prepared, completely different from my look at the ball. The contrast would evoke sympathy and pity and make me seem even more enchanting. Just as I expected, the prince fell in love with me, but in the end, what he loved was only my appearance and the persona I presented. Your trial character Ying in the Emerald World has learned about a major historical event, gaining 1,000 source power and 1 fragment of world consciousness. Ying honestly hadn't expected the story to turn out like this. The widely circulated love story was a bit too realistic, but on second thought, maybe that's what makes it feel true. With another consciousness fragment in hand, it proved her theory right. Only matters related to fairy tales could trigger this fragment quest. And she didn't necessarily have to be personally involved. Learning about it afterward worked too, as long as it was the real story. Beautified, false rumors like before didn't count. Cinderella's story didn't end with her marriage. She and the prince did live happily together, but that happiness wasn't necessarily because of love. After her godmother left, Cinderella had no one to confide in. Fortunately, Fairy Ying and Fairy Suna became her confidants, and she continued, "Actually, after we married, the king treated me very well for a long time. I almost lost my heart to him, really, it was that close. But when I was pregnant with Farina and about to give birth, I caught him flirting with a maid. This kind of thing is common among nobles, but I just couldn't accept it. Love should be mutual and faithful, both in body and soul." Seeing that scene, feeling my heart torn apart, I realized that the heart I thought I'd guarded was actually lost after all. Because of this, it even affected my child, forcing him to get engaged just to stay alive. Only then did my heart truly turn cold. From then on, I saw him only as my husband, the father of my children, but never again as my lover. I'm determined to find a fairy godmother for my daughter. The main reason is that I don't want her to be raised by the rigid rules of the court, unable to adapt, or to stake her whole future on someone else. Even if she can't have magic like a fairy, I hope she'll have a strong heart. Godmother Suna, I'll have to trouble you with this. I understand and agree with you. I'm willing to apply for the job of godmother. Besides needing the money, the other reason is that I'm too old to want romance or children of my own. But I really like kids, Suna said, reaching an agreement with the queen. Do fairies even need money? The queen looked curiously at Ying. She's a special case. Some fairies have magic that's especially suited for making money, Suna said, trying to save face. Ying smiled helplessly and said to the queen, "Thank you for your story. That concludes our transaction. I'll be staying in Kantiara for another 6 months or so. If you need anything, you can come find me here, though I might not be able to help." "The blessing you mentioned before, can I use my lifespan as payment?" the queen asked. "If possible, I'd like you to bless my daughter with a peaceful life." Ying shook her head. "Offering your lifespan is only the first step. Instead of pinning your hopes on some vague blessing, it's better to teach her well. True strength comes from within." In the end, Chris was still young, and Ying had no real bond with her, so she didn't want to take on that risk. With everything settled, Ying used her flying carpet to send the queen and princess back to the palace. Suna stayed behind, temporarily lodging with Ying. Ying figured Suna was a senior and must have traveled the human world before, so maybe she could learn something about the continent from her and get a better idea of where to go next. "You're the Tinkerbell witch, aren't you?" After the queen left, Suna finally relaxed, slumping onto the sofa without a care for her image. Everyone has their own persona. After all, the queen, Suna, all the same. Ying nodded. Looks like her Tinkerbell witch nickname was really getting around. "So envious. You're so young and already living the easy life." Sigh, "Old folks like me still have to work hard," Suna sighed dramatically. "No wonder I don't want kids. Red witches have it rough." Why bring a child into the world just to suffer like me? That was a pretty unique reason. Ying thought of Senior Margarita, who'd been job hunting for men with good genes just a year after graduation, eager to finish her childbearing duties early. Both were red witches, but their attitudes couldn't be more different. That night, when Ying got a call from Senior Rosie, she mentioned the whole thing. Suna? Don't tell me it's the Suna I'm thinking of. Margarita's mom is also named Suna, but she shouldn't be that old, 50 at most. Rosie's voice came through the Tinkerbell flower. Mewing. Shocked, Ying called Senior Margarita to confirm with Suna. Oh dear, you found me out. That Tinkerbell flower is really something. Well, no need to pretend anymore, Suna said, transforming into a stunning beauty who looked at most 20-something, with a great figure, nothing like the old granny from before. Mom, you went off to be a godmother? And you told people you didn't have kids and didn't want any. Then where did I come from? No wonder you disappeared as soon as I started school. I didn't hear from you again until I graduated. Margarita's furious voice came through the Tinkerbell flower. Lita, don't be so dramatic. I didn't lie. Once your kid grows up, they're not a kid anymore, right? And I can't have more kids, so if I want to play with children, I have to be someone's godmother. Plus, it's 1,000 gold coins a year and includes housing. What a deal. Only a fool would pass that up. If I didn't live nearby, I might not have made it in time, Suna said cheerfully. Mewing. That's not what you told the queen just now. 1,000 gold coins? Are they still hiring? I want in. Margarita's tone changed instantly. Suna scoffed. 1,000 gold coins is the rate for your mother, not for you. Don't even think about stealing my business, or I'll tan your hide. I'm not the same Margarita you used to boss around. Just you wait. You're going to be in Kantiara for years, right? I'll come find you soon. Maybe I'll even bring you a granddaughter to play with, Margarita said. What a complicated mother-daughter relationship, Ying thought. She couldn't help but feel glad her own mom had disappeared to who knows where ages ago. Being an orphan did have its perks, at least she was free. She left the Tinkerbell flower with Suna for now, hoping she and Margarita could work on their relationship a bit, less talk of spanking and burning hair, hopefully. As she headed to her room, Ying muttered to herself, I hope my blessing magic won't fail. Is Suna really the right godmother? What kind of person will Princess Chris grow up to be? Oh well, by then, she'd be long gone anyway. A new camp is coming. Who cares about the camp anymore? What matters is that the Lord finally made it back before the new year. Are we going to have any activities for the new year? At the edge of the aerial plaza, inside the closed conference room of the territory's reception center, Ying had gathered with all the sub-camp leaders, as well as representatives of the Myconids and Halflings. Lulualua was asking the same question. It's our first new year since the apocalypse. Shouldn't we do something to cheer everyone up? Let's hold a New Year's celebration. Our Halfling camp can organize it, and it'll help boost commerce too. The Halfling representative suggested. We can put on a play about the new year, the Myconid representative said, communicating via telepathic spores. Ying, who had only just returned, nodded. Sure, you're free to get creative with that. I'll prepare red envelopes for everyone. In the meantime, I'll need the livestock camp to get more fresh meat ready, and the farm camp to prepare this season's grain. I'll come pick it up before the new year so everyone can have a good holiday. Also, I'll need a favor from the Myconids. Help me write some notes. I'll contact you about it later. Everyone nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Zhang Jing remembered something. Oh right, you called us here today and said you had something good for us. What is it? Ying placed a small basket of bellflowers on the table. These are bellflowers. Twin bellflowers can be used like telephones. Take one each. If you need anything, you can contact me. Telephone. The Halfling representative looked puzzled, unfamiliar with the concept. Before anyone else could explain, the well-informed Myconid, who had watched many dramas, quickly played an animation for him. This thing really lets us talk from a distance, the Halfling representative exclaimed in surprise. They had come from the bustling universe outside to this backwater on the edge of the cosmos, and yet had never heard of a tiny flower that could enable remote communication. Only the most advanced creations could do that. Ying handed out a flower to each person. Try it and see. All of these were twin bellflowers, which meant they could only contact Ying, not each other. Counting herself, there were 11 people present. Although this batch of bellflowers produced slightly fewer than the first, there was still a set with 11 stems. But the people here weren't all the future subcamp leaders. There wouldn't be enough for everyone if she tried to add more later. It was better to stick with twin bellflowers from the start. Twin bellflowers had the highest yield, could keep up with demand, and were more flexible. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Lulualuo pressed the flower stamen as Ying instructed. Among the pile of flowers on Ying's side, one began to ring. She pressed its stamen, and Lulualuo's voice came through. How does this work? Lulualuo asked in amazement. What happens when the flower withers? Does it still work? I've already treated it, it'll stay like this, and won't wither, Ying replied. You all know I can make potions, right? It's not really a profession, but a skill I gained during a trial. The flower is preserved with a potion. Keep this a secret for now, including the flower itself. Ying deliberately revealed only part of the truth. Everyone present was, in a sense, tied to the territory. As long as the territory existed, they could manage their subcamps and live stable lives in the post-apocalyptic world. If the territory was gone, they'd be forced to fight for survival like everyone else. And Ying was the core of the territory. If she disappeared, so would the territory. Even a fool knew which side to choose. The Halfling and Myconid representatives, who weren't as directly involved, already knew about this, but were bound by the Evolution Center's confidentiality agreement. They knew that the status of a trial taker, like that of a lord, couldn't be taken by outsiders. Any attempt to seize it by force would be met with the world's rejection and endless trouble. So the trial taker thing is real? Asked Guanhai, the new head of the coal mining camp. It's real. There will probably be more trial taker slots in the future, but I don't know the specifics. If you're interested, focus on improving your own strength, Ying said, hoping to motivate them. Also, soon the dungeons may merge with reality, so we need to be prepared. Besides managing your subcamps and stockpiling supplies, don't forget to keep training and improving yourselves. You can share this with others, remind everyone not to slack off on their cultivation. Ying dropped 2 bombshells in quick succession, then teleported away, leaving the others to digest the news. She was in a hurry to meet Lily. She'd promised to bring her to the territory once she found the coal mine. As soon as Ying appeared in the undersea corridor, Lily shot over and hugged her waist, her tail wagging so fast it left after images. You're finally here. You've been gone for months. I've grown another batch of coral waiting for you. All right, I'm here now, aren't I? I came to see you as soon as I got back, Ying said, making things up with a straight face. She took Lily's hand and teleported together to Moon Lake. In the new place, Lily was like a wild horse off its reins, impossible to rein in. Ying walked on water, standing on the lake's surface, watching as Lily swam from one end to the other, curiously exploring everything. After a while, Lily came over and said, Ying, the land is so barren. Is there only one color? This wood color is so dull. Ying. That was her fault for not picking the right season, and today's weather wasn't great either. It's winter now, so most of the leaves have fallen. All you see are the tree trunks. But look, there's grass on the ground too. It's not just one color. Come back in spring and I bet you'll love it. Huh? What's that? Lily nodded, quickly losing interest in the topic as her attention was caught by a group of fluffy creatures on the shore. Ying looked over. It was Gun, the wolf pack, and Xiaxin, who was happily grooming the wolves, with Daigua nearby. What had happened while she was gone? When did Xiaxin get so close to the wolf pack? The neglected dork was the first to spot Ying and the others. Grumbling and cursing, it flew over. Gah! Ying. I don't know what you're saying, but I can tell you're cursing at me. Too lazy to bother with the powerless rage of dork, Ying headed for the shore. She'd only gone a short distance when she heard a loud splash behind her, water droplets spraying onto her. Gah! Dork's miserable screech echoed across the entire Moon Lake. Ying turned to see Lily holding Dork by both wings, examining it. What is this? It can actually fly. It feels so weird to touch. Dork was forced to take a bath and struggled desperately to escape Lily's clutches. Ying rescued it, letting it go off, pitifully, to complain to CS Senator. She said to Lily, "That's a bird, a peregrine falcon. Its name is Dork. Now it's off to tattle to its owner, so be careful. Its owner is a formidable ranger, very fierce." Huh? Lily shrank behind Ying in fear. "Even you can't beat him?" Ying shook her head. "Nope, I can't." While comforting Dork, Xia Xin mercilessly exposed her. "Could you be any louder with your lies?" Ying shot Xia Xin a sideways glance and said to Lily, "See? Isn't he scary?" Lily poked her head out and sneaked a glance at the ferocious Xia Senior. "Wow, so scary. And he didn't even flinch when touching that weird feeling thing. But Ying, you're lying, aren't you? You two seem to get along pretty well." "He's just pretending to be mad." Ying couldn't help but laugh. "Lily, you're really observant. He is pretending to be angry. But honestly, our relationship is just SOSO. He doesn't dare get truly mad because he can't beat me. I'm super tough. Wanna fight?" Xia Xin gritted his teeth. Friendly reminder. "No fighting allowed in the territory," Ying said with a grin. After some playful banter, Ying felt refreshed and properly introduced Lily to Xia Xin, Dork, the airwolves, and Gun. Lily couldn't quite process all these furry creatures she could look, but didn't dare touch. But she was very interested in Xia Xin, especially after Ying clarified that her earlier words were just a joke. "What's the difference between male and female humans?" Lily asked. This question had puzzled Lily for a long time. The ancient texts said humans were divided into male and female, with obvious differences in body structure. Unlike merfolk, where males and females look pretty much the same. She'd observed humans in the underwater corridor for a long time and had seen all kinds of legs. Female humans were like Ying, so she had a reference. But male humans were always covered in clothes and armor. Ying instantly understood Lily's train of thought. Male humans are ugly. Their legs are all hairy. Don't look, it'll burn your eyes. Huh? Lily stared at Xia Xin in horror and swallowed nervously. Ying, changing the subject, brought out the wood she'd prepared in advance. "Let me make you a fish tank, then take you to the Myconid instance. I think you'll love it there." Using her wood-shaping spell, Ying fused the wood into a tank just big enough for Lily. Lily jumped in with a splash, holding onto the rim with both hands, looking as well-behaved as a child buckled in for a car ride. Seeing that Lily had dropped her curiosity about male humans, Ying promptly teleported her away. Ying had thought carefully about merfolk aesthetics. In the winter territory, only the Myconid instance was still colorful and vibrant. Sure enough, the underground world filled with glowing plants was right up Lily's alley. She was utterly captivated. The brightly colored, smooth-skinned baby Myconids were, to her, adorable little creatures. The Myconid Theater's play was also novel to her. They were performing The Little Princess Battles the Great Demon Dragon, and she chattered with Ying about it. "This little princess is so cute. Ying, I bet you looked just like this as a child. I was never that much of a dork as a kid." Ying truly hadn't expected that. Even after the Halfling's grand opening had long passed, the Myconids, who loved a lively crowd, were still performing this play. She ended up watching the whole thing with Lily. Social embarrassment may be late, but it always arrives. Finally, it was time to wrap up Lily's tour, and Ying was more than a little relieved. "I'll leave this tank with you. If you want to come out again, you can teleport with it, so you can go ashore. But only within the territory and its subcamps. Never leave the territory. If anyone tries to get you to leave, they're definitely bad news. Don't hesitate, come tell me right away, okay?" Ying reminded her. "And this, it's called a bellflower. If you ring the stamen, you can talk to me, but only in the main world. I'll be busy training and working on those hair dye orders for a while, so if you need me, use this to contact me. But you can't just play all day either, spend more time learning from the priestess." Ying couldn't always be with her, but fortunately, merfolk were wealthy, so teleportation costs were nothing to them. "Okay, I got it. Don't worry, I can go ashore and play by myself now." Lily smiled. Go get your work done and remember to rest. I heard the humans in your territory say you work too hard. We're still kids, you know. The priestess says children should play without worries. Mooing. Are you bullying me because I don't have any elders? She ruffled Lily's hair in mock anger, then teleported away. Back at the plantation, the usually quiet figurine Shireen turned from a ring back into a little person, carrying a small bundle. What are you up to? Mooing poked Shireen's head. Running away from home? Shireen blushed, smoothed his tousled hair, and pulled out a little chalkboard to draw on. Mooing looked at his abstract doodle. Your main body summoned you back? Shireen nodded. What for? Mooing asked. Shireen shrugged, then shook his head. You don't know either? He said it's a secret. Mooing guessed. Shireen nodded. How long will you be gone? Shireen held up 2 hands. 10 days? You'll be back before the new year. Shireen nodded obediently. All right, be careful, Mooing said. Last time, she hadn't seen how he left. This time, she wanted to watch closely. Still carrying his little bundle, like she didn't know he was actually just a wolf hairbrush and all his forms were just appearances. Yin's eyes reddened as he reluctantly nuzzled her finger, then jumped to the ground and burrowed into the grass. Shouldn't he fly off into the sky? Why is he walking on the ground? Curious, Mooing followed him, watching him struggle through the grass for ages, still in the plantation. Just as she was about to pick him up and help, she blinked, and he was gone. In the days that followed, Mooing began working on developing a permanent potion for the lamp vine. The main step was adding luminous pearl powder during the brewing process. Just this one step alone took her thousands of attempts. The fineness of the powder, the timing, the amount added, every detail affected the potion's success. She had already accumulated a thick stack of data sheets in her study. Boom. Another failure. Even blessing magic didn't help. Mooing wiped the soot from her face and cast a cleaning spell on herself. She recorded the results of this attempt on paper. Potions really weren't something you could just whip up. Although she'd innovated with the hair dye potion before, that only required swapping out different coloring materials for different shades. The tricky part was blending the colors, but that happened to be her specialty, so it went smoothly. This time, though, she was only making improvements, and it was already this difficult. Unfortunately, luminous pearl powder was something from the real world and couldn't be brought into the trial world. So this round of potion research could only take place in reality. Compared to the permanent potion, cultivating lamp vine was much easier. She had personally nurtured this magical plant with her own mana, so it was highly attuned to her magic. It wasn't as delicate as bellflower either. She could mass-produce it with plant magic, maintain it for a while with mana, and stabilize its condition with the spring of restoration and life magic. Even soaking it in the permanent potion could be done in batches, and it didn't need to be buried in the soil for so long. Now, everything was ready except for the final push. Sigh. Mooing let out a breath and decided to do something else for a change of pace. She still needed to practice potion making, but she couldn't neglect her spell work either. This time, she picked out Greater Magic Claw, which she'd been practicing for several days. This spell was an upgraded version of the first-level Magic Claw. The first-level version could only enhance one of the target's natural weapons, and only for a short time. But Greater Magic Claw could enhance all of the target's natural weapons, and the duration was 1 hour per caster level. Its practicality was greatly improved. At her current level, a single casting would last 6 hours. Only beasts and magical beasts had natural weapons. So, Gun had become her test subject these past few days. Luckily, failed castings didn't have any serious side effects. Yesterday, she'd already succeeded once, but her casting speed still wasn't great, and the spell was unstable. She needed more practice. Gun. Mooing searched the plantation but couldn't find any sign of him. She teleported to the main territory's treehouse, still no sign of the bear. Then she went to the lakeside, where Gun often hung out. Mooing. What did she just see? There were more than a dozen merfolk, each with a water-filled giant shell, lining up one after another as they emerged from Moon Lake. With a flash, they teleported to the shore, and in the blink of an eye, they were another dozen meters away. Leading the group was a little pink-haired mermaid girl squatting in a unique wooden fish tank. Who else could it be but Lily? The territory's players didn't seem surprised at all, making Mu Ying's stunned expression stand out even more. Clearly, this wasn't the first time the merfolk had done this, and everyone else had gotten used to it. So, had she missed something during her days in seclusion? Ying. Lily was the first to spot Mu Ying, teleporting right up to her. In an instant, Mu Ying was surrounded by a circle of merfolk. Mu Ying, is my hair dye potion ready yet? And mine too. Her creditors had come to collect. Fortunately, she'd finished all their orders recently. Mu Ying told them to wait a moment, then brought over the potion box. They're all here, labeled and sorted. You can divide them up yourselves. After dealing with her creditors, Mu Ying pulled Lily aside. Is this how you've all been coming ashore lately? Yep. Teleporting is amazing. Lots of my brothers and sisters learned it from me. Their shell tanks aren't as big as the wooden one you made for me though, so it's a bit stuffy for them. But I asked the little mushroom folk to decorate mine with glow powder, look. Lily showed her excitedly. This is you, Ying, and this is me. And here are the main characters from my favorite play, The Little Princess Battles the Great Demon Dragon. Hee hee, isn't it pretty? Mu Ying circled the fish tank. As she suspected, the little princess was clearly modeled after her. The two drawings were nearly identical except for size, and the decorations were way over the top. As long as you like it, Mu Ying said, seeing how happy Lily was and not having the heart to tell her the truth. All done with your work, Ying? Lily asked. Wanna come watch the mushroom folks play with us? Mu Ying shook her head. No way was she going to torture her eyes and soul again. I actually came out to find Gun to help me practice a spell, Mu Ying explained, telling Lily about Greater Magic Claw. Lily tilted her head. Does my tail count as a natural weapon? Of course. The best warriors in our tribe can knock out a shark with a single tail slap, said an older mermaid nearby. Oh, then let me help you practice. Lily clapped her hands happily. We can help too, the other merfolk chimed in. Well, why not? Mu Ying was also curious to see the power of a mermaid's tail. Lily went first. Mu Ying communed with nature, conveying her intent, and Lily's scales began to glow softly. Is it done? Lily asked, curiously touching her body. Mu Ying nodded. Want to give it a try? Lily dove into the lake, flicked her tail a few times, and dove to the bottom. Moments later, she shot out of the water, tail arched, and slapped the surface hard. Smack. A splash shot 4 or 5 meters high. It's definitely stronger than before. Lily's delighted voice rang out. Me too. Me too. The other merfolk, seeing Lily having so much fun, wanted to join in. Mu Ying patiently cast Greater Magic Claw on each of them. After 9 castings, when the 10th mermaid eagerly jumped up, she had to apologize. I'm out of mana. That's okay, we can wait, the remaining merfolk said. We'll go dye our hair first. Next time you practice spells, be sure to call us. Mu Ying nodded. Well, she never expected that Greater Magic Claw would become a merfolk party trick. They really were full of energy. By now, Moon Lake was in an uproar. The merfolk were leaping around like grasshoppers in a field, making the place incredibly lively. With the help of Greater Magic Claw, the adult merfolk could splash water over 10 meters high. With the lake so wild, she wondered if those 2 little turtles were still okay. Maybe next time she sunbathed, she wouldn't have to worry about them climbing onto her back again. Watching the scene, Mu Ying suddenly had this thought. The spell lasted 6 hours, and the merfolk played for the full 6 hours. The players even thought it was some kind of special merfolk tradition and gave it a name, the Water Slapping Festival. The next day, when she came out again, there was a group of sky wolves squatting at her door, gazing at her with eager eyes. Oh whoa, what's going on now? Mu Ying cast animal communication on herself. What? You all want advanced magic claws too. There's another wind wolf pack, and they outnumber you, so they've been provoking you? Big Gray nodded. Oh whoa. Alright then, this was a good chance to test the combat power of advanced magic claws. Yesterday, the merfolk had just been playing in the water. It's the same as before, you can only use it 9 times, Mu Ying said. The 9 strongest sky wolves stepped forward. Ying cast advanced magic claws on each of them. The effect was even more obvious than on the merfolk. The skywolves with advanced magic claws became noticeably stronger, with sharper teeth and claws. Awo with Big Gray's command, the pack set off to settle the score. Ying wasn't too worried about their safety. Previously, it had just been provocations, nothing serious. Now that they were stronger, there was even less to worry about. Having used up all her mana early in the day, Ying resigned herself to going back to study potions. It worked. On her first attempt today, Ying actually succeeded. The potion had a clear, normal color. She quickly recorded the proportions and timing she used this time. She tried the same formula a second time. Bang, failed again. But this time, it wasn't the formula's fault. She got nervous as she was about to succeed. Her hand shook, and she added too much of the last ingredient. Wiping her face and taking a deep breath, she started her third attempt. This time, she finally succeeded. Still not satisfied, she kept brewing until she succeeded 3 times in a row. Only then did Ying finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was done. All those countless earlier experiments hadn't been for nothing. At least now she was thoroughly familiar with this everlasting potion. With the formula set, her success rate was sky-high. In her excitement, she brewed a whole bunch of bottles and stored them in a huge glass jar. Peach blossom, mint, and iron bamboo helped her harvest the lamp vine. Ying put all of them into the glass jar, sealed it, and buried it in the ground next to the lamp vine patch. After a whole day of potion making, she finally finished processing this batch of lamp vine she'd recently planted. With these flowers, the red envelopes she could hand out for New Year's would be even more plentiful. Lamp vine was a new plant variety she'd cultivated herself. When she grew it in the real world, just like with the binding vines, she received a reward from nature. Her experience increased by 300 points. Adding in the experience she'd accumulated from planting and cultivating recently, her progress at level 6 had increased quite a bit. Class: Druid LV6, 1005/2100. But the experience cap for level 6 was so high that she wasn't even halfway there yet. It would still be a while before she could max out level 6. By now, she'd learned almost all the third circle spells, with only Dispel Magic, Fire Suppression, and Feign Death left. She took out these 3 spells and looked them over, preparing to pick one to study. Dispel Magic could be used to remove magical effects on creatures or objects within casting range, such as Barkskin, Haste, Spider Climb, and Attribute Enhancements. Any of these buff spells could be forcibly ended by someone else's Dispel Magic. And Advanced Magic Claws was included. It was a useful spell, but the enemies Ying encountered rarely used magic, and most player mages, when they scraped together enough money, prioritized defensive spells. Few learned support spells like this. Hardly anyone even bothered with mage armor. That's why Ying hadn't been in a hurry to learn it. As for fire suppression, as the name implied, it was for putting out fires. It was most effective against ordinary flames, forest fires, and such could be handled with a single spell. But against magical fire effects, it was much weaker, only able to suppress them a bit, and it could deal minor damage to fire elementals. Since she didn't need it for now, it was at the bottom of her spell learning list. The last one, Feign Death, could, through touch, put a willing creature into a death-like rigid state. In this state, the creature was highly resistant to all damage except for mental attacks. Previously, she thought she'd never use it, since it could only be cast on others, and she was always alone, rarely facing crises with teammates. But looking at it again, she realized that in the feigned death state, the effects of disease and poison would also be temporarily halted until the state ended. That made it much more useful. It could be a life-saving spell. Ying picked this spell and began to study it carefully. But with her mana depleted, she couldn't practice. She could only study the theory for now. These spells would take her about half a month to learn, but gaining experience was much harder. Now that it was winter, many plants weren't suitable for planting, making experience even harder to come by. But she didn't plan to wait until spring to figure something out. She opened her territory page and began designing a new blueprint. Facility: glass greenhouse. Function: semi-transparent greenhouse, keeps warm. Size: depends on the amount of materials used in construction. Required materials: glass, iron, energy. Blueprint conversion cost: 300. She didn't have any glass, but she had iron. Ying converted the blueprint and first built a small greenhouse of about 50 square meters in her own garden, then built a larger one at the communal farm. Then she called Lin Shang on the bellflower. "Hello? Did you see the greenhouse? You can arrange to plant some vegetables or something," Ying said. "Got it. More work again. Don't you think it's time to consider a raise?" Lin Shang's voice came through the bellflower. "I'll allocate part of the greenhouse to you. You can do some research yourself. With a greenhouse like this, your experience, which has been stagnating lately, should start rising again, right?" Ying replied. "As for a raise, that could wait. The territory was doing well lately, but most of the resources were being saved for future crises." "Sigh, having a druid boss is tough. How do you know everything?" Lin Shang muttered. Ying hung up, rolling her eyes. She started working in her own greenhouse. She planned to use this greenhouse to cultivate saplings. Once they'd grown enough, she'd move them to the seedling baskets so that come spring, they could be planted directly. Even though, at her current level, planting a few trees only earned her a tiny bit of experience, every little bit counted. She needed to gather over 1,000 experience points from every possible source. Her original plan to expand the forest still hadn't made much progress. Now, her sensitivity to the power of nature had increased a lot. She knew that not only trees, but flowers, birds, beasts, and even humans all bore traces of nature's power. But trees still had the densest concentration of all. So, wherever she went, planting trees was a druid's eternal duty. "Look, there's a new notice on the bulletin board." "What is it?" As usual, players who made a habit of checking the bulletin board in the Sky Plaza were drawn to the bold red announcement posted there. New Year's events. With the new year approaching, Ling Tian Town has prepared a series of spring festival activities for all residents. May everyone have a wonderful new year, even in the apocalypse. Spring Festival Market. Location: Halfling Night City. Time: all day on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Details: all goods 20 to 30% off. Snack Street open all day, come and eat. Organizer: Halflings. New Year's Play. Location: Myconid Theater. Time: noon on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Details: the Myconid Theater presents Ling Tian Town's New Year Blockbuster 1. Organizer: Myconids. Lantern Festival. Location: Undersea Promenade. Time: after sunset on New Year's Eve. Details: a dazzling light show blending merfolk aesthetics with traditional Xiagua, Chinese, style. Organizer: merfolk. New Year's red envelopes. Location: main territory. Time: midnight on New Year's Eve. Details: grab New Year's red envelopes as we ring in the new year. Organizer: Ying. Note: to make it easier for everyone to participate, teleportation between the main territory and subcamps will be free during the events. I knew it. Our territory was definitely planning something big. The Halflings were secretly recruiting people the other day. The Myconid Theater has been closed off, and there are barely any merfolk left in the Undersea Promenade. Here we go. 20 to 30% off. Come and eat. Since when did the Halflings start making puns? That's got to be the player's influence. New Year Blockbuster 1? Are there going to be sequels? I'm so excited. Can merfolk aesthetics really mesh with traditional Xiagua style? Does anyone know what the merfolk are preparing? I have a weird feeling about this, haha. Am I the only one who noticed the last event? The Lord herself is organizing it. Does that mean she's giving us red envelopes? Hehe. Show me another territory that's as lively and festive as Ling Tian Town. Should we post this on the forum? Absolutely. At some point, Ling Tian Town Versailles literature became a trend on the forums. Let me share the New Year's events our Ling Tian Town just announced. Sigh, I'm just a little worried the Lord will go bankrupt handing out red envelopes. There are 7,000 or 8,000 people here, after all. Look, Those show-offs from Qingshan Town are bragging again. As much as I hate their smug faces, I can't help but be jealous. I want to see the merfolk and halfling ladies. When will we get a teleportation array in my town? What's there to worry about? If there's even a copper coin in each red envelope, your money-loving lord is being generous. At most, you'll get half a gold coin. Heh, does your territory even have half copper red envelopes? Or are you still strutting around in an unclaimed camp? I'm from Ling Tian Town. If I teleport over to join the events, can I get a red envelope? Rich guy upstairs. If you've got that kind of spare cash, why not just buy yourself some good food? We have discounts and raffles in Ling Tian too, so there's no need to envy them. Ling Tian is way better than it used to be. But we don't have merfolk or a lantern festival or movies to watch. The nights are so long, and without any activities, it's hard to even make it to midnight. It doesn't feel like New Year at all. Our lord from Luosha village is going to Qingshan Town for New Year's, and we're not complaining. For those in the Xiagua region, what's a red envelope? A red package. Think of it as a gift box wrapped in red. Wow, does that make Muing Qingshan Town's Santa Claus? Does she have a reindeer sleigh? Muing, who was reading the forum while eating, nearly spat out her food. Santa Claus? Where do they come up with this stuff? Good thing she'd given up on her original idea of secretly handing out red envelopes while riding a magic carpet. Instead, she discovered a new use for the short-range teleportation array. Otherwise, she really would have ended up copying Santa's routine. The new year arrived as scheduled, the world blanketed in silver and snow. Muing gave herself 2 days off. First thing in the morning, she called all her little animals over. After all, New Year's is about family being together. She'd specially ordered New Year outfits for them from Penny's textile shop, matching red fabric with different patterns for each, trimmed with white fur. First up is Gun Gun, Muing said, pulling out a little red jacket with a round pattern and putting it on him, then topping it off with a red skull cap. It was Gun Gun's first time wearing clothes, and he was fascinated. He stood up straight like a person, his chubby body taut, big paws tugging and patting at his outfit. Next is Peach Blossom, Muing said, taking out a red dress with peach blossom embroidery. Mint and Iron Bamboo both had red outfits with leaf and bamboo patterns. You guys go change yourselves. Today I'll take you to visit the subcamps, Muing said. The gem sprites' bodies looked like miniature humans, with male and female features, so it was better for them to change on their own. They could hide themselves from others' sight. The 3 little ones had been working hard helping her manage the plantation lately, so she wanted to take them out to relax. The subcamps should still be pretty safe. And now for you all, Muing said to the sky wolves, holding up a pile of clothes, one for each. Red mini hats as headpieces, and little red outfits, each hat embroidered with their names. Last were Old Yellow Ox and Ben Ben, along with their 2 calves, one male and one female. Old Yellow and the little bull got ribbon tail decorations, while the little cow got a bell horn ornament. Mu Ying's own Thousand Faces robe also turned into a red winter coat of the same material as everyone else's. With everyone in matching outfits, they looked festive and adorable, a real family. Only one outfit was left, the one for Shubin Shireen, the figurine spirit, but he still hadn't shown up, even on New Year's Eve, despite promising to return before the holiday. Muing found herself anxiously looking up at the sky these days, wondering if something had happened to delay him. The wolf pack howled at the sky too. They missed Shireen as well. Muing patted their heads. It's New Year's, let's be happy and keep our spirits up. We'll have a reunion lunch at noon, and then go out for a stroll this afternoon. Old Yellow let out an embarrassed low. Mu Ying's animal communication skill was always on. Old Yellow wanted to take his wife and calves to the public farm to visit Lin Shang. Muing waved him off. Go ahead, Lin Shang's all alone, it's only right. You can't stop a bull with a family from visiting his lonely father-in-law for New Year's. Luckily, Muing still had the wolf pack, Gun Gun, and the gem sprites to keep her company. After finishing her meal, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Muing gathered her fluffy companions and took them out for a stroll around town. A long, bright red procession, definitely eye-catching. She herself had transformed into a white wolf, wearing a little red vest and a matching red cap, blending in perfectly with the group. Even though the townsfolk all knew it was her, it's not like anyone could strike up a conversation with a wolf. She could take her little gang out to play as much as she wanted, without worrying about her image as a lord. On the long streets of the Halfling camp, the snow had been swept to the sides of the road, and Halfling children were building snowmen along the edges, with some players joining in the fun. Ying and her wolf pack ran wild through the streets, stomping through the snow, nosing into snow piles, and playing together in a happy mess. Trailing behind at a leisurely pace was Gun, sporting a little melon-rind hat and looking every bit the nouveau riche. It had a shiny golden satchel slung over its back, filled with spending money Ying had prepared for their New Year's outing. Whether it was food, drinks, or games, Gun was in charge of paying for everyone. This festive, fluffy group quickly became the most striking sight on the street. Everyone who saw them couldn't help but smile. Haha, Gun is so cute. One of Gun's fans was delighted by its outfit today. Are these really wolves? Not huskies, asked a player who had only recently arrived in Ling Town. Someone nearby replied, the white one in the lead is the lord. The newcomer grinned awkwardly. Our lord is a bit too lively, isn't she? Does Druid wild shape really not affect your personality? She seemed so gentle when I met her before. I've never heard of wild shape changing someone's personality. Maybe our lord's transformation is just special, someone else said, deciding to give the young lady some face. Ying, currently a white wolf, was having the time of her life with the pack. Wolves have keen noses. Just by standing in the middle of the street and sniffing the air, she could tell which house had the most tempting food. And wolves have big stomachs, too. After a hearty meal, they can go days without eating again. Ying didn't go days without food, of course, but her wolf stomach was much bigger than her human one. She could eat until she was stuffed and still feel fine. With all the activity funds in Gun's care, Ying just ordered whatever she liked, and Gun would follow behind to pay. Ying was happy to relax. Gun, meanwhile, was enjoying the feeling of being in charge for once. Imitating how Ying usually ruffled its head, it tried to pat Ying's wolf head. Ying dodged with a howl. Even as a wolf, a girl's hairstyle is sacred. Gun. Big Sis Lord is so cool. Little Tom said to his friend Dong Xiaozhang as he watched. Dong Xiaozhang shook his head. That's not cool. That's just silly. Madame Sarah, strolling behind them arm in arm with her husband, twitched her lips. She'd spent enough time with players to pick up some of their slang, and she had to admit that description was spot on. Li Luoxia and her team were also spending the new year in Ling Town. Li Shi, looking a bit conflicted, said, "Shouldn't we go say hi to Sister Ying? Let's not bother her. Let's just have our own fun." Li Luoxia replied. Compared to being with friends like them, Ying seemed much more at ease playing with the animals, like a little kid. Ying and her group played in the Halfling camp all afternoon, eating until they couldn't fit another bite. But it wasn't dark yet, and the Lantern Festival in the undersea corridor hadn't started. Let's watch a movie, De Hui suggested. Yeah, let's, the little wolves chimed in. The Myconids' plays were performed using their telepathic spores, transmitting images and information directly to the mind, so there was no language barrier. They could all understand. Gun agreed as well. Ying wanted to refuse a million times. Every time she watched a Myconid play, she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. But in the end, she was dragged along anyway. At least this time, the play had a normal-sounding title, Ling Town New Year Blockbuster 1. It sounded more like a documentary, so hopefully it wouldn't be some melodramatic Webnovel nonsense. A row of wolves and a panda sat neatly in the theater seats. The movie began. At first, everything seemed normal and realistic. It started from the perspective of the Mountaineering Club. A group of college students went hiking in the wild, then zombies suddenly descended from the sky. After several brushes with death, they managed to log into the game. While fleeing zombies at night, they saw the glowing, multicolored Qingshan camp in the forest. At this point, Ying couldn't help but complain inwardly. When did her aesthetic ever get so flashy? The entrance was supposed to be dotted with soft green lights, not so huge and shiny that even the trees looked out of place. Then her own appearance on screen, crouched in a tree. Her line, "You guys go in, leave this to me." Then she leapt from the tree, wielding a stick with a kitchen knife tied to it, and started hacking through zombies like she was chopping vegetables. That was nothing like reality. When had she ever been that reckless? Leave this to me? Really? She had a bad feeling, and sure enough, the film's main theme was to showcase all the major events that had happened in Ling Tian Town over the past year. None of the events were made up, but she was portrayed as a saint, always jumping in to help anyone in trouble. Even fighting was always for justice and to inspire goodness. She had nowhere to complain, since every segment ended by crediting the source of the story, always someone who had actually experienced the event. For example, the first segment was from the Mountaineering Club, the zombie siege from the official squad, and the most baffling one, the scene at the gate where people got drawn in, was credited to Old Mao and his gang. Still, the development of the territory was well presented, and many players who had arrived in Ling Tian Town later got to review how the town had grown step by step. Their confidence in the territory and its lord grew even stronger. At this point, Ying, blending in with the wolf pack and watching the film, felt utterly awkward. Even as a white wolf, watching a film that praised her so much, with everyone sneaking glances at her, made her fur feel hot and her seat feel prickly. She could tell the Myconids had put a lot of effort into boosting her reputation and strengthening the community's cohesion, but she still chose to slip out quietly. Afterwards, she reflected on herself. Was she being too petty? If it were another lord being glorified like this, they'd probably be secretly delighted. The benefits to the territory were obvious. For such a big New Year event, thinking back to leaders before the apocalypse, didn't they always give speeches, rally the people, or mingle with the crowd to show their approachable side? But Ying had no interest in any of that. She rarely interacted with her people directly. If something needed to be announced, she just posted it on the bulletin board. She never explained anything in person. Even when it came to managing the camp, she delegated everything to the responsible parties, only keeping an eye on the overall direction and the output and income. As long as those two things were fine, she was satisfied. Thinking it over, Ying realized she really wasn't what you'd call a diligent, responsible lord. If it hadn't been for the need to make money, leading her to expand her territory and take care of the trees within its protected borders for easier cultivation, she probably would have been just like Li Luoxia at first, treating her domain as a private space, not open to outsiders. She didn't even need teammates. She might have been even more extreme than Li Luoxia. It was only after discovering that upgrading her territory unlocked new functional facilities that could improve her quality of life that she started to pay a bit more attention. But in truth, her focus was always on herself. She cared far more about her own strength and cultivation than she did about her territory. So even as her domain grew, she never thought about forming a dedicated administrative team, let alone trying to win people's loyalty. Instead, she put more thought into facilities and welfare for the territory, but even then, it was only when she happened to get an idea that she'd actually do something about it. Take the glass greenhouse, for example. If her own cultivation hadn't been affected by the winter, she probably wouldn't have thought of it at all. Thinking about it, she felt a little guilty. Ying rubbed her nose. But she really didn't want to bother with all that, nor did she have the patience for those flashy, formalistic things. Maybe they had their uses, but they just weren't her style. At the end of the day, she still had the mindset of a commoner. People should learn to accept themselves. Ying admired those who managed things diligently, but she knew she just wasn't cut out for it. So, she figured, why not just stick to her original intention? There was nothing wrong with it. Even if she was a bit of a slacker as a lord, wasn't her territory doing just fine? The organization was loose, but it was free and relaxed, a rare atmosphere. Once she figured this out, Ying felt cheerful again. By now, night had fallen. Gun and the Skywolves were still engrossed in New Year's shows, so Ying teleported alone to the undersea corridor to have some fun. The moment she arrived, her eyes narrowed. She knew it, things were never that simple. Was this really a lantern festival? Wasn't this more like a blood-soaked, horror-themed corridor? The pitch-black sea at night loomed like a slumbering beast, exuding an intense sense of oppression. Every glowing pearl along the undersea corridor was covered with a layer of blood-red powder. Ying looked closer. Sure enough, they'd all been lightly coated with red fluorescent pigment. Not only did this dim the pearl's original glow, but the light cast strange blackish-red shadows on the newly arranged coral displays along the corridor, making everything look especially eerie. If it were just the small pearls embedded in the corridor, it wouldn't be so bad. Their light was limited anyway. But the merfolk had really gone all out, bringing out plenty of large pearls to make all sorts of lanterns. Of course, these two were coated in bright red fluorescent powder, so the entire undersea corridor was awash in red and black. Every so often, white gauzy curtains hung across the corridor, some rustling in a mysterious breeze from who knows where, others drifting in the water. Walking through them, you could only see vague shadows behind the thin fabric. Merfolk in flowing, cross-colored fairy dresses swam back and forth on the other side of the water. But the fabric was so ethereal, and though the dresses were in various pale shades, under the red light they all looked like blood-soaked ghost robes, drifting through the water, never touching the ground, floating along the corridor, their laughter echoing eerily. The water membrane was like a dividing line. On the merfolk's side, they wore new clothes and played in the dazzling corridor, full of excitement and satisfaction. Ying even overheard a mermaid say, "It's a pity that people in Xia country love red for New Year's. The color scheme is a bit monotonous." If you're so insightful, why didn't you say something earlier? Just look at the players on this side of the water, who came happily to see the lanterns, only to stumble into a haunted house. There were plenty of screams. The shrieks and laughter mixed together, forming a stark contrast that sent chills down the spine. One player, covering his eyes and peeking through his fingers, crept nervously down the corridor, only to bump into another player coming from behind, who was also half covering his eyes and couldn't see well. The one who did the bumping was so startled he teleported away in a flash. The one who got bumped spun around with a scream, only to see the curtain swaying mysteriously, scared nearly out of their wits. Ying, the white wolf, walked by, watching all this unfold. "Ah, Lord, there's a ghost." A grown man nearly burst into tears, trembling as he edged closer to her. Ying shot him a look of disdain, leapt away, and quickly put some distance between them. "Wait for me, Lord," the man called after her. "If you're that scared, why not just teleport out? Teleportation's free tonight." Typical, bad at the game, but still wants to play. Ying held her head high and kept walking. She had to admit, even though the Lantern Festival had gone off track, watching the players shriek and panic was pretty entertaining. Suddenly, ow. Ying felt something wet and clammy grab her tail. Hee hee. The voice was sharp and childlike, with a cruel innocence, utterly emotionless and filled with a sense of death, completely different from the earlier laughter of the merfolk. Ying's fur nearly stood on end. She jumped up in a flash, tail curled tight. She knew rationally there couldn't be any real ghosts, but the sudden touch and creepy voice made her jump reflexively. Turning around, she saw a ghastly pale face, half hidden by long hair. The eyes had dark circles to rival guns, the small mouth blood-red and curled in a smile, but the eyes were cold and empty. Two long little fangs peeked out, and both hands reached through the water membrane, clawing at her. Ying. "Lily, why are you like this?" Had she misunderstood? Was it not a case of well-meaning merfolk making a mess, but them deliberately trying to scare people? Otherwise, why was Lily so good at this? "Give me back my life." Another female ghost emerged from behind the curtains, though her voice was tinged with barely suppressed laughter, clearly struggling not to break character. Her commitment to the act was nothing compared to little Lily's. Look at Lily, even reaching out to grab Ying's tail. The water membrane was just for show, easy to pass through, but Lily acted like it was blocking her, struggling against it. Next to the familiar female ghost was a man forced to play the role of a hanged ghost, a long strip of cloth in his mouth, looking utterly dead inside. Ying was speechless. Case closed, Lily had clearly been led astray by this guy. Otherwise, how could a clueless little mermaid learn to act like a ghost and scare people? Muing glanced at the poor guy sacrificing his image to play the hanged ghost and couldn't help but think, sometimes, you really should be more careful when picking a girlfriend. Otherwise, that strip of cloth must be soaked by now. Isn't that uncomfortable? The little firefly was chattering away, but as a wolf she couldn't speak human language. Unable to hold back, she shifted back into her human form. She grabbed both of Lily's flailing little paws with one hand and pinched her cheeks with the other. Why are you copying her? That's an eyesore. She? What about me? I think I'm adorable. The ghost girl next to them protested loudly. Lulualuo, ask your boyfriend, am I cute or not? Muing rolled her eyes. Lulualuo glared at Seely. Seely took his tongue out of his mouth and said, looks good. Lulualuo grinned smugly at Muing. Muing stared at her exposed teeth and leaned back. Did you dye your teeth red? Hee hee, scary, right? Lulualuo said proudly. I happened to run into some merfolk looking for the mushroom folk to get red fluorescent powder, so I guess this would be the theme for the Lantern Festival. I prepared this look specially. Isn't it fun? Yeah. Ying, you got scared too, didn't you? Hee hee. Lily laughed, clearly enjoying herself. Muing sighed. All right, as long as you're happy. Go scare someone else. In short, out of sight, out of mind. She teleported back to the plantation. The garden was extremely quiet. Even the gem sprites were still outside playing with Gun and the others. She sat on the porch of her little magic cottage, wrapped in a thick blanket, scrolling through the forums to pass the time. With her resistance to elemental damage, even the cold winter wind just felt a bit chilly. There was still a while before midnight. She opened her player handbook, planning to browse the forums. Rustle. Mu Ying's ears twitched and she looked toward the bushes below. She grabbed her wand, gave it a gentle wave, and whatever was hiding in the bushes was pulled out. A palm-sized wolf-eared boy, dusty and travel-worn, though not as ragged as the first time he'd come looking for her. Back then his clothes were all torn. But the dark circles under his eyes, paired with his big watery eyes, made him look even more pitiful. Is dark circle makeup trending now? Muing knew, of course, that the real Shireen was basically a tuft of wolf fur. How could a tuft of fur wear clothes or get dark circles? He was just putting on an act. But seeing him like this, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Why are you only back now? Did something happen? Mini Shireen patted her finger, signaling her not to worry, then floated down to the ground beside her. He rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a bunch of odd little building blocks, starting to assemble something. Every so often, he'd roll up his sleeve to check a hand-drawn watch on his left wrist, then either speed up or slow down. Muing was baffled. If you're going to check the time, at least make the watch look real. Can you really tell time with that? Still, watching him work so seriously was entertaining. It looked like quite a project. Did he go out and buy some new toys? After a long while, she finally saw it was an arch. Was it a bridge or a gate? When he finished, Mini Shireen checked his hand-drawn watch, nodded solemnly, then transformed into a wolf hare and floated to the top of the half-human tall arch of blocks. Suddenly, the ordinary-looking blocks began to glow blue, looking a bit like a dungeon portal. A familiar wolf paw stretched out from the glowing gate, then a head, then a body. Though it was a bit of a squeeze, he was big, and the gate was small. Muing recognized him instantly. After all, they depended on each other for so many years. Ying. Muing rushed over and hugged his head, burying her face in his soft, silky fur and taking a deep breath. The familiar feel, the familiar scent, it really was him. For some reason, a wave of sadness washed over her, and her eyes grew misty. Did she really miss him this much? But she had Mini Shireen with her all the time. Still, it just wasn't the same as having his real self here. The silver wolf enjoyed her embrace and quietly shifted into human form, gently patting her back. I'm home. Muing noticed the feel was different and pulled away. In wolf form, Ying just looked stronger than before, but in human form, the changes were obvious. He still looked like the teenager he'd been when he left, and his eyes were as gentle as ever, but his whole aura was much sharper. Even his wolf ears and tail, which he could never hide before, were gone. You finally learned to control your human form? Muing was happy for him, but also a little disappointed. No more ears to pet. The hug was too short. Ian hadn't even reacted before he heard her question. His eyes flickered, and a pair of wolf ears popped out. Still can't control it that well. Don't worry. Even if you walk around with wolf ears now, no one's going to drag you off for research. There are all kinds of species on Deep Blue Star now. My territory has halflings, merfolk, mushroom folk. Everyone gets along great. Even Big Gray and the others are here. You don't have to hide anymore. Muing comforted him, reaching out to rub his ears. The real ones feel so much better. The mini version is so tiny, I'm always afraid I'll break it. Ian blushed all the way to his neck. Luckily, it was dark and Muing didn't notice. So Ying really does like him. She wasn't mad about the mate contract at all. After all, if you pet a werewolf's ears, you have to take responsibility, right? He completely forgot how guilty he'd felt and how he'd hidden the ring's information with so many sensors. By the way, did you finish your inheritance? Now that you're back, are you staying for good? Muing asked. Ian lowered his head. I haven't finished yet. And, this time I kind of snuck back. I managed to bypass the outside controls to make this portal, but I couldn't bring anything with me, and it'll only last 2 hours. I'm sorry, I don't have a New Year's gift for you or a birthday present. I can only stay with you until midnight. No wonder he was later than expected. It sounded like it hadn't been easy. You're the best New Year's gift, the best birthday present. Muing reassured him, though she was still worried. Are you sure you won't get caught? Is it dangerous? This apocalypse game isn't actually that harsh. I'm doing fine. You don't have to take such risks. I have a feeling the world seal will lift once we reach a certain stage, and then we'll be able to see each other for real. But I didn't want you to spend New Year's alone. Today's your birthday, too. We always spend it together, Ian said, aggrieved. Mu Ying's heart softened. She gently rubbed his ears. Tomorrow was his birthday, too. He'd gone to all this trouble to spend the last 2 hours of the year with her, not even thinking about his own birthday. All right. Just promise me you'll be careful and take care of yourself. There's not much time. Have you eaten? Let me tell you, I became a trial taker and learned some amazing magic. I can even use it to cook. I'll show you tonight. Have you heard of the multiverse trials? The multiverse trials. Once Muing started talking, she couldn't stop. She had no one else to share these everyday things with. Ian was her only confidant. They weren't just each other's companions, they trusted each other completely. When Ian watched her chattering away, the tenderness and affection in his eyes seemed ready to overflow. Muing dragged him around her little magical cottage. I created this house in the trial world. It can even shrink down so I can pack it up and take it with me. This is my room, and the one across from it is for you. I said I'd take care of you, and I've done it. Oh, it's getting late. Take a look at your room first. I'll go make dinner. She'd eaten a lot at lunch and in the afternoon, so she wasn't really hungry, but she still wanted to make a good meal for Ian and show off her cooking magic. She wanted to feed him well. Ian watched her dash downstairs, unable to help a helpless smile. On the door before him hung a small, square tapestry. On it, stitched with silver thread, was a chibi version of a silver-haired, wolf-eared boy, cheeks flushed and silver eyes misty. Across the hallway, the door to the other room had a similar little tapestry, this one showing a green-haired girl riding a broomstick, her emerald eyes sparkling. Ying is even cuter now, Shireen thought. He went over, looking at it from every angle, poking the little witch's chubby cheek, wishing he could just take the tapestry and sneak it away. But it was hard enough for him to teleport here himself. He couldn't bring anything with him, and anything from here would be destroyed in transit. Glancing aside, he saw another room with a tapestry on the door, this one featuring an adorable black and white panda. Ian curled his lips and flipped the panda tapestry over. Then, after admiring his own little wolfman tapestry and Ying's witch tapestry a bit more, he finally pushed open the door to his room. The whole room was carpeted in fluffy white, and above the bed hung a painting of a wolf pack howling at the moon. The lead wolf was him, with De Hui and the others behind, though there were more little wolf pups than he remembered. The overall color scheme was cool, dominated by the silvery white he liked, but the little details everywhere made it feel warm and cozy. He really liked it. "Ying, have you finished looking? Come down, dinner's ready." Mu Ying's voice called out. Shireen took one last, lingering look around before heading out. Downstairs, he saw the spacious, bright open kitchen, where the utensils and ingredients were moving on their own. Finished dishes floated to the table, and the bowls and chopsticks set themselves out neatly. Amazing, right? Mu Ying sat at the dining table, legs crossed, waving her wand and showing off to Shireen. Shireen walked over and ruffled her hair. Amazing, Ying is the best. He even rubbed his stomach and pouted at her. It smells so good. My tummy's all empty, just waiting for Ying to feed me. Listen, it's even growling. He even grabbed her hand to let her feel. Mu Ying put her hand on his stomach, giving him a helpless look. Are you just showing off your abs to me? Doesn't Ying like guys with abs and pecs? Shireen had seen more than once that Mu Ying's phone screen would show pictures of guys with abs. Mu Ying looked confused. When did I ever say that? How come I don't know? Your abs aren't even as nice to touch as your fur. Shireen suddenly laughed, eyes sparkling. Nothing, I must have misunderstood. I even trained especially for it. Well, having abs and being stronger is good. You used to be too skinny, Mu Ying said, worried about hurting his pride. Then she quickly changed the subject. If you're hungry, hurry up and eat. I'll keep cooking while we eat, saves time, and we can chat more later. Okay. Shireen sat down beside her. Mu Ying picked out some of his favorite dishes for him. I ate too much during the day, so I'm not really hungry. Let's just chat while you eat. Normally she didn't notice, but as soon as she saw Shireen, she had so much she wanted to say. That day, after we parted, I just made it halfway up the mountain when the doomsday game descended. But I was super lucky. The zombie that landed near me hadn't even fully emerged before I stabbed it with my kitchen knife, and I even picked up a lord's order nearby. I wanted to go back to Wolf King Slope, but there were too many wild beasts on the way. I couldn't fight them all, so I set up my territory at Moon Lake Reservoir. I should thank that guy who was fishing there that day. He brought so much stuff. Even though it all rotted away eventually, it really helped me at the start. Back then I was still waiting for you to come find me, but after several days you never showed up, so I guessed you must have gone to accept your inheritance. I was actually relieved. Oh, and I chose Druid as my class. And I only found out after logging into the game that I'm not even human, I'm half-elf. No wonder I always loved the forest so much, it must be in my blood. I wonder which of my birth parents was the elf. And that bracelet I wore as a kid turned out to be an elven treasure. I really don't get it. If it was so precious, why did they leave it with me and then abandon me? But it doesn't matter. I'm long past the age of needing parents, and I'm doing great now. I'm really strong now. There's no player in all of Xia with a higher level than me. And my first beast form is a wolf too, a white one, super majestic. Oh, and De Hui and the others have evolved into space wolves. They have storage pouches and can use space blades. The pack's grown too, with 2 more litters of pups. They're probably still playing in the undersea corridor. When they see you, they'll be shocked. Speaking of the undersea corridor, the merfolk were supposed to hold a lantern festival for New Year's, but it turned into a haunted house, so creepy. Even the little merfolk learned to dress up as ghosts to scare people. If only you could stay longer, I could take you to play. The vibe's a bit off, but it's still fun, just more suited for the ghost festival. Mu Ying just rambled on, saying whatever came to mind. She and Shireen had always been the kind of friends who could talk about anything, best friends, even family. They'd grown up together, so familiar with each other that being together was the most natural, relaxed thing in the world. Shireen ate as he listened intently to Mu Ying, his eyes never leaving her for a moment. Actually, ever since his avatar had come to her side, he'd known most of what happened to her, except for the things in the multiverse trial. He knew the multiverse trial was an arena for resource allocation across universes, a virtual world he'd never experienced himself. So the way she fought, struggled, even the way she fiercely beat people up, he'd sensed it all through his avatar. It was because of her that he could keep his sanity through lonely, chaotic journeys across time and space, keep moving forward, and always find his way home when he was tired or lost. With her wearing that wolf fur ring, she was his anchor in this world, his home. As long as she was there, he would never lose his way. After dinner, the two of them sprawled unceremoniously on the sofa in front of the fireplace. "I've been talking this whole time, now it's your turn." Ying licked her lips. She hadn't spoken so much in one go for ages, and her mouth was a bit dry. Shireen handed her a glass of water. "After we parted that day, I went back to Wolf King Slope and soon began the inheritance ritual. I wasn't sent back until that stage of the inheritance was over. But by then, Deep Blue Star had already been sealed off. I was stopped outside the world membrane, and there were people patrolling there constantly. I found out that Deep Blue Star had been discovered by the multiverse. The Evolution Center had descended and launched the Apocalypse game to promote the evolution of the planet and its inhabitants. After this inheritance, all the memories my mother left me were unlocked. There are extremely few space-time werewolves, and we can only reproduce with other species. All space-time werewolves are of mixed blood, favored by the laws of space-time, born space-time mages. But for the same reason, we're also the best material for others seeking to comprehend the laws of space-time through the river of time. So space-time werewolves usually appear in human form to outsiders, to protect their identities. My mother was targeted by a powerful mage who wanted to unravel the secrets of space-time. He ambushed her when she was extremely weak late in her pregnancy. My father was just an ordinary wild elf. He prayed to the elf god at the cost of his life, and only then was my mother sent to Deep Blue Star, which hadn't yet been discovered by the multiverse. My mother was mortally wounded and only managed to give birth to me with the elf god's help. Her body returned to the river of time. You know the rest. I was picked up by Dehui's parents and raised by the wolf pack. As my inherited memories gradually unlocked, I learned my true race, picked up the common tongue, and slowly practiced taking human form. Then I met you. You were so tiny and adorable, the first human child I ever saw. Ying also recalled the first time she met Ying. Back then, his human form looked like a 2- or 3-year-old child, chubby, unable to control his tail or ears, and unable to hide the wolf fur on his arms and body, only his face was clean. When he picked her up, she almost thought they'd both topple over together. He really couldn't support her weight and did fall, but he held her tightly in his arms, his soft, fluffy fur brushing her face, more comfortable than any swaddling cloth. Back then, she was weak and delicate, her skin tender, and there was nowhere safe for a baby like her in the forest. Only the warm, soft fur of little Shireen, who was himself not even 2 years old, became her natural cradle. His wolf fur was the source of her obsession with all things fluffy. Thinking of this, Ying said to him, "I can take wolf form now too, let me show you." With a movement, she transformed into a big white wolf. "Oh, well, isn't my fur nice to touch too?" Shireen wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Mimicking the way Ying usually stroked his fur, he petted her. "It's great, better than mine." Ying squinted her eyes, resting her head on his lap, enjoying the fur petting service. So it's not just petting that feels good, being petted is amazing too. She felt tingly and relaxed all over. Even as a wolf, the conversation continued. Ying called out, "Whoa, is that Archmage still alive?" "He is." "One day, I'll have my revenge," Shireen replied. "Whoa. Then you have to protect yourself until you're strong enough. Let's work hard together and make sure that villain is completely destroyed." "Okay. Actually, I haven't spent much time here. I've mostly been undergoing inheritance." The ancestors of the space-time werewolves place the inheritance grounds within the River of Time. It's actually quite similar to the Myriad Worlds trials, except I go to real worlds, not necessarily the present reality, but real nonetheless. The countless virtual worlds in the Myriad Worlds trials are actually projections taken from the River of Time. Space-time werewolves were involved in building the Myriad Worlds trials domain. Space-time werewolves generally live very long lives, and many secret inheritances mention them. Since he had snuck in, bypassing the Evolution Center's blockade, revealing these things wouldn't get him in trouble. Ying was especially interested in the origins of the Myriad Worlds trials. She still remembered the opening animation that played when she first became a trial taker. You could say that the current peace among the myriad worlds of the universe owes much to the Myriad Worlds trials. Its creator ended the wars between universes, gathering the right to distribute the source into the virtual worlds of the trials. The struggle for resources shifted to the trials, allowing the real worlds to gradually settle into peace and relations between races to ease. What kind of person could achieve something like that? Shireen knew a thing or two about it. After so many years, the story of that person was known everywhere. With his inherited memories, he knew even more details. That all-knowing, all-powerful sage Chenmian was a pure-blooded human. In that era, resource struggles were divided along racial lines. Each race had its own worlds or even universes, and to gain more living space and cultivation resources, they constantly fought with other races. The stronger races even had their own inheritance platforms and organizations. The human inheritance platform was called the WorldNet. Sage Chenmian was originally just an ordinary human from a primitive planet called Blue Star. He was later selected by the WorldNet and began his path to power. The space-time werewolf predecessor, who helped build the Myriad Worlds trials, was one of Sage Chenmian's followers, the only Void Hound of that era, and the Sage's companion. The Myriad Worlds trials was built upon the Void World constructed by that Void Hound. Ying only half listened to the rest, her attention caught by the words, Blue Star. Blue Star, that was the world she'd lived in during her previous life, also called Blue Star. She hadn't really missed that world, but hearing that a great sage from the ancient era had also come from Blue Star still surprised her. But then, maybe it wasn't the same Blue Star. The world was so big, there could be many planets with that name. Just like Deep Blue Star, only one more word in the name, but it was almost identical to her previous world, as if cast from the same mold. Awoo. When you traveled through space-time, did you ever come across a planet similar to Deep Blue Star? Shireen shook his head. Worlds like Deep Blue Star, where all supernatural powers have vanished and only technology develops, yet the spiritual civilization is dazzling, those are extremely rare. The level of spiritual civilization a world develops often reflects its potential, so Deep Blue Star is a world with great potential. Trial takers who help such worlds grow receive more rewards than usual. And trial taker identity tokens can only be produced when a world reaches a certain stage of development. Otherwise, only veteran trial takers can recommend new ones, and the quota is extremely limited. But the Evolution Center has definitely noticed Deep Blue Star's uniqueness and will pay close attention to it. That's why they encourage veteran trial takers to recommend newcomers here to promote Deep Blue Star's growth. So there will be more trial takers here than in most worlds. You need to be careful. As midnight approached, the wild sky wolves and Gun, who had been playing like crazy, finally made their way back home. The adult sky wolves, upon seeing that familiar figure on the sofa, were first in disbelief, then immediately rushed over like they'd lost their minds. De Hui was especially dramatic. He was the first to grab onto Yin's leg, howling nonstop like a little wolf pup, his eyes already brimming with tears. He used to be such a timid little crybaby, always trailing behind Shireen. Ever since Shireen disappeared and the apocalypse struck, he'd been forced to take on the responsibility of leading the pack. But now all that alpha wolf dignity was gone. The wolf pups had never met Shireen before, but as sky wolves, they had some spatial power and felt an instinctive closeness to Yin's aura. They joined the commotion, stepping all over their elders in an attempt to climb onto Shireen. Shireen, however, disdainfully tossed them all aside. Of everyone present, only Gun and the 3 gemstone fairies riding on him looked completely baffled. Who is this? Why is our master/mom lying on his lap and letting him pet her fur? It's getting late, I should go, Shireen said, then shifted back into wolf form. Ying walked alongside him, a silver and a white wolf returning to the balcony together. Head to head, they quietly said their final goodbyes. The sky wolves watched them from downstairs. The silver wolf turned and embraced the white wolf, their necks entwined. "Awa, happy birthday. Awa, happy birthday." The white wolf nuzzled his neck. The silver wolf then slipped into the portal of light. As he vanished, the little building block portal collapsed, and a tuft of wolf fur from the door drifted down onto Ying's paw. Awa Dahui led the pack in a long howl, bidding farewell to their king. Wolf howls echoed one after another. Ying turned back into human form, absent-mindedly touching the spot where the portal had been. She felt a deep sense of loss, as if a piece of her was missing. The house suddenly felt much emptier. Ding-ling, ding-ling, the bellflowers hanging in the living room chimed. Snapping back to reality, she jumped up. Oh no, the red envelopes. With a flash, she teleported to the warehouse in the wooden cabin next door and distributed the mountain of red envelopes evenly throughout the main territory. Ling Tian Town, main territory. Half an hour before midnight, players who had been enjoying the Lantern Festival in the Undersea Corridor, watching extra New Year's performances at the Myconid Theater, or snacking at the Halfling food street, all gradually returned to the main territory. All the Halflings, Myconids, merfolk, and even NPCs who could leave their instances had gathered in the main forest of the territory. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Where are the red envelopes? Wait a bit longer. They're here, they're here. Red envelopes, dusted with glowing powder, drifted down like little stars. Mine, they're all mine. Haha, I got one. I got 3. There's another one over here. The nighttime forest erupted in laughter and excitement. These red envelopes are so thin and small. There's a slip of paper inside. Wow! I got money. Someone read out their slip, "Dear citizen, Happy New Year. You've received a voucher worth 3 copper coins. You can redeem your red envelope surprise at the specialty shop tomorrow. I got a giant cabbage. 10 fruit radishes. I love these. 100 pounds of green sweet potatoes. Haha, that'll last me till spring. Haha, I got territory contribution points. How many? 1 point. Pfft. Whoa, a silver coin. I got a red hair dye potion. No more hiding, I am the Sakuraji Hanamichi of Ling Tian Town. Ew. A lantern wisteria flower? What's that? Anyone heard of it? I got that flower too. What even is it? Maybe it's just a wildflower, haha. Pfft, you think the Lord is as stingy as you? The Lord isn't stingy, but you could just have bad luck. Besides the local players, visiting shopkeepers and friendly races from the instances joined in the red envelope scramble. They'd never experienced this kind of New Year tradition before, but they blended right in, laughing and mingling with the players. Even though most of them were better off than the average player and the red envelope gifts were just small tokens to them, the thrill of grabbing envelopes together, opening them with anticipation, and showing off their prizes was addictive. Dad, Mom, I got a silver coin. Little Tom shouted joyfully to Mrs. Sarah. Uncle Sarah took the voucher and checked it. It really is a silver coin. I'll help you redeem it tomorrow and keep it safe for you. Little Tom pouted. Brother Xiaogang says, if you let adults keep your money, it always ends up theirs. Uncle Sarah rubbed his nose. What are you talking about? We don't do that in this family. Aisha, what did you get in your red envelope? Penny sidled up to sneak a peek. A lantern wisteria flower? Haha, at least I got a copper coin. Looks like your luck's bad this time. Oh wait, maybe you're just unlucky. Aisha. She'd thought she was unlucky too, drawing what everyone said was just an ordinary flower. But hearing usually unlucky Penny say that, she suddenly felt more confident. Surely the flower was worth more than a copper coin. After all, way more people got coins than flowers. She couldn't wait to see Penny's face when they redeemed their prizes tomorrow. At the blacksmith's, old Luber glanced at his youngest son Paul and Chung Wei whispering together, then grumbled at his eldest. Even your little brother has a girlfriend now. What about you? I only love great swords. Women? Not interested. Curry snorted. Heh, if I hadn't been interested in women, who knows what backwater you'd be living in now. Old Luber scoffed. Marin, Here are the red envelopes I grabbed. These are for you. Bruce stuffed his 2 red envelopes into Mrs. Marin's hands. Mrs. Marin scolded him playfully. All right, keep them for yourself. Don't be so mushy. On the roof of the Oak General Store, Wu Yaya, the crow, used her flying advantage to snatch 5 red envelopes, proudly tearing them open with her claws. Voucher for 1 copper coin. Voucher for 1 copper coin. All of them were 1 copper coin vouchers. Wu Yaya stomped on the envelopes in frustration. Cursed crow luck. The Halflings used their short stature to dart through the crowd, snatching up red envelopes from tricky spots before anyone else. The merfolk claimed the ones that landed in Moon Lake. In short, at this very moment, as the red envelope rain fell, the lines between players and newcomers blurred. Everyone was just another ordinary resident of Qingshan Town, all sharing the same sense of belonging to this land. On the forum, the threads about celebrating the new year in Qingshan Town were already buzzing with activity. Anyone from Qingshan Town here? Can you tell us what your lord put in your red envelopes? Still no news yet. Don't tell me it's really just a single copper coin. It's already been over half an hour since midnight and still nothing. Maybe the person above is right? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Has it occurred to any of you that maybe we're just having too much fun to notice? I really did only get 1 copper coin, but my roommate, she's super lucky, got a whole sack of green sweet potatoes. No worries about food this winter. Sorry for asking, but what's a green sweet potato? It's just a different colored sweet potato, but tastier. It's a mutated plant that appeared after the apocalypse. Oh my god, you people in Qingshan Town even eat mutated plants? Aren't you worried about genetic problems? Thank you very much, but honestly, I wish my genes would mutate a little too, hopefully for the better. All the animals and plants are mutating. I don't want to be left behind. Me. I got a silver coin, haha. Let me rub some of that luck off you. I got a bunch of vegetables. Hey, the one who got the green sweet potatoes, want to trade some stuff? Sure, let's do it. After seeing what's in Qingshan Town's red envelopes, I regret not traveling to Xia country before the apocalypse. I want some too. The key thing is, it sounds so lively over there. Is this really the apocalypse? I feel like we're living through the apocalypse, but they're on vacation. +1. Muing saw that the forum comments were pretty positive. It seemed that being a little late today hadn't caused any major problems, so she could finally relax. Besides these standard lucky draw red envelopes, Muing also handed out special employee red envelopes based on each subcamp leader's length of service and job performance over the past year. Each envelope included a handwritten greeting card from her. Every red envelope contained a lamp wisteria flower, plus food, vegetables, fruits, dried fruits, and preserves, mostly the same for everyone, with only the amount of money differing. By now, all the red envelopes had been delivered to the doors of their respective restrooms in each subcamp. Most subcamp leaders, to save money, made good use of their employee benefits and usually lived in the rooms provided by their camps. Only the leaders of the iron and coal mining camps, because their camps were underwater and felt a bit oppressive for long-term stays, chose to live with their mentor, Professor Su, in the quarry camp instead. Now that the red envelope rush was over and everyone had had their fun, people started returning to their restrooms one after another. And then, they were greeted by an even bigger surprise. Among them, Lu Lualua's situation was the most over the top. At her request, Muing had made her a life-sized red envelope. If it hadn't been for the fluorescent powder on the envelope, Lu Lualuo, dressed up like a ghost, would have been scared to death by the giant thing. After lighting a candle to see what it was, Lu Lualuo felt both happy and sad. Happy because there was a huge red envelope waiting for her to open, sad because the big she wanted wasn't this kind of big. She pressed her palms together and prayed to her patron deity, please let it be a real big red envelope. Then, she carefully opened it. Where's the stuff? Lu Lualuo had to crawl halfway inside the envelope before she finally found a tiny greeting card tucked into a corner. Lualuo, Happy New Year. Thank you for all your hard work at the Livestock camp this year. The red envelope is big enough and surprising enough, right? Ahem, your employee benefits this year are 1 lamp wisteria flower, a 30 gene grain voucher, a 5 gene fruit and vegetable voucher, a 1 gene dried fruit voucher, 3 tickets to the Mushroom Theater, a 50 copper shopping voucher for the Halfling Night City, 50 territory contribution points, and 10 silver coins. Also, on the 3rd day of the new year, we'll have the annual employee meeting. If you have any suggestions for the territory or the livestock camp for the coming year, feel free to bring them up. I hope that with our joint efforts, the territory will get better and better. Let's keep up the good work in the new year. It really is a big red envelope. Ying, I love you. Luo jumped up in delight, accidentally poking her head through the envelope paper and crawling out the middle, grinning like a fool. Her disappointment at not having much luck with the earlier red envelope draw was instantly wiped away. Meanwhile, the other subcamp leaders were having similar experiences. Professor Su and Professor Du, this kid is so thoughtful, she even wrote the cards herself. Lin Shang, what a great boss. I'm never letting go of this iron rice bowl. Zheng Jing, I never thought I'd find such a good job in the apocalypse. Su Shan, with such a generous boss, I'd feel guilty if I didn't stay up late working on my plans. A Chang, I'm just an old miner, but the Lord treats me so well. Guanhai, good thing I joined at the right time. If I'd missed out on these benefits, I'd be so mad. After handing out all the red envelopes, Ying was about to head back to her room to rest when she noticed something odd about the tapestry hanging on her door. The little wolf boy tapestry from across the hall had somehow ended up on her door, with the back facing out and the front pressed tightly against her own little witch tapestry. Someone is really childish. Ying touched her wolf fur ring, which shimmered with a flash of silver. Unfortunately, the ring's power had been depleted by making the teleportation gates, so she couldn't even conjure a silver figurine at the moment. Oh well, since he went to all that trouble to spend New Year's with her, and since it was his birthday today, she'd let the tapestry stay like that for now. As for the leaders of the 3 dungeons, she hadn't forgotten them either. Since they were all elders, giving them red envelopes didn't seem appropriate, so she planned to visit them in person the next day with New Year's gifts. They didn't lack money, so it was the thought that counted. For the Halfling chief, she'd prepared a fertility potion, since he'd been worried about the low number of Halflings and the fact that mushroom people couldn't reproduce. For the mushroom elder, Ying had prepared a magical mushroom umbrella she'd cultivated herself. For the mermaid priestess, Ying had made a string of lamp wisteria flower lanterns. She'd also made a similar lantern for Lily, though the designs were a bit different. Lily had always liked the magical lamps in Ying's travel trunk, but those ran on magic and wouldn't work for her. The lamp wisteria flowers, once set, were waterproof. The lamp base was made from mermaid sea tree wood, which she'd shaped herself with wood magic. The sea tree was aquatic, so it was even more water-resistant. Given the merfolk's love for shiny, glowing things, the priestess would probably like this gift too. Lastly, for Grandpa Shamu, who had helped her a lot, he hadn't been around for a long time because of the oak dryad situation, and he was nowhere to be seen this new year either. She'd prepared a pot of living lamp wisteria for him, which he'd probably find interesting. She hadn't forgotten Muyaya either, and simply gave it a small red envelope with 1 silver coin. Compared to other things, it probably liked money best. She couldn't afford to give a gold coin, but a silver coin was doable. On the first day of the new year, Ying set out with gifts, visiting her friends one by one. Her first stop was Oak Tree General Store. Yaya was sprawled listlessly across the counter, with a sign propped up beside him. Luck's been terrible, heart still aching. Closed today. Seeing him like this, Ying asked curiously, so, what did you get from the red envelopes yesterday? Yaya looked at her with a mournful gaze. 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin. 5 copper coins? That's not bad, Ying said. Yaya jumped up in indignation. 5 red envelopes. 5 whole red envelopes. And every single one was just the minimum, 1 copper coin each. Yeah, that's a bit rough. But look at it this way, out of so many red envelopes, you managed to pick out the exact number of minimum ones. That's a kind of luck in itself, Ying said comfortingly, though she couldn't help but think to herself, he really is a crow, isn't he? How else could he be so unlucky? Seeing he was still unmoved, Ying tried to tempt him. Come wish me a happy new year, and I'll give you a red envelope. At the mention of another red envelope, Wu Yaya perked right up. He brought his little wings together in front of his chest in a clumsy imitation of a traditional greeting. Wishing you prosperity. Now, hand over the red envelope. Mu Ying was satisfied and tossed him a small red envelope. It was the same size as last night's, but this one felt much heavier. Wu Yaya expertly tore it open. Inside was a shiny new silver coin. The silvery gleam was so enchanting that Wu Yaya cradled it in his wings and gave it a kiss. The tragic memory of those 5 copper coins was finally swept away. This pot of wisteria is a New Year's gift for Grandpa Shamu. I'll leave it here. When he comes out of seclusion, please pass it on for me, Mu Ying said, placing the flower pot by the counter and preparing to leave. Wait, Wu Yaya called out, then dove under the counter. After rummaging around for a while, he emerged with a dusty little pouch in his beak. Here, a New Year's gift for you. Mu Ying hadn't expected to receive a gift herself. She didn't mind that the pouch was old and covered in dust. As she opened it, she asked, "What's inside?" "These are fruit pits I saved from berries I ate while traveling with Shamu. You're a druid too, so they should be useful to you. I didn't even give any to Shamu." "Oh, and Happy New Year," Wu Yaya said proudly, refusing to admit it was because Shamu didn't care for them. "Thank you, I love it. Happy New Year," Mu Ying said happily, patting Wu Yaya on the head. "Hey, don't touch my head," Wu Yaya squawked, hopping in protest, but Mu Ying had already teleported away in a flash. Her second stop was the Myconid instance. The Myconid youngsters were reenacting last night's red envelope scramble for the elders and adults who hadn't been able to join in. Sigh, I really hope the instance merges soon. I don't want to be stuck here all alone next New Year's, the Myconid elder said, pulling her aside to grumble. Mu Ying wanted to say, "Don't think I don't know you all publicly roasted me in the New Year's play last night. Every time I see the forum posts about how popular the show was, I feel so awkward. Happy New Year. Here's my gift for you, a mushroom umbrella I cultivated myself. This one's fully grown, and here's a small bag of spores. The cap of this mushroom is great for blocking sunlight, so you won't have to worry about going out during the day anymore," Mu Ying explained. She developed this while researching bioluminescent plants. Though she hadn't managed to grow glowing mushrooms, she'd ended up with these sun-shielding ones as a byproduct. They didn't require much magic, and since the Myconids were mushroom experts, she wasn't worried they'd have trouble growing them. The only downside was that the mushroom umbrellas weren't edible and were too small for anyone but Myconids to use. Their main advantage was that they didn't need much magic, so anyone could grow them. When she transferred the spores she developed in the Emerald World into reality and successfully cultivated them, she received a generous reward from nature, 500 profession experience points, even more than she'd gotten for the lamp wisteria. She had to admit, the rewards for cultivating new plants were incredibly tempting, but the difficulty was high. Not every attempt was a success. The Myconid chief had a youngster try out the mushroom umbrella, and sure enough, it provided perfect sun protection. Such a wonderful gift, and Mu Ying had given it to them for free. The chief was deeply moved, and the other Myconids were grateful as well. They all offered her their own treasured mushroom spores in return. Happy New Year, the Myconids chorused their thanks. Mu Ying left the instance carrying a big bag of spores, waved off by the grateful Myconids. It was around this time she began to sense that today's New Year's visits might not go quite as she'd imagined. Next, in the Halfling instance, she presented a small chest containing 10 bottles of fertility potion. In return, the Halfling chief Need gave her a small pouch. Happy New Year, and thank you for your gift. These are fruit tree seeds an elf friend gave me years ago. I tried growing them, but they all died. Since you're both an elf and a druid, they're perfect for you, Chief Need said kindly. Unlike the little ones in his tribe, who'd all run off to play and left him alone yesterday, Mu Ying had remembered to visit and bring a thoughtful gift. He couldn't help but feel touched. In the mermaid instance, Mu Ying gave the priestess grandmother a coral-shaped sea vine lamp. I love it. To see such lifelike flowers under the sea, and ones that never wilt, the sea vine branches are so beautiful too, the priestess grandmother said, delighted. I'll put it right by my shell bed so the youngsters won't get jealous and sneak it away. As an elder, she already felt embarrassed to accept a gift from a child, so she couldn't let Muing go without a return gift. So, what if Muing wasn't a mermaid? Such a sweet child, left to grow up all alone in this primitive world. Those elves must be blind. From now on, she'd treat Muing as her own. You druids love collecting seeds, right? Here are some aquatic plant seeds for you, and this big glowing pearl, and a shell bed, and a shell chest. Oh, and I heard you've already gained an aquatic animal form. Would you like a shell house? Grandma can raise one for you herself. It'll only take about 20 years. Seeing the priestess grandmother so eager to give away all her treasures, Muing quickly waved her hands. Just the seeds are enough for me. Don't be shy with Grandma. When mermaid children are born, we always prepare a shell house for them, the priestess grandmother insisted. Muing joked, if you give me everything now, what will you have left to give me next New Year? You should save your treasures. I'll be back next year. There's no rush. All right, the priestess grandmother agreed, reassured by Mu Ying's words. After all, gifts prepared with care are better than those given in haste. Lily was just as enamored with the lamp. It instantly became her most treasured possession, ranking #1 among all her collections. Then Lily handed over all the glowing pearls she'd been saving, big and small, to Muing. Take them. This is all I have left. Happy New Year. Muing thought about it and accepted them. She really did need them. She'd already used up almost all the pearls she'd traded from the merfolk while making the everlasting lampvine potion this time. Hee, I got 3 red envelopes yesterday, and they were all lampvine flowers. I'm going to redeem them. Lily wanted to drag Muing along, but Muing refused. At a time when everyone was so excited, if she showed up in public, there was no way she could keep a low profile. Better to skip it. Over at the territory's specialty shop, a long, winding line had formed. Everyone was in high spirits, exchanging New Year's greetings and showing off what they'd gotten from their red envelopes. Most of the items were familiar to everyone, except for the lampvine flower. Old Mao had only managed to get a single lampvine flower yesterday, making him the unluckiest of the bunch. Even those who got just a copper coin laughed at his misfortune. He lost interest in redeeming red envelopes, but one of his underlings had lucked out and won a bag of rice, so they'd all gotten up early to line up at the front. When it was their turn, Old Mouse still handed over his lampvine flower voucher. Congratulations! You've received a lampvine flower crafted by the Lord herself. This flower will never wither, and its light rivals a lantern. It can shine for a very, very long time. The shopkeeper congratulated him. Old Mouse stared blankly at the tiny flower, smaller than his palm, then suddenly realized what it was and switched to holding it reverently with both hands. A real flower lamp? It'll shine forever. Boss, that's just a light bulb, one of his underlings said. Light bulb my foot. Have you ever seen a light bulb that glows without electricity? And made by the Lord herself, no less. Old Mouse snapped. This thing is the real jackpot. Think how many candles it replaces, and it's portable. He marched out, head held high, cradling the lampvine flower. What did you get? A silver coin? Man, your luck's not great. Look at mine. The Lord made it herself, an everlasting lamp. What? You got a lampvine flower too? Brother, looks like we're both lucky. Thanks to Old Mouse bragging, everyone now knew what the lampvine flower was. Fortune's wheel had turned. The unluckiest guy yesterday had become the luckiest overnight. It felt amazing. Can you buy these lampvine flowers? If the Lord made them herself, shouldn't they count as a territory specialty? Someone asked the shopkeeper. They're indeed a territory specialty, and there are 2 ways to buy them, with territory contribution points or with money. The first time you redeem with contribution points, it only costs 10 points for 1 flower. The second time, it's 100 points, and so on. If you want to buy with money, it costs 1 gold coin per flower, and there's a purchase limit. Only 3 flowers are available for sale each month, the shopkeeper explained. He'd come late and only had a single contribution point from working the farm. He didn't even have a gold coin to his name. I have contribution points. I want to redeem one, someone shouted from the back. At times like this, Only the longtime residents of the territory had enough contribution points. Mu had set up this redemption system mainly because these flowers had to be made by her own hand. Although they were much easier to make than bellflowers, she couldn't handle a huge supply. Limiting purchases to those with contribution points not only restricted the buyer pool to territory residents, but also encouraged people to stay and take on territory tasks. For the residents, the price wasn't too high, so they wouldn't be discouraged or see it as a luxury only a few could afford. As long as you stayed in the territory, worked hard, and did a few tasks, you could earn enough contribution points. Outsiders or newcomers would either have to settle down and slowly earn points, or pay a gold coin per flower, further boosting the residents' sense of belonging and identity. Her original intention in making these was simply to provide the residents with a convenient lighting tool, so she hadn't lost sight of her purpose. When the news hit the forums, plenty of people complained. Why do we have to pay a gold coin if we don't have contribution points? That's way too expensive. Who can afford that? This is just targeting us outsiders. And only 3 flowers a month? Even pre-apocalypse luxury goods weren't this outrageous. Protest. I suggest Ling Town lift the purchase restrictions. If it's about making money, wouldn't selling more at a lower price work? It'd attract more people to Ling Town too. Even if I saved up a gold coin, I wouldn't be dumb enough to spend it on this. Candles are just a copper coin each, don't they work the same? I'd rather use a light spell, cheaper and eco-friendly. Haha, you sour grapes upstairs. Why should our lord give outsiders any perks? Use your brains, do you think these flowers are easy to make? Even at cost price, she couldn't mass-produce them. Besides, do you think our lord is the type to waste her time making money when she could be cultivating? Finally, some truth. Let's be real, this is a welfare product for the residents, a way for the lord to give back. Outsiders shouldn't even think about it. Latest news, the 3 lamp vine flowers available for gold coins this month have already been snatched up by the merfolk. They even fought over them in Moon Lake. I got splashed. What do the merfolk girls even look like? Calling on the Apocalypse game devs, update the forum already. We can't even post pictures, it's so inconvenient. Yeah right, you want a camera too? Where do you think you'll get pictures from? Gotta say, Mu is a super conscientious lord. Ling Town's management might look relaxed on the surface, but it's actually simple and effective. She never makes empty promises, she just gets things done. Who wouldn't like a lord like that? Other lords need to step up. Look at Ling Town, their benefits are so good. If you don't work harder, everyone's going to leave. Sorry, I'm already packing my bags. Gotta go early to enjoy the perks. Next year's New Year event, I'm in for sure. I joined Ling Town early and earned 10 contribution points during the farm reclamation quest. Now I'm just quietly admiring my brand new lamp vine flower. It's beautiful and you guys don't deserve it. Someone drag that guy out and beat him. Leave the flower. Reporting in, he's been dealt with and I'll be taking the flower, thank you very much. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, all the current subcamp leaders of the territory gathered in the meeting room of the reception hall to discuss their suggestions for the development of the territory and its subcamps. Aside from the subcamps run by the Halflings themselves and the underwater corridor subcamp used solely for trading with the merfolk, the remaining subcamps were all important sources of income for the territory. The materials produced could not only be directly converted into energy to build up the territory, but could also be sold for money. Mu wanted to gather ideas from everyone. She knew she couldn't think of everything herself, nor did she have the time and energy to consider every angle. She tended to act on whatever came to mind, so listening to everyone's thoughts was a good thing. Since the meeting time had been announced in advance, everyone had organized their suggestions. Let's start with any good development ideas you have for your own subcamps, Mu said, getting straight to the point. I'll go first. Professor Su spoke on behalf of the 3 mining camps. The stone quarry, the mine, and the coal camp don't have much room for modification. But there's one thing, selling the raw materials directly or converting all of them into energy for the territory is a bit wasteful. Since we have abundant iron ore and coal, we could try smelting iron and steel ourselves. The profits would be much higher. Mu nodded as she listened. Smelting iron was definitely an option. The coal mine was mostly sold as fuel to the residents, and there was still plenty left over. The iron ore had mainly been supplied to the blacksmith shop, with only a small portion converted into energy. The majority had actually been stockpiled by her. Putting these resources to use was a good thing. She jotted it down on paper. All right, I'll recruit someone with iron smelting skills as soon as possible and set up an iron smelting camp. We'll put it in the rocky forest. Can I recommend someone? Professor Su asked. His name is Han Taixing. Before the apocalypse, he was a materials scientist, so iron smelting should be no problem for him. He's currently in Ling Tian Town. I can vouch for him, he's definitely an expert in this field. Muing nodded and wrote down his name. Once the iron smelting camp is set up, I'll post a public recruitment notice. He can come then. Su Shan, a Chang, and Guan Hai were all from the territory, and she had personally vetted them before appointing them as subcamp leaders. Even then, there was a probation period. Lu Luoluo and Zhang Jing were also people she knew well and whose abilities she trusted before hiring them. As for others, she'd have to assess them before making a decision. In any case, besides a camp leader, the iron smelting camp would definitely need some skilled workers. Iron smelting was different from mining, it wasn't just manual labor. And smelting alone wasn't enough, it would be even better if they could train some blacksmiths. Next up were Lu Luoluo and Zhang Jing, who were in charge of the livestock camp. We discussed it yesterday, Lu Luoluo said, and we hope to request more fertility potions this year to expand the livestock population. These potions are best used on animals, whether for meat or mounts. We need to increase our numbers. Also, we'd like to experiment with food processing, things like smoked meat and ham, which have a long shelf life. Besides supplying the residents, we could sell them to other territories. Muing looked at Zhang Jing and said with a sigh, the original name of the fertility potion was the pregnancy potion. I made it specifically to expand animal husbandry. The contraceptive potion was actually a byproduct of making the pregnancy potion. It was only after you mentioned it that I rushed to give it to the residents. Zhang Jing, who had no boyfriend but drank the contraceptive potion to support Mu Ying's work. Lu Luoluo, who had a boyfriend but didn't want kids yet. So the potions were originally meant for livestock. Ahem, your suggestions are very helpful. I'll make a batch of pregnancy potions when I have time. As for food processing, you can set up a small research lab at the livestock camp for now. Once you have results, we can expand. For now, you two will be in charge of this, Muing said, quickly changing the topic. Lin Shang, your turn. I don't have much to add. Just honest farming, Lin Shang said. The farm's output is enough for the territory, but not enough for outside sales. My suggestion is to build a granary and store any surplus grain for emergencies. This year's planting plan will focus on high yield, filling crops. Having lived through the apocalypse, he felt that stockpiling supplies was the only way to feel secure. Muing agreed. A granary is a good idea, and I support storing grain. She wrote down the plan for building a granary. Finally, Professor Du spoke up. I'd like to set up a small business team, just to be prepared. Our territory's products are already much richer than others, and we have a lot of specialty goods. In the future, if we can produce ironware and food products, the business team will come in handy. Muing agreed and allocated a room in the reception center for Professor Du's business team to use as their activity center. After that, the discussion turned to the main territory, and everyone started speaking freely, sharing whatever came to mind. Lin Shang, how far are we from leveling up the territory? Muing, I'm not sure. There's no progress bar for territory upgrades like there is for professions. We can only figure it out as we go. It probably depends on things like population and prosperity. Lu Luoluo, our population growth is already pretty good. After the New Year events, even more people want to come here. There's a lot of buzz about us on the forums. Zhang Jing, I think everything about our territory is great. It's like a resort before the apocalypse. Su Shan, Lord, can we build an arena or a training ground? Right now, everyone gains combat experience through real battles outside. If we had an arena for sparring, it would be great, and it could attract a lot of strong people to our territory. Muing, good idea. I've thought about it too. But the most important thing about an arena is ensuring the safety of both sides to some extent. Right now, our territory level and blueprint functions aren't advanced enough to support such a functional building. A larger training ground is possible, but honestly, it wouldn't be much different from the open plaza. Professor Su, can we build more long-distance teleportation arrays? There are still a lot of people in unclaimed territories who are far from these two towns and have a hard time getting to Qingshan Town. Muing, that's not possible for now. If the other side is an unclaimed territory, we'd have to pay the full cost for the teleportation array, 100 gold coins. But unclaimed territories can't be upgraded, and I suspect their territory shields can't be upgraded either. I don't know the exact level, but they might run into trouble during future upheavals, and we can't afford that loss. Professor Du, what about stone roads? We still have plenty of stone. Can we lay more stone roads? Whether or not everyone's suggestions were immediately useful, they gave Muing a lot of inspiration. Her notebook was filled with a whole page of ideas and suggestions. Some she could implement right away, some would have to wait, and some could be done in the future. Many were things she hadn't thought of before. After the meeting, Muing spent 2 days putting into practice the effective suggestions that could be immediately implemented. There was no rush to start building the ironworks camp for now, so Muing first posted the recruitment notice. As for the construction of the stone roads, she issued a territory task, assigning the job of placing miniature stone road models to the residents. Otherwise, if she tried to lay the roads by herself, it would take far too much time and effort. It was better to delegate the task, letting the residents earn some money and contribution points, while freeing herself up to prepare for the next upgrade. The granary, however, was less than ideal. She could only design a basic granary without any special features in the end. It was just a spacious building. The blueprint design function wasn't all-powerful after all. For now, she just built a large granary of wood and stone at the public farm camp. All these tasks together took less than half a day. So, on the 4th day of the new year, with the festive spirit still lingering, new recruitment notices and territory tasks ushered the residents into another busy period. Bulletin Board 8, Subcamp 6, Ironworks Camp Guidelines, Provisional. This camp is in the preparatory phase. We are now recruiting one camp manager familiar with ironworking processes and equipment, as well as several skilled workers in smelting, blacksmithing, and forging. Competitive compensation. Interested parties may submit resumes to the territory mailbox starting today. Territory task, road construction. Task description, laying roads between the territory and other camps. Task rewards, 1. Qingshan Linji, 50 silver coins, 200 contribution. 2. Qingshan Lushan, 40 silver coins, 150 contribution. 3. Qingshan Nanhu, 30 silver coins, 100 contribution. 4. Qingshan Linglong Gorge, Shuishan, 15 silver coins, 75 contribution. 5. Qingshan Chunin Xinjing, 15 silver coins, 75 contribution. Task requirements. Teams interested in taking on the task should submit team member information to the territory mailbox by tomorrow. Tasks will be assigned based on team strength. Teams that receive a task can collect task items and instructions from the territory task board. Failure will result in penalties according to the degree of loss, so please accept tasks with caution. Task time, tomorrow. Very few people knew ironworking, but the well-paid road construction task was something everyone could get a piece of. It's finally our turn. Except for the subcamp manager positions, those other recruitment tasks don't pay as well as hunting materials outside. But the subcamp manager needs special skills. Now, at last, there's a task we can take on with just our combat strength. This is the first time I've seen a task with such high contribution points. Maybe now I'll finally have a shot at becoming a full resident. The road construction task was a blessing for those players who had been diligently training their professional skills and had higher combat power. They were used to the adventurous life of fighting in the wild and disliked the mechanical labor of the mining camp. This task suited them perfectly. So, they started contacting teammates. If they didn't have enough, they temporarily teamed up with others. The Air Plaza, The lakeside, taverns, and eateries were all abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, Ying, who had posted these 2 notices, began a new round of plant cultivation. During this period, she hadn't neglected her trials. She used up her free trial time every day. However, her trial character in the Emerald World still had to stay in Kantiara for another half a year, waiting out the witch trial period before continuing her journey. So, in the Emerald World, she stayed holed up in her magical cottage by the lake outside Kantiara, cultivating new magical plants in her portable herb garden or brewing potions and studying magic every day. Although she had graduated, there were still many things she had copied from the library over the past 2 years that she hadn't yet mastered. There were spells and potion recipes, some commonly used, some not, but Ying always believed that nothing was truly useless. She just hadn't found the right occasion to use them yet, so she refused to let any go to waste. Even spells from other schools, though, as a green witch, she had little talent for elemental magic like fire, water, or ice. She still practiced them. Just like how Suna, a red witch, could use a bit of plant magic to make flowers bloom, impressing the king and queen and entertaining the little princess. Even if you're not skilled in a certain type of magic, knowing a little can be very useful at times. Of course, her main focus was still on what she was best at, especially herb cultivation, mainly because the results were most beneficial to her in the real world. After she managed to extract and successfully cultivate the lampine seeds last time, Ying's experience bar had jumped significantly. Profession: Druid LV6, 1505/2100. She was only 595 experience points away from leveling up. If she could cultivate 1 or 2 more stable plant varieties, she'd be able to level up. Besides that, among the New Year's gifts she received, the aquatic plant seeds from the Priestess Granny didn't have a suitable environment for planting yet, but the elven fruit tree seeds from Halfling Chief Need, the rare mushroom spores from the mushroom folk, and the berry seeds from Wu Yaya could all be tried out. Even if the temperature wasn't ideal, she could experiment in the greenhouse. These plants didn't exist on Deep Blue Star, and Ying had never encountered them before. Even though she hadn't invented them herself, planting them for the first time would deepen her connection with nature and earn her some natural power. Ying first used her Identify Creature skill to sort the seeds by type. Chief Need's seeds came in 3 types: Mian fruit, Qingqing fruit, and Cici fruit. There were about a dozen seeds of each kind. Mian fruit seeds, perennial elven fruit tree. The ripe fruit, after simple roasting, has a richer taste and is more filling than bread. Not recommended for non-elves. Qingqing fruit seeds, perennial elven fruit tree. Some ripe Qingqing fruits contain sweet spring water, others mellow wine. Not recommended for non-elves. Cici fruit seeds, perennial elven fruit tree. The inside of the ripe fruit is filled with strong, soft fibers, the main raw material for elven silk. Not recommended for non-elves. The results of identification delighted Ying. These were all very practical fruit trees, especially the Cici fruit. Her territory didn't yet have any plants for making fabric. Before the apocalypse, there were no such plants around Binhai City, and she hadn't found any at the seed market. These 3 fruit trees were difficult for non-elves to grow, but for her, a genuine elf, it would be easy, and they were also high yield. Ying immediately took 1 seed of each and began germinating them in the greenhouse. Using her druid skills to hasten sprouting, then planting them and watering with Spring of Restoration, she instantly gained 30 profession experience points. The seeds brought by Wu Yaya and the mushroom folk were also quite impressive. Wu Yaya provided all sorts of berry seeds, many varieties, each known for their delicious taste. However, there were only 1 or 2 seeds of each kind. Fortunately, unlike the precious spirit fruit tree seeds, these berry seeds weren't so rare and were relatively easy to cultivate. These seeds didn't have high requirements for their growing environment. Ying set aside a special berry patch in the greenhouse, accelerated their germination, planted them all, watered them with Spring of Restoration, and then channeled the power of nature into them. Each type of berry seed gave her 1 or 2 points of profession experience. Altogether, she gained over 50 points of experience. The mushroom folk, on the other hand, brought spores of rare fungi, only 7 kinds in total, but there were a dozen or so spores of each, with many duplicates from different mushroom folk. But since they were rare, they weren't easy to grow. Correspondingly, most of them had rather magical effects. Among them, Ying discovered a mushroom that could actually be used for illumination, called the lantern mushroom. However, it was extremely delicate and required meticulous care to survive, with very strict environmental needs. During cultivation, it couldn't be exposed to any light at all, or it would wither and die. There were also bloodstop mushrooms and antidote mushrooms. The former required watering with the blood of different creatures every day during cultivation to survive, while the latter needed to be watered with various poisons. The more toxic, the better the antidote effect. Aside from these 3, the remaining 4 were all poisonous mushrooms. There was the laughing mushroom, which caused uncontrollable laughter, the itchy mushroom, which made the whole body itch, the dizzy mushroom, which could knock people out, and the hallucinogenic mushroom, which induced hallucinations. What they had in common was their harsh environmental requirements, and during their growth, their negative effects could impact any living creature nearby, making them quite dangerous. However, their nemesis was the antidote mushroom, so Ying decided to try cultivating the antidote mushroom first. She would also try the bloodstop and lantern mushrooms, planting 3 batches of each. She made sure to isolate the area where these were planted from the rest of the garden. For a long time afterward, she stayed in the plantation, tending to these plants, her profession experience steadily increasing. Chun chun chun. One morning, awakened by the vibrant calls of birds, Ying opened her window to find that the spring herald birds, absent for a year, had returned. After a long wait, spring had finally arrived. Through the eyes of nature, she saw the life force in all the plants in the garden, which had been sluggish all winter, become lively and vibrant again. The gem fairies danced and cheered around the gemstone tree, welcoming the arrival of spring. Tender new buds appeared on withered branches, and fresh green shoots poked up through the yellowed grass. Ying stretched out her hand, and a spring herald bird landed in her palm, nuzzling her finger. Chun. With her other hand, she conjured a little spring of nature and offered it to the bird. Thank you for your hard work. Chun, the bird, pecked her fingertip gently, flapped its wings, and flew off to continue its work. Spring had arrived. The seedlings in the nursery basket could now be transplanted, and it was time to start sowing in the plantation fields. Ying transformed her thousand-face garment into an avocado green work dress, put on a straw hat decorated with wildflowers, and prepared to begin the spring planting. First, she contacted Lin Shang with her bellflower. Hello? Spring's here. Time to start planting. Let me know how many people you need to help, and I'll post a territory task. Got it. The calves have grown a bit and can help plow the fields now. We don't need too many people for now. I'll let you know after I calculate what needs to be planted. Lin Shang's voice came through the bellflower. Next, Ying teleported to the livestock camp and led out the old yellow ox, who was nuzzling with Benvin. Ying, Benvin is pregnant again. We're going to have a few more little Ben cattle in the territory, Zhang Jing reported happily. Benvin's belly was indeed a bit rounder. Old Yellow Ox was quite capable. With more Ben cattle, Ling Town would finally have real draft animals for hauling goods and carts. They weren't slower than horses and could carry even heavier loads. All the petrifying lizards are pregnant too. In a few months, their numbers will double. Luo chimed in. The fire-breathing chickens are laying more eggs. The jumping rabbits are all pregnant, and so are the regular pigs, cows, and sheep. Ying's head buzzed. The fertility potion really worked wonders. Spring had just arrived, and all the animals at the camp were pregnant. With so many pregnant animals, I'm afraid you won't have enough staff to manage the camp. You can pick a few helpers yourselves and give me the list. After an assessment, I'll hire them long-term to help you out. Also, as good as the fertility potion is, don't use it too often. Pregnancy is hard on the mothers. They need to recover well after giving birth before breeding again. Sure, the part-time workers we have now are all reliable and have been with us a while. Let's go with them, Luo and the others agreed. All right, I'll give them better benefits. The pay isn't high, but I'll upgrade their ID cards to official residence, and the camp will provide them with small dorms, Ying said. Luo and the others not only managed the livestock and animal training, but also oversaw the food processing lab, so they really needed help. Part-timers came and went too often to be convenient. Leading the old yellow ox, who hadn't returned to the plantation all winter, back to the fields, Ying hitched him to the plow and thoroughly tilled the vegetable plots. Then she began mass-accelerated sowing. She also transplanted all the spirit fruit tree and shrub seedlings she'd cultivated over the winter into the prepared field ridges. Finally, she used water creation to conjure a small rain cloud, sprinkling water infused with spring of restoration over the fields. You have performed a professional cultivation, gaining +2 profession experience. You have performed a professional cultivation, gaining +1 profession experience. You have performed a professional cultivation, gaining +3 profession experience. With every action, her profession experience grew slowly but steadily. With the help of the gem fairies, the spring planting in the plantation was finished in just half a day. Afterward, she left her private plantation and went to the edge of Qingshan Forest, continuing to plant trees along the small grove she'd started last year. The saplings she'd planted last year had already grown to the height of a person. Every day she went out to plant trees, witnessing firsthand the revival of all things as the spring herald birds called out "chun" again and again. From leaf buds to grass tips to flower buds, from birds and beasts to the chirping of insects, the forest, which had been silent and still all winter, was coming alive. As a druid highly attuned to the power of nature, Ying felt completely immersed in this world. The joy of all things growing filled her inside and out. She was full of energy every day, always in a good mood, and the smile never left her face. Even the hard work of planting trees didn't feel tiring. A touch of spring sunshine, a breath of mountain breeze, a hint of green breaking through the earth, each was enough to invigorate her. Even the experience points she gained seemed higher than before. Lord, long time no see. From a distance, a large group of people and horses moved slowly along the stone road. Many of them waved excitedly at her, while the rest looked over with curiosity. Ying, who was just finishing digging a hole and planting a sapling, heard the commotion and turned around. It was Xiaobai's team, and the one shouting at her was Luyu. She took off her straw hat and waved back at them. Long time no see. Welcome back. Their team had been assigned the farthest stone road construction task, so they'd been away from the territory for quite a while. The other teams had all returned one after another, but they were the only ones still missing. Now they were finally back, and judging by the looks of it, they'd brought a lot of newcomers with them. No wonder they were so slow. After they'd finished burying all the mini models for the stone road, Ying had already completed the construction. Logically, they should have returned sooner, but now she realized it was because they'd brought so many people back. With such a big group, she'd feel bad if she didn't give them a bonus. To be honest, Ying had been pretty worried. She always had a bad feeling that the Apocalypse game was about to make a big move, and since they hadn't come back, staying out in the wild was dangerous. Xiaobai's team was the strongest in Qingshan Town, and even Xiaosan had joined them this time. As the team drew closer, Ying could see more clearly. All the familiar faces were there, no casualties. That was a relief. She looked at the unfamiliar faces behind them, all gazing at her curiously. There were probably 1,000 or so. Ying nodded and smiled at them in welcome, then gave Xiaobai and Luyu a big thumbs up. You guys get a raise. Haha, I knew you wouldn't treat us badly, Liu laughed heartily. Of course they'd brought people back, they wanted to earn more. Thanks for your hard work, Ying said with a smile. Xiaosan winked at her. You're not slacking off either. Just look at this little grove, you must have been grinding for ages. About to level up again, aren't you? Ying glanced at her player manual and nodded. Class, Druid LV6, 2097/2100. Just 3 points to go. I'll probably level up today. Awesome. I just barely made it to level 5.5 on this trip. Xia Sin said admiringly. Mu Ying shook her head. Don't flatter me. With your leveling speed, you've already surpassed me. He'd gone from just over 10% into level 4 all the way to 5.5 in less time than she had. And he wasn't even a trial taker. Unlike her, he couldn't use the time difference in the trial world to cultivate new plants and then transfer them to reality for a big experience boost. So Xia Sen's leveling speed was nothing to scoff at. He might even be stronger than her. He was a real talent. Previously, he'd laughed. What other benefits are there to being on the leaderboard, besides showing off your class and level progress? Xia Sin picked up on her unspoken meaning. He didn't know what was so urgent, but jokes aside, he trusted Mu Ying. I'll head to Ling Tian Town as soon as I get back. All right, you guys go on. I've still got a bit left to plant. Mu Ying called after them. Watching the team leave, Mu Ying went back to planting trees. She didn't have many saplings left in her winter seedling basket she'd finished planting today. You performed a class training. Gained 2 class experience. You have reached the level 6 experience cap with 1 point of experience overflow. You have met the requirements to level up. Please prepare to advance as soon as possible. Mu Ying glanced at her stats panel. Class, Druid LV6, 2100/2100. The long-awaited level up had finally arrived. Mu Ying quickly packed up her things, transformed into a tawny owl in one swift motion, and soared toward the plantation. She landed beside the gem tree, shifted back into human form, lay flat on the ground, and began her upgrade in the most comfortable position she could find, with her body in contact with the earth. The power of nature surged over her like a vortex, brushing through her hair, swirling around her body, lifting her up and enveloping her completely. Nearby plants shot up and grew wildly. The sparse early spring grass instantly became a lush green lawn. She had no idea how much time had passed before the power of nature gently set the little green-haired girl, who was now softly snoring, back onto the ground. The energy gradually faded away, and the last wisp of natural power playfully brushed her nose before disappearing. Achoo! Mu Ying sneezed as her nose tingled. Feeling the power surging inside her, she murmured, "Is it over?" This time, the upgrade had taken a long while. The warmth of nature's power was so comforting that she'd accidentally fallen asleep. Full of anticipation, she opened her player's handbook to check her adventure log. This was always the most satisfying moment. Sure enough, a long string of notifications appeared, just like the thrill of seeing new reader comments back when she used to write stories before the apocalypse. After being baptized by nature, you have become a level 7 druid. Based on your druid level, your class skill Wild Shape has unlocked a new form. Based on your druid level, your HP has increased to 560. Based on your druid level, your mana has increased to 150. Based on your druid level, your level 4 druid spell list is now unlocked. Her HP had increased by another 80 points. She was even tougher now. Mana had gone up by 10 points too. But with each 4th level spell costing 20 mana, it still felt like she never had enough. No new class skills this level, but Wild Shape had unlocked a new form. Curious, Mu Ying opened her character panel to check the details of Wild Shape. Wild Shape. By observing and mimicking, you can transform into small or medium animals. After transforming, you gain the corresponding animal's attribute panel, and your HP is separate from your human form. You can transform twice per day, including into large, medium, or small terrestrial, aquatic, or flying animals. Large animals? Mu Ying immediately noticed the new addition. Does this mean I should go find a bear to study? Is the druid's tanking ability finally coming online? She clearly remembered that the class description had called druids a versatile jack-of-all-trades. She'd already experienced most aspects of that, except for damage mitigation. The turtle form she'd had before only worked in water. Now that she could transform into large animals, maybe she could finally do something about that. She made a mental note to look into it later. But the most important thing now was the new 4th level spells. She counted 17 in total: Hallucination, Stone Skin, Wall of Fire, Polymorph, spike stones, giant insect, confusion, control water, divination, stone shape, grasping vines, neutralize poison, airwalk, freedom of movement, command beast, command plants, and repel vermin. She looked through them one by one, each one making her drool with anticipation. As usual, she sorted the spells by priority, learning the most immediately useful ones first, and saving the rest for later. The top priority was still combat spells: attack, defense, and control. Stone Skin was an upgraded version of Bark Skin, a defensive spell. Wall of Fire could be used for both offense and defense. Spike stones could attack, defend, and control. Pure attack spells were really just grasping vines and giant insect. Hallucination, polymorph, and confusion were all control spells. And then there was Airwalk. This was a spell that could truly give her an aerial advantage. Unlike flying brooms or magic carpets, which didn't allow spellcasting while in use, Airwalk let her cast spells while airborne. It was a status spell that allowed the target to walk on air as if on solid ground, moving up and down at a maximum angle of 45 degrees and lasting 10 minutes per level. But it wasn't quite the same as true flight, since movement speed was halved compared to normal walking. So it was only good for short-term hovering. Still, she was very satisfied. Against enemies without ranged attacks, Airwalk would make her nearly invincible. She really wanted to learn this spell, but since she wouldn't be leaving her territory anytime soon and had the territory shield for protection, Airwalk could wait. After some deliberation, she put Airwalk second and chose Spike Stones as her first pick. Even though she knew Extinguish Fire and wasn't afraid of forest fires, and Wall of Fire was also an option, Spike Stones had a wider range of uses, and she didn't have a spell like it yet. She didn't pick Stone Skin first because she already had Bark Skin and Nature's Shield for defense, which would suffice for now. But in terms of offense, she always felt lacking. It couldn't be helped, Druid attack spells were always a notch below those of wizards. Last time she'd been able to overpower Zhao Hongfei, it was only because he was several levels lower and didn't know many spells. Higher level spells could be overwhelming. If she faced a wizard of equal level with a good spell selection and combos, she'd have to play it safe and rely on her mana pool. Sometimes, a single spell wouldn't even have the desired effect, since wizards had an even broader and more versatile spell list than druids. But at least she had no problem staying alive. Having chosen Spike Stones, Ying began to study the spell in detail. Spike Stones was a mid-range spell, affecting an area of 20 feet square per level, with a long duration, 1 hour per level. It caused sharp stone spikes to erupt from the ground, hindering enemies' movement and dealing damage. Any creature entering or passing through the area on foot would take piercing damage for every 5 feet traveled, and their movement speed would be reduced. The main purpose of this spell was to impede enemy movement and prevent them from approaching, like a magical spike barrier. But if cast quickly and at the right moment, it could also be used offensively. Just imagine, as an enemy approaches, you cast spike stones right under their feet. How would that feel? Just thinking about it was satisfying, and it wasn't just one spike, but many. Now that she was level 7, her spike stones would last for 7 hours. If she had to camp outdoors, she could use it as a protective barrier for her campsite. A spell like this, she'd feel cheated if she didn't learn it as soon as possible. Name: Ying. Race: Elf Green Witch. Class: Druid LV7, 0/2800. HP: 560/560. Mana: 150/150. Attributes: Strength 8 +1, Constitution 10, Dexterity 14, +2, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 18, Charisma 15. Languages: Common, Elvish, Druidic, Sylvan. Skills: Druid class skills: Nature's Eye, Wild Affinity, Animal Companion, Forest Stride, Pass Without Trace, Nature's Protection, Wild Shape, Nature's Recovery, Green Witch racial skills: Magic, Alchemy, Potion Making, Herbal Cultivation. Elf racial skills: Darvision, Sword Mastery, Archery Mastery. General skills: Crosshair, Spell Heightening. Spells: 0th level, Druid Tricks, Light, Create Water, Clean, flash, compass, detect poison. First level, shillelagh, entangle, cure word, ignite, thorn whip, expedite, fog cloud, jump, speak with animals, magic claw, endure elements, identify creature. Second level, barkskin, thunder wave, flame blade, enhance ability, spider climb, protection from poison, moonlight, chill metal, heat metal, fireball, spike growth, tree shape, gust of wind, wood shape. Third level, call lightning, sleet storm, wind wall, summon animals, nature's shield, water breathing, water walk, meld into stone, remove disease, speak with plants, plant growth, greater magic claw, extinguish fire, feign death, dispel magic. Free attribute points, 0. A week later, in the early morning, Ying went to Rocky Mountain to practice her spells as usual. The environment here was especially helpful for her to train her stone spike spell. Even so, after all this time, her stone spike was still not up to standard. She could barely cast it successfully, managed to avoid extra mana loss, but her casting speed was still painfully slow. You have to understand, during this period, she practiced for over an hour every morning, then again for over an hour in the evening after her mana recovered, yet her progress remained sluggish. This really showed just how difficult fourth circle spells were. Morning. Off to practice spells again? Passing by the quarry camp, Professor Du greeted her. Ying smiled and nodded, that's right. Leaving the camp, she climbed a rocky hill. The sun was just peeking over the horizon as she began her practice. If she simply practiced mechanically, 7 casts of a fourth circle spell would drain her mana dry. In reality, she spent most of her time reflecting and summarizing after each attempt. An hour passed, and she was down to just 10 mana points. The rocky hill was now covered in stone spikes. The sun had fully risen, bathing everything in bright daylight. Finishing her spell practice for the day, Ying was just about to head down the hill when an electronic voice rang in her ear. Doomsday Game has been online for a full year. The game has been updated. World Fusion will begin in 5 hours. All players, please stay away from dungeon areas. World Fusion will begin in 5 hours. All players, please stay away from dungeon areas.